Welcome everybody to the final day of Hearthstone Grandmasters for this week. It's Championship Sunday and we are ready to find out who are we for all three regions in our first week of competition. My name is Derek Brown. We're going to be starting off with APAC as usual, and joining me here on the casting desk, I suppose, or the virtual internet casting desk, is Gia, all the way from across the world. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing great this evening, Derek. And yeah,
Mhm.
we can't stress it enough. We are bringing you this entertainment despite all the odds and the current situation. And I hope everybody's doing well, keeping safe and healthy, and ready to watch some top level Hearthstone because, as Derek mentioned, it is our top four now, the top of the pack that performed over several rounds of Swiss throughout the week.
That's right, but you may be thinking, it's only the first week of Grandmasters. Why are we already talking about winners? Well, to know that, we're going to have to take a look at this year's format, how everything works in terms of the Swiss portion, and then moving into round robin. Because with the first 3 weeks of play in this year's Grandmasters, we do Swiss rounds, each of which function basically like their own individual tournament. The Swiss portion was played off stream on Wednesday and Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday we brought you our top 8, and today we're finally ready to bring you the top 4 and find out who our winner is going to be and taking home that full 6 points.
Yeah, the 6 points really is a lot more to play for than it sounds because your points, your total actually determines where you end up in the round robin stage. And as we mentioned, you can see right there, first place is a 6, and the bottom 8 that we didn't even get to see on stream this weekend are only taking 1 or 2 points. So they're really going to have to get it together in the following weeks.
That's right, it's only 3 weeks of Swiss. One bad week can just absolutely be your undoing. But everyone we are going to be seeing today in our top 4 has guaranteed themselves at least 4 points, which, as you can see here, once we finish our first 3 weeks and move into the round robin, decides whether they are going to be in Division A, the good one, or Division B, the bad one, which we can take a look at now. As you can see, Division A, the top 6 spots there at the end of round robin go straight to playoffs. No questions asked, nice and easy. It's only down at the bottom in 7th and 8th that they need to start worrying about potentially being relegated if you finish there. But Division B is an entirely different story.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that because bottom of Division B, you don't even have to worry about being relegated because it just happens. No time to even discuss it. But I mean, last year we had 2 spots for relegation, and now it's even higher stakes because it's 3 spots. Like you said, the bottom of Division A and the 5th and 6th in Division B will then have to play each other, and the unlucky last person there is going to end up at the 3rd relegation spot. Meanwhile, though, at the top of Division B doesn't necessarily mean you have no shot at playoffs. If you win amongst those 4 people, you could be in contention for the last 2 spots in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a much, much different format this year, and changes that I'm all personally a big fan of myself. I've seen a lot of the pros on Twitter saying as well that, it's really nice to have a unique kind of individual tournament happening each week, and the threat of being in Division B is just ever looming already for these players, given that it's only 3 weeks of the Swiss before we go into the round robin. But if we want to take a look at who is likely to end up in Division A in the round robin, that's going to be players with a lot of points, which means we're going to take a look at our top 8 that we started off with this weekend, all of whom are guaranteed at least the 3 points for coming in top 8. Staz and Kin, unfortunately, who dropped out, will just be taking those 3 points. But Surrender and Chonsu, who moved on to our top 4, who we'll be seeing later today, looking to be in a pretty good spot already.
Yeah, I mean, Chonsu had a very dominant performance throughout this bracket. I believe sweeping Kin 3-0 and managing to take the win against Surrender on day 1. And they're in the decider match. That was such an exciting one because it looked like Kin was ready to take it from Surrender, but Surrender did pull off the reverse sweep to eventually make the Group A winners be an all-Korean result.
It was indeed. It was, I believe, the Galakron Warlock for Kin that just kept falling that little bit short, despite what we thought was some very strong play, constantly trying to cheat out that Galakron as soon as he possibly could. Just didn't come together, and Surrender was able to take the win. But joining these 2 players in our top 4, we're going to move over to Asia Pacific B, which we played yesterday, and the winners ended up being Possessi and Rivius. Possessi having just, honestly, a pretty clean sail through the top bracket there, just looking very, very solid overall.
Definitely his play seemed very solid. I would say though that in the match versus Rivius there were some very, very close spots, and I recommend that anybody who missed the broadcast yesterday check out the VOD and watch out for a certain exotic mount seller and augmented porcupine incident. But over in the elimination match, sadly, it was Glory and Tom who fell and will only be taking 3 points. Still nothing to scoff at. And I also want to mention that I guess we can both admit to this, Dara, a little bit too harsh on Tom's plays and didn't notice some of the lines he was going for. And he actually made a lot of very high level play that we pleb casters did not notice. So sorry, Tom.
Yeah. What do you know? It turns out that a couple of well, I was going to say rank 25, but a couple of bronze 10 casters maybe can't stand up to Tom 60229. I still do think there were a couple of spots that he could have tidied up, even having it explained afterwards, but I agree that his overall game plan definitely felt a lot more solid. And so going into next week, when we get to see him have another go at the Swiss portion, I expect to see good things from him. I really hope we get to see him again in the top 8 so that we can see if the zoo is working out, because if I know anything about Tom, it's that he definitely sticks with his guns, and we'll be probably going with a similar style of deck yet again. But yes, as you can see there, Possessi and Rivius now through to our top 4. We can take a look at the top 4 bracket, what order the matches are going to be happening in today. Once again, all of these players are guaranteed at least 4 points for getting through to the semi-finals. So even if they don't make it to the top, they're still going to be pretty happy. But man, that's 6 points for coming first. That sounds pretty good to me.
It is definitely the lion's share. And what do you know? Whoever does very well here and very well in the round robin could eventually make it to playoffs. And if they do well there, could face off against Lion, the reigning global finals champion. And Chonsu versus Rivius will be our first match of the day, as you mentioned. And these happen to be both of our respective picks to maybe take the whole week 1 championship.
Yeah, we're going with quite different styles there, aren't we? Rivius with a slightly more creative approach to the metagame with his Galakron Priest, the only player bringing it, whereas Chonsu going a little bit more traditional, which I'm usually a bigger fan of. But we'll have to see this out. I think they've both been playing some very solid Hearthstone, and Surrender and Possessi on the other side, also two very, very strong players. It's bit of a dominance already, though, for South Korea. You've got to say they have 3 players now into the top 4. So, I mean, they're not guaranteed a win, of course. Possessi could take it, but they're guaranteed at least 1 player into the final. So I'm sure as a country, they're feeling pretty proud right about now.
Definitely. And I got to say that across the board, I'm not worried about the play level of any of them. They've been looking tip-top shape, no rust or no signs of rust whatsoever, despite us going into the first week of GM after quite a long break. In terms of the lineups, though, while we did mention that Rivius and Chonsu have those opposite strategies that both seem quite solid, at least in terms of the novelty, it's Possessi that we're a little bit worried about in terms of at least the Druid build.
Yeah, there's been discussion on Twitter I've seen floating about as to when you're not playing the Gift of the Wild and Forest Aid, whether you should be playing Kael'thas at all. I know it sounds like heresy to even suggest that you could possibly cut that card, given how infamous it is already. But we'll have to see. I think that Possessi's Druid, like you said, could be his weakness. But that's for a lot later on today. First of all, we're going to have Chonsu versus Rivius. And before that, we're going to take a quick look at a media piece we filmed a little bit earlier, where we got to know some of the Asia-Pacific players a little bit better, and if they could improve anything outside of their Hearthstone skill, what would it be?
마스터. 어떤 아무거나 상관없는 거.
我会选择应该是在炉石上面吧，就是我想炉石玩得更好，就是成为炉石里面最强的人。
That's a new skill.
ハーストーンの話なのかそれ以外の話なのか。
お絵描きの専門家になりたいかなと思います。
English. I choose English. I'm very hope that.
もし何かの専門家になれるとしたら宇宙飛行士の専門家になってちょっと宇宙に飛んでみたいですね。
那我会选择，我希望我的语言能力能更好一点。就最重要的是英文，就是因为我英文不是练得特别好，所以我希望我可以最少可以跟就是我英语可以变得很好，然后跟世界各地的人沟通，跟那个更多人可以交朋友这样。
我应该会选择游泳吧，因为我不会游泳。
저 행글라이더 같은 거 잘 타보고 싶어요. 예전부터 날아다니는 게 꿈이었는데
I have an answer, but how to proper say a woman relationship?
Woman.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, to chase many women.
Great. That's good.
Always nice to see some of the players sharing things they would like to get a little bit better at. It is some of them I would question a little bit more. It's depressing how many people say Hearthstone as well as the thing they would choose to get better at. Maybe they need to broaden their horizons. But,
do you know how much money there is at stake when we get to global finals? I think that's a perfectly solid answer.
Fair enough. I mean, clearly based on yesterday's performance, maybe I should be wishing for the same thing. But either way, up against Rivius. Rivius, a player just treat the fact that Asia Pacific got a little bit homogenous in the meta game. A lot of players bringing the same stuff week in, week out. Rivius was always just innovating, tinkering with his deck list and finding something a little bit spicy to come up with. And that's exactly what he's got for us this week as well.
Yeah, the innovation both from, I guess, an archetype that we didn't see very much at all in the weekend, which is Galakron Priest. We've seen Res Priest and Highlander, but the pure actual full Invoke package is something that's a little bit more unusual. And also just innovation in terms of the tech choices in well-loved and well-represented archetypes. I'm looking at the Druid in particular. He's got that Ysera at the top end there.
He does indeed. It's a pretty cool version of the deck. Ysera was looking very strong indeed, but for Chonsu first, on the other side, we can see the very standard Demon Hunter that's looking, well, completely ubiquitous for the Asia-Pacific region. 16 for 16 players brought some kind of Demon Hunter. The Druid and the Resurrect Priest, fairly standard stuff. I suppose the only kind of top-tier deck that Chonsu opted not to bring was the Galakron Warlock. But the deck that's been banned away for him, somewhat interestingly, is the Warrior, the Bomb Warrior, which really has felt to me like the sleeper hit so far of APAC Grandmasters.
The sleeper hit and brought by all three of the Korean players who made it to top 8, and all three of those players are now playing today in top 4, so it's definitely got something good going on for it. And I do imagine that, you know, of course, within one region, the players will be more likely to practice with each other, so I do think that they put their heads together coming up with at least the archetype, if not the entire list. And if they're banning it out of respect, then they also know just how strong the power level actually is.
Very, very true. Also a big fan of Chonsu's Druid list that we see there, cutting one Savage Roar, one Rising Winds in favor of Gift of the Wild and Forest Aid compared to the Japanese players' lists in Glory and Possessi. I think just gives it a little bit more late game power that you need to be able to fight back against the control decks. But for Rivius on the other side, man, we're talking about Warrior being targeted, or at least targeted for a ban, and that's happened again. Rivius has had his Warrior targeted on the other side, leaving him with just Priest, Demon Hunter, and Druid, same as Chonsu.
Yeah, I can understand the reasoning behind it, because it seems like the Warrior is pretty much as aggressive as Demon Hunter in terms of the damage it can put out in the early game and really sustain that into the late game, on top of also having the package to control the board and gain a lot of armor. So it feels like it's in a good spot against basically everything else that they brought. The priests are quite slow, and the bombs I could see that running them over. They've got the removal of small Demon Hunter minions, and they've got the removal to deal with Druid boards. So I understand Warrior not being seen at all for this series, although it is a little bit sad.
Yes, it is. It's a deck that I really enjoy watching people play. I think Warrior, in general, is a very difficult deck to play at the moment, with all the combos that can be achieved with a Risky Skipper, Armorsmith, Battle Rage, drawing a million cards, and all that goodness. But before we get into that, we're going to have to go with the Priest and the Demon Hunter here for Chonsu. Rivius has the combo Demon Hunter, whereas as you can see, Chonsu has the more standard tempo Demon Hunter. If I had to guess, I would say that Chonsu would much prefer to have the OTK combo variant here, because if there's one thing that Rivius's Priest has proven to be good at, it's keeping up with the aggro decks very well.
And I would definitely agree with that. He is running the full AoE package, you might say, in terms of the double Breath of the Infinite, double Holy Nova, and double Plague of Death. And I just noticed that Chonsu is rocking the 1000 win portrait of Demon Hunter, which like I'm pretty sure no one's achieved that yet. Like actually achieved that. That is the super account with all the portraits unlocked.
Well, players are getting really close, because I know that Elephanti, a player who's been grinding an incredible amount of Demon Hunter on Europe, he was at 500 wins days ago. But I think there was because I don't know if they didn't expect anyone to get that far. I think there was a slight issue where it froze at 499. He couldn't actually get up to 500 because, yeah, I mean, well, who thinks that people like that exist? But people really like themselves some Demon Hunter, that is for sure.
And going back into the game, Chonsu had a pretty premium start. Battlefield into the mini muster for battle, we might call it. And Rivius had a pretty good curve to begin with. We saw him actually three-peat the cards, which we didn't get to discuss much, but I found that a little bit surprising that playing minions on curve definitely doesn't keep up with the quality of the minions that the Demon Hunter would produce. Instead, you're probably rather looking for Breath of the Infinite.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think just keeping a 1-drop at the very least, though, is perfectly fine. And with Madame Lazul, you're fairly likely to find something like a maybe a Twin Slice and Altruist that you can use to clear the board yourself anyway. But the really funny thing for me is for Rivius is that he played he got Evil Conscriptor off of Disciple of Galakrond, and then he got Evil Conscriptor off the Faceless Lackey that he generated off of the Evil Conscriptor. So he's generating a ridiculous amount of value here and pulling himself way into the lead with that Apotheosis as well.
That was an incredible pull, managing to even take a value trade. It'll keep him healthy, just basically negating the damage. But Chonsu, with the second Umbra Wing draw, is also in a pretty good spot. You can keep extending here. It generally gets to the point as Demon Hunter when you know that the matchup is not exactly that good, where you're just saying, make them have the Holy Nova, make them have the Breath of the Infinite. If it's not there, you're in a great spot.
Or make them have the Waste Warden. Look at this, 3 demons on the board. Blast them out. Obviously, there's still a little bit of attack on the board, but I've got to be honest, that looks pretty juicy to me.
It does indeed. And Chonsu, I mean, it's getting to turn 5 already, and he can play. Okay, that definitely looks better than Metamorphosis. I was gonna say he can play Metamorphosis or go for it, some type of board development with Satyr Overseer, but the Glaive Bound Adept off the top, definitely the best option. He can remove the 3/3 without having to sacrifice his minions and continue developing.
Question is, does he go for double Twin Slice in addition? Oh, he's going for neither.
Interesting. I think this is pretty indicative of a read from Chonsu's perspective that if you're playing Waste Warden on 5, when you would much rather have played Breath of the Infinite or Holy Nova, perhaps it is not there in hand, and he takes this opportunity to just, once again, make Rivius have it.
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, it doesn't put more attack on the board. It actually puts 1 less attack on the board. I guess it's attack that's less vulnerable to Shadow or Death, I suppose. He's running those in the deck. Or a Time Rip, I guess, as well, yeah. Not completely convinced.
Me neither. Maybe there's a specific minion he was thinking about how it would line up better into. For the moment, Chonsu does have the next few turns kind of planned out. It's going to be some type of Glaive Bound Adept this turn. Whether he wants to use Second Slice or just Hero Power. I do like using the Slice so you can also develop the Battle Mage. And then it rolls into a great turn 7 where you can Hero Power, Metamorphosis, Hero Power again.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations for Chonsu where you are quite clearly saying, all right, if you've got the Soul Mirror, brilliant, you've won the board. But he still has an out of just going for pure face damage and hope that that gets there if he gets a Warglaives of Azzinoth later on.
And pretty good recognition from Chonsu there that he didn't even have to commit the 1 damage into the minion.
Yep.
Because the Lackey would only have been able to damage the Glaive Bound down to 3 health, which is still surviving a lot of the AoE breakpoints. Unfortunately for him though, Rivius had the best AoE for that situation. But now Chonsu can turn on the Metamorphosis, make Rivius have the healing, and for now it's just a renew and the hero power.
That can turn around very quickly, though. If there's one thing this deck does well, it is healing. There's a Santa of Water Bearer in the deck. Obviously, this could discover more healing. That's not more healing, though.
So now the Shield of Galakron prevents at least the hero power or some type of weapon going for face, but he still has to worry about the second charge off of the Metamorphosis, and Chonsu does have a guaranteed 2 draws off of the Outcast.
Okay, Glavebound next turn it's going to have to be, but that's okay.
Now the question is, where does he send this mini fireball? Going into the minion does make sense because, for one, it technically puts him ahead on board. So in the best case scenario, which he does have to hope for from this spot, the Battle Fiend might also still be able to go face. And then the Glavebound Twin Slice would deal the 5 that the Metamorphosis would have done anyway.
Yeah, that's right. It opens up so many more draws as well to get lethal. We're looking at all of a sudden the Warglaves of Azzinoth, Chaos Strike, anything like that that can be used to just ramp up the damage that little bit more.
We are all bound to fate.
So Rivius starting by discounting his whole hand, pretty much a free Fate Weaver play. And even gains him some more mana. The Breath of the Infinite gonna clear off Chonsu's immediate threats.
He could go for like, because he really wants to save mana to heal his face, so he could go Cool Tyran Champion as well. Or Cool Tyran Chaplain, sorry.
It does look like it is slipping a bit away from Chonsu here. Take a quick look at the deck list and see what kind of other burst he can scrounge together, because this will be the second Glavebound and the Metamorphosis has been used.
Yeah, so in terms of outs, we are looking at
Warglaves.
Warglaves is just going to be that little bit short, but it could deliver a 2-turn lethal,
Perhaps.
I suppose.
And there's also Kane, at the very least. That is a charge minion. And technically Altruist, but I'm having a hard time seeing some type of Altruist lethal come together without at least a Skull of Gul'dan giving him more ammo. And with the Madame Lazul for 1 card, Rivius now also just has perfect information.
Yeah, it's kind of funny here how Rivius could potentially go for a all face, play the Frenzied Felwing, and then have gone for Skull of Gul'dan on the same turn, but given that he had no other easy way of killing off the Glavebound Adept, it does make sense to just clear it off like that.
There's Altruist. For Rivius though, I mean, ideally for him, he wanted to find a way to both remove the Glavebound and set up a guaranteed 2-turn lethal, but it looks like he's still going to be a little bit short. Chonsu could have a little bit more time to draw into either Skull or Glaves or Kane.
He's got a lot of good cards in his deck. It's 2 more Skulls. I believe there's a second Spectral Sight in there as well. Even a Sightless Watcher maybe is not too slow and could get there.
I wonder a little bit about him using the Altruist on specifically that turn. Do you think he could have waited to get a little more juice out of it? Granted, in most cases, it is just 1 more prop.
Right, and I think the thing is, if he hits a card like Skull of Gul'dan, he's hit Skull of Gul'dan anyway, he's probably in a pretty good spot, and I think going for it there probably bought him the extra turn he needed to try and find that the turn after. But whatever he's going to find, it does have to be right now. Sightless Watcher off the top is not going to do it, and that does mean that Rivius takes the win up against the Demon Hunter. And we were talking about this yesterday, Gia, how the overall lineup for Rivius does feel, if not entirely dedicated to this strategy, a consideration he definitely had at the very least was targeting this Demon Hunter with Combo Demon Hunter, which is a fantastic matchup. Galakron Priest, which from what we've seen there looks like a pretty fantastic matchup, as well as the Warrior, which got banned, and even the Druid to an extent. I think if he can keep beating this Demon Hunter, that's probably Rivius' best chance of taking the series.
Yeah, we definitely saw him not give it the ban in many series. I believe it was only against specifically Tom, where he ended
Right.
up banning the Demon Hunter, and we weren't completely clear on the reasoning for that yet, other than us just conjecturing that Tom's remaining decks maybe didn't seem scary enough to Rivius,
Yeah.
as they were all a little bit unusual as well.
Yeah, you got to remember, even if you're trying to target a deck, Demon Hunter is probably the best deck in the game at the moment. So you got to be always cautious about trying to go for that. It's sort of a double-edged sword with targeting in Conquest, because the deck you're most likely to face is also the deck you're most likely to lose to, because it's probably the best deck in the metagame at the moment. But it's starting off very well at the very least for Rivius. He's now only got his Demon Hunter and his Druid remaining behind. And the Demon Hunter in particular, although he has lost to aggro Demon Hunter so far this weekend in that matchup, I think is a really nice way to get things going.
And I do remember that specific matchup against Possessi, was it? Where Rivius, if he had survived that one turn, we were saying he would look to be in a very incredible position, but Possessi top decked exactly the Twin Slice, which is what he needed to close out the game in that very small window. So I don't necessarily think that Rivius would feel too bad about doing that matchup again. I think that the numbers still favor him and that his play has definitely been backing that up.
Well, we'll have to see after we get into the rest of the series. We're going to have a short break first, but then will it be the Demon Hunter for Rivius or the Druid? We'll have to find out right after this. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters here for the Asia Pacific region. It's Sunday, which means we are finding out who our champion for the first week of Swiss is going to be for all 3 regions as well, not just here in Asia Pacific. Once we find out who it is here a little bit later on today, we're going to send you straight over to Europe and then the Americas at the end of the day. So there's a whole full day of Hearthstone coming up. And the first series of the day is still going on. It's Chonsu versus Rivius. And as we were saying, Rivius off to a very, very nice start there by getting the win against the aggro tempo Demon Hunter from Chonsu. And now I think Chonsu is switching things up a little bit with his game plan. He's not going back on the Demon Hunter straight away.
Yeah, they are now reversing classes, as it turns out. Chonsu will now be queuing up his Priest, which is more on the Resurrect side, not really running any invokes for Galakron. Whereas Rivius also has a different archetype on the Demon Hunter, which is the OTK version. And yet again, it feels like Rivius is in a pretty strong spot. I will say, though, that the Res Priest runs quite a few taunts in the deck. And Rivius is cutting Kane from his OTK version. So it might be a little bit difficult to actually ship that hero power damage face.
I feel like this is one of the matchups that people aren't necessarily sure whether it's super favored. Or on the exact percentages of what the matchup may be. But the one thing I think everyone can agree on is that for the Demon Hunter, this matchup is really, really difficult to play. It's such a fine line you have to be able to strike between, when do you throw down your Kael'thas for the big turn? Do you do it earlier than you might usually do because you're afraid of taunts later on? Or do you go for it right at the end of the game when they've gone for a huge board of all their taunts and then you can Altruist out the way? How do you use your consume magic as well to try and silence off those taunts? You've only got 2 of them in your deck. There's no Kane either for Rivius, which makes things even harder. I think Rivius may be in a bit of a tough spot here, but if he pilots it to the best of his ability, then at the very least, we're going to be in for a very good game.
Yeah, and already you made up that point about the consume magic, and it looks kind of tempting just here so you can immediately get the outcast effect, but it seems like Rivius is prioritizing making sure that it lands onto a taunt minion that he'll need to get out of the way later, or perhaps maybe saving it for just more value off of something like Altruist. I even also want to point out the timing of mana burn could also be very important because Priest definitely has these specific mana breakpoints where they want to do their powerful things. The AoE comes to mind, maybe not so much in the OTK Demon Hunter matchup, but also just summoning specific minions, the Kartut Defender being a big one.
That's a great point, because the actual amount of hard removal in this Priest deck is pretty much non-existent, actually. No Shadow of Death, no Time Rip, despite the Galakron being in there. So their kind of hardest piece of removal is the Plague of Death right at the end of the deck. And if you're going for a mana burn on turn 10, that's all of a sudden unplayable. Maybe your Kael'thas sticks. It's a very, very difficult matchup to pilot.
And we do see Rivius play the first mana burn, maybe more so of a priority to make the I-Beam cheap enough to get the nice removal onto the Albatross. But I guess it also had that nice side benefit of if Chonsu had Convincing Infiltrator, for example, in hand, it would not be playable this turn.
Really weird spot in terms of the Outcast as well, because for Rivius, now that he's found Skull of Gul'dan on the right-hand side, he's still in with a chance of being able to play it from the right. But it's looking like he might actually have to play it from the left now with the Chaos Strike found. He just drew another card there off the Novice Engineer. But if he wants to do that for the Outcast effect, he's going to have to play a Consume Magic, which is 1 less silence that's gone for the end of the game. So maybe we're just going to see him throw down Skull of Gul'dan, but just draw 3 cards.
Oof, it sounds like not a very nice prospect. And the Bad Luck Albatross, the keep from Chonsu into drawing the second one and then reviving another one with Psychopath is very annoying for Rivius, for any OTK deck, really, because it just takes you that much longer to get to your important cards. And we see Rivius tossing out the other silence card. So that's already his answers for taunts down the drain. I'm pretty sure Chonsu is not too sad about this outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rivius has the Skull of Gul'dan able to be Outcast next turn, which is fantastic. That's always what you want to do. But he's used a Twin Slice, a Coin, 2 Mana Burns, a Consume Magic. These are a lot of premium cheap spells to combo with Kael'thas later on in the game, he may find himself just without the necessary cards to even play these inner demons later on in the game.
And going back to Chonsu's turn, he made the play really quick of just going for Holy Nova when he had actually a pretty clean turn to just play Galakrond and get it developed. But I think he realizes that in this matchup, the original Priest Hero power is much better than generating random minions. Maybe not 100% better, but if you can just outlast the burn from the Demon Hunter, it seems better than trying to dig for specifically taunts off of the random minion.
But speaking of outlasting the burn, it's looking like that may not necessarily be possible. If Rivius finds himself the second Twin Slice, he is looking at a staggering amount of damage already at this point in the game.
Yeah, and Chonsu, we were talking about taunts, but he just hasn't drawn any of them. And even though he's got a bunch of minions in the res pool, they're pretty much all albatrosses. And Rivius, he's got the juice. It's just how much damage is this right now? Is Short being able to play both inner demons, because that's already the second half of the Twin Slice in hand, I believe.
Yeah, you definitely start with a Chaos Strike. It still leaves you the option to go Kael'thas if you need to, but I have the suspicion that it's not quite worth it yet, and Rivius seems to agree. Skull of Gul'dan onto the top. That looks pretty good to me.
Indeed it does. Is there any argument for taking, say, I-Beam to be just another cheap spell for Kael'thas if he's looking to just end the game immediately?
There's definitely some consideration for it, right?
Because then he can go for 4 cheap spells, meaning 2 free inner demons.
So that's what, 16 damage, 18 with the weapon, 23 with the new hero power as well. Which is not... Oh no, wait, which is actually looking like it would be lethal unless Chonsu is able to heal.
Right.
So maybe he did just go for the I-Beam.
Yeah.
If he did, he'll be happy.
And Rivius will be very happy to see this. Not a single taunt, and the way Chonsu talked about him. Oh, okay. So now how much damage is this? With the hero power, surely it still gets there, right? Maybe not 100%. So there's 6 on board, 11 with the hero power, 12 with the Twin Slice, and 20 with 1 inner demon. So he's actually a bit short now, lacking the 4th cheap spell. So, I mean, this is caster vision. The I-Beam would have been the pick, but maybe Rivius was expecting some type of removal onto his board or a taunt minion and went for the more consistent weighted out play of the spell.
He wouldn't have had mana to go for the hero power as well, right? Because he would have had to have gone 2 mana spell plus 1 mana
you're right. But would the hero power have been needed at that point?
If these minions had stuck around, yes, but he couldn't have necessarily relied on the minions sticking around because it could have been a Plague of Death to come down. So I think for Rivius, having worked through the actual discrete numbers, it was probably the correct decision that he went for.
I can definitely see that. I mean, we're not saying that the I-Beam was the correct choice there, just that in this particular situation, it may or may not have won.
I think it would have won the game here, but on average, obviously it's a different discussion.
Yes. And of course, Skull of Gul'dan just, in many other situations, just gives you the juice to more likely close out the game in the following turns. And he still found the lethal anyway.
Yeah. He just gets it anyway. Just a little bit of extra damage that he needed to be able to close out the game. We were talking about averages, whether or not, he should have gone for this, should have gone for that. Turns out, Skull of Gul'dan is just a pretty powerful card. And Altruist for the 2 extra damage needed to close out the game. Man, Rivius is looking really, really strong. Obviously, none of the taunts came into play there for Chonsu. And the Albatrosses ended up being, really just an annoyance more than anything else to Rivius. Maybe you couldn't even call them that. He was just sailing on with his game plan very, very happily and was able to come to a not entirely expected necessarily, but very welcome win.
Yeah, very well played from Rivius there, realizing that the Skull, with Kael'thas in hand, even though it looks like an expensive spell, it pretty much can just do everything that the I-Beam option would have given him and more, given that you just draw something cheap off of it. So good recognition there. And the matchup did look very one-sided on the OTK Demon Hunters end, but I'm curious how the average pan out actually works because, again, we didn't see any taunts from Chonsu. And the no Kane version, maybe in more situations, would struggle.
Yeah, it's definitely not the standard way people are building it. Kane seems to have found its way into most of the builds, but the Demon Hunter is now out of the way for Rivius, so we don't have to worry about that. Instead, we're going to take a look at his final remaining deck here in this best of 5. It is going to be the Druid for him here with that. You already know it's coming, a signature Rivius twist on the deck. Ysera Unleashed. I had never seen this put into the recent builds of Spell Druid until Rivius brought it this weekend. And the one time we did see it come down, it just locked out the game. It wasn't even close.
It was an absolute powerhouse, and we were talking about just our very, very pleb ideas of maybe putting in Zephyrus out. I mean, at the end of the deck gives you some flexibility because you're drawing so much. But yeah, Ysera just does that a lot better. It uses all your mana for that turn, and just if you have few cards left in your deck, you're bound to summon more of the dragons consistently. And going white on board is exactly what this Druid wants to do. So he's actually gone the opposite direction, I would say, from what our Japanese players in the top 8 have done. Possessi and Glory cutting the top end in order for more Savage Roars to be included. Now Rivius is instead cutting some of that burst, and I believe one Mount Seller to be able to play Ysera.
Yeah, to be fair though, I still think that Rivius Lists is quite well balanced. It definitely hasn't gutted all of the anti-aggro potential. It's still got double Crystal Power, double Wrath, even a Starfall as kind of bonus removal, which is a very powerful card against the Demon Hunter when, as we keep talking about, pretty much all their minions have 2 health. Starfall is a fantastic card.
Not to mention, very good tech in the mirror, definitely game-defining in many situations. And we already saw from Rivius's mulligan that he is prioritizing removal there. He kept the Moonfire and the Crystal Power to try and keep up, or not really keep up, but just survive the early onslaught from Chonsu's Temple Demon Hunter.
A little bit of an awkward hand for Chonsu, it's got to be said. Obviously, the 1-2 curve is fantastic, but both Spectral Sights being sandwiched in the middle of the hand between Altruist and the Warglaives, neither of which you really want to play at this point, or have the ability to play. So I think we saw him pick the Satyr off the top, which is something that he could play down on this turn with a hero power as well. Oof,
that is quite a nice aggressive push. A top deck. I mean, in theory, let's say he drew something unplayable this turn, let's say Skull. Would you ever tempo the Outcast, the Altruist there?
Well, he knew that he was going to top deck it because he played Sightless Watcher last turn. But I mean, if he hadn't had that, I suppose... I think actually probably not. I think it's too valuable against Druid. He'd probably just play Spectral Sight to draw for 1.
It's true. I mean, it is the only way really for Tempo Demon Hunter and not OTK Demon Hunter to clear a board full of Glowflies. But having used the coin there is pretty expensive for Chonsu because he can't just play a nice and easy Warglaives on this turn. But hey, the top deck, I guess the last one doesn't really count as a top deck, of course. But this one gives him something to do. Frozen Shadow Weaver, a new neutral card. There's actually quite a lot of neutral cards in Outland seeing play in top decks.
Yeah, it really feels like part of the new design philosophy. It was the same case in Descent of Dragons as well. They're just really beefing up the stats on the neutral minions, which I'm a huge fan of. Much more interesting to play and build. But top deck of Frenzied Fellwing there for Chonsu is huge. Rivius is praying. You can just see, please don't get the second the strike. But because he messed up the order, Chonsu now can't clear the board.
Right, and we see him head in hands. If he had gone at face with his minions first in the Fellwing for 0 mana instead first as an Outcast proc for Altruist, then the Glowflies would have been cleared. It. Yeah.
He just realized.
That's a disaster.
Rivius had his hands together praying that Hearthstone wouldn't mess him over, but it turns out Chonsu himself just gave Rivius what looks like the game. I mean, he doesn't have the buffs in hand, so he can't win on this turn. But what just went from a disaster for Rivius has just put him in the driving seat. He's winning now.
It does seem so, and now if you're Chonsu, you've got to make a decision and, you know, suck it up. You made a mistake, but now what's the best spot you can possibly put yourself in? And it is to ship some of that damage face. Rivius now can take control with some type of Soul of the Forest play, I would assume.
Yeah.
Just trade off the board, consolidate what's left.
It's so brutal. It's a situation I've been in myself so many times where you just think, okay, you draw first. It's a meme in Hearthstone where people say, oh, tap last, by the way, drawing last. You get mocked for doing it that way around. But in that particular instance for Chonsu, correct Hearthstone play in the traditional sense was his undoing.
And you can see the effect it has on him, because the last game of the series, if it is indeed a loss for Chonsu, and that's it for the day, because we are not playing a double elimination bracket on Sundays, we're just playing single elims, and this could have been that just possibly lost Chonsu up to 2 points in Swiss.
And it really just shows how brutal things can be at the top level of Hearthstone. 2 days he played. He sailed through the winners bracket on Friday and got here. And it turns out that just one mistake may be what costs him the game. Maybe not. Maybe he can still take the win with the Warglaves of Azzinoth. But it's looking to me like Rivius may just be able to take this one.
Right. As long as Rivius puts another beefy taunt in the way, I'm looking at the Mount Seller, and that's just not enough for the Warglaves. I mean, the Warglaves is not enough to push through that, and then Chonsu will not get there. Although, good on Chonsu for recognizing from this spot where he must be incredibly tilted that shipping his hero power face is the best chance he's got at winning the game now. Wait a second.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Baiting it out. Yeah, I think he was trying to draw as much as possible to find overflow for the next turn, so that he can heal up just in case. And now, if we see...
Chonsu still has a chance, right? With a draw of Twin Slice, for example, could attack both tree ends.
Yep.
Go face, and he has the other half of the Metamorphosis. And that's not it, though. I mean, imagine...
So if Spectral Sight into Twin Slice, it's not lethal because he'd need the hero power.
Yeah. So does he have the other Twin Slice left, perhaps, if it's exactly those two?
I think if it's exactly double Twin Slice.
Yes. And we see that's not it. And granted, I don't think that would have been a very fair way to win the game.
Yeah.
Granted.
Actually, the other out for him there, sorry, at the start of the turn was also Glaive-bound Adept. He could have gone here, swing with the hero power, or sorry, go for the Metamorphosis hero power, swing with his regular hero power, and then play the Glaive-bound Adept face. But either way, none of that matters now in a devastating final game there for Chonsu. Really just out of character for him, to be perfectly honest. It does mean that Rivius is going to be sweeping this series 3-0 right out the gate, and he is our first finalist for today.
And I have to say, I mean, part of me is happy because I did tag him as my favorite to win this, but man, that must be such a heartbreaker for Chonsu, because we were saying before today's matches even started that he's one of the fastest players in APAC. Maybe it helps once in a while rein it back a little bit and take the time to consider the turn. Of course, it happens to everyone. It's bound to happen at some point if you're playing at that speed, and yeah, hopefully he can just get his mental state back together for next week.
We'll have to hope so. It's not all doom and gloom for him, though. Getting through to top 4, he does still get those 4 points in this first week of Swiss, which is a very, very big deal. You know, compare that to the players down at the bottom who are getting 1. He's already 4 times better than they are, and very likely still to get through to Division A once the round robin kicks about. But for Rivius, he really is the man of the hour right now, and I mean, targeting that Demon Hunter is looking like a very strong strategy. He clearly had a very good time going through the Swiss, even though we didn't get to see that. And there against Chonsu, you know, you can call it a blunder, but at the end of the day, he did still beat the Demon Hunter twice in that series very convincingly.
Yeah, perhaps in most panouts, maybe the Demon Hunter would have gone through the Druid, but of course, the rest of Chonsu's lineup would also have to try and beat what Rivius had to offer. And I do think that build of Druid from Rivius could be making its way to close to the optimal list. I really just like this Ysera inclusion, no bias.
Yeah, I think it's really, really cool at the very least. But let's hop over to the bracket now to see what is coming up later on in the day. Now that we've said goodbye to Chonsu, sadly, it does mean Rivius is moving on to the finals. He will be playing later today against either Possessi or Surrender. That's going to be our next match. The winner will go on to face Rivius. The loser, sadly, will be leaving with just 4 points. But as you said, it's not that bad. And at the very least, I think it's going to be a really exciting game of Hearthstone.
For sure, and sadly we only have 3 matches today, guys, and you did say we have a full day of Hearthstone, and I think this is actually probably watchable in one sitting now to go through all the regions. I mean, you'd still have to be a little bit degen like myself to watch that much Hearthstone in a row, but now it is just single elimination in the top 4, and it really does feel like a bona fide tournament every single week, which I do love about this new and improved Grandmasters format.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting stuff. And so, moving over to my new deck list, Surrender versus Possessi. Getting my headset back over to these players. Surrender feels like he had, similar to the other Korean players that we have here this weekend, the cornerstone of his strategy, or at least the signature twist, the warrior. That's what they realized that maybe some of the other players didn't quite clock onto, in my opinion at least. That is a very, very strong addition to their lineup. Druid and Demon Hunter is just very strong in its own right. But then the Mage, the Highlander Mage, which has been, in my opinion, a little bit lackluster, but Surrender still thought it was worth bringing over, say, a Warlock or a Priest.
Yeah, indeed. If we compare his lineup to Chonsu's and Rivius's, and we're assuming that they've had at least a little bit of practice together as a group, he's the only one out of the 3 that decided to bring Mage, whereas the other 2 thought that Priest of one archetype or another was a better bring. So now it is, I guess it does remain to be seen how the Mage performs overall, because on day 1, we had a large amount of mirrors, and now in the top 4 this is the only Mage remaining, so it's gotta go as a field where not everyone has a box.
Yeah, can't pretend to be overly upset about that one. That was getting a little bit fatiguing towards the end of the day, seeing that much explosiveness happening. I can only take so much in a single sitting. But here for Possessi on the other side, he's got much more standard stuff, I think it's fair to say. Druid, Demon Hunter, Warlock, just the 3 top decks at the moment. I think if you were to ask your average Hearthstone player on Twitter at the moment, they would be saying, yeah, that's what you want to bring to a tournament. And then for the 4th deck, we have just a straight up Galakron Rogue here, not a Highlander variant that we've seen from some of the other players like Tom60229. It is just the sort of old school Galakron Rogue with the new secret package thrown in. What's your opinion of that? How are you feeling about this secret rogues that you're seeing knocking about at the moment?
That's right. Well, if we talk about pure secret rogue, I am not a fan. If we're talking about Galakron rogue, though, it's definitely still a strong archetype, I would say. I mean, we've seen Skull of Gul'dan draw a lot of ire from the players of Hearthstone, no matter what level they are, just because of how strong the draw and discount effect is. Well, Rogue was doing that first. Wondrous Wand, Heist Baron, Togwaggle, and Galakron himself were able to just do a lot of scamming, I would say, for rogues. And now they've got that new bag of tricks in terms of the secret package. I'm not exactly sure how this actually skews its consistency. Does it make it better in the early game, or does it make it a lot clunkier? Because if you draw the secrets without Hanar or Hanar without the secrets, it does just seem to have a lot more dead hand potential. But overall, I do just like the choice to bring Galakron Rogue as an archetype.
I agree, and I think it's really interesting actually that you bring up the idea of full-on secret rogue, because there's not actually that many secret synergy cards introduced in Ashes of Outland, and Possessi has all of them. He's got the full suite of secrets, plus Hanar, and the Blackjack Stunners thrown in there as well, which I think most players would argue is a little bit overkill, given that it's, I think, generally considered that Bamboozle is the best of the new rogue secrets, and then maybe like Ambush second and Dirty Tricks just in 3rd place, although I'm sure there's some dispute amongst that. But it does improve the consistency of the secret package, if nothing else. You're going to be drawing more secrets, which in general are not especially powerful cards in Hearthstone on their own, but it means you're unlikely to draw Hanar without one of the secrets. I think personally, I would prefer to see some of the more traditionally powerful Galakron Rogue cards thrown in there in place of a couple of the secrets. But Possessi has been playing some very, very good Hearthstone the last few days, so I'm willing to defer to him on this one.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And what he's cut, I guess, is some of the removal options from Galakrond Rogue that we were seeing in previous metas, like Sap, Eviscerate. Eviscerate did have that face damage, but ever since the removal of Leroy, we've seen Rogue be less about trying to go for one big Leroy Shadow Step Eviscerate turn. Now they're just trying to make sure that on the turn when they draw their 0-cost cards, they just grab a hold of the board and never let it go. So it remains to be seen whether the secrets actually help it in the early game, but there's definitely a lot of potential there. And I can't wait to see how Rogue just as a class evolves in the coming weeks, because I do think it should be seeing more representation than it currently has in GM.
I definitely agree, especially as the nerfs come at some point as well. Maybe that will improve the standing of Rogue after Demon Hunter takes a little bit of a hit. But it's interesting you bring up the effect of Leroy as well, because the effects of that card moving to the Hall of Fame have been so significant. The entire bedrock of Hearthstone feels like it's been shifted. And I think because of that, going off your point that Rogue is a lot less of a damage deck at the moment, I kind of wonder if it should be Highlander should be the way to go instead, that just runs a few more big threatening minions like Siamat and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, instead of this version that's a little bit more low curving.
And I would love to go on and on about Rogue, because there is a lot to be said about Ender, especially since somebody else did bring it this week, Tom. And he apparently regrets the bring, at least as a companion to Zoo, but we can get into that later, as now the first match is Possessi's Druid with quite a choice opening hand up against Surrender's Mage, which we were worried about.
So as for Possessi here, I'd have to say that, before we even take a look at the Mage hand, the Druid hand is just looking completely insane. Fungal Fortunes, as long as it doesn't discard, taking a look at his list, both of the exotic mount sellers, which, we've seen stuff like that happen already this weekend. There's been a lot of minions being drawn off of it. I definitely like Possessi's shot going into it here, even if we have been consistently critical of his Druid.
It is true. We're critical of the build, but the draws of this hand, that looks just about as good as it gets for an opener. Although Surrender's hand does have at least a little bit of mid-game going for it, but we already see our very favorite emotive player, at least in APAC. I do believe we're going to be seeing a lot of looking to the left and the right and the head shaking, and possibly even the infamous slow clap once Surrender sees what's in store for him with Possessi's curve.
Yeah. Well, at the very least for the moment, he doesn't have anything to be too upset about. Fungal Fortunes obviously is a nice draw for the Druid to have, but nothing exploding off the board quite yet.
And we can already see that Surrender has at least a turn 3, 4, 5 option. He has Zephyrus at some point if he needs more removal. Malygos can, of course, maybe offer the Arcane Explosion upgrade, which lines up pretty well against Glowflies. And then Rolling Fireball in and of itself is also removal. But with all of those options, I still don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with what Possessi can offer. However, we do know that this is the list that's cutting the Forest Aid. And as of now, there's no overflow to really take advantage of the Kael'thas.
Yeah. I've got to be honest, I'm actually not hating Surrender's chances here, especially with the Dragon Caster that was picked up off the top there. I suppose the main thing he's considering now is whether or not he makes a big Edwin, because he could, of course, go coin Zephyrus, and then it would offer him Edwin, and he could get a 6/6 there. But I think in the end, I agree actually here. You just want to go with the Water Elemental. It still has 6 health.
Exactly.
The 3 attack versus 6 doesn't matter too much.
I completely agree with that reasoning. I mean, we did talk about that before. Maybe Mage's game plan against these token druids is to freeze the board and try and race them. But I don't know if Surrender's hand necessarily lends him to being able to do that. He does have the Alexstrasza, but none of the freeze effects. So it looks like he's going for more of a just get the board while he can right now and prepare for the worst type of game plan. So now Possessi has the overflow. He's got the Glowflies. It's just a matter of the timing of Kael'thas. And we've talked about the all-important waiting for 7 mana before you go off with Kael'thas, because it just makes it so much more powerful to have the Iron Barks and Bog Beams as 0 mana spells.
Is it ever a ramp turn here instead? Because I think the main thing that Possessi wants to set up here is Glowfly plus Soul of the Forest.
True.
And, you know, he doesn't even need Kael'thas to do that. He just needs 9 mana, which he could get next turn by ramping.
My people are addicted to it.
I mean, it's a very good point, but it probably would be floating a lot of mana, and if Surrender, say, had some type of Frost Nova play, he suddenly gets locked out, unable to do anything onto the board except draw, and at that point, he would be overdrawing, I think. So instead, Possessi is choosing to commit the Kael'thas without Overflow, though. It's a bit interesting, the way he's gone for it.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I was definitely anticipating to just see the
What to do?
Glowfly without the Kael'thas on that turn. It's kind of tough though, because he wants to dump cards to make room for Overflow next turn, obviously, because he wants to find the exotic Mount Seller as soon as he possibly can. And I guess actually, again, you know, I was saying at the start of the day, there's been talk that Possessi's version of the deck that doesn't run Gift of the Wild and Forest's Aid, Kael'thas isn't even that overbearingly powerful in it, in which case, you know, maybe just throwing it down a little bit more aggressively is fine.
He did create a very awkward board state for the mage to deal with, because if you use Blizzard, the Kael'thas stays alive. If you use Rolling Fireball, it doesn't deal with many of the Glowflies without additional traits. And he's achieved now pulling out a lot of resources from Surrender's hand, while still maintaining a pretty strong, and he can still use the Soul of the Forest on this.
Do you think it's the Soul of the Forest turn and not just an Overflow?
Well, he is starting with Wrath, unless he expects to get exactly an Innervate out of this.
I mean, I was thinking he could just go for like double trade, maybe even like 4 trades, clear up the board, leave himself with a 2-1, and then go for Overflow, because I think like far and away the most powerful thing he can do in the next few turns is exotic Mount Seller.
I think that's fair, but isn't it also quite powerful to just have 2 layers of a board? Right now, granted, like one of the minions gets traded away by the Dragon Caster, but it's close. If he had one of the 2 Savage Lords in the deck in hand, I would advocate more heavily for the Soul of the Forest. Right now, though, I wonder. Because it does look like that's how the turn's going to end up. He's just going to go for Soul there. He's just debating now whether he wants to Hero Power or Cycle on the Overconfident Orc. And
really
on Hero Power.
spot. Because this board is the awkward spot that has been found here for Possessi is, you know, yes, he has a Soul of the Forest stuck on his board, and as I was saying, that's what you want to do. But the difference between 4 and 7 minions on the board, or even 6, is huge. You're just not dealing that much damage anymore. Surrender doesn't have to clear this board to stay alive.
It's true. I mean, it's a very tricky line to walk, because having actually these smaller minions and the soul on them actually makes Blizzard worse for Surrender, because they're not frozen, they're dead, and then the death rattles can immediately attack. Whereas a freeze would have completely locked out a theoretical exotic Mount Seller board. But Surrender still doesn't know what's in Possessi's hand. He knows there are 2 Savage Lords in the list, so he might be forced to actually overcommit onto these Glowflies instead.
So how does he do that then? Is it Zephyrus plus Consecration? Or does he just
Holy
go
Nova.
with... sorry, even better, Holy Nova, of course.
Yeah.
Or Bone Wraith, I suppose. Like, Bone Wraith is pretty well statted at the moment.
So if you go Bone Wraith and then Zephyrus, it probably gives you... Does it give you Flame Strike for the next turn, possibly? But yeah, Vaxa will be an option. I am not completely sure of this, but it does look like he's going for the Holy Nova option. We didn't quite get to see the choices there, but I'm glad we at least mentioned one that was possible. And now...
And you have to imagine now we're leading into an Overflow, right? I guess there's still the potential for going for a Glowfly plus Wrath to take some stuff out. So
well, the Glowfly now just... Yeah, the Glowfly now just seems a little bit too fragile without either a buff or the Soul of the Forest.
But I wonder if Possessi has a read that there's no Flame Strike, because Dragon Caster was cast earlier with Fireball.
rolling
Rolling
fireball.
fireball. Yeah. Whereas Flame Strike was probably better then. It would have completely cleared the board. Might have left the Kael'thas alive.
Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't seem like a very fun thing to do. I don't know if he's got a clear
maybe you
read.
can't have the read. But I think that might be playing into his decision here, saying, you know what, I don't think you do have the board clear. You've just used Zephyrus, you've used Rolling Fireball.
Yeah. That much is pretty fair to say, given that this is Highlander Mage.
Having said that, taking a look at the list, there's not even Flame Strike in the deck. It's just...
Is there not? So that is pretty much Possessi's mindset, then make him have the third one, or have the Malagos roll. Can he get the Arcane Explosion? We did see it, but it was picked really quickly, so oh my goodness. That is pretty rough for Possessi, and now it definitely has got to be the overflow. He's now looking for the Mount Sellers to pull him out of this one, but Surrender has full board initiative. He has Tortolan Pilgrim into maybe Power of Creation to take a stranglehold on the board, and Alex Straza to follow up. So that's a big oof for Possessi.
That was a very interesting couple of turns there, and I think, you know, all of Possessi's plays looked a little bit weird, but I think the turn he just played, where he went for the Glowfly, I think on that turn I actually really liked that play because it just forced Surrender to have an answer. He'd found the Savage Roar at that point, and you know, as we said, with no Flame Strike in the deck, it was really just Blizzard that was the best answer that Surrender had, and obviously the Malagos into Arcane Explosion, which he found. But yeah, I think that was a good bit of pressure to put on your opponent there from Possessi.
Yeah, looking back at it now, and of course we have that hindsight that there is no Flame Strike. It had to be very specific answers, one after the other from Surrender, to be able to answer that many boards of 2/2s. Didn't quite work out for Possessi, but at the very least, I like the guts and the recognition. So now, Surrender is looking for Power of Creation. I don't see a good argument for going for Mana Saver plus Bone Wraith instead. It doesn't seem to put very much damage onto the board. But I guess the Pilgrim could completely whiff, but there's other good spells other than Pop. There's a Conjurer's Calling is a good one for all the targets. Depending on what type of person you are, Box is a good one.
What to do? What to do?
I mean, I guess you're probably going to want to save that for a when you need to remove the board instead.
I guess. There's also Deep Freeze though, so I'm not sure. I think personally I would have taken the roll with the Tortolan Pilgrim, but I do not by any measure assume to be better than Surrender. So
there's just a lot of whiffs as well though, right? Like Arcane Breath, Ray of Frost, because AI is okay, Ice Barrier, like I don't know.
That's fair.
It was close, I agree, but I think given the fact that you can find Blizzard and that might be your only out at some point, it's probably worth it.
With the Frost Nova in hand though, it just seems...
True. Yeah.
There is Possessi's redevelopment turn. Not too bad on the outcomes, except for, of course, the Desert Hare. But Albatross could be very useful. As we failed to identify yesterday, it does, of course, mess with Highlanders. In Surrender's case, he's already played Zephyrus, but it could still shut off Dragon Queen Alex Straza or Reno.
Yeah, that was, of course, pretty bad luck for us yesterday when we were idiots. But going all in here is Possessi saying this is far and away my best chance of taking the game. And getting a Zigzaw as well. Maybe he's right. This is probably his best chance.
And the Khadgar, this is something I am surprised to see every time I see it. Surrender's inclusion. But he can go for... this is a complicated set of turns. So he can go up to 9 mana, but that's not quite... Sorry, up to 10 mana, but that's not quite ideal because he wants to do the Tortolan plus Frost Nova so that he can set up a lethal with Alex Straza, right?
If he goes for Tortolan finds Blizzard, attacks with the Mana Saver, so he goes up to 10 mana, he can play the Ooze as well, which then puts 15 damage on the board that potentially sets up for Alex Straza lethal next turn.
That is the best case scenario, right? Because
Suppose
Possessi
then-
just
yeah.
can't do much about it other than his removal spells. The other
Yeah.
play, though, is taking the guaranteed Nova and just play Ooze and Khadgar and
Sure.
ping. That's a fair amount of damage. I don't think this sets up the 2-turn.
I don't think it does. But it does mean that with a Tortolan and Pilgrim, maybe you can find a Blizzard again next turn and just go for 2-turn lethal that way.
Pinging away a minion instead. I guess the ping to face doesn't matter when you're really looking at an Alexstrasza anyway, an aggressive one.
Just makes it that a little bit squishier in case he has to go for a box next turn as well.
Even though Surrender could technically go up to 11 mana, he's only showing 12 on the board and 13 with a ping, so it's not quite enough.
Yeah.
And Possessi can use Crystal Power. Well, of course, he's gonna start cycling, but at least one of these minions is getting removed, I can imagine.
Yeah, he's got to kill something.
Even the Hero Power committed to deal with the Bone Wraith makes a lot of sense. And now Surrender, since he didn't have the Queen 2-turn setup, is now gonna have to go for the Pilgrim into exactly Blizzard, is it?
Or box.
Yes, correct, if you're that type of person.
Deep Freeze as well could be used to freeze the Mount Seller. You're just dead. Yeah, it's got to be Pilgrim.
Shake of the head from Surrender. It's unfortunate we still can't see the Discover options, but he's been picking the best choices pretty quickly, so I get the feeling Blizzard is not available at the moment.
Yeah, or maybe it's Blizzard and box and he needs to choose which one
Okay.
to go for.
Fair, but I think it's a pretty clear Blizzard at that point.
Sure.
Well, is it because, yeah, there's no Death Rattles that would spawn.
Does clear up space on the board, I suppose, but there's no rushes or charges or anything. And he does, in the end, go for the Blizzard, which makes me think if I had to do my Sherlock Holmes deduction, the only other option you'd even consider, really, is box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess what Surrender's thinking about now is that he might not have the lethal if there's removal for the Ooze, and to be fair, Possessi still has, I guess, a Bog Beam left to remove that. And then Surrender would only be showing 10 on board. Oh wait, he would still have the lethal with
But
the
then
ping.
with the ping.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never mind. So Blizzard is just his option there. Possessi, though, has some summons to try and look for a rush or a taunt. That's not it.
That is neither. Maybe if he can find the Iron Bark off the top as well, that could save him.
Yeah.
Although
4
I think he
cards
might
left
use
in the
both
deck
those earlier.
now. Okay, so is there Crystal Power left maybe for healing? Oh, there's a Bog Beam. And there's a Crystal Power, so we can stay alive.
He can stay alive. That is a huge deal. I mean, he may have just won the game right there.
Well, there's fatigue setting in soon as well. And Surrender still has the natural
That's true.
Blizzard in the deck.
Yeah.
Man,
I wonder if Surrender can win just by transitioning over to a removal game plan. Like, if he freezes the Mount Seller and then clears off everything else, or as much as he can.
everything seems like a bit of a stretch, but maybe freezing just enough minions to survive something like a Savage Roar and then trading the rest.
Oh, you've
Maybe.
also got to remember, though, that there's Zixor Prime which can be shuffled in if that's ever cleared as well.
Oh, true. So that's got to be one of the frozen minions if ever, and not traded into. But Surrender still has the natural Blizzard or Ray of Frost. That's not something guaranteed to help.
Well, Leroy's out of the
shake of
game
the
now,
head.
so that's not an option.
Definitely not. Man, I'm not seeing it. He could hope for taunts, I suppose, is his best
Yeah.
option.
What are the best mana slots to go for, though? Like, do you just go for 8 because it's the most expensive? Or is it like
I-
double Corkron is your best chance? I don't even know.
I couldn't tell you, but I'm looking at using the Malagos for value trade onto the 5/2 and then using Tortolan to remove the most damage and
Right.
just doing it that way. But oof, that means he forgoes the Deep Freeze. But Deep Freeze itself just would not be able to stave off enough damage. Plus, he knows that double Savage Roar is going to guaranteed be in hand unless the Zixor is shuffled, and he's hoping that that one remaining card is a Savage Roar.
Well, he's relying on the Thunderous Calling. I think it is, again, his best chance of taking the game.
Oh, that's a taunt!
Ooh!
Katrina can revive. What can she revive?
Bone Wraith?
Bone Wraith, yes. This is getting extremely close, but a draw of Zixor could also be insane. The overconfident. Okay, so double roar probably still gets there, right? Yeah, for sure. Because
Raw.
is it for sure? Yes, because the hair has exactly enough damage. Yeah, the breakpoints worked out perfectly for Possessy there. Surrender, props to him for, landing on Conjur's Calling as the only possible solution there, because DPs just didn't do it. But in the end, Possessy manages to take it.
And what a redemption story for Possessy after being dominated on his Druid in previous series. Obviously able to come out the champion in the end, but it really did feel like that was his only chance of taking the loss against Rivius yesterday. Takes a win in the first first game of the series, which is a great way to get things rolling. He's now, I think, in just a pretty good position actually against Surrender, because in my opinion, that mage could just be a real sticking point for Surrender going into the rest of this series.
It was an incredibly close match, and we could look back and maybe wonder if Surrender had maybe a better spot to try and develop. I was advocating that Tortolan for Power of Creation. Again, it wasn't very high odds, and he did have to, but I think that he could see that there wasn't a clear 2-turn setup. Even if Possessy didn't have removal at those start turns. Later on, though, he did manage to set up the 2-turn, and Possessy drew into what he needed to remove and stay alive. But man, that endgame situation was just really high-level Hearthstone, the type of stuff I like to watch, for sure.
It really was. A shame we couldn't get to see the options as to whether he had the choice between Blizzard or Box at the end, but who knows? Maybe he'll be kicking himself over that one as well. And I agree again. I think even at the start of the game, turn 4, maybe he should have gone for Edwin and just made a 6-6 and try and race and freeze throughout the game. We agreed with his choice at the time, and I think it probably is still correct. But it's those kind of things that you need to look back on and analyze if you want to be playing at the absolute top level of Hearthstone. But the upshot of it is that the mage is still knocking about, and I believe after Possessy's Demon Hunter was banned, and now the Druid has taken a win, it's going to be the Rogue and the Warlock left behind, which I think might be slightly scary matchups, because while Mage was a great matchup against Rogue before the rotation, with Luna's Pocket Galaxy still in there, or at least a pretty good matchup against Rogue, in my opinion, it now, I think, maybe struggling a little bit more, having to pay full mana cost for all its big minions.
Yeah, that is definitely a matter of concern. Although Rogue also has lost, as we mentioned, Leroy, and thus a lot of their reach, which is what Mage mainly had to worry about, I would say, as long as they were in a decent spot on board in the end game. They just had to hope that the Leroy wasn't there so Rogue couldn't cheese out a win, and that's not an option anymore. I'd be pretty happy to see that matchup, though. I don't think we've seen Mage versus Rogue all weekend yet.
Yeah, I don't think we have either. I'm always happy to see Rogue. I played a stupid amount of the Galakron Rogue in the previous season. It was basically all I was playing, and I had a lot of fun with it.
I'll admit to doing that as well.
Yes. We are true Hearthstone degenerates. We cannot deny it. But before we get into that, and hopefully we do get to see a little bit of the Rogue, we're going to jump to a quick break before we come back with more Hearthstone Grandmasters and the conclusion of Surrender versus Possessy. Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Once again, this is the Asia Pacific region, and it is Sunday, so we are finding out who our winner is going to be today for Asia Pacific, as well as, of course, Europe and Americas later on. But we are in our semi-final match of the day now to find out who is going to be joining us in the final alongside Rivius after his defeat of Chonsu earlier on today. Surrender is now one game down versus Possessi after a pretty convincing performance with the Druid versus the Mage. And we're feeling a little bit scared for Surrender going into the rest of the series, but what do you think is going to be happening if he wants to turn this around, Gia?
Yeah, particularly we were feeling scared for the mage. And I mean, I thought at the beginning of that match or towards the middle that it had a pretty good spot after being able to deal with both glowfly swarms and even a soul of the forest. But that really tricky endgame situation, which I think piloted from both ends to a very high level surrender, thinking about the 2-turn setups. I still wonder if there's anything he could have done a bit more aggressively. But in the end, Possessi did manage to take that. And now maybe the mage would still have its best shot against rogue, perhaps, just going off of how the meta was last time, and also just thinking that warlock seems like a tough one to beat.
Yeah, I think that Mage still has a lot of very powerful tricks up its sleeve that it could use to take down the Rogue, especially as the Rogue for Possessi has got a lot of the reactive cards in the deck. Eviscerate, Sap. I suppose it does have the Blackjack Stunner, which is kind of like an even better version of Sap, much better version of Sap, if you can get it to activate with the Secret in play. But, you know, there's still the Reno to clear the board, both Renos, I suppose. Dragoncaster into a early Power of Creation or Deep Freeze might be able to close out the game. But before we get into that, it is first going to be the Demon Hunter from Surrender. And I feel like this matchup against the Rogue is very, very tasty indeed.
Feels great. They pretty much exactly need backstab and SI, and I don't even think there's an SI in the list. Can't possibly fit with all of the secrets that Possessi's included, the full suite of 6. He at least has Seal Fate and a 1-drop, so that's something that helps a little bit in the early game, but the lack of Eviscerates, I think, will also be feeling a little bit painful for Possessi. Surrender with the choice 1-drops, Fellwing also seems quite good. And of course, Twin Slice. So it is just going to be a full keep. Both players keeping at least the majority of their hands. So you're going to see the decks operate at close to optimal early game.
Definitely looks that way, especially as Possessi just rapid fire, one after the other, found 2 fantastic cards. Bamboozle coming down the turn after the Pharaoh Cat. That sounds great to me. If you ever want to get rid of that, you're going to be turning into a 4-drop by accident. and also the lifesteal there that was gained off of the Pharaoh Cat itself. That can be absolutely huge, given that Demon Hunter doesn't have that many damage spells to kill it off. They're going to have to rely on minions and weapon attacks, which of course grant the lifesteal.
Exactly, it's just pretty much exclusively I-Beam, and the Reborn would be very annoying for them. The only happy way for Surrender to clear that, I would say, is like I-Beam plus some Ultra shenanigans to deny all of the lifesteal. But before we worry about that too much, Surrender is going all in as early as now, the most development, and both ends of the Twin Slice invested just to make sure that he can get as much damage there as possible. What a top deck from Possessi though! Backstab is huge!
And Surrender was just saying, please don't have backstab, please don't have backstab, please don't have backstab, because all of a sudden, his next turn as well becomes absolutely awful. Frenzied Fellwing just cannot be played.
It's garbage, and it's also trapping the Crimson Sigil Runner from getting the Outcast effect.
This is what the French would call lay disaster.
Lay miserable.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And on the flip side, though, Possessi with no Seal Fate target is just going to have to develop one of his secrets there. Choosing Dirty Tricks, of course, because he doesn't have a minion for the Bamboozle to actually proc on. Although, is it actually that straightforward? Because maybe the Bamboozle now is just there invested to maybe proc with the Ancestral Guardian.
But do you want it to proc on the Ancestral Guardian? Would you rather have the lifesteal than the average 7-drop? Yeah, you'd probably rather have a 7-drop.
In this situation where he's not behind at all, 2 health lower than what Surrender has, I do think I can get behind the more proactive play. And Surrender with the Frozen Shadow Weaver tech, not the best, but at least he has something to play this turn.
Yeah, Frozen Shadow Weaver that has kind of been allowed to come into play, I feel like, because of the fact that Rogue has fallen on the back burner. Whereas here, a Seal Fate in hand shows exactly why 3 health, 3 cost minions are sketchy, to say the least, in the current metagame.
There's the I-Beam you were talking about, but the Reborn is such a pain for Surrender, because now either he turns this into a 7-drop, or if he ignores it, Possessi can just keep healing and basically negating every damage dealt by the Frozen Shadow Weaver. So that's such an awkward situation to deal with. We can see, though, for Surrender, he could start by going face and then playing the Fellwing and freeing up the Sigil Runner for its draw, perhaps.
I think it has to be that, right? I don't see anything else that looks decent at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, you would want to go I-Beam first so that it still has cost 1 after you draw with Crimson Sigil Runner, right? But you're still going to be drawing off the ground.
They will never catch me.
And that is not a non-attack based removal, so Surrender is going to have to fight if he wants to deny the lifesteal, but at this point, I quite like just ignoring it, honestly, because...
Really?
What is this? Okay, at the very least, if you go face, Possessi will have to trade it away, right? To actually remove some of your damage on board.
Yeah, but that's 4 health that he's just gained then.
It's 4 health, but...
Now he trades anyway. He basically just exchanged... Surrender exchanged a whole bunch of health, of his own health, to sacrifice Possessi's health, because now, you know, Possessi has to trade in with his 7-drop into one of his. But
it's a value trade this time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what Surrender was playing for, right? That it would be a low status 7, which it kind of was. It was a tough call.
We'd have to look at the average stats of 7-drops, but that's not to say that Surrender is out of it. I mean, he's got a pretty powerful combo coming up over the next few turns with Warglaze and Satyr Overseer, but it does require Possessi to play a couple of minions to get the full board of 2/2s. So the debate now is whether he just goes for the Satyr this turn, gets the development, hopes that the Satyr sticks, and then plays the Warglaves, or you just get the mana development out of the way.
You've got to be playing Warglaves, right? You play it first. Like, I suppose having said that, you have seen a Backstab, you have seen a Seal Fate, There's no Avisses in the list. There's no SI7 agents. It's not ridiculous to assume that the Satyr will stick on board. Especially as it's heading into turn 6, which means they likely want to play Kronks if they have that in their hand. Obviously, we can see Possessi has the Galakrond already. So, you know, having thought through it more, I wouldn't hate to see the Satyr Overseer.
Surrender, of course, ends up going for the Warglaves. It was interesting that he was pointing face initially. Maybe, I don't know if this is overthinking on my part, but there's some argument to leaving a guaranteed minion up.
Yeah.
You do take an extra 5 for leaving it up, but that's another 2/2 from the Satyr. In any case, Possessi has played at least one more minion.
Possessi wondering if it's worth playing minions at all, kind of including the ambush actually in that discussion.
Yeah.
Because if Satyr comes down, that's boom boom, 2 hits, and then very nice big board for Surrender indeed.
And the lackeys at 1 health mean that even just with the hero power as the 3rd hit, they could still die. Because
sorry, go ahead.
The Warglaves can attack thrice, right?
Yes.
I mean, sorry,
hero
twice,
power.
and then yeah, it triggers your basic attack.
The Ethereal Lackey did have the potential to hit Plague of Madness there, which would of course overwritten the weapon for Warglaves of Azzinoth, and when Possessi has obviously very small minions, that would have been a very nice option. But instead he gets Sinister Strike, Cold Blood, and Shiv. He goes for what is probably the most aggressive option, but I guess also can transition into just trading if he wants to.
Right. And now Surrender can go for that big development turn, but the draw of the Gladebound Adept presents another interesting option.
Yeah, do you just
More
smack
damage
face?
onto the board.
You could just go
I
Hero
mean-
Power face, Glavebound face.
True.
I grow impatient.
At this point, Surrender, like, in his mindset, if Possessi has the Galakrond, he's just not winning anyway, right? So, I mean, we can see
Well-
there's bad news for him.
Maybe you're winning if they have the Galakrond, because if you go for the Satyr line and they summon a 2/3, you hero power, you can take out all 3 of the minions.
Okay, true.
And having gone through all that, I think I like this because it does mean that with Galakrond not being fully invoked yet, there's a pretty decent chance that Surrender, the Possessi can't actually clear this board from Surrender.
Fair enough. And with the draw of the Chaos Strike of a 1-drop, that is actually probably one of the best things Surrender could have gotten. And now it's come to a point where Possessi's gotta get something insane off of the Galakrond. I'm not sure quite how invoked it is, but we've seen a backstab leave, we've seen the Eviscerates cut from the list.
You know what, I actually think this was a very smart play from Surrender. I was tempted to just go with the Glavebound Adept play and launch everything face, or with a second Warglaves in hand as well. But this very reserved play, I think, you know, if you think about what Rogue is weak to, it is pretty much exclusively wide boards is the bane of their existence. And that's exactly what Surrender managed to do this turn.
Yeah, found the perfect spot to do it. And Possessi's supposed to play Galakrond, hope he just survives the turn, and then he can hopefully, from his perspectives, swing with Kronks.
Yeah.
So now, Skull of Gul'dan drawn for Surrender, but the rest of his cards also just look very good to pile on the pressure this turn.
So is there any way that Surrender can make it so if Kronks is played for AoE, Possessi dies? If he goes Hero Power Swing plus Glavebound, that brings down to 8, which is not lethal on the following turn.
But with the Glavebound, he does set up the 2 turn.
Oh yeah, right. So he goes
And that
Warglaves this turn,
Right, yeah.
and then Glavebound Adept next turn. So he can just set up the Kronks not saving.
But then again, we've definitely seen Skull of Gul'dan accomplish similar amounts of damage while also giving you more flexibility, so I don't hate just drawing as well.
But what are the other outs outside of Kronks? Like, if Kronks isn't played here, the board just doesn't get cleared, right?
I would imagine some sort of lackey combination.
That seems
just a
really
bunch of
far-fetched.
kobolds.
Yeah.
It does, but
I don't know.
to
I think
say.
I did prefer just setting up the lethal there. You get him down to...
okay. A little bit less far-fetched, I guess, is Kronks plus the Taunt Lackey in particular.
Or was it not actually quite lethal? Was it only getting him down to 9? Oh, maybe it was only getting him to 9. With the Warblades Club. Yeah, I think it might have been actually. In which case, the Skull is probably better.
But the 9 is still lethal with Hero Power and Gravebound.
That's only 8.
Oh, does it deal 4 or 5? Oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart.
Yeah, it deals
okay, never mind. Sorry about that.
No worries.
That seems powerful. A bunch of 0 costs with Altruist. And Possessi hates to see it. The ambush is just gonna get blown away by these repeated 1 damage.
Next card off the top, which could be drawn on this turn, obviously, with a 0 mana Spectral.
Right.
Yeah, Frenzied Bellowing.
Yeah, just allows him to play yet another 0 cost card. Is this just gonna be some type of OTK cosplay from the Tempo Demon Hunter?
It's looking at the very least extremely close to that.
Okay, that is too expensive to be played just now. And crucially, Surrender has to face tank the if he wants to get rid of it.
Which
probably not gonna
health.
bother. Yeah, 9 health. Oh, he is gonna bother, I guess, preventing...
So there's a chance now, right, for Possessi to take the game?
Well, there's Metamorphosis, so he's gotta end it.
He has to
now.
win. He has to win right now. How does he do that? Ethereal Lackey into... If it's Ethereal Lackey into Eviscerate, and then he can Shadow Step it and get another Eviscerate, and then Hero Power into 1 more damage?
Yes, okay, there's Sinister Strike, I suppose.
Sinister Strike, yeah. Waxamancy can't offer Leroy anymore, which would have been lethal with the Cold Blood.
It cannot. And I'm not seeing it. Does he have to go for...
And then you
some
Hero
type
Power,
of...
right? Yeah.
Yes, it's less expensive than the Devoted.
That's not what you want.
I'm not seeing the out anymore. Blade Flurry?
There's no weapon.
Wait, no weapon, no weapon.
I mean, he would have been dead anyway, even if he cleared the board completely.
True enough. And it looks like with yet another very tense middle part of the game.
Nothing that can be done there for Possessi, and it does mean the series is going to be equalized 1 game apiece. A very difficult to play game there at the end for Surrender, but I think actually, despite us getting like a little confused about 1-off lethal, I think he actually played that fantastically at the end of the game. The turn where he went for the Satyr Overseer instead of the Glaive-bound Adept, I think was fantastic. That made the turn 7 for Possessi really, really awkward, because he really wanted to play the Galakron, but at the same time he was facing down, what even was that, like 12 damage on the board, which he had to just tank straight to the face. And then on the following turn, not going for the fake lethal setup, but instead throwing out the Skull of Gul'dan. I think it was a really nice way for Surrender to maximize his odds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've talked about why Demon Hunter is so powerful. It heals more than Priest, back before the nerfs at least. It does the weapons better than Warrior. It draws better than Warlock. And now it does tokens Druid, apparently, with the Satyr Overseer. So very well played from Surrender there. And also, I think, pretty good recognition from Possessi when his outs were landing eventually on just going for some type of Lackey lethal at the end there. And it's all tied up now, getting down to the wire. I'm still worried about the Mage.
Yeah, still worried about the Mage for Surrender. But one thing I'm feeling pretty good about for Surrender is his Warrior build. I am far from convinced that it is necessarily the final version of the deck. I think there's still a lot of room for improving this particular build of Warrior. Do you go for bombs? Do you go for eggs? Do you go for the kind of pseudo OTK with Korkrons and the Bloodsworn Mercenaries as well? But no matter what it ends up as, I think for the moment at least, Surrender has a really nice build here with the Bomb Warrior that seems to be doing very well against aggro and also control.
We've been calling it, I guess now we've called it Fast Bomb Warrior. It's in text now, so it can no longer be disputed as to what the name is, at least over here in APAC, and we see some very explosive, pun intended, games from the Warrior on day one, especially in the mirror. I especially remember the swing lethal from Chonsu against Surrender to proc his own boom bots. That was a little. And now, though, I feel like it would be in a pretty good spot no matter what deck from Possessi it lines up against.
I think I would definitely like it as well. The rogue that is left, you know, it can go for a little bit more of a late game punch, I suppose, than just going for the all-out damage plan. But it feels like damage just very much does not get there against Warrior anymore with the Armor Smith, in addition to the risky skipper nonsense that you can go for. I'd really like Surrender's chances of taking it. And also, if you're drawing a whole bunch of cards in this deck with High Baron, Togwaggle, and Galakron, you're also going to be drawing a whole lot of bombs.
The opener from Possessi, oh, he actually chooses to toss away Evil Miscreant. That's not something I see too often, but I remember, though, back in the old days of just the old Pirate Rogue with the, what do you call it, raiding party back against Bomb Warrior. It was not necessarily a keep unless you had Shark or whatever it was when the Boomers played it. So maybe Possessi is looking for more pressure instead of necessarily just lackey value.
Yeah, I think it's also just when you're on the play instead of the coin, it's just, there's not quite enough spells to activate it. You got to get exactly Shadow Step or Backstab. So searching for the more proactive options, maybe trying to find Hanar in the early game to get the secrets rolling seems like a pretty good way to start the game.
Well, I would actually argue with that a little bit because the deck generates a lot of lackeys, so maybe you don't play the Miscreant on turn 3, but on 4 it'll be active, as long as you've invoked one way or another.
Sure, but then like even then it's, you know, you have to find Seal of Fate then on turn 3 on something that isn't damaged, which is not
or
necessarily
Praise
guaranteed against a
Galakron.
Warrior. Yeah. I mean, like, it can be good, but I think you want something that's a bit more consistently powerful when you're on the coin.
Fair enough. So there is Praise Galakron. It's a little bit awkward the way the mana is lined up. At the very least, Possessi has that very strong combination of the Secret and Blackjack Stunner.
So does he save the secret because of that?
I guess not. I don't know though. In terms of the 3-drop minions that you would like to bounce back, I guess bouncing accomplishes just as much as the poison to deal with it does. If it's the Bomb Wrangler, at least the poison minion gets a value trade.
What now?
Yeah, I think the main thing is it just helps him lock down the board here quite nicely. You can maybe curve into Edwin following turn, just a Kobold Lackey. But the problem with all this early game seizing of the board is the fact that he knows his opponent has Ankar in hand, obviously, because he's swinging with it. And that also means he's very, very likely to find a risky skipper, which means all your board presence that you've generated probably is just going to disappear.
Fair enough. And I guess the deciding factor, again, for playing this secret also is because it makes sure that the Grand Mummy, Death Rattle, gets at least one target.
Yeah.
So, Surrender now. I mean, it's super awkward no matter where he chooses to swing this, right? And he's actually choosing instead, it looks like, to soften up the Assassin, is what it's called? I'm not sure. Or just hold back.
Yeah, that makes some amount of sense as well. I think, like, you know, what you are doing with this Warrior deck is quite clearly setting up for some kind of a big combo. When you have Bloodsworn Mercenary, Bomb Wrangler, Armor Smith in hand, it's just the risky skipper that you're waiting for. So you may as well wait for the swing to see where it's needed next turn, and then all but guarantee yourself a draw of the risky skipper. I think he has actually guaranteed when he swings next turn.
Yeah. Fair enough. So for Possessi here, are you liking some type of Kobold Lackey Edwin play? It is just a 4/4, but I don't think there's anything particularly worth stunning with a secret here.
I mean, you could just go Secret Hero Power and then go... Oh, sorry. Yes, Secret plus Dagger, and then double 1-drop Edwin on turn 5. Probably worth the +1/+1. +2/+2, sorry, because... the Secret is a pretty good development on this turn. You're still getting yourself a very nice upgrade.
Yeah, I guess the only thing you can't guarantee at that point is that the secret still remains for the blackjack to use. But maybe that is less important than the immediate value the secret has and getting a better Edwin and surrender. I think that was a happy look to the right for once. That is a very understated faceless, understated 5-drop.
Yeah, dodged another one, says Surrender. And as the Bomb Wrangler comes down, I think this is a really nice play to go for here. There was some consideration as to whether you go for Armor Smith, I suppose, to kind of cash in the armor while you can. But just developing the board presence here, I think, is far and away the most important thing.
And Possessi wants to remove both of the 2 health minions, both very threatening, but I guess he's choosing to prioritize the Bomb Wrangler first, make sure it doesn't get any more boombots than it needs to. And like you mentioned, everything that looks like it can be developed this turn, if it's the Faceless Lackey, could easily be cleared away by the Skippers and the Bomb. So now it looks like Possessi's whole game plan is just kind of survive until Galakron, which hasn't been invoked very much at all.
So many options.
And go from there.
Yeah. I mean, until he's hitting Togwaggle or, I don't know, a few more invokes one after the other, that really is just the best plan he's got.
Good recognition from Possessi, of course, to remove 1 health off the Skipper so that it only gets 1 more activation.
Weirdly enough, though, Southsea Captain could be used to get 2 more activations out of the Skipper, if that were necessary. I guess it's not a particularly... you're not getting that much advantage out of getting another activation from the Skipper, so I wouldn't mind going for something else.
Wow, that boom! Those just managed to clear off the Miscreant together.
Yeah, that was perfect.
And now Surrender has his choice of how he wants to develop onto the board. And you're kind of wishing that the Skipper didn't have its effect right now, because then you could go for just deckhand and become Pirate Warrior.
Wow, he resurrects the Anchor, which I think the only pirate left in the deck is that one risky Skipper. Both the Sky Raiders and the Pillager, obviously on the board, have already been found. I was definitely expecting him to try and get the Wrench Caliber down first and then get that back to hand.
Yeah. I was gonna say maybe it's more of a matter of just trying to get the most damage onto the board because the 4-2 body is also just
of course
nothing to scoff at. But he did have the option of going something like Southsea Captain and Armor Smith. It's interesting.
And to be fair, Risky Skipper on its own is still just a very, very powerful card and is pretty good here to just clear up the board, gain all the armor, and just develop board presence as well in combination with Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Possessi now has invoked twice, I believe, so at least the Galakron will draw him 2 cards, but definitely not ideal with the minions he's been generating / evolving. So Surrender could go for that armor generation turn now if he so chooses. Maybe it doesn't seem worth it quite yet. The hand is very reactive. Yeah, looks like he's just gonna take a full pass this turn. Oh, sure, of course. Just re-equip the Wrench Caliber, but nothing developed onto the board. Recognizing that this hand is too valuable to just use for tempo when Possessi could very easily swing it back with them.
Yeah, and I think in the words of a Surrender and Mr. Incredible, he's still got time. He's got plenty of removal to be thrown down for the next few turns, which will bide him the time to find that Battle Rage. Most importantly, I think that's far and away the most important card for him to find. And he's keeping that Risky Skipper for as long as possible, so when he does get it, he can keep up with the card draw.
And it's looking like now that the Rogue is, on paper, running out of steam. But actually, Galakron Rogue has tons of value available to it, given that it generates the right lackeys. If we see Possessi just press his hero power every turn, start getting things like the Draconic Lackey, or even the Ethereal in some cases, there might be a way he could actually outlast what Surrender has in hand, because it's so reactive. It's maybe will come down to the bombs. It looks like both players are just holding back on their resources. Because
Yeah, I
if
think
you're
this is-
Possessy, he only really has like 2 or 3 cards in hand. I don't count the Blackjack Stunners as being active at all.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I know it's just this particular matchup, but they have looked incredibly weak so far.
Indeed.
And, you know, if we were just looking at saps instead, say, I probably wouldn't be bringing it up because they're so core, it felt like, for Rogue in a long time. But, you know, if this is the payoff for putting the secrets in your deck, so far it's felt like a very not worth it payoff at all.
I mean, to be fair, there were instances where you could have held grits to make sure
True.
that the Blackjack was active. And there also just weren't any minions that Surrender played so far that seemed particularly worth bouncing back. This is probably not the matchup where you want the Blackjacks to really shine. In any case, though, that's not exactly the lackey that Possessy wants. I really get the feeling he's looking to just outlast by generating value. And that's something that Galacon Rogue can pivot to if the game plan so dictates.
Oh, absolutely. You know, if you're changing your options as well, for example, like taking Crown off of Heist Baron Togwaggle, or maybe even a Goblet, if you want to get really crazy, you can get a lot of value.
Possessy finally pulls the trigger on the Edwin. And I like the trade of the Novice there and holding back what is essentially the last weapon charge.
Yeah.
He knows that by this point, there's gotta be some form of removal from Surrender. He's running the Shield Slams and the Brawls and the Blade Storms and, of course, the Risky Skipper combo. So I don't think Possessy expects this board to stick. He's just trying to do something so that Surrender also has to do something whilst waiting to draw bigger bombs.
I think he's also given himself the best chance of, well, making this as awkward as possible, because Blade Storm at the moment, you know, a 1 and a 4 health minion would have to be taken out before Edwin would die. There's not that much on the board, so Brawl actually has a decent chance of the Edwin surviving.
And in that case,
here, though.
Yeah. In that case, do you think he would have committed the Blade Storm? I think it's worth it.
If the Edwin had survived, for sure, I think.
Yes, especially with second Brawl in hand. And now, seems like we might even be transitioning to some sort of I don't want to say fatigue, because this is still Bomb Warrior.
Yeah.
But they're hardly playing anything every turn. They're pressing their hero power every turn.
I think that what the
that
Warrior...
to me indicates fatigue.
Yeah, but I think that what the Warrior is trying to do here is Surrender isn't playing any cards, because, as I said, he wants to save up for a combo. I think primarily that is Battle Rage, so he can draw through to the rest of his powerful cards in the deck. But to be fair, it could also be, you know, just setting up for a huge swing turn that does a huge load of damage to Possessy if he finds the other Bomb Wrangler as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that Battle Rages is exactly what Surrender is looking for, outside of Boom Mad Genius, Blastmaster Boom himself, because that's the only way that Surrender has to actually pressure onto the board. The rest of the deck is, like, most of the rest of the minions have been drawn already.
Yep.
I suppose there's also Kargath, but that's more of a reactive minion. And the other unique inclusion in this kind of off the wall to begin with the Warrior from Surrender is the Zephyrus.
Very true. Once that becomes active, that could definitely turn the tables in Surrender's favor. I will say as well that I think one of the things Possessy has done best this game that I really admire him for is figuring out exactly how much to commit to the board. I think he's done that very, very well. Like on the Edwin turn, he had a couple of extra lackeys in hand he could have just thrown down and made it into a 12-12, but he didn't. He held back. It was just enough to bait out a Brawl, but still had a chance of the Edwin surviving. This board he's got here clearly didn't warrant a Brawl from Surrender, but it's still 5 damage that he was able to get to face. It's just that little bit enough to hurt Surrender, but not quite enough to warrant removal, which is very difficult to find. But I think Possessy's done very well.
It's definitely that sweet spot, and it's getting to the point where maybe it warrants the Risky Skipper combo.
Maybe.
And if that's used, then that's the best way for Surrender to draw through the rest of his deck, expended. So it's really difficult now for Surrender to decide how he wants to allocate the removal. I guess in theory, he could also just take one more turn to wait and hope to draw the Battle Rage then before he goes off, because again, the rogue isn't threatening much in the realm of reach anymore.
I think I like just holding back. I know it's unlikely that he gets it in, you know, the next 1, 2, maybe even 3 turns. But there are still 2 Battle Rages in his deck. He's also got Cycle in the form of Shield Block. And I think if he doesn't go for it and just goes all in here, that gives Possessi everything he needs to know. He just vomits onto the board every turn as much as he possibly can.
Yeah.
And Surrender's just left pretty high and dry.
That's a good point. This game has just been so... Oh, there it is! That is exactly what Surrender needs. You can see it on his face. I was gonna say, the game was so weird in how it was panning out because Surrender was taking very long to draw into any sort of pressure or bombs or even card draw, but Possessi has been incredibly unlucky with his lackeys. Not a single Draconic or Ethereal generated, I believe, since the hero power became Galacons. And that is very bad, given that he's been drawing very low value cards off the top of his deck. And now Surrender...
Absolutely absurd amount of armor coming off here as well.
Pretty much invincible now.
Yeah. Blastmaster Boom, Deathwing, all the goodness that you could possibly need to take down a rogue. This is starting to look very juicy for Surrender.
This flick, though, pretty clean. And also with the Secret Dawn, he can finally start generating value. This is like the first actually good late game Hanar I've seen.
And I guess you can actually step the Hanar as well. So next turn, Possessi could go for another full turn of Secret Generation.
It's true. Like, the only other decent step target he has is the Flick, I suppose. And with 2 Shadow Steps, I think it's completely warranted just to give him some ways to spend his mana. And I couldn't tell you what the 3rd secret was, but it with a Bamboozle into a Redemption, I believe.
Don't let the door hit you.
And Possessi's actually holding back on the Flick. I wonder if it's maybe saved to deal with a bunch of boom bots, but also the Blackjacks here overdraw Surrender. That's worth noting.
Very true. Yeah, I guess he can clear up the board well enough to...
From Possessi's perspective as well, I guess giving extra armor to Surrender just doesn't matter at this point. There's no way he's winning in terms of damage. Oh, Karga! That is a big one to lose.
It's a pretty good one to
Surrender.
overdraw.
Yeah. This is gonna get the last remaining Wrench Caliber.
Yeah. He wants to juice up Blastmaster Boom as much as possible.
Possessi didn't end up Shadow Stepping the Hanar, but he could potentially Shadow Step a Tog, and Surrender, knowing now that Possessi has probably got into some of his powerful cards, he's gonna be thinking about just activating Boom as soon as possible as his first priority.
Yeah, he also needs to think about trying to kill off the Kobold Lackey potentially. I mean, you know, this is Cast Division getting to me a little bit here, but if he's considering every single angle perfectly, then, you know, he'll know there's no lackeys in hand, which means that if he kills the Kobold, Togwaggle and this Treasure gained can't be played on the same turn, which maybe warrants a Deathwing.
Very true. And the real power of Hanar is nobody remembers all the Paladin secrets anymore. Maybe the Hunter ones.
I have not played around those in quite a while.
Yeah. Messing a little bit with Surrender there. Possessi pretty much survives the turn with the same board intact. But he's got to be aware now that Blastmaster Boon is coming down soon. He's got a fair amount of bombs left in the deck as well. So maybe it is that time where we're looking for crowns instead of wands.
So now, Gia, with him going for another full turn of Hanar, obviously I was saying that's something he could consider going for with a Shadow Step last turn. Is it even correct to go for it here? Are the secrets doing enough to warrant spending all this mana on them? Or should it be going for something like Togwaggle instead?
I don't think they're doing enough. A lot of these, none of these are preventing even just the Wrench Caliber going face, and that's enough damage to kind of put Possessi in the range of 3 bombs, right? After the 8 swings, he goes down to 15. Then Blastmaster Boom will be active. I'm not sure how it gets there. We did see him pick Eye for an Eye, though, which is something I never expected to see in 2020.
Yeah, what is that? Freezing Trap, Eye for an Eye, Noble Sacrifice is quite a big one to stop the weapon swing.
A crazy game. Anar still not biting the bullet. I didn't notice the spell damage there, but that's pretty good for Possessi. Yeah, if you're surrender here, I don't think this board warrants any weapon swings. We see the fun interaction between Noble Sacrifice and Bamboozle. I could not tell you the name of that card, but it's dead now.
Excellent casting, Gia.
Yeah, the Bladestorm at least clears off 2 minions. And
yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if it's worth going for Deathwing, but then obviously if it's something like a Repentance...
This freezing trap, I mean, Deathwing's battle cry is to attack, right? So I'll put...
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Oh man, so strange. But yes,
Very
Surrender
strange.
correctly recognized that he has to somehow pile on the damage now, otherwise Possessi could just keep going on and on with the value. So
So
Possessi,
after
I
he
think,
takes out the
yeah.
Blastmaster Boom, could then follow up with... What is
Flick?
it? Is it time for a flick on the bombs?
I mean, I think it's time to widen out the board so there's as many things as possible to soak up the
Yeah.
bomb damage.
Yeah. I agree. And then what's he picking?
Oh man.
We've already seen a Crown once this weekend. And
Yes.
it's time for Crown again.
It is just too scary to go for Wand and definitely
Yeah.
for Goblet if you've got that many
Oh my god.
that many bombs in the deck. These are not very well statted. Barista with a
yeah.
Shadow Step though.
Oh my god. What?
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute.
Do you,
Have you
do you
replayed
step
this
the
turn?
Togwaggle and the Barista? One of each.
Maybe. I mean, then the Tog generates another Crown, which generates another Barista. I don't know.
Oh my god, we keep going.
Oh, this is crazy. And yeah, I think Possessi definitely had the right game plan there, which is just trying to soak up all the bomb damage. Now Surrender is just running out of threats. Of course, the bombs are still threats.
The bombs
but-
are huge
yeah.
threats.
And of
I mean, as
course-
long as Surrender can clear the board, I think he's in with a pretty good shot. Swing Face deals 4 extra damage, brings Possessi down to 15. Nice multiple of 5. Zephyrus obviously can deliver that final extra damage in the form of, Inner Demon, Lava Burst, whatever is needed.
It's true. And Surrender doesn't have to worry about his own health total anytime soon, even though he's likely to fatigue before Possessi does. If we even do get to fatigue, probably not. So is it gonna be the Deathwing? I cannot remember if he's tested for Freezing Trap, but here we go. Oh my gosh! With a little wave from Possessi!
Alright, Possessi, new favorite Grandmaster. That alone makes him absolute god tier Grandmaster.
It really does.
Well, Deathwing being back where he should be, at least in terms of mana cost, up to 10. It's still a pretty good play on the next turn. It's not completely devastating for Surrender, as long
But
as
what
these
is
bombs start turning
devastating
up.
Is this Barista though? I mean, look at the value.
Is it that bad?
You can, okay, look. Possessi can fill his hand and prevent bombs from going off.
Oh my god.
Can't he? I mean,
Is that actually how you win?
I don't know, Tara. What even is Hearthstone?
Maybe it is. At least for one turn, right?
Yeah. This does fill his hand, right? Yeah, he goes back
Yep.
to 10. I don't know if there's anything left in the deck that he particularly wants. Tog has been used. Oh my god!
So then Brawl comes down this turn, clears up almost everything.
And
Possessi's going to have to play something else eventually.
True. But there might be a way for him to refill again, since he's still got another Barista, another Shadow Step. Refill the board and his hand. And that kind of blocks out Surrender's win conditions, as far as I can see. Okay, it's a big deal that the only non-Battlecry minion on the board survived, though.
Fair.
One. Okay, is
Man,
going
I mean,
on now.
this is getting crazy, but these kind of situations are where I
Oh,
feel like...
Bob is overdrawn as well! The
Okay.
plan is coming together.
It's coming together, and this is what I was going to say. This is where a lot of Grandmasters, I feel, would fall apart. They know the openings. They know the average outcome of most games. This is far from an average outcome that Possessi has got himself into now, and I think he's adapting on the fly really, really well, spotting the 10-card overdraw, spotting the Barista Lich and Shadow Step to even facilitate that in the first place. I think this is some really, really well-played Hearthstone coming through from Possessi. And he's doing it again! He's just going to keep overdrawing!
Yeah, he's got the daring escape. I don't see any chance that Possessi's running out of value or ways to make sure his hand can't actually draw bombs in the near future. Surrender's on his last card in the deck, and Possessi, I think, will be very easily clearing out the Deathwing. He's got Alec or some combination of Lackeys or even the Restless Mummy. Oh my gosh.
This was such a sick game of Hearthstone.
I completely agree. Maybe not for Surrender to be in the spot. I mean, if your Surrender, you keep thinking like, where did wrong, right? But in the end, you have to realize Galakrond Rogue, especially with Galakrond played early, can just generate tons of value. Of course, Barista is an outlier off of the crown.
Yeah.
But again, you also have to consider that Possessi didn't get any of the Draconic Lackeys early on, which could have presented way more threats and called for an earlier brawl, perhaps. Going up to 10 again. And does this
Zephyrus
give...
Tyrion, I think, is probably what we're going to be seeing.
Correct, yeah. Or...
But if that does happen, or maybe Natalie Celine to take out the flick. But either way, Possessi now can just go Secret plus Blackjack Stunner. Tyrion's back up to 10.
Exactly.
Good one.
I definitely think the pick was Tyrion there, because now Surrender is just looking for that Ashbringer to deal the 15 over 3 turns. It's probably not going to happen. But now Possessi is faced again with the problem of making sure he goes to 10 cards in hand.
I mean, he could value trade and then daring escape. And obviously press the hero power.
Correct.
Oh, he's doing that anyway here, right? He's just playing a Faceless Lackey first, which does effectively the same thing.
And still maintaining the Barista while that happens. There's also the other option of maybe trying to go wide on board. Now he has the full information that there's no more board clears left from Surrender. And of course, it's still unlikely that the, I think, remaining 3 bombs are all drawn in a row. So you could go for something like evolving the Flick into a 7-drop.
I think it's remaining 4 bombs, right? Because one of them was
4?
Corsair cached.
Oh,
so
you're right.
There were 5 altogether this game.
Okay, so in that case, I guess there's no reason for Possessi to take any more risks because the fatigue eventually will just set in for Surrender. He just stays at 10 every single turn.
Oh,
Flicks away Tyrion, maybe? Or...
It's just going to keep getting Blackjack stunned back to hand, turn after turn.
And the turn is another bomb overdraw. I didn't even notice that there was another Blackjack. This is crazy, guys.
Give us the wave, Possessi. Wave bye-bye to Surrender this game. This is over.
Double pump that Verano extra
Absolutely nuts.
nice room for mana spice coming right up.
Just unlimited Blackjack stunners. Have a Brightwing as well, why don't you?
Oh
of
my
course
God.
he does.
Who is this man?
It's Battlecry. Of course you pick the Brightwing.
You can't just come into Grandmasters, start overdrawing bombs, and picking Brightwing.
Well, some might say you can't just wave goodbye to one of the most popular players in competitive Hearthstone. But Possessi, the madman, he's done it. Alright, so what was our count now? 3 bombs left. So there's still a chance of him dying, but he's, of course, gone back up to 10.
Yeah.
The Galakrond hero power is insane.
Put your faith in the light.
And Surrender has no choice but to keep replaying the Tyrion because the rest of the hand is pretty much useless.
Finally, Oh no, wait, of course, I was going to say he can't sap it again. Of course he can. Blackjack Stunner yet again. Shadow stepped back.
This is going to be it, right? Between the damage on board
Don't let the door
and the fatigue. 7, 9, 10, 11. Okay, maybe not quite yet, but over 2 turns, surely.
Possessi is just playing with Surrender here. Like, this is cruel at this point.
It is. And Surrender doesn't bother to play the, 5th Tyrion of that game. And my god, what a grueling match. That was just game 3. The series is not over.
Sips his tea like an absolute madman. Possessi, that was easily the best series of Hearthstone that we've seen from APAC so far this year. I could not be happier. It's not even over. Exactly. Just one game. I seriously just could not be happier to have him here joining us in Grandmasters this year. What a game.
It really was. I mean, just the way it panned out at the beginning was so strange, where the rogue whiffed on anything good. Maybe that's really just a consequence of running the whole secret package, but then whiffed on a lot of good lackeys from Galakron. And then the warrior, despite having a firm grip on the board and a high health total throughout the whole game, took very long to draw Battle Rage, and so couldn't get the bombs in early enough during that window where the rogue was doing nothing. And suddenly, baristas off crowns and shadow steps, and I don't know what happened after that, Derek.
Yeah, I think, the one big thing that sticks out to me for Surrender was the fact that he went for a very early Horde Pillager that had a 100% chance of getting the Ankar back to hand when he only had 1 pirate left in the deck. The upside of that was, of course, as you said at the time, he gets a body on board and he guarantees himself to draw the other. It's a very powerful card at the time. But I wonder if at that point it might have been worth going for a more aggressive game plan in terms of Wrench Calibers, trying to resurrect that instead, get up to 5, 6, maybe 7 bombs shuffled into the deck over the course of the game instead.
It can be framed that way, but to be completely fair to Surrender, I don't know if you can ever account for a Galakron rogue being able to refill their hand and the board every single turn, thus pressuring you and overdrawing all the bombs.
I'm trying to find ways he could have improved. He did just kind of get dunked on. There's no two ways about it. Possessi just absolutely rolled this man. But with the rogue out of the way there for Possessi, we are going to move on to the Warlock, I believe, now that he has left for this potentially final game of the series. 2-1 up and just needs to take a win with the Warlock. But we have seen reverse sweeps on Galakron Warlock so far already this week, and I believe it was Kin on the first day who ended up losing 0-3 versus Surrender, actually, who Possessi is up against now. So if anyone is going to be taking down this Warlock, I feel like Surrender is the man to do so.
Definitely, and he'll be very happy to know that there is much less room for just random card generation or lackey generation coming from the Warlock. It is very, very defined waves of threats that he's going to be running into. Of course, all of the invokes, the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and of course, Galakron himself. So Surrender manages to just allocate his removal well enough. The Warrior can definitely have a chance against the Warlock, not to mention that the bombs could also deal an unexpected lethal, especially when the Warlock is tapping away.
That's absolutely right. I think that in addition to that, what is the other remaining deck? The Mage, yeah, that could be a little bit harder, of course, for Surrender. It is the deck that we do have been significantly, or I should say, it's the deck we've been most unsure about over the course of this series for Surrender. And with a start like that for Possessi, maybe he'll be able to take a win with the Warrior, so we'll be able to see the Mage afterwards.
Perhaps Surrender at the very least has the Courser Cash into Bomb Wrangler into most lines and a Wrench Caliber. Ankar also a very good outcome.
I think Ankar's much better actually here, probably.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's less likely, but it is very good.
Yes. Yeah. Does he really go for the Bomb Wrangler over the Ankar? Are there any oozes in the Warrior list? In the Warlock, there's no oozes either, so you've got no fear of it being destroyed. I've got to be honest, I would have expected an Ankar there to try and set up for a risky skipper Bomb Wrangler turn instead.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. Granted, it's not guaranteed to get exactly risky skipper.
Of course,
but I guess in terms
eventually
of
it's very likely.
True. In terms of the single target removal, though, actually there's a fair bit. There's the 2 Nether Breaths, and we did see that new card, Unstable Fell Vault. So I'm not sure. I also would have expected that.
Either way, it comes down now, and he can start trying to draw through his deck, find the risky skipper, but there's not really all too much synergy with it now that the Bomb Wrangler has already been played out. So maybe we're going to see an alternative strategy from Surrender this game. He does already have the Battle Rage, so he might be a little bit more liberal with his use of risky skipper this game. But the game plan may instead just be swing every weapon charge face and hope that the bombs can close things out. It's probably a pretty key part of the deck strategy.
I like the sound of that, Dark.
I'm sure you do.
Speaking of unusual strategies, we did talk about Possessi's Warlock list a lot recently, which is the version that includes Fiendish Rites, where a lot of people are cutting that already. So it's extra invokes, a little bit more juice for the Galakron, and I guess extra imps could be a little bit annoying for the Warrior if the last game is any indication. Like the little chip damage that Possessi got in the beginning forced Surrender to commit some of the removal that I bet he wished he had later on in the game.
Risky skipper not even found here. I suppose you probably wouldn't have played it anyway there, just to take off these 2 minions. It obviously sucks taking this damage early on in the game, but I think for Surrender, it's just not really something he cares about that much. He's much more the aggressor in this matchup. Ooh.
So another shield of Galakron off the top for Possessi there.
He's
kind of
invoking
insane,
pretty
right?
quick.
Yeah, we saw this the other day from Glory too, and with the 2 shields, the Fiendish Rites, Kronks, that could be quite a blowout. Thankfully for Surrender, he's got both of the brawls ready. But he's already just taking so much damage from having to take just 2 hits from the Shield of Galakron, essentially. So I guess starts with draw.
Yeah,
of the
it doesn't
Skyvizier.
guarantee a risky skipper. It's a 2 out of 3, I believe. And you're not even guaranteed necessarily to go for it yet. You do want to wait for an Armor Smith, a Bomb Wrangler, something that gives you a little bit more synergy first.
I was thinking draw off of the Skyvizier, not necessarily Anchor.
Right,
but it does make it a little bit awkward because if you are looking to get risky skipper, you want to send the Skyvizier into the 4-5, not the 4-1. But in every other world, it should go into the 4-1. Then again, he's got a 1-2, so no matter where it lands. Never mind, we're just throwing a brawl in already. And that, I think, is such a win for Possessi. That's just not too much of a threat at all.
4-1 surviving. That's bad, but it's not the end of the world for Surrender.
It's painful, though.
Yeah.
And there's a skipper drawn off, not the Anchor, but off the Skyvizier.
I definitely like swinging in there, nonetheless. I think given that you can draw Sky Raider, that's obviously a nice upside. And also the main point is just you have an absolute ton of weapons in hand to need to start swinging.
Speaking of ton of weapons, he's even got the Captain Greenskin, but does Surrender even have the time? Possessi's just got the Galakron, and he's still ahead on board. Surrender's low on health. I did not expect the matchup to go this way around.
Well, Surrender does now have the Armor Smith at the very least, so he could, I think, pretty much certainly get himself a Shield Slam on this turn to take out the Kronks, whilst also gaining a tremendous amount of armor.
Yep. So it's looking like Skipper, Armor Smith, trade in your guy, play the Blood. Well, you don't even have to trade in at that point because the Shield Slam will do all the damage, so might as well send it face.
The other consideration, however, is to not even bother clearing. You don't have to do it on this turn. You could instead just equip a weapon and start swinging face. Or is that just too risky?
It seems a little bit risky to me, because if you don't clear this turn, you go down to a very low health total, right? And then what if Possessi plays Galakron, gets high health demons, then you suddenly have to heal up and play Brawl, and that just doesn't seem like it fits within the mana. Okay, so Surrender back and healthy again. And Possessy actually, he could go for the Fiendish Rites with Plague of Flames, but that's not clearing everything.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways he can clear pretty much everything with like Unstable Fellbolt first, but I don't know, it feels a little bit overkill on this board.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it kind of depends on what Possessy thinks his game plan is, right? Because it seemed like he was being very aggressive, looking for a game minion damage instead of trying to outvalue the warrior, which I think makes sense because the warrior has much more powerful draw engines, and also just the bombs are kind of a timer on Possessy.
I think that means that there's also one more invoke needed to fully invoke Galakron, with the 2 shields of Galakron and the Fiendish Right.
Right. So you might be seeing Possessy hold back a little bit to get the full demons.
Doesn't feel great.
It doesn't. I mean, that means the whole turn is kind of empty unless he draws exactly what, like, Veiled Worshipper is a good one. My goodness.
Yep, that's a fantastic card. Let's slam that down.
All right. There's the 4th invoke. And the 5th invoke, I guess.
I guess you're probably going for Fiendish Right because you want to save Dragonblight Cultist to go for the widest plague.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Or you could, of course, go for the Dragonblight, expecting it to survive, and then try and buff everything up with Fiendish Right. But I feel like that's a little bit optimistic.
It's a reach when there's double Blade Storm in the deck. The spiritual successor to Warpath.
Ah, it's a shadow of its former self.
Possessy disagrees still. Alright, now for Surrender. It looks pretty juicy to just keep swinging away at the face. There's also ways for him to clear the board.
Yeah, this definitely smells like a second risky skipper turn right now because, as we were saying in the previous game, you want to save it for another Battle Rage, but he only has 10 cards in deck. Like, having the other Battle Rage is not that necessary, I feel like, at this point, given that he actually needs more time, if anything, to get through these ridiculous number of weapon charges that he has.
The problem with the risky skipper turn is that you can only activate it twice, which is one short of being able to trade the Armor Smith and kill off the Veiled Worshipper that way. I really like developing the green skin. And then he just uses the Blade Storm to clean up the rest, keeps the skipper in hand. And Possessy has quite a few bombs in the deck now.
Yeah, you've convinced me. I like this one as well. Galakron looking pretty juicy here.
Yeah. And we also just didn't mention the effect of the bombs shutting off Dragon Queen and Zephyrus for probably the rest of the game. So by the time there's only one bomb remaining, I suspect that Possessy's health total is at a big fat 0.
Pretty pathetic lot of demons as well. Only one top tier one, the rest all very, very small.
True. However, Possessy can just say, you don't have the second brawl, and just chip this Nether Breath into the greenskin, go face. However, I think he does have the read that... is it the read or the full information that the second risky skipper is in hand, so leaving up the Armor Smith might also seem a little bit scary. Okay, then again, because the Armor Smith is at 1 health, the risky skipper just gains an extra 2 armor off of it, whereas sinking 5 damage into it kind of heals Surrender for more, so to speak.
It's again one of those things where maybe there's some way that he can gain more armor off of it, but you've got to play the averages, and I think this works out much better for Possessy.
And Surrender rips the second brawl now. That is the worst outcome for him.
That's the one thing he didn't want to see.
He can clear it with the Kargath, but it's going to be painful.
Oh. So the actual effect there on Betrug is not that bad, really, in this deck. because you're not really developing that much onto the board anymore. They only have rush, they die at the end of the turn. Fine. And because of that, I was going to say, do you just start smacking face and hope that that can get there before the end of the game?
You know what? I think that's totally right. Forget I said anything about clearing. It is a bit awkward, though, for Surrender that he's at a multiple of 5+1. I guess that's fixed by the wrench caliber swings anyway. And Possessi, I think, correctly realizes that there's a lot of removal being expended. Who cares if Alexstrasza doesn't bring her buddies? This is just the pressure he needs to try and close out the game as soon as possible. That's quite a draw.
You just need the 2-turn clock, but now Risky Skipper Blastmaster is available if he wanted to go for the immediate push, because on the other side, there's 15 damage in play. And
Another
only 20
breath
health.
left in hand. One already used.
Nether Breath is one off. Moarg obviously doesn't buff that, but Fiendish Right, of which Surrender knows there's one left in Possessi's deck.
I think the skipper's happening, but I wonder if the Armor Smith is also happening alongside it to prevent.
I mean, you 4 bombs then.
You do, but it's tough. I'm not sure. Surrender's clearly thinking about it, right?
I mean, maybe he doesn't go for Blastmaster at all. It's just Bomb Wrangler plus Kargath.
Fair. Okay, well, he's gone through pretty much all of our thought processes and landed on maximizing the bomb damage. And that's a lot of 4s and 3s.
Whoa!
My goodness!
That's
insane!
Possessi can't believe it. You can't believe it. I can't believe it. Surrender's just winning.
That was godlike. I mean, second only to the wave from Possessi, because that was also pretty godlike. I don't know anymore. It looks like we're going to game 5, Dara.
If only he was sat across from his opponent so he could just wave right back now, that would be the perfect BM.
What a game.
So, in terms of taking it back, it could be on this turn, Fiendish Right, Hero Power, Plague, and then Nether Breath the face, or Sack Pouch.
And hope to not draw a bomb. And in that case, he would then have to Alex defensively.
Yeah.
But Surrender, he's got the next wrench caliber charge. There's still a ton of bombs in the deck, I believe. Although there's also just the option. There's also an option of just an 8-12-12, though.
Like every turn you wait is a turn they get closer to Moarg. Oh no, wait, he's not playing Moarg. So I was going to say Moarg plus Nether Breath, but I guess it's not even a possibility. But either way, I still think it's just such a good chance of winning the game from the spot. You take it.
For sure. And if the Bomb Wrangler sticks, then the Deathwing can just, do stuff to the boom bots as well.
Very true.
But, I mean, this whole series has been such a load of fun. Honestly, last game, you did say Surrender just got rolled. This time, Possessi just got dunked on, I believe, by those boom bots.
Did indeed.
Surrender now thinking that he just doesn't play a minion to deny Nether Breath a target. Or
but it can still go face, right?
Oh, does it get the... Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah.
That it only... not playing a minion only denies the Moarg, which wasn't there to begin with. And there's the bomb!
Very nice, easy win there at the end for Surrender. Hard fought, it must be said, but I think a well-played game overall. It was a very quick transition from Surrender, where he was, at the start of the game, brawling, Blade Storm, Risky Skipper, clearing up the board every turn. And then at a certain point, as soon as Betrug won the brawl, he was just like, right, you know what? This is getting ridiculous. I'm going to go back to basics, start smacking you over the head with a spanner. And it managed to get there.
I'm still out of words. I'm even still thinking about the game before this, but either way, you look at it, both of the players have been just... They've had to have nerves of steel to just keep going after all of the ridiculousness that's happened so far. And even though there was, ridiculousness in terms of the cards that were generated and the numbers rolled by the boom bots, both of them recognized what the line was when put into these very, very niche situations. And that, I think, is the mark of a very good Hearthstone player.
Agreed. I think this has been a very, very high caliber series of Hearthstone overall. I've loved a lot from both players. In the rogue game, obviously from Possessi, still for me the highlight with overdrawing deliberately all the bombs. But as I said there, the lightning fast switch there from Surrender of going for board control to face damage, I think was absolutely correct and very, very well spotted. But it does final game is going to be, I believe, the Warlock from Possessi up against the Mage from Surrender. Can be a little bit of a volatile matchup, I suppose, given the burst damage that Warlock can go for a hand. But how do you expect this matchup to be shaking out, Gia? Who's on the aggressive? Who's on the defensive?
It's kind of tough to say, but I would be inclined to put the aggression on the Mage, actually, because simply because they have freezes. I would say that's the main thing that they have as just a tool in their arsenal that the Warlock doesn't have too many answers to, because, as you mentioned, a lot of the Warlock board clears are symmetrical. So if the Mage freezes, they get the face damage in.
True.
Warlock has to expend something like Plague of Flames or Dark Skies. They clear their own board in the process, and the net result is that Mage got damage in.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at what tools the Mage will be using to go for that aggression right now, as I believe we have the Mage deck spotlight up and running. As you can see here, there's one key card that seems to be missing from what you may know and love from the Reno Mage. That is, of course, Luna's Pocket Galaxy, in addition to Stargazer Luna herself. That is gone. The Boomsday Project has rotated out, and now you're relying on a much more quote-unquote honest game plan here with the Mage, rather than getting out all your big minions for 1 mana. Obviously, that means you have less ability to go super aggressive in the mid-game after you've hit Luna's Pocket Galaxy. But it also means that the deck has kind of tended a little bit more towards aggressiveness. Here we see Astromancer, Solarian, Khadgar, Acidic Swampoos. Obviously, a lot of those can function also as defensive tools, but it still has the side effect of playing a little bit more aggressively here, which I think, like you said, will be Surrender's best chance of winning.
Yeah, it is also, though, having to pack some of these new neutral, more control-y cards, Overconfident Orc and Rusty Raider. Although I guess the Orc can be aggressive if your opponent doesn't have a lot of small ping effects. And for Warlock, it is kind of expensive to get rid of one of their health. It has to come from cards like Mortal Coil, etc. So yeah, I think the Mage, definitely we shouldn't count it out yet. And of course, there's still that chance of generating fireballs or Malagos' fireballs. And the box, the infamous box.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a weird matchup. Like you said, the box, obviously Reno at the end, things can get very, very funky indeed. But given that the Warlock is overall, I would say, a little bit of a light build, a light deck, I should say, in terms of threats. The only real punch you have in the late game is Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, Kronks, and of course Galakrond itself for a nice big board of demons. The Mage should have enough resources to be able to deal with all of that, with Puzzle Box, Reno, Blizzard, Rolling Fireball, all that good removal. That if it does get to the late game, maybe they can just outlast the Warlock's threats. But with this hand for Surrender, maybe it's not even going to get to the late game.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty crazy. The Zephrys curving into an early Reno if he wants to, or even just if he wants to just play Animal Companion and then Twilight Drake as a 2-3-4 curve. That also just seems to look kind of strong to me.
Does indeed. Definitely considering Animal Companion here, despite the fact that Wild Growth is almost always the pick for Mage, and in the end does turn out to still be the pick here for Surrender. Just because you could have gone Animal Companion into Twilight Drake, maybe even straight into Fireball. That is a Rolling Fireball, sorry. That would have been a very aggressive curve indeed.
It's aggressive, but ultimately, looking at the cards in his deck and not just what's in hand right now, there's a lot more potential for huge power spikes unlocked when you just ramp earlier, so it makes a lot of sense still to go for that. Surrender can play the Twilight Drake, I suspect he will, and Possessi could easily remove that with a Plague of Flames if he so chooses. Or he could even just possibly wait, like the Plague of Flames could get better targets, and he's got ways to generate minions for it.
It's actually really close, I think. I'm kind of sat right on the fence, because on turn 6, what are you expecting? Is it a big development turn? Dragoncaster is far and away the scariest thing you can expect if you have an empty board. But if you just go for Plague on this turn, you know, that's the only thing they can really do that's powerful. Reno is not that good.
Right. And I actually like the conclusion that Possessi landed on, is that, okay, Reno is not that good here. It does clear the board, and it still sucks for him, but at least in the case of Dragoncaster into development, that requires Surrender to trade into something. And at that point, there's still enough minions for Plague of Flames to deal with stuff.
Kind of interesting here again. I'm not sure that it's actually correct to go for Reno here necessarily. You could go for Blizzard instead if you want to get a little bit less... if you want to be a bit less vulnerable to Plague of Flames, as we were saying, or Dark Skies. That is in the end what Surrender goes for. It does mean that, you know, Blizzard is good now, no matter what, so use that now. Next turn, Reno, and then that curves really nicely into Power of Creation on 8 instead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think it's great recognition from Surrender to time the Reno. I mean, on 6, it looks so powerful. You get the swing with more damage, but yeah, this is one of those games where Surrender's had a good enough start that the Blizzard didn't even have to be saved for when Galakron is played by Possessi. This the timing also shuts off things like Shield of Galakron.
Yeah, true. Which Blizzard obviously would be much weaker against. As we can see, it would actually probably have worked out better if Surrender had gone for Reno, just because he would have been able to push the extra 4 damage there, and there still would have been no clear with Plague of Flames. But, you know, you've got to play the average. It's not about results-oriented play.
Absolutely. Both players with not a great turn 6.
Yeah. That's a decent turn now. You can just go Dragonflight, play, and you're very happy.
Yeah, talking about the previous turn, and
oh, sure.
That actually puts Possessi at not too high of a health total. It's pretty insane how much pressure Surrender managed to put together. He's rolling into Power of Creation now and seen Plague of Flames. Possessi, scratch of the neck, does not want to see this.
Yeah, the dirigibles are perfectly reasonable here, I think. It's just 6 chunky bodies. Pretty difficult to deal with, again, now that the Plague has just been used. Interested to see what Possessi goes for here. That does allow a clear now, right, with the unstable Fellbolt as well.
You would Nether Breath first?
Oh yeah, Nether Breath first, sorry, yeah.
Right.
What does it? It goes to 8, and then...
I will act as your
maybe it doesn't, if Possessi didn't go for it. And so this rolling fireball...
I actually that would have been a clear. I think it was exactly a clear.
Yeah, he was at 9 cards. Yeah.
Because it deals 1 and then repeats for every other card in hand, and there were 7 cards in hand. But
either way. But if he had started with the Nether Breath, that would mean...
He was at 9 cards, so he would have gone down to 8. Play the Dark Skies, which deals 1 and then repeats for every other card in hand.
Right, okay.
Which I think was exactly 8 damage.
So probably a missed opportunity from Possessi there, unless he was really tunneling on saving the Nether Breath for base damage. But even then, Unstable Fellbolt could have helped in some
and to
measure.
Be fair, you know, I've been known to mess up the maths before as well, but Possessi puts his hands purely into Galakron here. Tiny little hands though they may be, maybe they can save him, but unfortunately, that does not save him. The mage just dominated this game.
That's what we were talking about. I mean, impressive. Change that to mage from mortal. Impressive for a mage without a box. And that, I gotta say, was a really unexpected conclusion to the series. A real heartbreak for Possessi. We saw him at the very last frame of his camera. Got up from his chair. I'm sure he needs to take a few minutes to just kind of let it sink in what happened. It's crazy.
I was just getting going, Gia. That series felt like it had only just begun with that final game in particular there. But the mage, I think, played very well by Surrender. The only real big decision point for him, I suppose there were 2. It was Wild Growth over Animal Companion, which maybe is easier than I was making out. The Wild Growth did just smooth out his curves so nicely, so I think that was definitely correct. And even the Reno versus Blizzard, I think, again, because like you pointed out, on turn 5, you're expecting to see either Shield of Galakron or the Crazed Netherwing on turn 5 as well. The Reno does fantastically against that, so I think on average, Surrender was definitely making the best plays there, and it just worked out really well for him.
And yeah, I gotta say, props to Surrender for keeping it together, because surely if I were in his spot in that game 3 as Warrior versus Rogue, I would have been tearing my hair out at this point, having to play against Shadow Step Barista. But yeah, that does mean that we will have, I mean, we did expect at least one Korean player, but it will be an all-Korean finals.
It will indeed. That's right. We can take a look at the bracket now, I believe, to see what that finals is going to look like. Chonsu and Possessi, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to. We will see them later next week when they fight through the Swiss and trying to get into the top 8 again. But the real men of the hour here, Rivius and Surrender, are going to be our 2 finals, duking it out to see who can come away with the full 6 points.
True enough, and Chonsu and Possessi do walk away with 4 points. That's still a lot, but it is going to be so exciting to see. I mean, it's just so great that we get to crown a champion so-and-so. Maybe the word is a little bit too grandiose, but a champion every week. I just love the sound of that.
Yeah, maybe we should go with something a little bit less intense, like Overlord or Grandmaster of the Universe.
Look, we were already going for godlike, just based off of Wave from Possessi, so we can call that.
I mean, that was godlike. You cannot deny. That was just the actions of an absolute madman. But yeah, I believe that is going to be us all set up for the finals now. It is going to be, as we said, Rivius and Surrender. If you had to guess, Gia, who you would put in the lead, Rivius on his Warrior, Galacrond Priest, Demon Hunter, and the Druid, versus Surrender on the Druid, Demon Hunter, Warrior, and Mage. Who are you putting in the lead? What are the weak spots? And what are these players? What can we expect?
I mean, I was giving it to Rivius from the start. I'm going to stick to it till now. I just love the lineup. I love the creativity on how he innovated that Druid, and also just the idea to bring Galacron Priest in the beginning. I'm not quite sure how it lines up against the Mage, because when you just look at the lineup, they're sharing quite a few classes and archetypes similar. And then it's just that one outlier, the Priest or the Mage, that we're not quite sure how it pans out. But also, the difference is that the Demon Hunter archetypes. So Surrender's got the tempo and Rivius has got the OTK. And it seems as though the OTK has been favored nearly across the board from what we've seen in this entire bracket. So gotta give that to Rivius.
Yeah, I really do. I think it's no coincidence that Rivius is one of the 2 players in Asia Pacific, along with Tyler, to bring combo Demon Hunter, was one of the players to end up in the finals here up against Surrender. It's one of the decks that I think is just absurdly powerful. I think the only win rate, the only reason its win rate is not even higher is because it's so difficult to play, as we've seen time and time again. But I expect to see very good things from him, specifically trying to target the aggro Demon Hunter from Surrender, as does seem to be the cornerstone of Rivius' strategy in this week of Swiss. But before we can get into that, we need to give Surrender just a minute to get his thoughts together, because my goodness, was that a crazy series he just fought through. So we're going to go to a quick break before we come back with the finals of the first week of Swiss right after this break.
마스터.
어떤 아무거나 상관없는 거.
我会选择应该是在炉石上面吧，就是我想炉石玩得更好，就是成为炉石里面最強的人。
That's a new skill. ハーストーンの話なのかそれ以外の話なのか。
お絵描きの専門家になりたいかなと思います。
English. I choose English. I'm very hope that.
もし何かの専門家になれるとしたら、宇宙飛行士の専門家になってちょっと宇宙に飛んでみたいですね。
那我会选择，我希望我的语言能力能更好一点。就最重要的是英文，就是因为我英文不是练得特别好，所以我希望我可以最少可以跟就是我英语可以变得很好，然后跟世界各地的人沟通，跟那个更多人可以交朋友这样。
我应该会选择游泳吧，因为我不会游泳。
저 행글라이더 같은 거 잘 타보고 싶어요. 예전부터 날아다니는 게 꿈이었는데.
I have an answer, but how to proper say the woman relationship?
Woman.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, to chase many women.
Great. That's good.
Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters. You're just in time if you're joining us now for the finals of our final day this week of Asia Pacific. We have our two finalists now in Rivius and Surrender. They are fighting to get as many points as possible in these first 3 weeks of Swiss play before we divide players into an upper and lower bracket once we head into round robin come week 4. It's been a bit of an up and down day for these players, I've got to say, but for us, the casters, and I'm sure the viewers of home, it has been non-stop in terms of entertainment. Rivius and Surrender, who are you liking most as we head into this final match now, Gia?
I can't say it enough times, I guess. Rivius all the way. I mean, as much of a fan I am of Surrender as just a player and just a long time titan in the Hearthstone scene, and especially in the APAC region, I really like Rivius's lineup, the Galakron Priest as a different archetype, and the techs he's made across the different decks. That is to say, though, these two players have probably prepared at least a little bit together coming up with that Bomb Warrior, which coincidentally has been banned on both sides.
It has indeed, and I think probably rightly so. It seems like if any country so far in Grandmasters, at least here in Asia Pacific, understands the power of Warrior, it is the Koreans. I'm sure there was some kind of talk amongst the community as to how they would bring it, how they would build it, how they would play it, and how they would ban it quite clearly here, as I think it's a very, very good idea to go for. Rivius, however, is still left with, in my opinion, 3 decks, 2 in particular, in the Demon Hunter and Priest, that are very favoured against the Demon Hunter from Surrender. And I think that's definitely his best chance of taking the win here, is to try and target that tempo Demon Hunter on the other side.
True enough. And speaking of the other side, despite Rivius's Druid looking like it might have a rough time against Surrender's tempo Demon Hunter, it's still going to have a pretty good shot, I would say, against, at the very least, the Mirror, and also against the Highlander Mage, which is the deck we were most worried about on Surrender's end.
It is indeed. I think that it does have a decent shot up against maybe the Warlock. Up against the Priest that we see from Rivius. That feels like it might not have quite so much of a good lineup against the slower decks, as much of an anti-aggro deck, as we keep talking about with the Holy Novas and the Breath of the Infinite Throne in there as well. But if it can do anything like it did in the previous series against Possessi, Surrender is going to be just fine with this Mage.
Oh, absolutely. It's been such a long time since I've seen Mage do nothing too remotely unfair or random and still just completely roll a game. That was nice to see. No boxes involved.
I mean, I guess in a way, it's also a showcase of how disgusting the deck can be when it draws all the Highlander cards one after the other. Or not even all of them. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza are not even needed in that game. But as you can see there, with both warriors out of the way, it is going to be somewhat of an aggressive matchup, I would say. It's, again, specifically with trying to target the Demon Hunter from from Surrender. But do you still think that the weakest deck for Surrender is going to be the Mage, or are you transitioning over to the Demon Hunter?
I just still gotta say Mage, honestly. I can't, in good conscience, call Demon Hunter weakest anything. Maybe the weakest at losing in this meta. But I also just want to point out that it's so cool that our top 2 players throughout the Swiss and also going through opposite ends of the groups coming into this spot are players that had a leave up Demon Hunter strategy, which really proves that there's a way to go about it, that you don't just have to ban, even though it is the best deck, you don't have to ban Demon Hunter all the time.
Absolutely. Every strategy in Hearthstone has a weakness, as narrow as it may be. You can always find some way of exploiting the weaknesses of any given archetype. But now for Surrender, this is definitely a much less aggressive hand than you had in the previous series, which is a bit of a letdown, as we know that the Mage can definitely function as a full-on removal version of the deck up against Druid. But against Rivius's build that has not only Forest's Aid and Gift of the Wild, but also Ysera Unleashed, you've got to imagine that Surrender needs to be playing on the aggressive if he wants to take this match.
Right, it can't just be removal spell after removal spell. It's gonna run out, whereas Rivius is still gonna have some type of refill available. So Surrender is gonna have to go for, I guess, the older approach of Highlander Mage versus any of these token Druids, which is just try to get the minions on board, and then when the Druid develops, freeze, go face, hope that's enough. As early as now, we already see Surrender wondering whether he should be coining this Twilight Drake, because the curve has just such a big gap in the middle turns. If he coins the Twilight Drake, suddenly he's looking at maybe turn 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, given the worst draws ever being lackluster.
I actually think he's considering the Doomsayer on this turn. And it turns out we're both wrong, as he's considering the Khadgar on this turn. Who knows how Surrender's mind works? My thought process was that if he goes for the Doomsayer, it denies Innovate into Glowfly Swarm, and then he can very cleanly play the Twilight Drake on turn 4. Obviously, that's quite a niche hand that Rivius would have to have for that to work. But in the end, he goes for the Khadgar. What's the thinking here?
Well, I think I really don't think Doomsayer was an option. Sorry, Derek.
Really? No, please.
Yeah, I mean, if the Doomsayer does prevent the Glowfly, what's to prevent Rivius from playing it on this turn, and then you're still very far behind with one or two minions?
Yeah.
I think that the argument there was coining Twilight Drake or playing a minion, and just to have something done that turn and then play Twilight Drake. Clearly, Surrender's, main priority is having some type of pressure going on, because he just doesn't have the clears available. So the next best option is to hope that Rivius doesn't have the clears or the boards, then just try to go face. The middle turns were just so empty.
Yeah. I mean, I actually still think that Doomsayer was not as bad as you're making out, mainly because, I mean, I agree it wasn't that fantastic there. It was unlikely to be very useful. But if Surrender's going to have any chance of winning the game, I don't think he can afford to go for a full symmetrical board player. I think he needs to be on, the front, the driving seat of this game consistently if he wants to really have a chance.
That's fair. So a Nova Doom isn't happening. You mean it's just going to be a Nova and push face?
Maybe. I mean, maybe if it came down like this turn before he starts branching into the 8 mana cards, then it would be worth considering.
I can see it, but Surrender is definitely rewarded for keeping the coin, and we'll see how cooperative Reno wants to be against a 12 health total board, and that is about the average outcome, I think. Just one on each is more likely than one to go completely unscathed.
Yeah, either way, I think you're pretty happy there. You've got board control in your favor as Surrender. As I think I like for Rivius here, absolutely just going for a build-up turn. You are trying to ramp up, wait for your Bog Beams and Ironbarks to become 0 mana on the following turn, and then just absolutely pop off with the Mount Sellers on turn, on 9 mana.
Right. And now if you're Surrender, maybe this is the Doomsayer turn. seeing that Rivius took a relatively passive approach, you could be expecting something like Mount Seller or maybe gift the Forest Aid or even just another Glowfly with Soul of the Forest. There's just so many options.
I think that is literally the worst play I've ever heard in my life, Gia. It's not nice, is it?
Hey, I just said I disagree, Dare.
So did I, just a little bit more strongly worded.
Well, you're wrong, because it's better this turn. It has to be.
I know, you are correct, I'm just being a baby. I think actually, do you not think it was maybe an escaped Mana Saber that could have been gone for there? Because then you could ramp up to 8 mana and then go for Tortollan and try and hit Blizzard or Box on that turn?
I could see that happening, yes. But if this Doomsayer manages to go off, then he's kind of saved himself an empty board. I don't know. You make a good point. It's very tough to say.
Well, unfortunately for Surrender, the clear is available on this turn with a double crystal power. Going with the Innovate first to see if he gets any rushes. I think that's very correct.
There's the Porcupine once more.
And there's the Box. Wow.
And like you
that's
said...
That's actually a pretty bad draw.
For sure. Like you said, not investing the Mana Saber last turn risked Rivius having the removal for Doomsayer. Of course, it's a very, very key, niche combination of cards to not only be able to develop and remove the Doomsayer, but that leaves Surrender in such an awkward spot where if he wants to use Blizzard, he's hardly getting any damage through to the face. And that's an all-important freeze. So I do like starting with the Arctic Breath here. There's Frost.
Wow.
Another Blizzard. Wait.
Fantastic minions. Those are fantastic spells to have found.
I can't believe I looked at Ray of Frost as my first instinct, and maybe it's because, I mean, given the quality of the other spells, but also I think it's not completely uncalled for. He could go for that Mana Saber turn now with the Ray of Frost and still just prevent a bit of damage. Granted, he's got to find a way to have another freeze because he's looking at just getting to Reno safely.
Yeah. And this does leave him one turn short as it currently stands. Which is why in the end he is going for the Mana Saber.
And fair enough though. Even if you don't take the Ray of Frost. Yeah, it's not very much damage on the opposite end. Surrender hasn't taken any damage.
Oof. Well, this is an incredibly threatening board that Rivius can make, but with Ysera discarded, maybe Surrender can actually just transition over to the full removal plan.
That's a bit of a disaster. And we know that Rivius has cut a Mount Seller in favor of this Ysera. So in terms of board redevelopment, yes, there's still the second Glowfly, there's still the Forest Aid, but it's possible that that could happen.
So now this turn, we're looking at, I guess, Blizzard pass, obviously with the hero power, and then just attack into Reno next turn, right?
Yep.
Okay, Blizzard is more expensive and thus more cumbersome to use later on, but it also does 2 damage. Would you rather use Blizzard or Frostnova here?
I would definitely rather use Blizzard. I feel like the 2 damage is sometimes detrimental when you're facing exactly the Glowfly with Death Rattle board. I guess it's a bit niche, but just the mana flexibility that Frostnova opens makes it way more valuable. Not to mention Surrender's got 2 Blizzards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as the game progresses as well, 2-card combos are, they have to happen eventually. He's going to draw the entire deck probably before the game is over.
But of course, Surrender taking the time to consider, is there anything off of the Tortollan that we're missing? I think all of the good options for it to hit are in hand already, as Surrender is not running Flame Strike. And he does eventually land on the Blizzard conclusion, rightfully using the one that was not discovered, so that the information is held back from Rivius.
Ping on the minion there, I guess doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, I mean, I think he's always just going with Reno next turn. I was saying, like, I was going to say you could ping a minion, which makes box more likely to clear. And, I mean, I think there is some merit to go, for a box line instead, because Reno clears up Soul of the Forest, where box does not necessarily do that. But I think when you're in this scary of a situation, I would rather just take the guaranteed clear.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen Surrender be way more conservative, I guess, with the use of his random or discover effects. Like, we saw him not go for a Tortolan when it had very high potential because there were a lot of spells that it could have whiffed on. So I very much expect to see Reno here.
Especially as once the big board does come down, you know, even if you see Glowfly for 7 minions, and a Soul of the Forest, you can just go Blizzard Frost Nova and then clear it off the remainder next turn.
Is there something we're perhaps missing here? I feel like if you're going to Reno, you kind of want it to happen early in the turn because you have to wait for a lot of things to resolve. And if you suddenly can attack for some reason... Sorry, I meant box.
Oh, with box.
Yeah,
right,
sorry. Of course, Reno resolves in one big poof. And because he's waiting this long, I can't imagine it will be anything with Reno.
He was clearly thinking about something else, though. I guess maybe Blizzard cleared up most of these minions, and he was thinking Blizzard into box, or of course just box, because you want to save the Reno for Soul. But yeah, in the end, it just seems much more worth.
Meanwhile, for Rivius, having to cycle probably with the Rising Winds and then possibly redevelop with the Glowflies. He can tag a Power of the Wild onto it. Of course, he's not expecting the second Blizzard. He's also not expecting Flame Strike, as it's not in the list. So maybe he gets swept up into not playing Power of the Wild, but he does not fail to play it.
Yeah, I think it was just the best thing he could do here. Obviously, it's not just about Blizzard, it's just, you know, anything else that can clear the board.
Substandard spell for Surrender there. And the problem with the Frost Nova is, even though it's cheated, it just can't be paired with anything else that's quite powerful in the turn.
Yeah.
Still gonna... Oh, never mind!
I mean, you can just see Surrender. Like, the thought process is, okay, Blizzard, they're all on 1 health, and then how do you clear up? Malagos is not in hand, so he's not guaranteed to be able to find... I mean, even if he got it, obviously, he wouldn't be guaranteed to find Arcane Explosion or Arcane Missiles. And his thinking is, okay, do I go for Blizzard into box, or do I just rip the box now?
It's true. I mean, Reno's also been used, so softening up the board would be specifically just for box, I believe. And I wouldn't mind the use of the Blizzard into box just to give you better odds of actually clearing. Because one, yes, he can develop the barrier. And two, he's also got another freeze in case the box fails miserably. We do know that this... Oh! The Soul of the Forest, though. Oh, man. So the box has got to deliver twice.
Yeah, he tests for as many secrets as he can. Obviously, that could... Oh, no, wait, sorry, that wasn't a randomly generated one. So the mage one he knew was Ice Barrier.
You know, even if the box doesn't deliver, Rivius doesn't have the roar. Oh my god, Chaos! What the heck? Oh my god.
Rivius, fist raised to the sky. How dare you?
I thought you were my friend. Well, it's still gonna be the box though, because Surrender's still scared of Savage Roar. And Holy Wrath, sure, great way to start things off.
That's one very dead Treant.
That's is 2 Overload. That's Cycle, like, oh, that's pretty good.
He's alive. At the very least, he's alive.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
That's one Treant that won't be dying.
Well,
that was pretty good. That was pretty bloomin' good.
I think Surrender is in firm control of the game now.
Yeah, the only real threat now left to Rivius' name is the Forest's Aid, which he'll be very, very thankful that he's running in this build. That Ysera, though, still just so devastating to lose off the Fungal Fortunes.
Well, he's not even drawn it off the top, and Surrender next turn has Dragon Queen into
no,
regular.
overloaded. Overloaded for 2.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But Power of Creation.
Dragon Caster into Power of Creation. Yeah, you can even play an Ooze on top of that. I'm not seeing a way out for Rivius here.
Yeah, it's looking real good. There's always the possibility for Reno to just go Pyroblast his own face, Pyroblast his own face. Not necessarily over yet, but it's looking very good, I agree.
Well, I've spent so much time worrying about the mage, all for nothing, Derek. Seems that you just gotta trust in the box sometimes. And also just the Reno spells. The Reno spell was pretty dang good.
Wondering if there's anything you should bother being afraid of here. Is it Malagos plus Frost Nova? In the end, I think he comes to the conclusion, nope, there is nothing I'm afraid of. And I think he'll actually end up going for the Boulder Fist Ogre here. It's, yeah, just the most attack.
Yep, seems very good. Rivius can cycle and look for Roar. Does Roar even set anything up?
Not that I'm seeing. Kael'thas is obviously playable, and it could cheat out 0 mana Starfall, but that doesn't do anything.
There's a couple minions, but that's not even an option. Neither the Roar nor the Kael'thas. So what's the best you can do? Just Starfall for 2 across the board, ship everything else face. Probably use a Bog Beam.
And it does look like with Surrender giving us an adorable little grin, he knows that he has pretty much locked out this game. If the Forest Aid didn't come down this turn, he's got nothing to be afraid of, because he can just go freeze, attack face, and then attack face again next turn for the win.
Oh, on the bottom, we see an adorable little grin, and up on Rivius' side, he's woken up now, but I'm pretty sure he was just trying to sleep and pretend this is all a bad dream. And you know what? I cannot blame him. This game just... there wasn't much he could do after the Chaos Nova into Frost Nova from the box. Messed with his entire game plan. However, it is just game 1, and with Mage out of the way, we could get some more honest Hearthstone coming up soon.
Maybe. I mean, to be fair, I think this was a pretty honest game of Hearthstone from Surrender, and also a very well played one. Those mid-turns where we were wondering, you know, does he go for Doomsayer a turn earlier? Does he go for an escaped Mana Saver? Does he agree with Gia every turn? Or does he finally throw Derek a bone and say that one of my plays is good? Of course not. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I definitely think the middle of this game is where Surrender got to show all of the experience he's had. And now Rivius, it's on him to just kind of get it back together. It's obviously a really big blow to morale to take a loss the way that the game did pan out in the end. But he's got to still have faith in the lineup. The Druid deck is good. He's got a Priest that seems to be very well placed against Surrender's Demon Hunter. Speaking of Demon Hunter, maybe Rivius could even take a reverse sweep on that.
Maybe. I will say that that was a pretty unfortunate draw overall for Rivius. His start was fairly strong. I believe hitting like Fungal Fortunes towards the start of the game, a nice big exotic Mount Seller to get things going. But Kael'thas right at the bottom of the deck, obviously Ysera being discarded was a huge blow. But even the Forest Aid as well being right down at the bottom, all the extra meat he needed to make the deck function just really wasn't coming together. So I think even though he'll be in with a good shot of taking a win with it later on in the series, it's a bit of a blow to get things rolling. Surrender, however, now left with Druid of his own and the aggressive tempo Demon Hunter, as we can see there. I think, for me at least, still may be struggling a little bit. He's probably in the lead, just about one game up. But that Tempo Demon Hunter, that is still just the absolute linchpin, that if he can't get a win with that, he is just not winning.
Yeah, and I think its best shot is against Rivius's Druid, so might be a little bit of mind games again as to queue order, for example. Because if Rivius's Druid could maybe get through in the mirror, then suddenly the Demon Hunter from Surrender could be locked out in 2 bad matchups against the OTK version and the Galakron Priest. So if we're looking at the way the queues actually started, that the Druid has a good chance against Mage. Maybe Rivius actually won the mind game, just didn't win the box lottery at the end, I guess.
Yes, yeah, obviously not only the box, but also just the discarding all the nonsense that can occur along the way. But going for the Priest this time is Rivius, and he's lined it up into the Demon Hunter. If I had to guess what he would say if I asked him, why did you bring this Priest? He would say Demon Hunter as the main answer. He's got all the AoE. He's even got a Waste Warden, or as I called it, a Garbage Guardian thrown in there to try and take out all the demons at once as well. Just feels like a great matchup.
I'm now trying to find another alliteration. It's really cool that Garbage Guardian just means the same as Waste Warden, and it keeps the flavor of the sound of the card. Can you think of another word like Guardian that starts with R? So you can have a rubbish something.
I'll have a think. That'll be on the back burner.
In any case, you did mention that the Priest was running all the AoE, and it has it in hand. Breath of the Infinite, Holy Nova, and Waste Warden. Not to mention, Surrender's opener is really rough. Spectral Sight and Skull of Gul'dan sandwiched in the middle by the Glaive-bound Adept.
Yeah, as soon as you see your opponent pass turn 1, or Hero Power I suppose, draw on turn 2 an unoutcasted Spectral Sight, you are thinking, am I even going to need this AoE? I'm just in such a good spot already.
And that is such a great problem to have. Imagine being able to play Madame Lazul on 3 against Demon Hunter, and it being just fine.
Yeah, it's very good here.
The future is clear.
And if it gets I-Beam, you could even just coin it out because it goes to the right-hand side, right?
Yes, is that worth it? I think I'd probably rather hold on to the coin if I was Rivius.
But you could just take the full board control at this point.
Yeah.
The other option is the Skull, which to be fair is very strong, but I quite like this a lot.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's obviously not bad, right? You're clearing off the board. I was just thinking that with this deck, you want to try and catch some more minions in those AoE spells, given that you can heal up with the lifesteal of the I-Beam and the Holy Nova, of course, as well. But I guess given that it was at 3 health, it doesn't really die to the AoE.
And that is the whole reason for people saying that the Frenzied Bellwing nerf could be very significant indeed. If anybody missed the memo, there were a bunch of card changes announced mainly to Demon Hunter's cards, or even this neutral card, which is mainly played in Demon Hunter. We don't know when they're going to hit, but Demon Hunter will be seeing at least a little drop in power level soon. So now for Rivius, he could just go for the Invoke. See what that gets him. I think like holy... Yeah. Sorry, that gives him Minion. That is pretty okay because he's used Lazul, so he knows what's in the hand, right?
That's true. He's scouted for information, and now he's making the right play. Is he playing Hearthstone or StarCraft right now?
That's amazing. That is actually amazing.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent card to get as well. I guess it's unlikely, actually, that it'll be outcasted this game, given that it's on the right-hand side.
But we did talk about one of Priest's weaknesses being just card draw, and at the very least, like, it's just very similar to Sprint. You're, I guess, paying 1 less mana for 1 less card, but I mean, as long as Rivius has stuff to do every turn, and he's had such a great start, I don't imagine that he can fall behind.
So options on this turn, it could be a big old gamble from Surrender and just go for Altruist Crimson Sigil Runner to try and find the 1-cost spell or minion, but I think that's maybe a little bit too all-in. He doesn't need to take that risk given that he's still on 30 health. It could be a case of just spending the mana on Metamorphosis. Doesn't sound all too bad to me.
What that does, though, is shuts off his attacking hero power for a while, which shuts down the Glaive-bound Adept.
True.
So,
yeah.
I'm not sure how important that is, but if I'm Surrender, I just kind of want to get the Skull of Gul'dan active so he can actually draw into good cards. I don't fault him for just using this, though.
The thing is, everything else he spends his mana on is just kind of bad. He could have gone for the Crimson Sigil Runner and just see what he gets off the top, but if he doesn't get anything good, then he's almost just passing the turn.
And speaking of passing turns, Rivius, having kept I mean, rightfully for the matchup, a bunch of removal. He just doesn't want to play anything either. Is it just going to be a hero power pass or maybe renew to look for something to do, which is a waste of healing, but head on board?
I think he's very happy to just hero power pass. He's got plenty of removal, plenty of healing. Yeah, I just don't really see the need to push too aggressively with the Waste Warden.
Kind of a strange pan out how when you get the absolute, it's actually not playable when your opponent gets the absolute trash. So it is just going to be the pass now, and for Surrender, really looking for at least that's a way to free up the Crimson Sigil runner, but he didn't even get a good target with his hero power.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Okay, what are the options here? You could just play Skull to draw 3. Could just play Glavebound. Maybe that's just best, actually. You just play the Glavebound. You could even ping the 2/2. And then that just sets up a Skull next turn.
It just sounds like a whole bunch of damage that didn't go phase or overkilled something. I mean, that's not to say it's the wrong play. I mean, Surrender kind of agrees, except that he's damaged face.
Okay. Yeah, this is probably a bit of a better play. Because you're expecting the Glavebound to die no matter what, I think.
So now Revius can very happily time rip this, renew for the full healing, and just... Man, how does Surrender get back into this? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Radiance as well. That sounds very, very good. I like that over the Soul Mirror as well, with Galakrond, Holy Nova, Garbage Guardian, Breath of the Infinite, and Plague. That's so much removal. It's just health that's the most important thing.
So Garbage Guardian is just canon now, is it?
Yes.
Alright.
Poor warlock.
I can get behind that.
That was accidental, I swear on my life. I'm just confusing myself.
Oh, really? Okay. Well... Thinking of ways to come back, I think Surrender's only out is to have one heck of an Altruist turn, and it seems like he's trying to position himself to be able to do. So it would, in theory, swing the board and also deal a bunch of face damage to Priest, and in that world he'd also have to hope that whatever board he generates sticks, which we see is not the case, but that's Surrender thinking of the 1%, 2% he has to maybe win this game.
Yeah, wondering if it's worth going for the 0-mana Sightless Watcher when it could combo quite nicely with Altruist. But it does, of course, allow him to manipulate what the top card of his deck is, which I was actually kind of anticipating that he'd go for the I-Beam with, so that he'd just have a nice cheap spell to go with Altruist. But it looked like he went for the Glavebound Adept there instead.
Yeah, which is very interesting because, well, he does have the Warglaives now. I was thinking the hero power. And the hero power does go back to regular attack. So my understanding of this, and it could be very off of course, is that it seems that he's trying to get the expensive cards out of the way and then draw into all the cheap ones, maybe using something like Spectral Sight, and then get an even bigger Altruist turn.
Okay. I can see that. I mean, that's one of the things that I remember when Zixo hit Rank 1 Legend with this deck recently. He was saying how the deck is so powerful, not just because of its obvious, strong early removal, lots of damage. It's the fact that it's got such powerful card draw that against the slower decks like Priest and Warlock, you can almost function like, as you said earlier, a cosplay OTK deck, where you just draw every cheap card in your deck, reduce them all with Skull of Gul'dan, and then just play the Altruist and like 10 cards in a turn, maybe more.
Seems like that's the way Surrender's going about it. And he did see Revius just use Renew for only 2 healing just to make sure he doesn't overdraw. That might be the signal to Surrender to maybe think that, hey, maybe he's being a little bit too complacent. Is there a window? And we'll have to find out. I'm inclined to think it doesn't get there, but if any player could make it get there, it's Surrender.
Absolutely. We remember these games from his past of just seeming like there was no way he could eke out enough damage with all these weird decks, but are always getting there.
Oh, that was Raza Priest. That wasn't weird, but it was...
That was a very weird deck indeed. It's a great deck, but it made me feel weird.
Fair enough. I do remember that game at Worlds.
That was
it Worlds? Oh man. I just remember the game itself, not quite the context, but eking out the exact amount of damage after tons and tons of armor was gained. Very impressive. But now this is a whole different beast, a whole different class? A whole different class. And the priest is on the other side now. So for Rivius, he knows that surrender is not given up. So what's the best way he has to shut off some type of altruist nonsense?
Is it just Galakrond to take out both of these minions? It obviously gives him what is probably a worse hero power for the moment, but it's a very good opportunity to use Galakrond, which may get weaker as the game progresses.
Yeah, I can get behind it. Looks like he's just gonna rip an AoE and a minion, which I can get behind. It still clears the board, and instead of just gaining 5 armor, puts something onto the board. Granted, it dies immediately to the Warglaives, but he also just has to kind of remove stuff from the hand if the use of Radiance was any indication.
Altruist could definitely be considered there, because you could go Altruist, play the Sightless Watcher, play the I-Beam, draw whatever you put on the top of your deck with Spectral Sight, which you'd probably pick something you could play. You're probably looking at least 5 or 6 cards you could have played there with the Altruist, but in the end, Surrender deciding it's still not worth it, just wants to juice it up even more, probably by finding both of those twin slices before the end of the game.
It's true. He's still got another Skull of Gul'dan, is it? So if that's the draw off the top, maybe, just maybe, there is a way. But for now, at the very least, he's putting together a decent-sized board. He did see one Breath of the Infinite. He has to know that there's got to be way more AoE where that came from, as Rivius has been very passive in terms of development. And given that you know your board's gonna be blown up, why not just go face anyway? Fate Weaver's very good for Rivius there, because now he can develop something alongside playing either Holy Nova or the other Breath of the Infinite.
I must consider.
There's the opportunity for Fate Weaver, Breath, the Wretched Reclaimer, and a hero power, I believe. Oh, sorry, it doesn't fit. It's one off. I was just trying to look for a way for Rivius to get the most stats on board.
And this seems to do that whilst also fitting in a hero power. Surrender, looking at making a nice big board with the Satyr Overseer, but again, everything that he will play there has 2 health. You just have to expect it's going to die.
It really is. I mean, I don't think that he's imagining by any measure that this type of board development gets there. I think it's very much just stall to somehow get to the Skull of Gul'dan. You even see him committing the Cane here because it's just too expensive to fit into an Altruist turn. So that's what it's gonna be. And to be fair to him, he's gotten Rivius down to half health, which is, with a start like he had, a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, that's really not shabby at all. Obviously, that's kind of Demon Hunter's specialty, with all the burst damage from hand and all the weapons and the hero power and all that nonsense. You know, they can make damage appear even with absolutely no board presence at all. But I suppose it speaks to both players' ability this game. One surviving at all and the other even getting them down to half health. It's kind of both impressive in its own way.
Rivius now just cycling. I guess he's not inclined to play Galakrond just yet. I think he really wants to milk this original hero power for as much as it's worth.
Right,
It's starting to get ever so slightly worrisome. I mean, because the heal now is just completely dried up aside from the armor of Galakrond, I guess the hero power. But yeah, this board that he's developed, aside from maybe the Fate Weaver, will get Altruist away, given that Surrender just finally decides to go for it.
Yeah, it was starting to get a little bit scary, this board, but I think it finally does just have to be time for the Altruist and the Arc.
Yeah, and Weaver is gonna die with the I-beam, so it's gonna have to be some type of miracle working for Surrender here. If he can actually pull this off, my goodness, there's just too many people I'll be describing as godlike today.
I don't know, I'm just not really seeing it come together. As long as Rivius doesn't allow any board presence to stick, which I think should be possible for the rest of the game, Surrender's deck is just not that powerful anymore. You know, it's like a Skull of Gul'dan, I think a double Twin Slice.
Right, and the Metamorphosis and Kayn have been used. Those are the big ones for burst, so I don't know. All I know is he's got to keep using this Altruist one way or another. Even I-beaming your own minion I wouldn't hate, because they're probably not sticking anyway.
So, hero power, attack, Umblewing, I-beam?
Yeah.
Or just double Umblewing, maybe even. It feels pretty awful, but he's just got to milk, again, every single point of damage he possibly can.
So, what are we looking at? If he can go down, and I believe both of the Twin Slices are left in the deck, that's 6 damage to the hero power, doesn't quite get
Does
there.
he have a Glaive Bound left as well? If he could go Skull into Glaive Bound, then like maybe we're looking at a chance?
I think they're both used.
Oh, okay.
He had the one used without the battle cry early on,
Yeah,
and then one from the Sightless Watcher. And without anything of impact this turn, I think that seals the game. Rivius simply has to Galakrond, or okay, you can play Holy Nova, but either.
Yeah, he's probably just figured out that this should be enough health to survive. It feels a little bit risky even there to go for the Galakrond, but I think he can just again guarantee that nothing sticks to the board. And with 0 mana into 0 mana, I'm just not seeing it for Surrender.
Is this the old prep coin concede? Except it's Twin Slice, Second Slice, Twin Slice, Second Slice concede. Oh man, that was rough to watch. But honestly, props to Surrender for seeing what feels like a sub 1% line. I mean, there were worlds where it somehow gets there. If he had like the Skull a little bit higher up in the deck, or if Rivius had missed the Galakrond armor, or even one of those AoEs. Surrender was surprisingly low health total.
He did indeed. It feels like he really knew the matchup right from the get-go, in that even from turn 1, even with a very mediocre or pretty bad starting hand actually, he knew that board control was pretty much all but out of the question, and he just had to go for damage to face right from the start, and he played to that out as much as possible. It just didn't come together.
Still holding on is Surrender. I'm not sure to what hope. But he seems to, based on his facial expression, be counting up every single last point of damage available in the deck.
Yeah,
and
again,
to be fair, his hero power still does damage, whereas Rivius no longer heals him.
True.
So maybe there's something we're not seeing. Is there another Chaos Strike maybe? Even then it's not enough, right? And there's a Renew.
That's just got to be it now, I think.
Oh, there's another Warm Waves, apparently. That was what Surrender was counting up. Yeah, that's actually, if it had been 1 or 2 turns earlier, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah. Doesn't matter anymore, he's just going to be dead on the following turn long before he can do 16 damage. But it was a very valiant effort, as we kept saying.
Oh, the saddest Skull of Gul'dan you'll ever see. Orglaves at the very bottom of the deck, even though Surrender identified it as a possible out. This got way closer than it should have gotten.
It really did, but well played, I believe, by Rivius. The real, the real genius in that game didn't really come in-game from Rivius, I don't believe. It was in the preparation phase. It looked like a very dominant matchup because that's exactly what he built his deck to do. All the AoE, all the heal, all the just early mid-game minions that he can throw down to disrupt the Demon Hunter, it did exactly what it was supposed to do, and it did also equalize the series 1 game apiece.
And I am still worried a little bit about the Demon Hunter for Surrender because Rivius is now probably hoping to queue up his own OTK Demon Hunter into that. But then Rivius's Druid could maybe struggle against the Tempo Demon Hunter from Surrender. So I could actually see this series coming down to a Druid mirror.
I think I could definitely see that as well. Yeah. Surrender's, I suppose the combo demon, Rivius's combo Demon Hunter, I could kind of see that maybe struggling up against the Druid if it gets off to one of those disgustingly powerful early starts. Even having said that, it feels like Rivius has teched his OTK Demon Hunter to do quite well in that matchup with Chaos Nova and Blade Dance, in addition to obviously the Immolation Auras that are pretty much standard in the deck. And I believe we can take a look at that deck now, if I'm not mistaken, the Demon Hunter from Rivius, to see how it's going to face up against Surrender's decks. Once again, I've said it time and again, I do just feel like the OTK Demon Hunter is definitely the way to go at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Probably we can agree the higher skill cap deck, as we can compare it right here to the deck that you're more likely to see on ladder. Again,
yes.
Just such... I don't know, such kudos to Surrender for finding the lines despite one of the worst opening hands I've ever seen Tempo Demon Hunter draw. And I guess if you watch that game alone, you wouldn't really understand why this deck is about to take another round of nerfs. But, I mean, I think it's still very warranted.
I would agree with you there. You know, I mean, when I say that the combo version is the version I like going for, it doesn't mean that the aggro version, or the tempo version as it's called, is not the way to go at all. It's an extremely powerful deck, especially when you put it in the hands of a player like Surrender, who knows how to play to these super late game scenarios when that's your only out.
And here we have a much more premium opening hand for the Tempo Demon Hunter. Battlefiend and Umberwing, and Rivius now on his Druid. This is the matchup that I think would struggle a bit, where Rivius would struggle a bit, because it seems like the rest of his lineup is positioned kind of well against Demon Hunter.
Bit of an interesting mulligan, I would say, from Rivius. Crystal Power, 100%. I think you should definitely keep it in the matchup. It's definitely one of the highest mulligan win rate cards. But Moonfire, suppose it can combo with the hero power to deal 2 damage, but it feels like a little bit unambitious given what this Druid deck can do.
Yeah, I tend to agree, although we have seen, I think, Rivius Moonfire against Tempo Demon Hunter on another occasion, so whatever the logic behind it is, he seems convinced, and I tend to trust the amount of practice and preparation he's put into it. So Surrender now with the outcasts where they need to be on the left and right. And although he's got the option for Fellwing this turn, check right.
Yeah, I think you just transition over to Fellwing here.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously needing to to plan out the next few turns. Skull of Gul'dan, you want to get that over to the left-hand side, which probably means Altruist has to be played over the next few turns. But I think even with all of that factored in, it's just still better to go for the Fellwing.
Yeah, the pressure is just how the Demon Hunter tries to run over the Druid. If you give them time to ramp safely and not take that much damage, suddenly you get overrun by the Glowfly Swarms. Although, if that does happen, Surrender has that kind of panic button of Altruist, and hopefully for him, drawing enough cheap spells to remove those flies.
Rivius' hand, though, is definitely starting to shape up quite nicely. He definitely had a couple of options as to how he could have played it. I was looking at, I have to be honest, just hero power on that turn to take out the 2-1 and then maybe transition over to Coin Glowfly on the next turn. But he's going with Coin into the ramp here of Overgrowth, which does give him a little bit of option on the following turn. If things get very scary, like this, he could go for Starfall. And if not, he could still go for Glowfly on the following turn.
Yeah, I definitely think that the investment of the coin now has a big payoff throughout the rest of the game. And you could argue that that's a little bit greedy to think about the rest of the game, because that doesn't go on for very often against Demon Hunter. But now you can see the Keep of the Moonfire with Starfall being huge for Rivius here. Absolutely.
Yeah. it just worked out perfectly for him, especially the pickup of Overflow off the top means his next turn isn't even looking bad at all. It's looking very good, actually.
Right. And if he goes for Overflow, that actually kind of shuts off Surrender's turn, because Surrender's actually preferring he would go for a Glowfly Swarm so that he could try and clear it with the Altruist and then free up the Skull. But now, if Surrender wants to play the Skull, it's not getting the discounts.
Yeah, that's right. Surrender obviously had the choice to go for Altruist there to set up for Skull on the following turn, and as tempting as it is, I think that Altruist is just too powerful. Given that the early game has undeniably slipped away from Surrender, I think it's really good recognition to just slow down a little bit, take your foot off the pedal, and try and transition to a slightly slower game plan where you just obliterate with Altruist.
And we see him going for that here now, just drawing with the Skull of Gul'dan. It feels so weird to not see the little discounts pop up as you draw the cards, but Surrender knows that he's got to bite the bullet. At the very least, the Altruist and Twin Slice are 2 guaranteed outcasts, because the other copy spawns to the right of the hand.
Well, Surrender obviously holding on to Altruist gets himself a very nice, easy turn here. I don't think you're considering anything else here.
Yeah, it's definitely an Altruist turn. I was just curious what he wanted to use to proc the Altruist. There was the option to go for Spectral Sight first, and then you could still do the Twin Slices, because they were coming from the left and going to the right.
I think I like just going as all in as possible here. Just get the 1 damages while you can.
Makes a lot of sense, especially since he still had the mana in the end to combo with Sage Overseer here.
We're with you.
Oh man, this is going to be close as anything. This was obviously an incredibly powerful turn for Surrender, but look at this from Rivius, even an Iron Bark off the top. This Mount Seller could just run away with the game.
It really will, I do believe, because the Wrath is also clearing the Sager. It's going to get taunted. Surrender is just like out of ways to deal with minions. I think it's now looking at a Metamorphosis plus Glaive-bound Adept out
I agree.
for the lethal. And will he even have the time? Probably no more than 2 turns.
It's going to be incredibly tight. Maybe it has to be Metamorphosis off the top. He'll have a couple of chances to get it with the Spectral Sight he obviously has in hand.
Oh, that's also something.
The Skull.
Active as well. Or can the double Glaive-bound somehow get there?
Maybe.
Oh.
Well, okay, so we can go Freeze on this turn, equip the Warglaives, and then next turn he can go Chaos Strike double Glaive-bound.
Yes, that sounds very powerful.
Is it cold in the shadows?
That obviously gets him up to 5 attack, which doesn't quite get through the Mount Seller in 2 swings, which is a very crucial difference.
It is, and there's a second Iron Bark as well.
Yeah, and obviously Gift of the Wild as well probably puts an end to any chance of getting the weapon to face. But I don't know, Glaive-bound Adept, if he can survive somehow, I don't really know how, but then transition into Metamorphosis.
I don't see him getting the time to go for the 2 turns. Oh my gosh, even a Zixor, I think this is lights out for Surrender.
Came so close, and I think it was, you know, maybe an easier decision than I'm leading it onto, but holding onto the Altruist a little bit earlier instead of setting up the Skull, I think was absolutely right, gave him the best chance possible, but it just fell apart at the end no matter what.
And again, props to Rivius. Not that he had any particularly difficult decisions this game outside of, you know, we were talking about coining the Overgrowth versus holding on. But again, with the preparation from the very beginning, he had included Starfall in the deck in the first place, which is not something we're seeing from a lot of the Druid builds. And Starfall, not only is it good in the mirror, but it's good against Demon Hunter.
That's right.
Which are probably 2 of the most common decks you're gonna see. Oh, wait, I forgot about that.
Is that just the out?
Wait a minute. With the Glaive-bound.
That's exact lethal.
Well, you could have been, but oh my god, I completely forgot about King.
Surrender clearly didn't. I don't know if Rivius had or not, but that does mean that in what we were calling a completely over game there, with no chance for Surrender to take it, he gets the Cane off the top as the only out that he could have possibly had left. And that's it.
Derek, we suck. That's my conclusion as
Yeah.
of today and
I can agree with
yesterday.
that. But
You know
what I will
what?
say is that Surrender definitely does not. That was a very convincing win, and now one game away from being the champion of the first week here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Just needs to take a win now, I believe, with
It's Druid.
the Druid. Yes, exactly. After the Warrior was banned away, it looks like it's in a pretty good spot. The build that he has versus Rivius's one, the main difference is, of course, Ysera for Rivius and no Ysera for Surrender. I have to imagine, though, that in this matchup, it's maybe a little bit too volatile for Ysera to actually even be that big of a factor, which maybe swings ever so slightly the mirror of the Druids back in Surrender's favor.
I would say that Ysera is not a big factor. I agree. It probably doesn't get to the point where it even builds too much of a board. But we also know that Rivius is playing Starfall. That's a big one that Surrender is not including in the deck. So it can't just be race to play Glowfly first for Surrender, not necessarily at least, because Rivius has a board clear available. So maybe that kind of hesitance and holding back from Surrender would then give Rindo to play a Glowfly of his own, which Surrender then doesn't have the AoE for.
I'd agree with you there. Yeah, the Starfall definitely could change things as well. But there is still the Demon Hunter for Rivius, which now that the Demon Hunter for Surrender has taken the somewhat unexpected win from us, at least there. He does have, I would say, a pretty decent shot with the Demon Hunter nonetheless, though, because he has all the AoE, which could swing things back.
Yeah, for sure. It is just going to be the Druid Mirror first, though, getting, I suppose, the faster matchup out of the way. And for Surrender, the Overgrowth in the opener, never too upset to see that. As for Rivius, though, these cards look like they could use an Overgrowth of their own.
Yeah, Rising Winds is, I don't know, I guess the only one I'd consider keeping, but even then, I just think I'd rather find the power cards.
This is post-Mulligan for, isn't it?
Oh, right, sorry.
So that's going to be a little bit tough, but of course, there's a lot of cycle to be had with the Rising Winds. For Surrender, it's just a matter of whether you think he also keeps the Innervate. Being a first to Overgrowth also means you're the first to Glowfly Swarm, which is very relevant in the matchup.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I like holding on to the Innervate here. Like, it ramps you up to 6 instead of 7.
Ooh.
Which I think is not what I'm really looking to do.
I thought it was a full keep. I was so shocked at that little bug there. He did, in fact, toss everything but the Overgrowth.
Yeah, I just think you'd much rather find your Fungal Fortunes or a Kael'thas.
Yeah. Or he might get to have his cake and eat it.
Very true.
But he does know, of course, that Starfall is available to Rivius. But if he overgrows into Glowfly, can Rivius even coin out? Yeah, he will be able to exactly just coin out a Starfall, I think.
Yeah. But it may look like actually Surrender won't be the first player to get down the Glowfly. Even if he goes Vate Overgrowth into Glowfly, Rivius can just go coin Vate Glowfly on the next turn, and I think that might just be game.
Yeah, he absolutely has the right to, because Surrender isn't running Starfall.
Mm-hmm.
The worst he could run into is just, a bunch of removal spells being expended, and that's not bad at all for Rivius, because that empties Surrender's hand of spells if he even had it, which makes responding Glowfly much weaker. And then Rivius is just able to overflow if he wants to. Surrender here, of course, he's not considering the coin Vate Glowfly on the other side. He's thinking about his own game plan. Is it worth overgrowing here for Glowfly, given that he'll run out of spells or just
That's the
have
big
far
downside.
fewer? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's probably trying to go ramp into Overgrow and then maybe Glowfly, or I would argue more likely to try and find his Kael'thas as soon as possible. Because then he can go for Glowfly plus Gift of the Wild on the same turn, and that is a winning play.
Speaking of winning plays, though, Surrender looks like he's forced to just respond with a Glowfly. Oh, man. Poor Surrender. He's forced to respond with a Glowfly, I guess, to have any or is the line just overgrown? Yeah, I think we've seen this before.
Agreed.
You have to hope that there's no payoff cards for the wide board. And you go Glowfly Power of the Wild. But unfortunately for Surrender, there's both Soul of the Forest and Power of the Wild.
Yeah, I think the plan here for Surrender is two-part. Number one, as you said, you can go Glowfly plus Power of the Wild to try and wrestle back on the board. But it's also just saying, I'm already so far behind that my only real chance is getting Kael'thas off the top and then just cheesing this game.
Very true. Well, even with Kael'thas off the top, I'm not seeing a very realistic way to get rid of all these 3/3s, and that, I do believe, is just gonna be the game.
Well, wasn't that a fun game of Hearthstone?
I concede.
Yep, nothing doing there. Turns out the earliest Glowfly gets the worm here, and Rivius equalizes the series 2 games apiece. We're going to Game 5 in the final match of the week for Asia Pacific. Once again, for those of you who are unaware of the stakes of this series, the winner will go up to a full 6 points as they become the champion of Week 1 of the Swiss. And then at the end of the first 3 weeks of Swiss, the players in the top half in terms of points will go into the good bracket, Division A, and the players in the bottom half will go into the bad bracket where they face a much higher chance of elimination down in Division B.
Definitely want to go to the good place. There's no medium place with a population of exactly 1.
Yeah, there should be. It's just Orange lives there now in a weird little house.
Oh, is that shots fired? I don't want to go there though, Derek. I will say though that no matter who walks away this series, the second place shouldn't feel so bad because they still get 5 points. That's just one off
Very true.
From the full 6. A very, very strong showing and far and away ahead of the lower half of the region, which we didn't even get to see on stream this week. I do hope that some of the names over there will be, picking it up and coming back stronger when we head into LHS next week.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an entirely different kettle of fish. But I think focusing just on this particular series, we can take a look at the final deck that Rivius has to take a win with, the OTK Combo Demon Hunter. We've seen a real display case of, real showcase, of how the aggro Demon Hunter functions in this series with that Kayn off the top for the perfect lethal for Surrender. But Rivius on the Combo Demon Hunter, I think might be in a decent shot up against the Druid in his own right. Obviously, he still has the potential to go for a huge Altruist turn, as we saw from Surrender, but he also has a few extra removal spells in the form of Chaos Nova and the Blade Dance as well, which hopefully for his sake will overcome the lack of Kayn in his deck.
Yeah, Immolation Aura is another big one that kind of just disincentivizes playing the naked Glowfly as Rivius did and kind of breezed through the game last time. Nowadays, you would have to wait until you could buff it out of the range of Immolation Aura. That being said, I think the Glowflies at all are just kind of the decoys, or I guess the scapegoats for the initial wave of AoE. What's really going to have a better chance of sticking are the exotic Mount Seller boards, which Rivius is only running. Sorry, this is Surrender's Druid now, right? Yeah, so
Yes.
There's 2 copies of them and no Ysera.
That's right, and of course the copy of Soul of the Forest as well, which can make things a little bit more difficult for the Demon Hunter to remove, but not impossible. You're still looking at turns like double Immolation Aura, Chaos Nova plus Immolation Aura, or of course the infamous Altruist can also do a very good job indeed.
Speaking of the card in question, it is already in hand for Rivius and a very easy keep. As for Surrender, the Overgrowth looking very good. I wonder if he even goes as far as to keep Overflow, for example, knowing that the matchup is a lot better than the Tempo Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I think you're more looking for the Mount Seller, I guess, just that you can go for a really early explosion onto the board. But I actually really wouldn't have hated that at all. I think you just want to guarantee that you hit the card draw, because like you said, Glowfly Swarm really feels more like a decoy in this matchup, where you're very, very, very likely to have it cleared off when you're up against Rivius's list.
Well, it remains to be seen. I guess there's also a bunch of other cards that Surrender would have rather had, the main one being Fungal Fortunes. That's the card draw that is better the earlier you get it. And I expect that the turn's just going to be hero power now. The question is when he wants to time the overgrowth, because if he coins it, I think that would be one short of him being able to then innervate one of the 8 drops. But if he waits to play it naturally, then he'd have a spare innervate, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Wow.
Rivius card draw is coming.
Yeah, coming thick and fast off the top for him here. Very nicely indeed. Obviously, the Crimson Sigil runner you'd like to be able to get over on the right side of your hand as the top deck, but I think it's still perfectly fine. He's just not bricking on card draw at all, which means you're likely to, if not win the game, at least keep your chances very much alive.
And it does make sense a lot to just coin the overgrowth here, despite not being able to go into Forest 8. Of course, it allows you to just Glowfly sooner, and despite that being something of a throwaway, you expect it to get cleared. At least it's something to do that occupies Revius' turn, makes him have at least some of the AoE, and then Surrender can then go for Forest Aid.
Double in a Demon found on the right-hand side now obviously locks out the any outcast cards on the left-hand side. Yeah, specifically the Crimson Sigil Runner from being outcasted on the right. But I think that's not too much of a concern. It's really just about what the next couple of cards are for Rivius. He still has the Chaos Strike to keep the draw alive, and as long as he finds something in the next couple of turns, like Skull of Gul'dan, obviously, ideally, but even just another Chaos Strike, a little bit of extra draw, he should be fine.
It is a little sad to look at, though. Poor Crimson Sigil Runner. He's trying to run, but there's 2 8-mana walls just right in his way.
But he's just going so fast.
Immolation Aura, of course, played there, preventing Surrender from using Gift of the Wild. However, he can immediately innervate out Forest Aid. It seems like a pretty good timing for it after he's seen the kept card from Rivius used, but ooh. Seller.
That might change things. But at the same time, maybe not. You can just get 5 2/2s down, which I guess on average is a lot better than what you're getting with the Mount Seller, specifically with the Gift of the Wild in hand.
Right. Make him have the second AoE, and it's there with the Altruist, but...
That is an insane top deck to find.
It is.
Obviously, using up both halves of a Twin Slice feels pretty bad. But I think it was just way too important to get the Skull of Gul'dan down. And even finding the Immolation Aura as well. It could not be any better.
Rivius refused to commit the Altruist there, and I think it makes a lot of sense. The 2/2s weren't extremely frightening, and he also knew there was a good chance to get either Blade Dance or the other Immolation Aura off of the Skull. So... kind of a bold commitment to draw there, but I think absolutely warranted.
Still plenty of options for removal this turn for Rivius. We could see, well, Chaos Nova. Yeah, that's one that could just be thrown down.
Perhaps you'd rather save that for the bigger minions. Like
yeah.
The beasts tend to line up well into 4 health.
So I guess Chaos Strike Blade Dance looks like a pretty way to clear up most everything this turn.
Yeah, you can see that.
Demons.
Or he just wants to get the most mana usage out of the way, which I don't hate.
Spend your mana. I guess that Chaos, a 0 mana Blade Dance, does function pretty similarly to a Chaos Nova later on, maybe even more mana efficiently, because you can pump up the attack with Chaos Strike or even Inner Demon later on, and then clear off everything that way.
And they're very nervous now. I can't imagine this is anything but an overflow turn. But he realizes the clock is ticking. He's got to stick a board. It's gonna be next turn though, with the exotic Mount Seller.
It's not easy as to which cheap spell you use. You probably want to save the Crystal Power to heal later on for full value.
Yeah, I can see it.
Or maybe to remove.
In terms of what he doesn't want to overdraw, it's really just Kael'thas at the moment.
Yeah.
And I guess the Savage Roar. important to note that Rivius only runs one Chaos Nova, so the health breakpoints for Beasts are actually kind of safe from just Immolation, or of course Altruist could make quick work of it, but it is worth noting it's not just a one-card solution for Rivius.
Surrender could have just gone for making a 3-2 there, which, I don't know, wouldn't have been ridiculous. Would have been another minion in play, I guess. But he's maybe just looking at going for Glowfly Soul next turn anyway.
Is it Glowfly Soul, or is it some sort of Mount Seller turn? I guess without an Iron Bark, it looks a little less enticing. And we
yeah,
saw
there's just
from
not
Rivius,
that much you can combo.
Saw from Rivius, without having drawn the Kael'thas and his Crimson Sigil Runner just stuck in the middle, he spends the full mana for the Inner Demon. And I think that really shows his experience with the matchup. Like, you don't see a lot of people going for that.
Yeah, I think the other thing about this play is it's just the earlier you play your Soul of the Forest, obviously the less likely they are to have Altruist. He probably does at this point. You know, he's obviously more likely, given that he's more than halfway through his deck. But it's starting to look a bit scary, actually, for Surrender now, so I think you just got to go for it.
So he's deciding to lead with, I believe, the Soul of the Forest play, because that puts the most health on board, more than the Power of the Wild does, including the Death Battles.
Now that he's got the Savage Roll, though, I think he's actually wondering whether he should go for Power of the Wild, because he wouldn't be able to fit in, you know, the Soul of the Forest. Oh, sorry, the Savage Roll and the Gift of the Wild and the Soul of the Forest, all in one turn. But I think in the end, this is probably the best play.
As long as some stuff sticks, I'm pretty sure the Savage or Power of the Wild is close to lethal, if not lethal. In any case, Altruist does come down. Rivius has drawn Kael'thas and could be drawing close for Surrender.
Yeah, Kael'thas, to be perfectly honest, probably not needed this game. Given that one Inner Demon has already been played, he should be able to get the ping to face on this turn. And then just follow up with another ping and an Inner Demon next turn for the win.
Seems good. However, is there anything he can do with taunts? There's an Iron Bark. I was going to say if that comes off the top. And we forgot about Kayn and Surrender's list, but I can guarantee you it's not in Rivius's list.
Absolutely. The real problem is, though, that there's still that 0 mana Blade Dance, which can just make pretty quick work of most of the minions that Surrender can even throw down this time.
It's true. Just depends where it falls. Will it fall on the taunt?
Yeah, or just silence it with Consume Magic. There's a whole lot of ways that Rivius should be able to churn through this.
So if the Iron Bark is taunting up the Mount Seller and produces another taunt off the Mount Seller, let's say it's Silverback Patriarch, is there then an out?
I don't think so, because then you could just go for a 0 mana Blade Dance, silence something, Inner Demon. Maybe there's a very, very niche out, but that's not it, really.
And we didn't even have to think about it because there are notes in sight. Rivius will be taking the series and thus becomes our Overlord Grandmaster Heavyweight Champion of the world of APAC for week 1.
That is indeed his official title now that we will have to recite every time we refer to him, because it has been an absolute dominant performance from Rivius. I think even if we look aside from some of the plays, which, you know, the flashiest plays maybe didn't go to Rivius, Possessi definitely stands out to me as some of the coolest plays we've seen so far this weekend. But if we just look at raw deck building ability, I really feel like Rivius just came out on the top this week. He had the Warrior, such a strong deck, banned so often. The combo Demon Hunter, a very difficult deck to play, but if you compile it, as we've seen Rivius do here, it's very, very powerful. And this Galakron Priest in particular, such a dominant matchup against the Demon Hunters that, honestly, I'm not surprised that Rivius won.
I definitely am not. Who said it would be Rivius from day one?
And I'm afraid that's all we have time for here today. We're going to be cutting the broadcast. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it hurts me to say, but well done, Gia. You were correct.
Yeah. if I manage to get that kind of reaction out of Derek, I know I've done a good job because all you can do is spite me now. But in any case, it's not about either of us. It is Rivius's day. The full 6 going to him, putting him in an enormously favored spot to make it to Division A. It is just week 1, but man, what a great start for him.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if we don't see him in Division A come the round robin. But let's have a look at how today's matches shook out in Asia Pacific. Obviously, as we know, Rivius did end up being our champion. Huge congratulations once again to him. But what a few matches we had here today. Chonsu, honestly, after such a good performance from him on Friday, really just fell apart. 0-3 sweep from Rivius, and right at the end, you know, even if he didn't throw the game, he threw away any chance he had of winning it, of not losing on the spot, I should say, by just misplacing his outcast cards. It really fell apart.
I will honestly just go in here and say that was throwing the game. And to be fair, maybe wasn't throwing the series because he was down 0-2 at that point. Even if he had managed to win, maybe, and most likely, Rivius would still have gotten the win in the series. But that is probably very demoralizing. I don't think it indicates anything of Chonsu's actual skill level. We know this is a great player, and everybody slips up ever so often. But speaking of that mistake, we also have a chance to review Possessi's small error versus Surrender. Maybe not that small also when he was on the Warlock versus Surrender's Mage, where he had an ability to clear both 6/6s with the Nether Breath Dark Skies. So I would say that the people who made the finals definitely played the best today.
I would definitely agree with that. Possessi did give us, however, one of the coolest games I've seen in a long time, with overdrawing the bombs, Blackjack stunnering the Tyrion 4 times in a row. It was really a spectacle, if nothing else. And I think a very, very well played game indeed. And I think, like you said, all of the players who got through to the top 4 here this weekend will be really big contenders going into the next couple of weeks of Swiss. So I expect to see good things from them. And also, of course, all the Asia Pacific Grandmasters who did not manage to get through to the top 8, despite giving it a really good job. Maybe, we saw 2 out of the 3 Japanese Grandmasters. Maybe it'll be Alu Timu coming up next week, getting into the top 8. There's definitely going to be an entirely different field when we switch over to Last Hero Standing, which could shake things up a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine that LHS is a format that favors people that love playing like one specific deck a lot. It's not quite specialist, but if you have the chance to sweep with one thing over and over, it might favor you. Maybe a player like Blitzchung that really loves aggro could get in there.
Oh, yes.
And of course, Tyler, who has been streaming, I expect to see him get to the top 8 at some point with just the sheer amount of Hearthstone he's been jamming.
I definitely would indeed. He was pretty sad to not make it through to the top 8. So as a friend of his, I hope to see him get through next week. But that does mean that we are done with this week for Asia Pacific. Thank you so much for joining us if you did. But fear not, that is not the end of the broadcast for this week. We're going to send you over to the final day of this week for Europe, and then Americas, one after the other, with nearly a break in between. Do you have anything else you want to add before we sign off, Gia?
Just that I've had an incredibly great weekend. It feels so good to be back casting anything, let alone GM. And I can't wait to watch Europe, watch Americas, and get back next week when we head into a brand new format, the first time that LHS will be played in GM.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Congratulations once again to Rivius for being our champion, and we'll see you all next week. But for now, we'll send you over to Raven and Sottle for Europe.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of this week of the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. I'm Raven and joining me, as is always the case now, is Mr. Sottle. How are you doing today? And you're looking forward to the final day of this week at least?
I am doing great. First things first, I love that shirt. This is unique. We don't actually get to see each other before we go live. This is a very strange experience, but I'm loving that colour. Yeah, I'm feeling great. I think we've got a really exciting top four. I think, you know, some of the play that we've seen leading into this has been extremely strong. There's been, you know, one or two mistakes from the players that you would be expecting, but I think the standard has been very, very high. And I think there's just a lot of interesting stories here with, you know, the French dominance looking to be continued here from our two new GMs who in the very first week of GM are putting their best foot forward and doing everything they possibly can to get off to the best possible start.
It's definitely exciting, isn't it? Because it's the first week of Grandmasters right now. We're about to hit the final day, and this is just going to put all the players, you know, in their standings to go into week 2 and 3. We'll give you a breakdown of what Grandmasters actually looks like if you're already confused as we're talking about why they're playing out like a finals day of a tournament today. And that's going to be repeated in a few weeks, so we'll check that out in just a second. But yeah, it's going to be really good. I'm just excited to see. Not only we just saw Asia Pacific just finish up then with Rivius taking it as well, which was a really cool series between him and Surrender, which was pretty sick to watch. So if you're just tuning in, give that series a watch back. But we've also got Americas. Once we're finished, is going to be following on as well. So plenty of Hearthstone, and then we're going to, guess what, do it all again next week with just a slightly different format. But let's just look at the overall schedule for how everything is going to break down going forward in Grandmasters. We are currently nearing the end of week 1 already, Sottle. Where has the time gone?
It has actually flown past pretty damn quick. I mean, we've all been kind of sitting around stewing, just wanting to cast some Hearthstone,
Yes.
right? So it's no surprise that this has flown past when we actually get to do it. But yeah, so to break this down a little bit for you, if you are joining for the first time, if you haven't seen one of these breakdowns, the first 3 weeks, there is a Swiss tournament being played every single week between the players of each region. So a 16-man Swiss for each region. That's played out off-stream before we even start the broadcast on the weekend. The top 8 from that Swiss tournament then comes through to the broadcast on the weekend, which is what we cover on Friday, Saturday, and today of each week. Then those players are awarded points based on their final standings. Those points are then accumulated between the 3 weeks and used to seed you into that round robin phase that comes week 4 through 7, which we will dig into a little bit more detail a bit later on.
Yeah, and quite honestly, as soon as we're done today and, the first week of Grandmasters is over and you can see, they'll be posted, where the points lead for each players and who's ranked where, you'll start to get a really good just grasp of what is going on. But as you can see here, what we're going to focus on right now is there are only 4 players left for us. It is going to be 4 players total playing today across 3 matches, single elimination effectively, but they're playing for 6, 5 and 4, a joint 4 points respectively. So if you get first place and you get those 6 points, for those people who did not make it out of the Swiss, which is 9th and below, that you can see at the bottom there, you have a significant gap on them in terms of points. You have 4 to 5 extra points after 1 week. That gives you a huge amount of wiggle room and almost a safety net in terms of being placed into the Division A, which is the better division to be placed into a little bit later on in the season.
Yeah, I think one really easy way to look at it is you're gaining 3 times as many points if you win a week than someone who doesn't make top 8. So if you win 1 week, any player who does not make top 8 in any of the 3 weeks cannot overtake you.
Right.
The best they can possibly do is tie with you. And no, not even then, because you're going to be picking up 1 extra point from 13th to 16th at a minimum anyway. So it's a huge, huge buffer if you're able to pick up that big 6 points in the first week, because you should be sitting pretty for Division A seeding.
Yeah, looking really good. And then, as you can see, 3rd and 4th do get 4. So at worst, the players you see today are going to get 4 points for their performance, which is pretty incredible and puts them in good stead as well. And we mentioned divisions. This is what's going to kick in after the 3 weeks of Swiss. So 2 more weeks of Swiss, then this. The Division A has tons of playoff spots and no one gets immediately relegated. As you can see, they go into a relegation bracket to play off with 5th and 6th. From Division B. If you're 7th or 8th in Division B by the end of the round robin, you are gone.
Yeah, we've gone through this multiple times in great detail, but yeah, that is pretty much the long and short of it. You just really, really want to be in Division A. And, something that I've been thinking about over the last couple of days is whether we might see any complacency from the players who end up in Division A, because it's a relatively comfy spot, right. Whereas if you're in Division B, you're kind of swimming with the sharks. So I'm kind of wondering, see if we'll see players scrapping for their life every week in Division B, whether some of the players who have tended towards a little bit of complacency, of which there are one or 2 Grandmasters left, if you are willing to allow me that, if they do end up in Division A, whether we might see that creep in. Obviously, I hope not, because I want to see everyone playing their heart out so we can get more matches like we got between Possessi and Surrender in APAC earlier today, which was the nuts. But yeah, it's interesting to see how that pans out over the course of the season.
Yeah, and that's just, those 4 weeks of round robin. We've still got 2 more weeks of Swiss, which are going to be rotating formats as well. So there's everything to play for every single match, not only through a 7-round Swiss, as you said, before the broadcast even starts, but then you've got to make it through your group to get even more points and try and cash in as quickly as possible. But I believe we can take a look at a bit of a recap here so we can see what happened earlier this weekend, as we can take a look at Group A and see what played out there. As Mr. Ball Control did take the winning part of that group, just easily breezing past Zim and then taking down Tice to take that winning spot. Zim, on the other hand, did make it through, so he is going to be playing today, but he had a much rougher go for it, especially considering he lost his first match.
He did, yeah. Not only, obviously, he had a rougher path because he picked up the one loss and went through in the lower side of the bracket, but also I think he was in a lot more tricky positions in a lot of his games. And I think there's some debate about whether he executed all of those positions perfectly from his side, and perfection, is an unattainable goal in Hearthstone a lot of the time. So maybe we can just say he did good enough to get to where he is. But I think he played very, very well, and he's also trusted himself to bring pretty complicated decks to the tournament as well, which we'll see a little bit later.
Yeah, and again, just to remind you, they have already played through Swiss with these lineups. So not only is it a couple of matches here, a couple of matches there, they played 7 rounds of Swiss, on the Wednesday, Thursday leading up to this. So you are jamming a lot of games with pretty complex decks, as you mentioned. But this is Group B, where Sato and I cast yesterday with Silvername. Maybe, I don't want to throw any shade over to Silvername at all, but quite frankly, probably the unexpected winner of the group. I don't think anyone would have been too surprised if he made it through, but as the winner, it is pretty surprising. And then Felkane getting through there to join his fellow new GM and fellow countryman Zim, so they both make it into top 4 of week 1. Great achievement for those two new guys to the European Grandmasters.
Yeah, and outside of the results, I think that was very much we saw both sides of the coin in this group. If you want a match to watch just while you're making a cup of tea or something, go watch Felkane versus Casey. Because I'm pretty sure by the time your brew's done boiling, that entire match will be over. However, on the other side of that, if you want a match to watch in the background while you're reading War and Peace, I will highly recommend Yala versus Silvername to you, because oh my goodness, that one went on.
Yeah, and also you probably need to read War and Peace twice, which you will have the time to do just to get the good grasp on it as well, so no problem at all. But this has all led to this moment right here, where we have these final 4 players. And as you can imagine, if you're used to seeing any sort of, group brackets into a final cut, is the players don't play the player from their group, if that makes sense. So Ball Control and Zim will face the opposite players. So Zim will take down Silvername, who won his group, and then Felkane will face off versus Ball Control, who won his group. So it does mix it up a little bit. We're not going to get Ball Control versus Zim again until, or unless, should I say, they meet in the finals, which will be that one last game to decide who takes home those 6 points. And as we mentioned, 6 is a big number right now for these players.
Was that a bit of a Freudian slip there, Raven? You said Zim is going to take down
Yeah,
Silvername.
I realised I said it. I did not mean it.
Are you coming in with spoilers now? Is that what's happening?
Imagine if it just goes exactly how I accidentally said it. Now we get accused of many things. But no, it was just a slight slip, as you said. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Silvername takes this, because he is bringing a couple of little unconventional decks. He has got his Spell Mage, and he's got the Druid, which is not the right up-to-date today version of Druid. It's probably a day 1, day 2 style list, but we did see some benefits of that with just having more waves of minions he has, because he is playing that Force of Nature, right? So maybe him just bringing a slightly off style lineup is what's getting him through this. Not everyone's preparing for Spell Mage and for older versions of Druid.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of debate about how Spell Druid is getting built, whether you're even supposed to have Kael'thas in the same deck as Mount Seller, for example,
right.
How many waves of threats you're supposed to play, how many of the greedy 8-mana spells you're supposed to play, whether you can replace that with something else, like Silvername has chosen to do with Force of Nature and Anubis's Defenders, for example, or Rivius in APAC is playing Ysera Unleashed instead of some of those options instead. So I think that deck is way up in the air, and I think the table is going to get completely flipped when the Kael'thas nerf comes in, because I'm sure some people will think it's still very playable and still build the deck around it completely. I think some people will cut it, and I think some people will keep it included, but build the deck in a way where it's less all-in on those big Kael'thas turns. So I think Spell Druid is really one deck to keep an eye on in the evolution of the metagame over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it always is fishy to me when a Druid deck isn't running Swipe. So maybe that's something we see, because that's just been a staple for so long in almost everything. But yeah, we've got 3 matches coming up today. We are going to decide who gets that first spot in the first week of the European Grandmasters. So tons of Hearthstone action coming up. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with match number 1.
My name comes from the fact that I'm a papa of 2 dogs. I used to play poker full-time to support myself. My favorite game of all time is World of Warcraft.
I've been talking to him a little bit, so I know he used to play poker. And,
I've never seen a poker player with long hair.
I don't think Papa Jason's favorite game of all time is World of Warcraft.
The lie from Papa Jason is that his favorite game is World of Warcraft. He seems like a kind of guy that would own 2 dogs.
I've never had a dog in my life.
He played poker full time to support himself. That's the lie. I'm wrong? Oh.
I think they're all lies. But I think it's just trick questions sometimes. It's not a trick question? You promise? Okay, we're gonna go with World of Warcraft as his favorite game of all time, because that's Hearthstone is.
His favorite game was World of Warcraft. That's the lie. Is he the papa of 2 dogs? Oh, that was gonna be my next choice.
The first one is false. Yeah, I know him too well. I know him too well.
We are back and ready to kick it off for match number 1 of the day and match number 1 of 3 as we decide who is going to finish in first place this week and then do it all again next week, but with a slightly different format. We have Ball Control versus Felkine here, and we see the Warlock and Demon Hunter banned out. 2 of the more popular bans here, Soto.
Yes, certainly were. I think Warlock was overwhelmingly our most popular ban throughout the week, certainly in Europe, not 100% sure on the other regions. Demon Hunter actually, surprisingly, not so much within Europe. I believe at least just taking into account the Swiss standings, not going into our broadcast games, it was actually only the 3rd most banned class behind Warlock and Druid, at least in the European region. So.
Yep, 3rd, still not pretty bad out of 10 classes, but I guess it is one of the most broad classes if 100% represented, right? So it's still not doing it too bad there. But Ball Control getting to play his Tempo Demon Hunter along with his No Hands Warrior and this Highlander Rogue, which so far we've seen it kind of pull wins out the bag, and that's not throwing any shade or anything, but it's just the way the games we cast played out. But it needs to do it maybe 1 or 2 more times for Ball Control.
It's certainly been pulling wins out of somewhere, yes. On Felkane's side, Spell Druid, Zoo Warlock, No Hands Warrior. If you're unfamiliar with what No Hands Warrior is, we'll set it up once for you, just going into the broadcast. We're just naming it for now after No Hands Gamer, who kind of created the deck. It's just the general archetype name that we're giving to sort of risky skipper, Armor Smith, Battle Rage kind of deck, right?
Yeah.
So it's very, very explosive deck, very, very entertaining to watch. And Ball Control right on cue is going to look like he's leading out with that deck here against Felkane. But for Felkane, I think the big talking point, just to touch on quickly before we get into game, is that Zoo, which I think he showed is potentially a force in the metagame in the way that he played it and some of the draws that he had in his games yesterday.
Yeah, definitely impressed me a lot more than I thought it would. But let's kick into this one first. Ball control, as you said, on the top is on that No Hands Warrior, Falcon on the bottom, on the Spell Druid. And Falcon, just a note here for you guys, the Starfall is a one-off inclusion in his deck. So he does have one kind of, AoE removal available somewhere in the deck, and Druid does often draw most of its deck when it's having a at least reasonable level of game. Whereas on ball control side, my thoughts, Subtle, no battle rage, no win, basically looking at the top of his hand. But ball control's definitely not got a horrible opening hand, as Ankar can put in some kind of recovery from turn 3 onwards.
Yeah, TJ was actually making an interesting point last night on the Americas broadcast, where he said that, interestingly, he feels one of the weaknesses of this kind of variation of Warrior is card draw, which sounds ridiculous to say. But actually, when you think about it, he's got a point, because there's only 2 cards in the deck that draw cards. Just because they draw 7 cards each doesn't mean that, those 2 individual cards aren't going to stay buried in your deck, and then you're going to be a little bit starved of card draw for the game. I think when you factor Ankar into that as well, I think that's when it's, the deck starts to become a little bit smoother, and you've got, Corsair Cash to kind of ramp you through as well. So since you're thinning your deck for those Battle Rage effects, I think you do draw them more often than you would in an average deck, and I think on average it's fine. But I know it's a point you kept making yesterday where you were saying, it's very feast or famine if you do or don't get to Battle Rage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that the card draw is insane, but because it, as you said, it's condensed down into a couple of cards. Most decks, look at Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter card draw is insane, because it feels like every single card they play draws a card. So that's a very different type of strong card draw. But in the meantime, Falcon has done a bit of card draw himself, and he's sitting on a full-looking hand. But for ball control, everything looks just a little bit slow. Maybe he has to make some kind of play for the Inner Rage with the Mercenary soon. But again, I'll stress what I was talking about yesterday. Knowing when to go and when to sort of save and wait with this deck is one of, at least in my opinion, the great difficulties of piloting it.
This is a very exciting little lineup of hand here for Falcane. Overgrowth, right as on the turn where he plays the Overgrowth and ramps himself to 6 mana, he picks up the Kael'thas, so he does have the opportunity for an early pop-off here, but does not have the Overgrowth to support that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting close, though, as you said, and I do wonder for ball control as well. He is looking to line up the Captain Greenskin, which is why he didn't swing with the Ankar that turn.
Yep.
But he does need to do it quickly, because one of the weird issues is the longer you take to use Ankar, the worse it gets, because you can draw those pirates naturally as well. Maybe less likely without using a Battle Rage right now, and he'll be fine. But it's just one of those things where if you save it, and then you draw the pirates, you want to cry a little bit.
So this is a ton of damage starting to stack up here from ball control, which is probably going to force Falcane to pull the trigger sooner rather than later on his Kael'thas turn. But again, still no overflow to really bring this all together. But he has so many cheap activators in hand at the moment.
That's the thing. I wonder if at this point he even needs overflow, because he does have a double Ironbark, which means he can, create a taunt wall. He can remove some of the minions, like you said, with these cheap spells he has here. So maybe instead of needing to heal, he just needs to not die, and taunt do a relatively good job against this warrior, especially pre-Battle Rage.
Let me be clear then. When I'm talking about wanting overflow for your Kael'thas turn, I don't care about healing. I just want 5 more cards in my hand so I can keep doing stupid things with the Kael'thas and just make sure it's popping off as hard as possible.
Right. It was just, I guess it reflects on the board state where ball control is quite seriously threatening lethal. With the board he's presenting right now.
But if there was an overflow in this turn somewhere, then suddenly, you might be drawing your Gift of the Wild, for example, just to lay down on top of this whole board as well. More cards do more good when you have a Kael'thas turn.
Cards are good. But my point being, because there's the Ironbark, there's some level of safety net even without the overflow.
Right.
And now, a little bit tricky. Only one risky skipper. He could draw a second one, but he doesn't really have the cards to combo with it. He doesn't have any of the cheaper cards to play. He has 1 egg, and I guess after that, the Brute will be active if you skip at eggs, and then everything's damaged, which means the Brute just auto-zero manas, basically. Yep. So he does have stuff to do, but that is one big Kale pass as well, so it means that it's going to soak a ton of removal in itself.
It is. With the 2 procs, though, it goes down to 11, which lines up very nicely if you just wanted to ship anything into it. Doing Rampage instead changes those breakpoints a little bit differently. That's fine. Okay, yeah, you can get the Rampage to go face this way. This makes sense. Yep, sure.
And this is the test, I would say now. Ball control, fantastic turn, right? And one of the turns that the deck does fairly often, actually, you know, the removal plus creating minions on the board. But outside of Corsair Cash, there's no way for him to really play the long game right now. Again, you're going to get bored of me, but no Battle Rage means he can't really refill his hand. Whereas Falcine, if he can just deal with this board, Rising Winds can draw him 2 cards if he really needs, then maybe he just takes the longer, slightly slower game because board control's getting a little bit starved. It's definitely going to be close, though.
How on earth does he even begin to do that?
Well, Crystal Power just takes away the Brute instantly anyway.
Sure.
And there isn't... Okay, those draws weren't good. Okay, I was expecting something a little bit better, if I'm completely honest. Like 1 out of the 2 to be something. Maybe another removal tool, Bog Beam or something.
Have you noticed the part where he's at 11, and even after the Brute's gone, there's still 9 on board? I think it's a little bit sketchy to be talking about the long game from this position.
True. If he got the Bog Beam, though, he could have killed off the 3-3 along with that. But yes, it's a little bit tight. So what's that, 9? And that is going to be lethal. Yeah. Live Wire Lance, regardless of what it pulls, it does not matter because the 2 damage is enough. And ball control going to take a pretty solid first game there, I will say, though, as you mentioned, if the overflow appeared any earlier, Falcine would have had access to more of those removal tools, right? Because as you mentioned, not only would have had more health, which would have made him safer, he would have just had more cards, and the cards he was missing really was his cheaper removal tools.
Yeah, cheaper removal, or just like a Gift of the Wild or a Soul of the Forest to add to that pop-off turn that he had with the Kael'thas, because then we saw board didn't have like the Dream Risky Skipper hand, so he wouldn't have been able to plow through a board that big or that layered with the Soul of the Forest. It would have been very, very different.
That's the thing, and that's how close the game can get sometimes, where, as I mentioned earlier, Ball Control did a fantastic turn and set up, tons of damage, but after that turn, if there was any way that Falcine could stabilize, the game starts to look quite bad for Ball Control because there's just not the consistency of refill in his hand, because not only did he not have Battle Rage, but if the stabilization happened, there wouldn't be a board either, so there's nothing to Battle Rage, and then that's when you're in real trouble when you have neither. But Bob did manage to get it done, gets a win with the Warrior, and I'm excited to see once the weekend is over and done with, just how this Warrior and, maybe some of its splash archetypes have actually performed, after all the Swiss rounds, all the weekend groups, just to see how strong it actually is, even at this, I think, early stage in that archetype's development.
And it's going to be the 2 X-Factor decks, the 2 question mark decks, I guess, going up against each other here. The Highlander Rogue from Ball Control and the Zoo from Falcine. We'll keep calling it Zoo from now, but it's a very different deck.
It really is, and I'll be honest, however much looking at the deck list, I wasn't the biggest fan. Watching Falcine play is bringing me around. Maybe he's just had a good couple of games that we've seen, and that can happen. But I think the importance of what you just said is we'll call it Zoo, but it really doesn't play like Zoo is something that people need to understand very quickly, even before you take this deck for a spin.
Look, he just played his 1-drop on 1. It's fine. It's Zoo. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Backstab, Eviscerate, Overconfident Orc, plenty of anti-aggressive options, but again, it's not the paint-by-numbers anti-aggro approach you always need versus this Warlock deck, is it? You can't just be like, oh, well, if I play a taunt and remove a minion or so, I'm safe. Well, no, because you can be Magic Carpet with a couple of minions that hit extremely hard, and then you are very unsafe. So, although Ball Control's opening hand looks okay, it doesn't really tell the full story for me.
I'm curious with Magic Carpet in mind, whether Boar might consider just trading into this straight up with the 1-2 and the dagger, and just preserving Backstab Eviscerate in his hand. Because if you have Backstab Eviscerate in your hand, you always have the answer to like an unbuffed Magic Carpet, right? You always have that option.
And
so I wonder how much this 1-2 is worth on board versus having that option in your hand.
It's really tough, isn't it? Because although that is completely true, the fear factor of, well, if a Scrap Imp comes down first, then the Backstab Abyss doesn't deal with the carpet. Sure. But maybe that becomes late enough to, again, change the sort of equation, if that makes sense. Because the Scrap Imp has to hit the board, 2 turns have to happen, and then a buffed minion, buffed Magic Carpet comes down. So, we can see what happens now. Ball Control used the backstab, kept the Pharaoh Cat. Now the carpet's down, and questions are going to be asked. Maybe it was worth it keeping.
Yeah, I guess the good news for Boar here is that Felkane just kind of has to suicide a minion into the Overconfident Orc, just so it doesn't really have the power on board to contest the carpet. This is now a bit icky. Shadow Step is technically now a combo activator for that Eviscerate if he does want to go down that line.
Can you make any read that that turn means Felkane's hand isn't that great? Is that a read you could make? Because it wasn't the most mind-blowing turn in the world, was it, from Felkane? It's not a bad turn, but I've seen a lot better. And I'm wondering if Ball Control can ever, like, step the cat and play Miscreant. And then have Cat Lackey. I know I'm being a bit nutty, but I'm just wondering if that's ever a consideration. Oh, wow, okay. Maybe even do it this way instead. But he is going to go for the Abyss, right? Okay.
Yeah, you have to respect it. It's a freaking Magic Carpet. Like, it's the card that makes the deck work a lot of the time. Like, I think just killing it makes sense.
Okay. And that's
and then
where...
keeping it in hand, yes, I like keeping it in hand here from Boar because he still needs a combo activator for the following turn as well.
And I guess that was my question, right? It's the card that makes the deck work, so I 100% understand the priority kill target effect that Ball Control just executed there. But I wondered if that's the case, then would Felkane just play it out and just run a 3-1 in, and that's the turn? So
I think it's fair. I think you do still play it on curve in this deck quite a lot.
Okay.
If you can play it into a board where it's like, well, my opponent needs like a couple of cards to deal with this, then it's worth the risk a lot of the time.
Okay.
So I guess that's going back to your original question of like, can you develop a read from Ball Control side? And I would say not really. I think that's fairly standard play from Felkane, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'll 100% confess, this Warlock list is definitely one I need to brush up on a bit more. Maybe I didn't give enough credit this past week leading up to it, but it seems to be doing some work for Felkane. But Ball Control does have that Overconfident Orc back on the board, and because it is now full health, is again a 3/6 until it gets poked by the Argent Squire potentially.
Yeah, and crucially you saw why he chose to hold on to it for the turn there, just using it as the immediate activator for the Evil Miscreant, and apparently that play was enough for Felkane to tap out and say, alright sir, ring the bell, I give up.
And honestly, I don't really know what to say about that, because, again, did he get locked out that hard? He had 2 of the 5/5 rush minions, right? I know they discard a card, but he had 2 5/5 rush minions. Like, is he that dead to Galakron Warlock at that point in the game? I don't think I would have conceded, but I'm not sat there, right? What do you think?
We saw an early concede from Felkane yesterday, right? Which I was 100% agreeing with. Like, you are dead this game. I think that one for sure. Like, he had chances. We will certainly keep an eye on that as Grandmasters develops and see whether that is a persistent habit from Felkane. But I'm sure he doesn't concede that many games because he seems to win the vast majority of his games based on what I've been seeing from him so far.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like, winning these games, it's not like, oh, the players have reached top 4, they're fine, whatever. It's like, no, you want to get first. You are significantly safer if you make it all the way and get that first place spot. So it's not like Felkane's thinking, these matches now don't matter. They really do, especially because you can't guarantee you're going to top 8 next week, right? Like, it's not like, I'll be here next week, it'll be fine. It's like, well, you might not be, and then I bet you wish you got the points this week while you're here. So
exactly.
He's definitely taking this serious.
A lot of people reported that you know, playing that Swiss within their region over the last few days was one of the toughest things they've ever like experienced in Hearthstone. Just that level of player over and over again, round after round after round, no respite, no one where you just felt like you were favored because you were a better player. You know, everyone was just insanely good. So yes, for sure, strike while the iron's hot. If you've made it to top 8 one of these weeks, you absolutely want to be cashing on as many points as you can get.
Yeah, and just remember, even like huge Swiss tournaments, remember, you know, Dream Hacks back in the day, well, you could get some random person off the street sign up and come and play in the Dream Hack that you might run into in the Swiss, right? So that is not a pro level competitor that you can run into one round. This is every single opponent you have is effectively a pro top level Hearthstone player. But anyway, we're still chatting as we get into game number 3. It's going to be Demon Hunter left for board control to take the whole series and take a pretty easy moonwalk into the final here, whereas Felkane's going to try and put a stop to him with this Warlock once again.
Worth bringing up as well, there's a spot of history between these two players. I think they encounter each other a lot while Boar is streaming and tend to sort of engage in a little bit of BM back and forth and a couple of messages in the in-game chat here and there. So there is a little bit of a rivalry between these two, I'll say, that I think, you know, viewers of Boar's stream will be familiar with.
Sounds like a lot of fun to me, Sol. I love it, because then you just know it means even more. Just going to get the Satyr down and start creating some of these tokens. Again, just a reminder, this Warlock deck won't necessarily do the trademark Zoo style of value trading, to, you know, till the cows come home, basically, and winning through that style. I think Felkine, especially right now, will be wishing he had a magic carpet to fly around on, because that is what's really going to unlock this turn.
Magic carpet, Scrap Imp, Hand of Gul'dan. He has a freaking merchant in his hand. Like, there's so many good cards in his deck that he just hasn't seen any of for the last 2 games.
Did get the Sacrificial Pact, though. You can't argue with that. That's a good one.
Fair enough. Interesting board choosing not to attack with the 2/1/1s on the previous turn. Just didn't want to throw them into the Voidwalker, which I think was smart. Not something that I actually considered at the time. But looking at it in retrospect, seems like a smart plan because he felt pretty confident he was going to hero power this turn anyway, based on the look of his hand. So in that case, that 2 damage goes through the Voidwalker and he gets to retain these minions to hit face, which is a pretty nice way of breaking it down.
Even with Chaos Strike in hand, makes it 100% available if Board Control chose to, which he obviously did this turn. But yeah, I like it. And there's no AoE, right? You know, Zoo's not going to, or this list isn't going to AoE you down, so keep Board Control.
What do
Seems
you
to do the job,
yeah,
and
I mean,
Felkane's a bit confused himself.
I feel for you, Felkane. Basically all of the power cards. You got 1 Magic Carpet last game, but there's 2 Scrap Imps, there's 2 Hand of Gul'dan. And like, if you don't get any of those in 2 games, like, yeah, this deck is going to look a little bit stupid.
There's also 2 Fellwings on the board, except it's not Felkane's side, which was the power turn there. Not only did Boar push some damage, draw a card, he just got 2 3/3s on the board, which again, looking a little bit dicey, and Board Control going to feel a little bit betrayed by the Stone Tusk Boar, hitting his minion and not his opponents, but still, doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Felkane. Even the coin hero power into Glaive and Adept, it's all coming together.
He's just going to
he's going Skull,
He's just going to Gul'dan. We've had this discussion. No matter how good the rest of your turn is, you always just Skull.
That honestly did surprise me a little bit. Just because Board Control is winning board, and yes, Skull of Gul'dan often puts you in a position similar to what we've seen from that one, but a Glaive-bound Adept, you can remove a minion and put a 7/4 on board. You are still winning board. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not saying it was, it's an error for Board Control. Skull is a very good card, but still.
Imagine shooting one of these 1 or 2 health minions with your 4 damage Glaive-bound Adept. Come on now.
Imagine Felkane winning the game if he has no minions. I don't know. Imagine all the people.
If he has no health.
I mean, okay. Touché. I definitely would have disliked the Adept play. There we go. Sacrificial Pact number 2 for Felkane. Good card, but is it good enough?
When the rest of your hand is doing very little, not so much. Might have to see Matriarch discarding Matriarch here. Oh, sorry, Matron, I should say.
Yep, just got to be done. Utilize the stats, right? You just need something on the board right now.
Yep. I will say also, just like a more serious point on the kind of facetious debate we were having last turn, Bladebound Adept is actually a danger card in this matchup because it can cause you to lose tempo enormously because it costs you 5 and it's vulnerable to just 1 cost Soulfire removal from your opponent. So quite often you will look for better options before you Bladebound Adept a lot of the time in this matchup.
Yeah, I can see that 100%. I think now Falcane just... What's he supposed to do?
I think he's pulled exactly the same face at every card he's drawn for the last 2 games.
I was going to say, this whole series.
Yeah.
There's Kane.
Okay, that is officially now past the halfway point in his deck, and he did not find a single Carpet, a single Hand of Gul'dan, and a single Scrapping.
That's just unlucky.
That is a little bit unfortunate, yes.
So now, if he plays Merchant to get 2 Canes, then he reduces his demons. Nope, still not going to help. It's all help me, I'm grasping at straws.
Oh, you just keep grasping. I think you're doing a great job over there. You just keep it up, buddy.
Just as good a job at Felkane as drawing these cards, isn't it? You know, it's going about just as well. And now just to rub it in the Metamorphosis, the melon to the noggin.
Exactly, and with double sack pack gone, this health is pretty much permanent at this point, which means Felkane is just out of here as far as I'm concerned. There it is!
Shaking head from Felkane, raising the hands.
Oh, hits him with the 1-2-2! Oh my goodness, boy, you filthy boy.
Oh, he loves it though, even the little eyebrow double raise.
Well played.
Well played indeed. Ball control, quick as you like, blink and you will have missed it, is going to take this series down 3-0. For those of you who aren't familiar with this, like I think it means just like good boy, like you'd say to a dog, essentially. Hence the dog picture. I think it's funny to French people. I don't particularly understand it, but I know it's something that Boar and Felkane throw back and forth on their stream, as I was talking about earlier. So
yeah, I think if someone beat me in a game of Hearthstone and came up to me and said "good boy," I would just be confused.
Yeah.
More than anything, I wouldn't be offended. Yeah. I wouldn't really laugh. I'd just be confused at that point. But honestly, you might have blinked and missed it, but Ball Control taking that series and taking a spot in the finals like lightning, honestly. But I do feel a bit sorry for Felkane. We built up the Warlock a little bit. His matches, yesterday looked 100 times better than all of them combined today did, because it did not really go his way at all, especially with that Warlock deck. It can do better, but again, maybe it needs to be built in a different fashion. Maybe this whiffs more than we think it does. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But that's what happens when you are missing some of those key cards, however unfortunate it may have been. But as you can see there, Ball Control is going to be in the finals. It's going to happen a little bit later on. But before we do that, we do have to work out who's going to face him out of Silvername and Zim.
We do. And I do just want to touch on the Warlock deck a little bit more, because I think you're right, there are different builds that you can experiment with. I don't think it's that it whiffs more than we might be expecting. You can just run the maths and know how much it's going to whiff, right? That's a consistent thing that you can calculate. The problem is when it whiffs, your cards are trash, whereas you can build it in different ways where you're using lackey generators instead. So therefore, if your deck whiffs, you're then at least using lackeys. They're playable cards that do things, So maybe that's a contingency plan that you need in that position, and we'll have to look at those different builds. But I'm personally still a huge fan of that deck because I think it's massively entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I've even seen versions of the list that, instead run some of the, the egg and the self-destruction cards, which means, worst case, an egg that's not buffed, well, it's still an egg that you can destroy and get something from, whereas a Stone-Tusk Boar that isn't buffed is significantly rubbish, on its own, just as an isolated minion. But who knows? We'll see that develop as time goes on. But pretty exciting here, Silvername versus Zim, as we get into this one. But the Silvername, the mage banned, so it's just gone. It's not going to be played in this series. The respect, and frankly, it's what do you even make of this? Is mage some kind of counter? Is Zim, it's not a counter, but do you think Zim has correctly identified that Mage is the biggest problem out of, Galakron Warlock, this Druid deck, and the Demon Hunter?
It's a great question. I'm just looking up now Spell Mage matchups against the decks that he has. He does have that OTK Demon Hunter, which I think is the big reason a lot of people do like the Spell Mage, because you kind of have that perma-freeze effect if you get, just one deep freeze down. But I think we established before that he's not running deep freeze in his deck, right?
He is not, no.
So you can kind of throw a lot of percentage points off that matchup if deep freeze is not available, I would imagine. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to have like insane matchups against the rest of the stuff that he's going to be bringing. So yeah, I'm not really sure about it.
Yeah, we checked the amazing Reno matchups versus some archetypes though, because
yes.
I think that's when we can talk.
Fair enough.
Yeah, maybe people just don't want to play against it. You know what I mean? It's like, I ain't playing against Spell Mage today. I'm not feeling it. But there's Zim's lineup, the Token Druid and the Galakron Warlock and No Hands Warrior. And honestly, although we talk about some of the more crazy archetypes that are knocking around, such as No Hands Warrior, but Galakron Warlock, the epitome of consistency right now, I think, in terms of just the overall strongest deck in the game to just consistently do well. It never really whiffs, does it?
It doesn't, no. And just so now that we're seeing Zim's lineup, like for example, comparing his matchups to Spell Mage, which was his ban here, just looking at high rank data off HS Replay, Galakron Warlock is 50-50, Spell Druid is 50-50. Obviously the OTK Demon Hunter is the one we're talking about, but I don't, you make up a number for how much percentage you want to cut off for that deep freeze not being there, but it starts off at a 64% matchup for the Spell Mage at Legend. So it does seem like there's one deck that becomes very vulnerable by leaving up Spell Mage, maybe, but the rest of his lineup seems just fine against it. So it is a very interesting looking ban.
Yeah, and just to note as well, his Spell Mage, Silvername Spell Mage, runs a very interesting secret package to me. He runs 2 Flame Wards and 2 Ice Barriers. So, hyper defensive, hyper anti-aggro minion based. Yes?
I've figured it out.
Oh, okay. Sol raised his finger to me that I can't see, so I had to stop. That's the rules.
So I mentioned it yesterday, but on day one when Zim was playing, that Huntrace was the only player he hadn't banned Druid against in this entire tournament. So against Huntrace, he banned Priest. Every other game he's played, he's banned Druid. Maybe Zim just thinks Silvername's Druid list is too trash to ban, and therefore he had to ban something else.
That's reasonable.
That's about the only theory I can come up with right now.
Or he bans Druid unless his opponent's bringing a weird deck and bans that. If he banned Priest and now he's banning Mage, he's like, I don't want to play against those.
Sure.
No problem at all. But yeah, just to finish...
I mean, honestly, this could be a good point. Maybe he just doesn't want to play matchups he doesn't understand.
I don't understand Spell Mage matchups, so it makes sense to me. But the secret package, just to finish my point quickly, is very, very much anti-aggro, but it doesn't create any aggressive points. I mentioned Netherwing Portal yesterday, and I'll mention it again today. I think it's actually a really good secret and can, kind of just throw out a big minion for your opponent to try and deal with sometimes. And I feel like without it, it definitely makes Silvername's play on his Spell Mage more sit back and try and remove stuff, as opposed to, get that Learn Draconic into minions, which can normally comes down around the same time, especially with the Netherwing Portal, to try and push some damage along with that Apex's Blast as well.
Sorry, I just, out of the corner of my eye, TJ posted a picture of how he sat to cast. It's really funny. But yeah, I think this is going to be a great match either way, because I would have liked to see a little bit more of the Spell Mage. As much as those of you who follow me on Twitter have seen me going in on Mage recently, just the fact that it's a slightly different deck that we're not seeing too much. I think for these first couple of weeks, it's important that we see as much of those as possible, just to keep the experience fresh for everyone involved for as long as possible. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of it, but still, even without that deck being played, there's still plenty of talking points in this series.
Yeah, and honestly, though, with some of the nerfs that are knocking around in the next week or so, none of them are aimed at Spell Mage, right? So maybe Silvername's like, well, it worked for me last week again, and we see it in LHS, although I'm not sure what deck you'd want to snipe with. My Spell Mage will definitely beat this one. Anyway, we'll have to wait. That's for next week. But for now, we are going into game number 1 in the second semi-final between Silvername and Zim. Zim on the bottom on the Galakron Warlock, and Silvername on top with this Druid deck. And honestly, just going off the points I mentioned earlier, the Galakron Warlock, I've been just jamming it a bit more this morning, and it is so good. Like, you almost never just don't have a decent turn. It's crazy. It's just, it does the same thing every single game, Sol, and that is what you want to do in a card game.
Yeah, it's an incredibly good deck. I think, once I got a few games under my belt and sort of started to realize how, I don't want to say the deck is straightforward, it's absolutely not. It's a complicated deck with a simple goal, and it's sort of a soundbite you would have heard me say like 10 times over the last 2 days, which is just invoke your Galakron, play your Galakron, play your Alexstrasza, kill your opponent. Achieving that is very complicated, but if you keep your mind like focused on that strategy in most matchups, you're going to do very, very well with this deck, because it does that one thing incredibly effectively.
And I think that's the learning point I think a lot of players will get to. I feel like that's stage 2 Galakron Warlock, because I feel like stage 1 for players, maybe as they pick it up, they'll see it as just an anti-aggro heal deck. Like, oh, there's tons of removal and there's tons of heal. Sweet. And it runs Zephyrus and Alexstrasza. Great. But then, like, as you said, stage 2, I feel, is definitely the whole, well, you basically stall, and then set up to just completely overpower your opponent in a couple of turns.
Exactly. They go hand in hand, right? Because you don't have to worry about doing anything until you Alexstrasza your opponent, you can build all of the rest of your deck around surviving and beating aggro and doing everything that you need to do to get to that point.
One interaction here, though, is a little bit different. Is Silvername does technically run more waves of minions and some slightly higher health ones than normal, with the 2 Anubisat Defenders as well as the double Force of Nature. So Zim, I think, more than normal against Druid, will maybe have to just really consider how and when he uses removal, and maybe be just a tad bit greedier with it.
Gonna have a dialect conversation, Raven.
Oh?
So, the word tad started out in the north and then made its way down south, and it's now something that you hear a lot down here as well. But in the north, you say tad bit, which is redundant, because both of those words mean the same thing. What are you doing?
It's a smaller tad.
Okay. Okay, sure. Sure, fine. I'll accept that answer.
There you go. Next conversation, please.
Yes.
Let's move on to a new topic. But yeah, I don't know is my honest answer. It's just the way we speak.
Yeah.
But here, Silvername, in a weird spot, because he's frozen, he doesn't really have a good way to deal with this 4-3, which is very weird the way it's worked out. But he's going to Crystal Power and go with the bees, and this leaves him with some tokens on board. And not that bees was the first thing in my mind when I was just talking about the way Zim has to play, but these bees can do something. They're a target potentially for Soul of the Forest. They get buffed like any other minion in the game. So Zim does have to just consider, how much damage can I take? How much damage is he likely to have to, add from hand? What removal do I have in my hand now? What do I think I'm going to draw soon? Can I take a hit this turn? And he has to ask himself that probably nearly every turn this game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was talking to Casey the other night about, was it Frozen Shadow Weaver? How he was surprised that how that card was just kind of good. Like, it wasn't even necessarily like a tech card. It was just reasonable in a lot of matchups. And I think we've seen from, like, Bad Luck Albatross, for example, that, like, 3-mana 4/3 is just an acceptable shape these days, particularly in this metagame, where everything is like hyper-tuned around Demon Hunter to either be a 2/2 or deal with a 2/2 and similar-sized minions, right? So just having a 3-mana 4/3 kind of over-contests a lot of things and is out of range of a lot of people's base removal. So I think like that card is perhaps one to keep an eye on in the coming weeks, whether we might be seeing a little bit more Frozen Shadow Weaver coming into play.
Yeah, I as soon as I saw it, I was surprised there wasn't, I'm talking pre-release here, I'm surprised there wasn't tons of hype about it, because to me, it's not, if it was a weapon removal card, right, it's like, well, if you're against a class with no weapons, it's just a 3-mana 4/3, but there's almost always something to freeze, and if you freeze anything, it's normally a positive, right? You've done something to your opponent, as well as, quite rightly you said, it's a reasonable shape for the mana cost. So yeah, I feel like it always gets something achieved. Sometimes that's insane, freezing a combo Demon Hunter's face, for example. And sometimes it's freezing a Druid's face just so it's a little bit more awkward to hero power. And that's still good enough.
Silvername, unperturbed though. I think he's still in a relatively comfortable position in this matchup from where he stands. He's just missing a couple of power cards here to really pop off, but it is one of the benefits that his build has, where he can just continue to poke and annoy at the Warlock by just making kind of medium-sized boards over and over again,
Right.
seeing if they want to deal with it. The problem that he runs into is that Galakron Warlock is so good and so versatile that against those medium-sized boards, Zim can choose to just do what he's doing and just make his own medium-sized board and not worry about it. So I think that dance between making one player have to remove and have to react, I think Silvername does have to start to put some amount of pressure on sooner rather than later.
I prefer the terms regular size board and baby size board.
Baby board and regular size board? Yeah, okay.
But again, this is what I said. Like these Force of Natures don't exist in many Druid decks right now.
Nope.
So Silvername still has Glowflies. He still has, you know, the Gift of Wilds and the Forest Aids later on, and he has the Anubis Defenders, which, as I mentioned, mess with cards like Dark Skies and don't get cleaned up by, you know, Nether Breath because of that 5 health. It's actually just pretty awkward for the Warlock to actually deal with, when a lot of the time, as is the case now, Zim needs to go, okay, technically I could die next turn. How do I clear? And if I clear, how much do I clear? Can I get away with killing 2 to 3 tokens and pass? Or do I need to Dark Skies? And if you need to Dark Skies now, as I just mentioned, there are still Glowflies, there are still Forest Aid, but that's -1 Dark Skies gone.
Looks like Zim's going to start with cycling his coil here, and then looks like Netherwing is the most efficient clear for the rest of it if he wants to go down that line. Ooh, Shield of Galakron is pretty exciting though. I could see him diverting now just to getting back onto the Invoke plan and just kill one more 2/2 with the minions he has.
Okay.
You alright?
Yeah, I think... No, I agree. I think my brain just went a different way. I thought the Netherwing now, because it gives him time to do it, and he's at a health total where he can take it. And the Shield of Galakron also, although obviously, yes, you want to invoke and get that Galakron ready, but it's also a kind of snapboard for a quick plague, if you need to. But sure. I think there's very little between them. You know, I'm not like, oh, you shouldn't have Shield of Galakron. It was just I leant towards Netherwing and you leant towards Galakron, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of flip most of what you said on its head, right?
Exactly.
Which is not like a me right, you wrong situation. Exactly. It's just like, well, any board that he would need to like snap a Plague of Flames against, well, he still has the Netherwing this way, so he can just Netherwing against it anyway, you know?
Yeah.
What to do?
And most importantly, he does have that Alexstrasza, which means the Netherwing is active, and Alexstrasza especially it's a pretty tough card to get off in this matchup. So it's going to be there charging up the Netherwing for probably most of the game.
Right. Is he going to intend to Ironbark this turn? I imagine he is. Protect something from Crazed Netherwing. His whole board, it just explodes if he leaves it as is. Yeah, it's got to come down.
And I like splitting it as well.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense.
There is Netherwing into Nether Breath, though, as well, you know, if he really wants to go for it. But also now with this extra Galakron Invoke from the Devoted Maniac, it means it's getting close to actually just a Plague going on here.
Yeah, he can go Nether Breath, Plague of Flames here to get the clear. Yep, looks good.
And this is why the deck is so good. Like, why is it allowed to clear these boards over and over again? You know, and it's not even an effort. Zim's not even had a lucky draw, has he? These are just the Warlock cards. This is what you get every game. It's crazy.
So now Zim has invoked very quickly here. Okay, that potentially does change things. I was about to say Zim has invoked very quickly here, but it actually doesn't matter that much because he likely doesn't have time to play Galakron until he can, for example, Dark Skies in the same turn. Like Dark Skies coin
Well, yeah,
Galakron.
I think he can.
But having just drawn the Plague of Flames, he has ultimate security blanket if he needs it, right? Like if he just whiffs on Terrible Demons, he can just blow up both boards with this Galakron this turn. So I think that draw is actually a nice blanket that's allowing him to do this! Priestess of Fury!
Okay, that's pretty good. And I was going to mention, just as a side note as well, that another option he has is Coin Hero Power Sack Pack. you know, just to get like an extra 5 health to make him even safer if he felt a little bit worried about Silvername, you know, trying to pop off and trying to just kill him this turn if he didn't get a taunt. He can do this, and this was always available to him. And honestly, going like 30 plus health is actually quite hard for Druid to do.
Yep.
Oh, look at that as well. Cleaned off at least one of those. Not bad at all.
That was a fairly nutty Galacron. Priestess of Fury, Giga High Roll, 5/6, very strong. 2/1, okay, garbage. Scrap Imp, when Scrap Imp is supplementary to an otherwise good Galacron, I would say it's a pretty good outcome.
Yeah, and already more Scrap Imps than we saw the whole of last series.
Yes, very good.
And one of those series actually runs a Scrap Imp.
Yes. Zim needs to educate his fellow Frenchmen on how to roll Scrap Imps, apparently.
Yeah. And even the portal Overlord,
Overfiend, I believe.
Overfiend,
yes.
Close. Is just a great shape, isn't it? You know, plenty of health, decent amount of attack, can multi-trade if needed, or just kill Silvername. So I think that Galacron was definitely on the pretty high positive end of it, as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed.
And suddenly, Alex Straza looks like it could be pretty threatening going forward.
No Gift of the Wild coming down here.
And no Ironbark as well, because Silvername used them a little bit. Oh, used one a little bit earlier?
Yep.
Is it just Dead Soul? Or is he going to
There
trade?
is 30... Oh!
Is he dead in a different way now?
No, I don't think so.
16 with the Netherwing. He's got 10, 11, 12, 13. If he Alex Strazas and just puts him to 2. That sounds good to me with the Netherwing.
Wait, how much mana do you have this turn? Did you say you wanted to Alex him and then Netherwing, or did I miss
No, like a setup for the Netherwing if he wanted to go that way. Put him to 2, and then he basically has to overflow, or he's dead to just a Netherwing no matter what.
Well,
no, he wouldn't be, sorry, because he'd have played Alex Straza. Apologies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Take it back.
Yep.
But most importantly there, the more realistic outcome was, well, Silvername's in a rough spot. I'm going to clear his board so he continues to be in a rough spot.
Exactly, yeah.
And I like it.
I think the correct thought process that turn was cursory check for lethal, don't find it, okay, cool, I'll blow up his board. Like, that's about as far as that had to go.
Spectacular.
Oh!
Ouch. Even Silvername was smiling there. He's like, well, that happened. And I believe that's just game? Because if he oh no, he can remove the 5/3, right, with Bog Blast.
You can kill the 5/3 with the Bog
Bog Beam. I really want it to be called
Please
Bog Blast.
immediately stop saying Bog Blast. I can't handle it.
It's not even intentional. I'm not even like trying to be funny. It's just genuinely that what I want mentally the card to be called. So that did access a good chunk of removal there actually for Silvername. So he's feeling a lot safer than he did about 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
Also 10 out of 10 for Silvername here. Just as a side note, he can really put up a green screen compared to a lot of the players, can't he?
That is looking pretty solid, actually.
You know what I mean? Like, here's props just right now. It's one of the best green screens I've seen in a long time.
So how do we feel about a 10-10 this turn?
Pretty good. Yeah, and to deal 3, why not?
Otherwise, you're developing a 6/5 and a 4/6, but you don't really want to develop Moarg, right? Because, although, does Silvername have any targeted removal left that you can get punished for playing your 4/6 Moarg Artificer? I'm not sure he does.
I'm looking at the list. I think we've seen everything. I'm fairly certain, actually, because we've seen 2 Bog Beams and the Crystal Powers.
Play Wrath.
Yeah,
he doesn't play Wrath, right?
And he doesn't play Moonfires even. I know it would only do 2, but 2's twice as much as 1.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think Zim might have just gone through a very similar thought process that we did. This also develops 10 power, but it develops it, spread out in a series of threats, and you maintain your Alex Straza for emergencies if need be. Seems good to me.
Yep, Overflow kind of out of the game right now for Silvername, since it will pretty much kill him. But just doing what he can. Oh, he does have 1 Ironbark. Sorry, I thought he used them both. So what could he draw now to just end this? Has he used both nether breaths? I don't think so, right?
He has used one.
Yeah, so he could use one nether breath to get him through the taunt and push everything else.
Silvername is currently just dead on board.
Oh, sorry, yeah, he is, isn't he?
Yep.
Even through the taunt. Yeah, apologies. For some reason, I thought he was like 2 off or something.
Just like 3-3-1-1-1-1, or go into the 3-5, and then
It's
everything
18,
else goes
right?
face. And he's dead, yeah.
So he can't even... The Innovate Hero power doesn't actually save him, does it?
So, unless you're going to come up with a master plan that I don't see, I think you're out of time, friend.
Yep, very limited options, and Zim locking it in straight away. He knows what's up.
Yeah. And like I said, if you're a Galakron Warlock player, you have to Alexstrasza your opponent before you kill them. It's just the law.
It's the rules.
Yep.
Yeah, that is going to be the game. 1 going to Zim. Silvername just couldn't quite get off that. Even though he did provide just a couple of extra waves, I don't think at any point there was that one, oh, how do I clear this? And if you remember from a few days back now, Sottle, my main question when I was playing this Druid list, well, not Silvername's exactly, but, you know, the Druid archetype, I was like, how are people beating Warlock without double Soul of the Forest? Because I just didn't see how it was possible, because we saw one looked pretty good, but he was dead, so it didn't matter. If there was one any earlier, I'm not saying Silvername would have won, but it wouldn't have been as easy to clear from Zim, right? So then questions can be asked, but it's why I feel there's enough room in the deck for a second Soul, mainly just because of Warlock being an absolute, you know, a menace on ladder, at least at the moment.
Were you going to swear then, Raven? You're a very greedy boy with your Soul of the Forest. But yeah, I do want to say that was a pretty smooth curve for Zim. And also very interesting, because I want to come back to the point. Zim has banned Druid in every single series against players not called Hunter Ace so far this tournament, of which he's played 9 or so of them before this. All of them not against Hunter Ace, he's banned Druid. Silvername, he's also chosen not to. So I don't know whether there is something about the Spell Mage list that Zim's fearing that I don't necessarily see, or whether it's just a lack of respect for the way that Silvername in particular built that Druid deck. But either way, he left Druid up and he was rewarded for it because he's picked up a win.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be good so far for Zim. He's got off to a great start versus Silvername, but there's plenty more games to be played in this series till we decide who is going to be facing ball control in the final today. But before we do, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up the next game, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
De niño solía coleccionar insectos. Pienso que los gatos son mejores que los perros. No sé. Está bueno, sí.
Empanizado, he looks like a bug collector.
I'm trying to think if I've seen him play, but everyone uses their hand, like their right hand for the mouse, right?
He is left-handed, that's a lie.
I don't know. I think the one that is a lie is that Empanizado is left-handed.
I don't think Empanizado used left hand.
I don't think he's left-handed.
I'm gonna go with I like cats more than dogs is the lie.
You are correct. That is the lie.
I would say that Empanizado didn't like cats more than dogs.
That is correct.
He likes cats more than dogs, as the lie.
Yep, correct.
I'm gonna say he likes cats more than dogs. That seems like a lie. I think he's a dog person. Wow, I got that right? I don't even know him. That just seems like the one you would lie about. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I was just very pulled to that one.
We are back and getting ready to go into Zim versus, excuse me, Silvername. There we go, as I was not prepared for that. It's going to be into game number 2. Zim currently leading with a win with that Galakron Warlock. Just, again, just kind of just displaying the overall power, as many games do kind of look like that with the Galakron Warlock just removing until they can basically secure the board, and then that's going to be it for the opponent. But Silvername also has his Warlock, Druid, and Demon Hunter to go with his Mage, unfortunately banned out. But Zim, honestly, for me, Sottle, looking pretty good with this Warrior as well. Yep. Yeah, I was even saying, I think I was saying to you yesterday off stream when I was just playing the deck, that a lot of it for me was coming down to like quick pattern recognition of, okay, with Skipper, if I do this, this, and this is the outcome on board. If I do this, this, and that, this is the outcome on board. You know, and being able to just clock that very quickly, I think that's like skill number 1, because the less time you have to sit and really work out the kind of intricacies of, if I do this, then the board changes the outcomes of, say, Blood Boil Brute, then the more time you've got to actually plan your turn and execute it, as opposed to sitting there like I do going, okay, 1 minion deals 1 damage to the board. That does 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You know, it just takes me way too long right now, which is very frustrating. And I imagine the players are much further ahead than I am on this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like you said, doing that kind of stuff quickly is the very important thing, because you need to allocate the rest of the time of your thinking time to strategic planning, right?
Yeah.
To actually working out what you want to do with your turn. So you need to recognize all that mechanical stuff super quickly. It's something that really just takes time and takes reps with the deck.
Yep, it really does, but we'll see what the players are going to be queuing into soon. And just a reminder, if you're tuning in a little bit late, we already had Ball Control take a 3-0 win over Felkane just a little bit earlier, a very quick one, and he is going to be basically sat in the finals now, waiting to play the winner of this match. We've foregone the double elimination now. That's all done and dusted yesterday and the day before. Now, you lose, you're done for the week, but just to make sure you know, all these players have gained a very substantial amount of points over their, you know, other competitors that either did not make it to this weekend or did not get as far as them to make it to Sunday. Let's go into it. Game number 2.
Yeah, apologies. Looks like we missed a couple of turns there in the opening, but we will bring you up to speed here. It is going to be that Warrior we were talking about from Zim going up against the Demon Hunter, and this honestly seems to be a big part of the reason why this Warrior has been so favoured, at least by the European players, is the matchups that it has against these Demon Hunter decks.
Yeah, and the ability to draw that card on the left, Sottle. Battle Rage is there, which means Zim has a good chance of winning this game as far as I'm concerned. And actually, the second one is pretty crucial, as it allows Zim to do this, which would otherwise would have been a slightly worse turn. He can use one to, okay, I'm just going to draw 2 cards, and now his other one can be saved for like the Omega turn, right? Where he can draw maybe 5, 6, 7 plus.
Yes, I will say it quite often works the other way as well. Like, the first Battle Rage is so much more important, because if you do have just like the Giga Battle Rage turn off the first one, you're more likely than not going to draw your second one off that Battle Rage anyway, and then you can just have another smaller one later in the game or whatever. So yeah, drawing 1 Battle Rage is massively important, but if you get 2 and you want to use that first one just as a a cheap Arcane Intellect, as Zim did just then fine.
And what do you think, we've talked a lot about this Warrior, right? But what do you think Demon Hunter, that has some weaknesses to this Warrior, needs to do? Are they doing anything differently to try and counteract what the Warrior's going to do? Or are they just saying, I'm just going to play my game and hope it's good enough and fast enough to be able to just kill the Warrior before they get off these big burst turns?
I think with this version, the aggro version, I think what Silvername's doing here is smart in that he is paying respect to minions. We saw Kayn trade on the previous turn. I think especially because Silvername has this Skull of Gul'dan on the far left, he's comfortable playing quite a long game here against this deck, so he doesn't just need to go face, rushing down. So paying respect to minions and making sure that, you know, the big rampages, the big Bloodsworn mercenaries, the big battle rages aren't quite as easy for your opponent is smart. Other than that, you know, you've just got to try and, you know, play a fairly straightforward tempo-based game against your opponent and try and out-tempo them and out-dominate the board eventually. I think the OTK deck is the one with significantly more interesting tricks up its sleeve against this deck, which hopefully we will get into at some point.
Yeah, I am looking forward to that. And I have no doubt, if not this week, next week, Subtle, we will get there. But for me as well, one cool card is Zim is kicking off this turn now and getting it done with just a relatively light, risky skipper, but he does have the second one in hand, of course. But for me, the Metamorphosis that I feel maybe flies under the radar a bit, you know, it doesn't really get talked about that much, maybe because it's a straightforward card, but having just 10 damage burst over 2 turns that cost at least... doing it costs very little mana, apart from the initial 5 mana investment, is pretty good because the second you activate it, Zim, or second Silvername activates it, should I say, Zim will have to think, oh, do I need to do an armor turn? Because maybe I wasn't planning on needing it, and now I definitely do, because you know there's 10 damage coming, at least, you know, very consecutively.
Zim does now have Skipper Smith Bloodsworn Mercenary available to him, though, with 6 mana, which is a massive amount of armor gain and clearing potential with this Bomb Wrangler still on board. Oh, looks like we have a little bit of a disconnect issue. Zim's webcam has frozen there as well, so I hope it's not something too serious from his end.
I thought he was just extremely focused and was just in the ultimate thinking phase, just sat staring at the camera like, I will learn this deck at some point. But yeah, interesting point there. It's pretty close. Zim was on 10 health. We will be fine, by the way. We'll just wait till they reconnect. There's no regame needed, as far as I'm aware, at least. There normally isn't, so we should be safe. But yeah, that was a very close one. And I think even just up to that point, that's often how the matchup looks. The Demon Hunter, you know, says, let's go from turn 1. And the Warrior basically has that pivot point where it either defends and then just sits on X amount of armor and hopefully for the Warriors some cards, and the Demon Hunter kind of runs out of juice, or they can't generate enough armor and something along the lines of Metamorphosis, Warglaves of Azeroth, things like that, to deal just the I will finish you damage kicks in. And I feel like we were right at that point where the decision was going to be made for the game there.
Yeah, we were, but just looking at the state of the board, which I can still see on my own sort of personal spectate here as it's waiting to reconnect, Zim had a pretty strong turn, because Silvername did not have like a full clear on all these minions, which means Zim had small sources of damage to like go into the 7/3 Adept, for example, and then have a risky skipper clear with double Armorsmith coming back the other way as well. So he was about to have a really, really strong swing turn, it looks like, from his perspective. I can also just confirm that he's gone offline as well, so I'm dreading that there might actually be something serious going on with his internet. The fact that his webcam froze, he's now dropped off the client completely. Fingers crossed he is able to make it back.
Yeah, hopefully it's just one of those pesky internet issues where you just do the old turn it off and on again, you know, and it'll be fine. Just quickly reset the router or whatever, and you know, Salt and myself know a lot about tech issues of turning things on and off again the past week or so, setting up these lovely studios from home. I hope you guys are enjoying. We're doing our best. But yeah, I'm sure Zim will be able to come back. I certainly hope so anyway. But so far, I feel like Silvername was doing a good job, and it's where we see, and maybe the future changes as we get back. I was just going to say, it's where we see some of the higher health minions have such a huge impact. You know, you talk a lot about, oh, the Demon Hunter always has 2 health minions, especially with the Fellwing nerf, but the Adept and maybe some of the chunkier demons come into play soon, just to be able to withstand these warriors.
So you've heard me describe this turn twice, now you actually get to see it happen. You can see, very important, Silvername, I'm not sure if you caught it just as the transition came back into the game. He basically had the decision whether to kill the Boombot or whether to send damage into the Bomb Wrangler. Either way, you can see that Zim has all these options to be able to leverage 1 point of damage on board to be able to get the full clear, and then with the bombs on top of that as well, it's going to be a huge swing turn for him. And now Zim finds himself all the way back up to the giddy heights of 26 health.
He really is, but if there's ever a selection of cards that can enact a recovery plan for Silvername, it is an Outlander Skull of Gul'dan, Metamorphosis, and an Outriggers. Those are the Triforce team here.
The problem is, okay, I-Beam's a huge pickup. I was going to say the problem is he can't do anything with Valtryisa this turn, which means he's going to end up Skull of Gul'daning, and then Zim is going to get to keep this board. And if Zim gets to keep this board, he just battle rages for the rest of his deck next turn. Like, that's terrifying. So the fact that he got an I-Beam there added Silvername just to take out one extra minion is actually a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I will agree, definitely scary either way for Silvername, but considering half of his deck is still like not drawn, he had 3 very good cards at that point. But let's see what can happen here for Zim. Does have this second Mercenary, does have the Vile Fiend as well, which, you know, is going to be delayed as it is a dormant minion. It'll kick out in 2 turns after being played. But a little bit awkward, actually. Like, does he use the Mercenary to get a bigger battle rate, do you think? Or do you think he can save it and be okay with a 4-draw?
Yeah, I think drawing 4 is fine here. I think he can cash out that second Mercenary a little bit harder with some of the options that he still has available. What are you giggling at?
Just Silvername's emote. You possess true power. Yes, drawing 2 battle rages in the game is quite powerful.
I possess true power. It is called Battle Rage, indeed. You picked up the Sucket Sapper as well. Card that you were talking about the other day to me.
Yeah, it's really impactful because it's cheap enough to still throw down, and worst case, if you throw it down while you're going off with a skipper and it dies, kind of good because it's a sap, so it allows your other minions to attack in. Pretty impactful overall. One of the crazier pirates to be able to get, but still, Altreus is popping off right now. Silvername is managing to clear the board and has Warglaives of Azzinoth along with the Sightless Watcher and the Watermelon active to be able to do something. But is it going to be enough, Sottle? Is he just losing this due to not being able to keep up with card draw?
It's certainly looking that way, yeah. Unless he rips his second Skull of Gul'dan relatively soon, I think he's just going to get supremely outvalued here, because he does have a lot of damage. You know, if you want to count Warglaives as 12 and then 10 from the Metamorphosis, he's only, like, you know, Zim is only at functional 10 here, if you want to look at it that way, which is not a huge buffer, considering how much armor he's gained.
The damage hero power every turn as well, because, you know, that is, with no cards in hand, you're using that 1 mana every turn, right? So, if anything, you can add +1 to these Warglaive swings every turn anyway. So, as I said, like, the Metamorphosis, the Skull, the Warglaives, these are all the cards that can start making up those games. You said earlier, it was the Surrender Rivius game, right? Where you were impressed Surrender even got there or got close to winning the game when he was so far away in such a big health differential.
Right. Ooh, South Sea Deckhand. Lovely stuff.
That's more damage. As always as well, these Livewire Lance can open up some more options with the power of lackeys and... Sweet. There we go.
Oh, and the Alex Straza as well. Very, very nice indeed. Zim now finding himself with a lot of security from those additional cards. He got the South Sea Deckhand to take extra damage off the board, and now if Silvername has to push all in on damage, he does have that Alex Straza for the final kicker for the heal at the end.
Oh, he's still close. How much damage does Silvername have? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
5, 10, 12,
Wait, can
16.
Can he glaive bound as well?
16, 17, 18? No, it's lethal, right? This is still a real Twin Slice?
Yes, it's Twin Slice. Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
it,
exactly
right?
18.
Yeah, I was going to say, he has a ton of damage. Wait,
5, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18.
Plus 4. That's lethal.
Yeah.
But does he see it, so... I hope so, because it's not the most mind-blowing one, and out of nowhere... Oh.
Wow. Demon Hunter. What a class.
There be some damage, Sottle. And oh, wow, again, it does come back a little bit. Easy for me to say now, but Metamorphosis is a lot of damage. Not only because you could also weave in hero powers before and after the fact, but it's just 10 damage. That's a third of someone's regular life total. It's insane. But I do wonder, and honestly, especially with the disconnect and reconnect, I can't really recall specific board states from previous turns, but there was the other Armorsmith in Zim's hand. Was there ever a consideration to get the Armorsmith down to do something? I can't quite recall card for card, board for board, but he had it. He could have gained a bit more armor, and that was exact lethal. Questions have to be asked.
It was exactly the point I was going to raise. Yeah, he played the Sapper to give himself, I guess, more options for removal on the following turn if other big minions came down. But he could have just more directly tried to gain armor that turn just with hero power and with Armorsmith. But what I will say is that you can't just be entirely defensive in that position. You're sort of looking to safely race your opponent is basically your goal in that position, right? Because you want to get pressure on Silvername as the warrior as well. As the demon hunter as well. But yes, you are right. Exact lethal, combinations of cards that could have been played around. Maybe a read could have been developed on what one of those cards was in hand. You knew you were facing down Metamorphosis, which was a ton of damage. Maybe a little bit of an extra armor gain was the ticket there for Zim.
Yeah, it's one of those tough moments where people are still getting used to the damage and the reach that Demon Hunter can have. And I guess the question for me is, because Silvername had already played Skull, already played Altruis, I think he'd even used 2 Spectral Sights as well. He knew Silvername was on very limited amount of cards. Maybe he could have, in that exact instance, tried to starve Silvername out instead, just in that specific game, because he'd already seen so much card draw and so many big cards get used. But anyway, the past is the past, Subtle. Here we go, going into game number 3. Silvername on the top on his Galakron the Warlock. And Zim, was that Druid? It's Druid, sorry. I was actually just looking at Silvername whilst I was saying that, so I didn't even see the class. He's going to be against him on this Druid deck.
Nothing doing in the opening here from either player. Rising Wind's going to be used to cycle here from the Druid. Does pick up Fungal Fortune, so at least has some kind of game plan moving forward now.
Yeah, I love that card as well. I think Rising Wind is so insane. The draw, minion, oh wait, you can do it all over again if you want. Keeps the hand size big. It's just such a good filler card for Druid. But already, without I mentioned earlier, with Druids not running swipe in these crazy times, Zim does have to be aware of these minions, because the more tokens he leaves on Silvername's side of the board, the more that there are to trade into his tokens, right? And that's, you definitely don't want Warlock to just have free trades into your board. You want them to have to use the big removal tools, the Dark Skies and the Plague of Flames.
Yeah. Not having the Fungal Fortunes on 2 there did make things a little bit awkward for Zim. He had to throw away the coin, essentially, just to be able to make room in his hand for the 3 card draws, and then just, using a Moonfire as well to get a card out of his hand at the end of the turn, so he remains on 9. Not exactly the most efficient use of either of those 2 cards.
No, and just a reminder to pull myself out of the Silvername Druid headspace I was in, but Zim is running a Wild Growth, obviously the 2 Overgrowths that he's not drawn yet, which must feel pretty bad for him that he's not hit any of those ramps. He's running the 1 Mount Seller, the 1 Soul of the Forest, and then the single Wrath, and as we saw earlier, he is running the Moonfires that are fairly standard, I would say, in the list.
Sure. It's looking dangerously like Zim was going to spend some mana on some of his cards then, which is forbidden in Druid.
Yeah, if there's a number on the mana count, it means you actually just can't play it, is the way it works. Only things with 0 on are the ones you're allowed to touch. Does now have the Overgrowth though, so although a little bit late to the party, is still going to have an impact.
Oh yeah, for sure. Overgrowth is such a powerful effect that, even in the mid game like this, it is still very relevant.
Yeah, 2 is a big number when we're talking how many mana crystals you have access to.
It's twice as 1. Like, the Wild Growth gave you 1. Overgrowth gives you twice as many as that, Raven. Can you believe it?
Still no, if I'm honest. but it's there. I do believe often what my eyes tell me, so I can see the Overgrowth. And the good thing here for Zim is, although he's not got access to KT, he has all the threat cards, right, outside of maybe the Soul of the Forest already in his hand, so he can form some kind of plan. His plan doesn't fully rely on, well, I'm going to overflow and hope I get them. He does have something to be able to work with, for in the short term at least.
Yeah, actually now finally draws like his first payoff card, the exotic Mount Seller. Pretty controversial card in the deck, I would say. Not everyone is convinced that you're supposed to run this card because various reasons. It's sort of
Iron Beak Owl.
Slightly inconsistent in what it produces, yes, and it also competes for cards, I guess, with Kael'thas, the other sort of power play in the deck. So.
But now, you got to question where you're at when the Warlock is beating you down with tokens and you're the Druid. Zim has not really put any of these questions forward to Silvername yet, and we're getting late in the game. And Warlock only really gets better when it draws more of its deck. Just a small note as well that is quite impactful. Silvername is running 2 of the Rain of Fires in this list, so he has access to even more AoE than regular. As 2 is, 1 you could argue is that classed as standard or not at the moment, maybe. 2 definitely not. And with the 2 Moargs, those are some big AoE extras for just 1 man.
Instant Zigzaw, first card. Beautiful stuff. Love to see.
I can't wait for Hunter to get Good Soul, honestly.
Wait, how long have you been waiting? Like 3 years or something?
Oh yeah, tell that to Death Rattle Hunter Soul with cubes. Tell that to Beast Hunter.
You didn't play that deck, did you?
I played Cube, yeah, I loved it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cube's one of my favourite cards that's ever been released in Hearthstone, honestly.
Okay.
It's a very filthy card, but I just loved it was so fun to play.
Zigzaw doesn't actually end up being as relevant as you might think in Druid a lot of the time. Like, by that I mean the prime shuffling effect, because a lot of the time, like, once you get to this period of the game where Mount Seller is summoning things, the game ends quite quickly one way or the other, right? Like, either the Druid just keeps up pounding resources and pushes a bunch of damage, or they gas out and then they lose. Also, secondly, it's just another card that, like, you draw your Fungal Fortunes and then you cast it and there's a minion in your deck that's the Zigzaw Prime, so it just ends up getting discarded anyway, right? So it actually doesn't come up as often as you might think on the surface.
No, definitely the odd times it would become playable. It's probably quite impactful because it is another, army in a box, basically. So it is, I mean, the fact it has Rush means you can actually do a stronger turn setup, but you're quite right. I don't even think I've seen it happen in Druid yet, and I've watched a lot of Druid. And I've seen them summon a lot of Zigzaws as well, and I've still not seen the Prime get played. So, yeah, definitely not a common occurrence, even with the summon, and that... We'll call that one a whiff, Sol.
I think we describe that as hyper garbage. Yikes.
Yeah, and facing down a lot of damage as well. Overflow can be cast just to help out in terms of health if he's that worried about it. But with this board, I think Zim's more concerned with just securing this, because this looks pretty miserable from Silverdame's side.
What to do?
It's still a really tough turn from Zim's perspective, though.
Needs Solar Forest.
Still be an overflow turn.
Yeah, just to set him up.
You could take the trades, or take at least one big trade with the Mukla, and then take the overflow. He's just going to push, though. Interesting.
It's a tough call. Because again, the longer you wait, the easier it is for Silvername to set up Plague of Flames, to set up any removal, to just replay threats, especially going to turn 9. If he did nothing there, does he get ruined by an... however unlikely it may be, but, if the Dragon Queen was active then, does he just lose? And maybe that just has to be a risk you take. I don't mind this. I think this is fine.
I'm definitely willing to chance my opponent having Dragon Queen Alexstrasza active with 13 cards left in the deck.
Right, yeah.
Sure, run that risk.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was a major consideration, but it's just that thing of, if you don't play anything, are you susceptible to a board that's created from Silvername?
Right. As it happens, I mean, there's no Netherwing in Silvername's hand. So this play is looking pretty promising from Zim's perspective.
He can get some work done. He has Moarg, he has the Mortal Coil, has double Nether Breath. Like, he can deal with enough of this to be okay. And he can draw a card, and you never know, he might draw Netherwing now. if he starts with
He just
Coil.
has Rain of Fire alongside this, right? If he wants to completely nuke all the 2/2s.
Yeah, and can he coil afterwards? No, he can't. I wonder whether he should have coiled anyway. Do you think he should have coiled one?
Just to cycle it?
While the Moag's down?
Oh, interesting. I was surprised not to see the Nether Breath get used on the 7-3 there. Especially when you know that Overflow is a possibility. Yeah, I think Silvername's reaction to that Overflow is not what he wanted to see. Maybe he ruled that card out because it wasn't played on the previous turn.
Yeah.
Like maybe
That's
he was
true.
in line with my thinking on that. Because you saw him react to the top decked one, right? That Zim played.
That is true. KT drawn as well from Zim, which means, especially using this wild growth, not to gain mana, but to get that excess mana, which means it's just a fantastic activator for KT.
Still works out though because the Artificial wasn't taken down. Silvername still gets to push through and go very, very much on the offensive here.
But there is an Ironbark still in the hand, so there is taunt capabilities, as well as the Gift of the Wild, of course.
Yeah.
So it means Zim does have ways to stall this, but the problem is, and this is where the difficulty occurs, I guess, is how far does Zim have to go to make Silvername Plague if he has it? Because that's what he has to do, right?
Yes.
So if he goes too weak, the Alexstrasza just beats him up.
Yes.
But if he goes too strong, he overcommits into what is quite likely going to be a Plague from Silvername, because Silvername's not played one yet, and I think with 11 cards left, you put the Warlock on having a Plague.
Well, it's also just a really horrible turn to pop off on because your opponent just has a Moarg Artificer just sat on the board staring at you. Like, it's miserable.
At least the Alexstrasza negates a chunk of that, because Dark Skies is not good for Silvername right now. And he's seen
Well,
it.
if he was going to do anything, he had to do it at least 30 seconds ago. So it looks like he's just kind of out of this game. All right, good. Yeah, I really don't know about that delay from Silvername because he gave Sim so much time to like plan his turn out.
Yeah, that's a good point. And what was he considering? Just sack pack or not sack pack?
For the hell,
You know,
yeah,
like,
I imagine so. It just seems really bizarre because you know these turns get very, very complicated. We've seen multiple players in GM like rope these turns already just over these last few days. So I really just think Silvername should have ended his turn like 30 seconds before he did. It's very, very curious to me.
Looks like he's going to get rid of this Moarg. And again, the Moarg, as you saw then, if you're wondering, wait, what dealt 4? What's the Crystal Power? Because the Moarg Artificer is an effect that works both ways. The ultimate double-edged sword, as your opponent also gains double spell damage to minions.
So there you go, Zim plays his whole hand, leans back. Okay, your turn, buddy. Off you go.
But now it's just cleared, isn't it?
Pretty much.
The Galakron Hero Power, just the interaction between the Galakron Invoke / Hero Power and Plague of Flames is just insane. So, do you want 3 minions to just field this fuel this insane removal all the time? It's like, yeah, I do actually. And even losing the Alexstrasza feels bad, but wiping this board feels good, so who cares?
What about?
No, you don't have Kane Silvername. You do have to hit a taunt.
Just gonna wave my Alexstrasza at your face briefly, just to see if that happens. No, okay, that didn't work. Fine, we'll move on.
And all that push from Zim, gone. And now, still 2 Nether Breaths left. I mean, it's getting close. It's a tough call here. I did wonder whether he should just play Zephyrus.
Or just as a Bloodfen Raptor?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're close! Oh!
It happened!
Yes!
It happened,
I
Raven.
love this card! That is probably the best draw, right?
Yeah.
Because Soul of the Forest, he couldn't cast it with anything anyway this turn. And these have more health than Forest Aid tokens. And he just saw a Plague. Easy clear though if he wants. There is Zephyrus. There's also Netherwing Zephyrus now for a clear. And you present minions on the board for lethal with the double Nether Breath next turn.
Yeah. And interestingly, like this Netherwing was the card that activated his Highlander card, so he's had both Netherwings in his deck this entire time. Even without Netherwings, he has done absolutely fine this game.
Yeah.
Oh, he wanted at least 1 damage on everything there. I think that was the goal. So he could just use the Netherwing to nuke. The guy on the left completely dodged.
Was it not just better to just bite the bullet and end the turn with a 5/5 and a 3/2?
I think I think he wants to just Nether Breath, Zephyrus, like lethal, you know?
I guess. I just, at this point, you've seen pretty much Zim's whole deck. Is there that many things that can kill a 5/5 and a 3/2?
Wait, actually, wasn't that just lethal that turn? If he just went Nether Breath, Zephyrus?
Oh wait, Zephyrus was active, wasn't it?
Yeah, he spent 6 mana and then he gets given a fireball.
And he's seeing it. He's seeing it at the same time as we have, so we can't say anything, but still.
Wait, what's this Wii business? You didn't see anything. Come on.
We're a team, Song.
Oh,
That's
okay,
how it works,
yeah,
mate.
You're right.
We're a team.
You're right.
We share each other's victories and defeats.
Yeah.
But he did get there anyway, so luckily for Silvername, never punished. But still, yeah, maybe we all went a bit deep in the tank overthinking this. The thing Zixor does to your mind.
It's just as soon as I said it, it's like, I'm pretty sure he just wants to Nether Breath Zephyrus.
You're like,
hang on.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
There was literally nothing stopping him doing it. Absolutely crazy there. Pretty embarrassing on all ends of the screen here. On our end and Silvername's, no doubt. But sometimes, we've all had it where we get sucked into a certain playstyle, right? Versus tokens. Remove the tokens, remove the tokens, remove the tokens. And then you go, oh wait, I could have killed him 3 turns ago. Oops. And I think we've all done it at one time or another. But Silvername is going to get a win there and now go up to a 2-1 lead over Zim with only 1 more win required with his own version of Token Druid to be able to take it. And these games are insane. But once again, I'll just highlight Warlock. Everyone's focused on Demon Hunter. But like you said, that he didn't even struggle to clear everything. He cleared things when he didn't need to. He had lethal and still cleared the board. And it's like a never-ending wave with the double Netherwings available. Like, it seems insane that Warlock is being let through, and I'm wondering whether it's even worth bans at this point. I see a lot of bans going round, and Warlock is consistently winning matches in Grandmasters so far.
I think Warlock has been the most popular ban. It's just some series we are seeing it get left up, and clearly, Zim has a different idea on what his ban strategy is, because he's been very uniquely banning Druid throughout the tournament.
Right.
But I think one thing I will say is that watching these Grandmasters games has really changed my perspective on that matchup a little bit, because I played it a lot from the Druid side. And felt fine, felt pretty comfortable in the matchup, felt like it was decent. Looked at the stats that we have on stat aggregating websites, and it seems to support that. If you go to high legend ranks, that it seems to be decent for Druid. But then when we see it at this level, it does seem like the Warlock just has game to spare in this matchup.
Honestly, because we talked about this a few days ago before we even started casting, and I honestly said after playing Druid, I said, how do you win versus Warlock without double soul? So, the first thing I jumped to straight away. And you said, well, I've looked at the stats, I've played it, it seems fine. I was like, I must just suck then. Because to me, it feels as hopeless as at least that last game looked. I'm not saying it is every time, but that last game was kind of representing my experience with that matchup.
Maybe you are just playing against GM level Warlocks every single time.
At my MMR, it's likely. But anyway, moving on here into the Druid Mirror. Not a mirror match in terms of exact card count, as Silvername is playing quite a different version, but still in overall archetype. They're both going to be ramping, they're both going to be drawing cards, and they're both going to be making some tokens.
Also, someone tweeted me to defend your honor, Raven. Someone asked me, how is saying tad bit any different from other people saying little bit? Which I think is a great point. And I'm just going to bring that up because I like great points, and I think that is one. So consider your honor defended, Raven.
I'll consider it. But yes, but thank you, Twitter person who I'm not going to look up the name of yet because I'm busy working. I don't just chill and read Twitter while I cast, like some people do. But
wow! Dude, just because I have more monitors than you, that's what you're really saying.
Yeah. Or I just do other things while I cast that isn't really Twitter.
Yeah,
You never know. But while this game has been accelerating at quite the pace, Silvername again using one of those cards that is not standard, the Anubisath Defender, which honestly, Sottle, is one of the cards I like the most that Silvername's included, because a lot of decks aren't coping with the health that well, are they? Versus, oh, I can deal 2 to everything because that's what Druid does in terms of generating those level minions. But the 3/5 is kind of pesky.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think of all the weird cards that are in this deck, this is the one that makes the most sense to me. I've talked a lot about how Frenzied Fellwing in Demon Hunter, for example, just having the 1 extra health can really be a nightmare for a lot of decks. I think this 3/5, 0 mana 3/5 at that is having a very, very similar effect.
It's like it's already been ironbarked.
And welcome to Druid Mirrors, by the way. By the time we've finished talking about all the setup, the game is pretty much over.
Yeah, there's almost no comeback, is there? And I don't like to just, end games on a dull note, but what are you going to do? There's no answer. And the shrug of the shoulders from Silvername, he knows, Zim knows, and that is going to be over in Silvername, with maybe a couple of his mind wandering a little bit in the last game and missing the initial lethal, but still brought it back with that mirror. And honestly, as you quite rightly said, Sottle, that's just what the mirror is. The first person to land the tokens. We saw it in Rivius versus Surrender, I think, in Asia Pacific. If you were watching then, it was the same. I think Rivius just played his tokens first, and there aren't cards really available outside for the odd Starfall that can deal with that. And yeah, shrug. I'm going to join Silvername and just shrug, because that's literally it. There's no deep analysis. You play tokens, they don't die, you win. That's it.
If you watch the tape really carefully, you can pinpoint the exact moment his brain ran out of words to say.
Pretty often per broadcast, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I enjoyed it. But what is also beautiful is this final we're going to have coming up for you between Boar Control and Silvername. They are going to be scrapping it out for the big 6 points in our week 1 of qualifying rounds, essentially. Winner will get 6, loser will get 5. Both of the eliminated players that you've seen today, Falcane and Zim, are going to receive 4. And instead of the big French dominance storyline that we spent the last couple of days hyping up, it's quite the reverse of that. And actually neither of our French players were able to progress through to the finals. But I think you can still probably chalk this up as a successful week for French Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's the one thing to remember. However much we're focused on, the finals, who's going to finish first and get the most points, all of the players you've seen this weekend have got a good amount of points, and especially, Felkane and Zim have got another solid amount of points. There is only, might sound very silly to explain, there is only Ball Control and Silvername that will have more points than them out of all of the 16 Grandmasters players. So it sounds stupid, but I think it's important to point out stupid things now and again. It's why I've got a job, which is just saying they are doing significantly better than most of the field they're up against right now. And if they can keep up even just a decent performance in the next couple of weeks, they're looking like a pretty solid, people to get into that Division A.
I was going to say, I'm glad your brain started functioning again, so you could come out with more nuggets of genius like that one, Raven. But, 6 and 5, more than 4. That's what I'm talking about.
Sometimes it does need explaining, Sol. I'm sorry, but that is completely true.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have
I think...
Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, while we're sort of doing surface level stuff on the point standings, I want to reiterate the point of just 6 points, the 1 win for this final that we have coming up. It really very closely locks you into being in Division A if you're able to win 1 single week, because the likelihood of enough players, of over half the players in the division, jumping past you to be then in that top division when we get into main round robin play, it's very unlikely that happens. You would have to have some absolute dumpster performances for the other 2 weeks, and the ratio of other players that were picking up points around you would have to happen in a certain way.
Yeah, in a very specific way, because it's like everyone would have to do kind of just as good as each other, right, to boost enough people up through the points. There's the points breakdown there if you want a quick reminder. But as we said, that there is a good chunk of people in the bottom half, which are 3 points and below. And as you can see, first place, double the points in 1 week. There are only 3 weeks of this format of these Swiss tournaments, which means already a third of it has gone by, and the other players are running out of time. Anyone who finished in the bottom half of the bracket for Swiss needs to pull their socks up next week, because if they have a rough week again, just as much as the players who finish first are likely to Group A, if you have 2 bad weeks in a row, you are very likely to Division B as well, which puts you in a very dicey spot for a further 4 weeks, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on these players every single game of Hearthstone they play.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think if we have to hang around too much longer without, seeing, if we don't see RDU next week or Corento next week or some of these players that we don't see, there's going to be people in chat like, wait, I'm sure these people were GMs. Like, where are they? Like, why aren't they showing up on broadcast? So,
I mean, we did see Corento this week, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure. All right. Bad example. I'll stick to throwing shade at RDU then. RDU
Perfect.
Specifically. Step your game up. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we are going to go to a quick break while we set up the finals of the European Grandmasters Week 1. We'll get to it very, very quickly. We're just going to give the players just a minute to get ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh, it's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people sub, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the, because they're on the farm. Ball controls Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT.
Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
That's good. Be French, be good.
Getting rank 1 with Yarla.
You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
We are back and getting ready to go into the finals here for the European Grandmasters, week number 1 of this Swiss. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle. Of course, we've been with you all weekend for Europe, but there's plenty more action to come. Not only is there a finals happening very, very shortly, but then we're going to be going straight into the Americas a little bit later on, and that's going to be brought to you by, of course, TJ and Frodan. Who else? But that's going to be an exciting one, and for me, at least, it's going to be great, because it looks like I'm going to have enough time to watch it before my bedtime, so it's going to be pretty sick. But let's focus on this one. It's going to be Ball Control versus Silvername, and Sottle, we get to see the Mage, probably, I'll say, as it is not banned out. The Warlock going to be banned out from Silvername, of Silvername's Warlock's going to be banned out, and the Rogue going to be banned out from board control. So the Highlander Rogue off the table, but at least the Mage is still in here.
Wow. First things first, imagine sleeping instead of watching America's Grandmasters. Like, who does that?
But if I watch America's, I can't watch Asia Pacific.
Yeah, you can. Like, just develop a debilitating sleep disorder. I highly recommend it. It's excellent. Just
if you want me to be worse at casting with you, Soto, I will stay awake. That is fine. And if people say, why are you worse this week? I told me not to sleep. So his problem now.
Very fair. Secondly, I remember to unmute my microphone coming off a break.
First time for everything, guys. Congratulations.
But thirdly, ball control's Rogue getting banned. Interesting stuff because, I was talking about it on day one. As we've mentioned a couple of times, it did pick up very easy wins, but Boar was kind of gifted at least one of them by the Edwin gods. And then Boar himself didn't seem like overly confident in the deck. So it's been a day of pretty interesting looking bans, really, from multiple players.
Yeah, it really has. He does have this No Hands Warrior, and again, just another slight variation. The more I play the lists without Korkron, the more I feel like Korkron actually might be a staple, for me at least, so because having the option for some burst damage, I feel, is needed now and again. Maybe it's just the way I play, but I like it just being there, even as ball control is doing as a one-off.
Yeah, and it's not, when you say a bit of burst damage, it's not a bit of burst damage.
A tad, a little tad bit.
Yes, a small tad bit of burst damage. That it's enormous that can come through when you get Inner Rage and Rampage and Bloodsworn Mercenary and everything else stacked up on top of that as well. It's insane.
And it's even one of those things that's harken back to older days of talking about Hearthstone, where maybe even just the fact that it's a threat in the deck and what that does to your opponent as well is worth a certain amount. But just the fact that it's possible is nice for us. So a lot of the versions of the deck aren't playing really any burst damage from hand, which means if you're in a rough spot, you cannot just kill someone with a good draw. You just can't do it because the charge minions aren't there. But anyway, Silvername is going to be rocking that Spell Mage as well, so I'm excited to see how that goes up, mainly against this Tempo Demon Hunter and this Warrior of ball control, as I feel like versus the Warlock, it's a very different matchup, and the Warlock can probably just out-sustain, especially because any burn damage the Mage can do can be healed, and any minion pressure is normally quite slow and stompy, which, well, Warlock just Plague of Flames it away and it doesn't care. So I think the Warlock might be the stumbling block here for Silvername at least.
Yeah, we'll see. But we were just talking about the No Hands Warrior from Ball Control. This is his list, which is very similar to, I guess, pure No Hands Warrior, the list that No Hands Gamer himself is running. One Korkron Elite was cut down from 2 very early on, and still running the Eggs and the Injured Tolbears as kind of the early game package to be able to push through, which I quite like.
Yeah, even the Imprisoned Valfiends aren't, people are cutting them in certain versions of the list now as well. So, this Pain Warrior, I guess, archetype is starting to, tread down multiple different paths of what they want to do. But honestly, just looking at this list from Ball Control, the highlight for me is just that Korkron, because sometimes you just need that extra bit of burst I mentioned a little bit earlier on.
I actually misspoke there, because the Captain Greenskin has come in place of some of the early game minions like the Injured Tolbear, which is actually a card that I want to highlight because I have not been playing Greenskin in my experiments with that deck so far, and I think I'm going to start based on what I've seen, because that card has impressed me enormously. Perhaps not so much in Europe, in the games we've been casting from what I remember, but from some of the other GM games from the other regions that I've watched, Captain Greenskin has seemed incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and as we take a look at Silvername's Spell Mage, one thing I'll just add a note on that. For me, I don't know if you remember me saying yesterday or the day before, but Ankar felt like it was always, the second or whatever swing wasn't getting me pirates that often. So, especially because you kind of mulligan them for the pirates a lot of the time as well. So if Greenskin's there as an extra, late game pirate by the time you use that second swing, then yeah, I'm all for that plan, at least trying it out, because at least logically it makes sense. But let's go into it. It is going to be Silvername on the Mage and Ball Control on the Warrior that we just broke down. And my questions now is, how good is this Mage against what you could argue is a kind of aggro deck, right? It's not always aggro, but it is a lot of the time.
For sure, yeah. I still definitely have my doubts about this deck. I think Silvername was kind of in trouble in the one time that we saw it yesterday and was dug out by the Prime itself,
yeah.
which, you know, the Prime will almost always be good on its own, but then the Prime also cast a puzzle box, which was then also a good puzzle box for Silvername. So I think probably a fairly fortunate outcome for Silvername in his one game of the deck so far.
Yeah, there's one of the key cards for me, and it might not really look too flashy, but when you're talking about primes, it is. It's the Font of Power there, and I think, honestly, from my foray with this deck, the Font of Power has been the card that I feel has impacted the outcomes of games the most, by far. On ball control's side, though, getting the anchor down, and now there's the Battle Rage. He's starting to piece together just the good hand right now, so he's by no means in trouble yet.
Rips the Font of Power, gets a Khadgar, which can make some exciting business happen, but also Cloud Prince is quite often a pretty good outcome from that card, especially since you have Ancient Mysteries available to you to get a 0 mana secret, so you can essentially just combo those two cards together with the Cloud Prince on the same turn, basically on demand.
Yep, Naga Sandwich, not mind-blowing, maybe even arguably bad at the moment. A lot of the spells in the deck are quite cheap. So you could say that is, you know, kind of a whiff. There are some expensive stuff, but nowhere near as much as they are all the cheap stuff he has in hand, as you can see. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad, I guess.
You'd have to manipulate a very specific hand for Sandwich to give you value, I think, right?
Yeah. So they would have to have a very specific set of spells for for this situation.
And then the Sandwich will find them, and
There
it
we
will
go.
make them cost 5.
There's that Korokron. Not needed quite yet, I don't think. Because I think ball control now is just sat, as you can see in the traditional thinking pose of just 2 hands on the face. Thinking of, right, how, when, where, and why do I use this Battle Rage? Because he has the tools to activate it pretty heavily right now.
And who do I use this Battle Rage?
Okay.
Made to fit.
Yeah, just playing his stuff. It's interesting because this was again a similarity with, you know, sort of old school Patron Warriors. There were certain matchups where some things that you would sort of normally treat as combo pieces, you just had to learn that you were supposed to play them, just like play out your stuff. Like against Druid in particular with Patron Warrior, I remember, you know, specifically just improving my win rate a lot by just starting to play my minions on curve. You know, so
It's like Frothing Berserker on 3. Like.
Yeah, Armor Smith on 2, Acolyte on 3, or Frothing on 3, or whatever else. You know, yeah, it's pretty strong a lot of the time. I think Boar very much falling into that here.
And what do you think about this play? This interests me quite a lot, actually. The Cloud Prince fully get behind, but killing off the Vile Fiend and not the Armor Smith, is he confident that the minion will be able to just kill the Armor Smith? Or do you think that Silvername thinks he can take a late game even if there's loads of armor gained?
Yeah, I think the latter. I think his primary concern here is just win board, so be concerned with stats first and foremost. I don't think any kind of burn plan is going to work in this matchup anyway, so that's not really your primary concern. So I think just being as efficient as you can in terms of stats on board is how Silvername will have most success in this matchup.
Okay, and there's that green skin you're a fan of. And we saw, even with, again, a couple of pirates in the early game for ball control, the Ankar got its full potential draw value, partially down to that green skin.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
So Boar is going to rage here. He's got himself down to 29. Gets 3 injured minions in play. 2 mana draw 4.
At Silvername, you just see the mental impact of your opponent playing a Battle Rage with this deck. He's just destroying, because you know now they have so many tools that, as I said yesterday, it's not only just card draw, but it's you're drawing cards that all intertwine and synergize to work together in doing some pretty incredible things, honestly. And now does Silvername just have to maybe play another Flame Ward and just say, let's get rid of these guys and get them out of the way? Yeah, I don't mind this. He's got nothing exciting going on in his hand. And also that Ancient Mysteries does nothing right now. It is 2 mana, spend 2 mana.
Is it really? Is he out of secrets? Damn.
Yeah, he just used a Flame Ward. He's just done Barrier and the other Barrier's in his hand.
Yeah.
That's his 4. Still, magic trick can get him something a bit tasty. There's tons of good mage spells, hence why there's a deck called Spell Mage. It'd be pretty bad if there wasn't. So you can get something even if it is just one of the cheaper ones.
So how we used to have big spell mage, we now have bad spell mage. So yeah, we're playing nothing but spells, but they're all terrible. Or considering just ripping this battle rage again, perhaps? Currently has 8 cards in hand and he'll draw 4, so he will need to expend 2 cards before he can battle rage, and then still 1 more afterwards.
And he knows regardless these 3 minions are going to die if he wants to attack in with them, but I think his board's never getting any smaller naturally, so just do it. You know, just get the secrets out of the way, and then the only secrets that will exist in the game going forward are generated ones, which ball control just frankly can't really do much about until it happens, right?
I wonder if he considered just equipping weapon and just swinging the weapon there, because the weapon doesn't proc the Flame Ward, right? So he still keeps his minions hanging around. That way, you know, Silvername can't start developing here with any minion effects that he has of his own, like a Pexis Blast or whatever else, because you'll just essentially trade off minions that are already sentenced to death in that regards, and then you also still keep the big Battle Rage options open to yourself. I think his hand still gets stuck if he does that, but I'm just sort of presenting it as an option. But I think he's right to kind of remove and just, you know, redevelop again and try and get on with the game.
Yeah, I think the issue is that's definitely a strategy that can work a lot of the time, but in this matchup, does he want to make the game go a turn slower? Do you know what I mean? Like you said, 1 with his hand, but 2 also against a spell mage. Does he really want the game to go late? And it would literally just delay the whole game 1 turn, wouldn't it? And I don't think ball control wants to do it. And he didn't have any ultra high value minions. The risky skipper was a 1/1, so that was done and dusted soon anyway. Oh, there's Amazing Reno, Saul's favorite card. Also, the Evocation I found is a weird card in this deck, right? Because as you can see, you don't often run a low hand with this. You often have quite a lot of cards. I had times where I was playing this to like generate 2 cards just to see what it gave me to do something. Because I don't know, it's not. If this was a Hunter card, oh, best card Hunter's ever seen. But because it's in this mage list, you generate so much anyway. I feel like it's really tough to use, and maybe we've got to keep an eye on it to make sure Silvername doesn't try and hang on for like the 9-card evocation, you know what I mean, which is pointless most of the time.
Yeah. I think Silvername recognizes he's in a pretty comfortable spot here in terms of pressure though, because he can Ray of Frost 1 more time, and then he has a Blizzard for a complete freeze over the next 2 turns, and then that bridges his gap between his next turn, which is turn 8, and turn 10 when he can just drop the Reno for the full clear. So it seems like that will be the line he commits to here. If he needs something better than a single Ray of Frost in an emergency, I think that's probably where we'll see him rip the evocation and look for something in there.
Right, and that's where I think just recognition of how to use the card is the important, right? Because you're saying use evocation when you need a specific thing. Don't just go, I want...
Well, when you need a range of things, right? Like, if you can play it where either Frost Nova, Blizzard, or whatever else will be good enough, then, yeah, that's probably a good time just to rip it, see if you get that spell, and then great, and cashed out.
I mean, I think a lot of players, especially maybe newer players, less experienced, would go, well, this could give me 9 cards. You know, and then they don't, you know, try and fish for something. They just go, I want 9 cards, because that is value. And that's when it ends up either never getting cast, or you lose the game because you cast everything else kind of willy-nilly, you know, to just empty hand.
This Frost Nova, though, has made everything a lot simpler for Silvername.
Would you... Oh. Doesn't matter.
I really want to know what it was now.
Okay, no, I'll tell you. I'm not... Look, Saul, come on, it's me. I don't care about saying dumb things.
Okay.
I've had a lot of practice. I was wondering if there's ever...
Everyone, strap in for this one. It's going to be good.
Get your belt on. I wonder whether there's ever just any thoughts at points versus this deck to say Blizzard, because there's the Bomb Wranglers on the board, and it fills the board up. It does activate a Battle Rage, but Board Control has limited options when his board's just full and there's nothing to trade into, right? So, like,
wait, I'm so disappointed. That wasn't dumb at all. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm so
Yay!
disappointed in you, Raven.
Okay, so when I think it's dumb, it's actually really smart. Good to
Yeah,
know. Good to know.
Yeah.
Wow,
Now you're
that's a
getting
good draw, though. If there was ever a draw to fix this situation.
Yeah, crucially, like I think the key behind that play of using Blizzard there is that Blizzard says deal 2 damage to all enemies, then freeze them.
Yes.
Meaning deal 2 damage to all enemies, comma, then freeze all enemies is kind of like the implied card text, right? So you can see because of that, the bombs also get frozen that come out of the bomb wranglers. So you do get a full freeze apart from the rush minion, which can't hit you in the face anyway.
Yep. And also the bombs would only do 2 damage, so it's definitely not the end of the world, as it only would summon 2. Ball Control is going to take this moment and maybe take this half gift to use the Battle Rage and say, well, if you Blizzard, that was your turn pretty much. I'll spend 2 mana on Battle Rage because I can't spend a ton of mana on minions. Although, honestly, it looks like a good Terran to me.
It does, yeah. I wonder, like, if Boar had, like, found an Inner Rage, if he still has one left, which I think he does, off that Battle Rage, then he could have just made 2 of the world's most stacked Terrans you've ever seen in your life, which would have been pretty insane.
I think, though, looking at this, he has Corcoran and 2 Mercs, right? I think if he has Inner Rage, he's aiming that to the dome.
That's a good point. That is a good point,
Because he's got all the cards. There's only 8 cards left. He's going to get to it. And that can't be frozen because it happens. Like I said, this is one of the reasons why I love even just the 1 Corcoran, because it gives you this as an option. It exists as a plan. Whereas if you don't run any charge minions, this will never happen outside of a deckhand, technically. But you can't duplicate it.
And reflect.
Yeah. Find some way to buff your deckhands. So you can then Inner Rage it. So you can then, that seems unlikely.
You start running the what's the card? The 1/2 that gives +2 health. Battlecry. The one that's played in Combo Priest. What's it called?
Oh, yeah, Beaming Cycle.
That's it, Beaming Sky. Yeah, you just play that just in case you get deckhands. Now that is going deep. Yeah, the Terran's going to be frozen here just to stop any, or to minimize damage to face, and also maybe to try and stop some shenanigans. But really, it's just to reduce that damage. But Ball Control is not far away from getting to the bottom of his deck.
So you can now use Skipper as an activator for Corcoran, but only with 1 Bloodsworn Mercenary in that world for mana constraints.
I think he can wait. There's no rush here, is there?
Agreed. Just pointing it out as a possibility.
Just saying he could.
Is Boar thinking about Bloodsworning the Terran? I think it's overkill, right, to Bloodsworn the Terran? Like, you're never going to have board space for all of that stuff, are you?
Well, I was even going to say the weird thing is he doesn't really want to play any more minions because this Terran's got like a full board in it. He wants to pop it, right? This sounds better. Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah. This makes way more sense.
Because that was my issue, right? If he plays minions, well, his Terran gets worse. So I think this is a real good heads-up play. Look at this board. It's a nightmare now. Unfortunate that he has to, or not unfortunate that he has to, or unfortunate that he is doing this into turn 10, which means it can be renoed, which is a shame, but the Terran could have been renoed anyway, which would have led to the same outcome, where at least Ball utilised something.
It would have actually been a worse outcome because the dormant minion wouldn't be there, right?
Yeah, he gained something
just,
from this.
You know, silence and remove the Terran completely, and the dormant guy would be gone as well.
I'm going to see what's in the lucky box for now. But I imagine this is going to be along the lines of maybe even just get the Evasive Fellwing down, get the egg down, and just make an awkward board for Silvername to cleanly clear. And then any damage these minions, say one of these minions gets to hit, well, that just comes closer to the Corcoran Dream, doesn't it?
Nice.
Impactful. I love it.
Nice. Totemic Surge.
Just a refresher as well, not talked about today, but cards like Rolling Fireball and like every other card in the game just act as if dormant minions do not exist. So Rolling Fireball would just do nothing to the dormant minion, and you cannot cast it on the dormant minion either.
Yeah, to be clear, it skips past it.
Yes,
I think,
yeah, it literally just doesn't exist.
Yeah, saying it does nothing could be kind of misleading, so yeah, it skips past it. So it'll do like 5 damage to a 5/5 and then skip past the dormant minion and deal 3 damage to a 3/3 on the other side.
Yeah, the easiest way, honestly, to just apply dormant or to remember it is it's just Everything
just not
acts
there.
like it does not exist.
Yeah.
Ton of options here. Blizzard, another rolling fireball, but it's more expensive, but it's going to go away at the end of the turn due to the evocation. Silvername does have that. I think he was looking at Khadgar into Power of Creation, and honestly, if there's ever a time to go, I think it's now. It would also summon 2 dragons as well, right? Summons 2 6/6s from the quest.
Should work like that, yeah. I've never seen it
okay,
happen,
it does
but-
work like that. Yep, because it's a summon. Really good set of combo here. Like, look at this board.
Yep.
So I got distracted and I've just had to check all the lights in my room because I'm sure I can smell something burning.
Ooh, I think he roped out on the 3/4 kill as well. He did.
Ooh. Oh no.
That's three free damage for ball.
That shouldn't exist.
Which means should not exist.
That
at all.
damage should be dormant right now. It just doesn't exist. Oh, still no inner rage though. Oh.
No, I know.
And he can't draw.
Nope. So the inner rage draw would have been lethal there for ball.
And you might forget, but these gyrocopters have Wind Fury. I think they know more for their rush ability, as Wind Fury doesn't often come into it too much because they normally die or whatever. But they do have Wind Fury, so ball control is likely quite dead if he doesn't actually do something about this board. Could be a world of difference, the missed trade, though. It's massive. Got to remember as well, this Reno is going to cast a spell at the start of every turn, which means, frankly, the board state could dramatically change.
Armor made to fit.
Drink your blood. Eat your flesh.
We're gonna roll the 8-drop. It's been a while since just rolling a random Tyrion was the way that you got the job done, but it's back, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a
vengeance.
really good evolve, honestly. That was just like exactly what he needed.
Random demons!
Oh!
Random demons!
Silvername, you can't even be upset. You're the one who's friends with Reno. He does this all the time.
2 of them are dormant, Raven. They don't do anything.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
That
would make us rich.
Live by the Reno, die by the Reno.
That's it.
Raven.
I mean, it's fine to be disappointed, but this happens, right? You know what I mean? Like, the deck does this. Reno does this. Sometimes he wins you games, and sometimes he just slaps you in the face.
If I could just cast that.
That combined with a couple of things. Silvername missed the 3/4 trade, which was some extra damage, and also the Tyrion evolve for ball control was pretty fantastic, because especially with turning the minions into, turning the spells into the demons, there's no clean way to actually just kill off a Tyrion. There's no, polymorph, no spell that can get rid of it or mess with it. You just have to do it the old-fashioned way, and Silvername is in kind of race situation here, so he doesn't really want to have to be chunking tons of damage into a Tyrion. And
Inner Rage for Bor again. 5 cards remaining. I think 2 of them are Inner Rage. I don't think he's played one this game.
Nope, and I can confirm he is running 2. Oh!
Boom!
There
Inner
we
Rage
go.
off the top for Bor. Finally, he's going to get that sweet, sweet Bloodsworn Mercenary value alongside that Ashbringer. 23 damage in total, I believe. Plenty to have Silvername nicely covered here.
Yeah, and this is just, again, winds back to just, from my limited experience, I've not played hundreds of games of the warrior lists, but that is something that a lot of players cannot even try and do, because they just don't have access to the Corcoran, right? They can't even try and do a burst plan because they need to stick minions to be able to damage their opponent. And because of just one Corcoran being in the deck and the fact that you can draw so much of your deck, it makes even just a one of that little bit more consistent and that little bit more achievable.
Yeah, I think 1 makes sense. And I am not the guy that advocates playing 1
You
in your
hate it.
deck. If you are not, if you are not familiar with many of the hills I have chosen to die on in the past, but I think one Corcoran in this deck makes sense because you don't want to play two. Essentially, shut your eyes and imagine it's Leroy, right? And you put Leroy in your deck and you're only allowed to play one. If you're like me and it makes you sick to play single copies of cards, just think of it that way.
Yeah, and honestly, I remember even years ago when we were casting your old school like playoffs, we had hundreds of deck lists and players to look at. And now and again, Sol would just scan through some deck lists. Oh, I like this one. And it's just two ofs. There's no... Maybe there's a legendary in there, two legendaries that you have to do. We would be like, I like this lineup. And I was like, why? It's got a lot of two ofs in it. And that's it.
15 two ofs.
He would go sick every time. It was very, very funny. I'm not even making this up. Honestly, ask any of the other casters that were there every time. But yes, Ball Control is going to be leading this matchup and this final 1-0 over Silvername so far. It was a pretty crazy game, and Silvername got the rough end of the stick a little bit, but honestly, he had good setups, he had good outcomes from his Power of Creation, he had the Learn Draconic Dragons on board as well. He primed himself for a ton of damage to go back Ball Control's way to steal the game, and Reno had other things to say by the looks of it. So unfortunate for Silvername, but there's plenty more games left.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of a difference. Obviously the Warlock, the runs was, exciting or whatever people think mage is. But it's, I'm not sure how much of an I'm trolling so hard. It's, I'm not sure how much of an impact it had on the game in the end, because the burst damage was still the burst damage, right? Like, regardless of what he was going to be able to do to react to that board state, if he still had his mage cards available, I think that burst damage was always going to come through one way or the other.
Yep, with the Battle Rages played only a matter of time. But Ball Control looks like he is going to be locking in his Tempo Demon Hunter, which again looks pretty clean. There is a one-of in there, Sottle. I apologise for Ball Control, but hey, Legendaries cause these things to happen. But I will say, and I said it again yesterday, I am liking the Consume Magic in Silvername's deck. I'm not saying it'll be absolutely mind-blowing in this exact matchup, which is more or less the mirror, but just as a card, I like it a lot. I've actually started to put it into the list I'm playing at the moment. Just a one-of, but just the one silence. A lot of the time it cycles. I think it's a pretty solid inclusion right now.
Okay. By the way, this is legal, by the way, because there's 3 legendaries in the deck, so in order for there
you
to
have
be 3
to,
legendaries
right?
in the deck, you have to play a one.
Or are you forced to play a 4th legendary?
No, that is legal. I will allow it.
So, kicking this off, Ball Control has a Battle Fiend, and he has a Crimson Sigil Runner. Twin Slice and the Beam means that he's got a very easy way to manipulate his hand for Outcast. Not that he needs it right now, but he can do it quite easily, even if he chooses to just I-Beam next turn to activate the Sigil Runner. Whereas Silvername, getting off to a slightly slower start, but he does have the weapons available along with that Frenzied Fellwing, which means he can have maybe one quite swingy turn with some removal from the weapon, the generation of minions, and maybe getting the Frenzied Fellwing down as well.
Yeah, and I imagine Chaos Strike is now the next draw for Silvername. I assume that's what he's going to have picked out of those options. Looks like the best in the way that his hand is lining up at the moment. Boar's actually got a difficult decision here, though, as to whether he wants to go full-on tempo this turn, because it is a possibility that's available to him. Just rip the slices and then I-beam the minion, and then he can even then play a Crimson Sigil Runner as Outcast as well.
I think I like it, and it's because the Spectral Sight is going to be stranded for a while, if not. So do the tempo turn. Tempo's not a bad thing in this matchup. It's really good. You can do removal, you can play your cards. You don't even have to use the second slice because it teleports to the other side of your hand once you cast the Twin Slice. And it just makes the Spectral Sight more activatable. So he did go a bit of a different way about it there. I think I would have maybe even coined I-Beam, but it is available for him next turn anyway. But I just wanted him to see just edge towards the Spectral Sight.
Yeah, played the 2-1 there, just literally as a tempo 2-1, but held on to the I-Beam. It just so happens that this turn, Umberwing was really the only thing that Demon Hunter does that I-Beam is not effective against. So it's made that look a little bit silly. But you can see the significance of it, right? And that if there was just another Demon Hunter style minion that came down this turn, if it was a Frenzied Fairwing, if it was a Satyr, if it was any of those other things, having held on to that I-beam would have made a lot of sense.
Does he
Now
just
it
bite?
does
Does he just
look a
bite the
bit
bullet?
silly. Why, just I-beam Spectral Sight this turn anyway?
Yeah. The only
That coin is a really freaking good card though right now, Raven, if you look at the rest of his hand.
I was literally going to say the only issue now is, especially because of the skull, the coin glaive next turn is a pretty big deal.
I think that has to be the curve.
Especially when you're feeling, or at least I imagine ball control's feeling like he's falling a little bit behind here on board.
Right. Yeah, and then as you sort of walk it through, if you are going to leave yourself open to coining glaives, or now maybe even coining 7-4 next turn, that means that you're very rarely going to get to outcast that Spectral Sight, so you might as well just play it and draw for 1.
Which I like. I definitely don't like over-holding on to things like, but I could get this other effect. It's like, right, when? Is the question, right? It's like, when are you even going to get to this? In the meantime, though, Silvername, it's got Warglaives, he's got the Fellwing, got a Chaos Strike for extra damage. Like, Silvername is definitely sitting in the aggressor seat right now, whereas Ball Control has the juice to go long, but does he have the time? Because even this Satyr is a nightmare to deal with. But he does have the I-beam.
I grow impatient.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a nightmare though because of the I-beam nerf. The fact that he actually has to pay mana for that card now is quite distressing with the way the rest of his curve
How
works.
dare Demon Hunter have to pay mana for cards?
I know. Why do only druids get to play every card in their deck for free?
I think it's important to get the Warglaive active, honestly. I think he wants it active now, and then he has the Adept.
So much damage, though.
But he has the recovery options of I-beam. He does have Adept as well, depending.
Time grows short.
But again, he can't play both of those next turn if he goes Warglaives this turn.
He probably won't need to, though, right? Because Warglaives can multi-swing.
Yuck.
It hurts, but I think this is the way.
I think it is. I mean, I'm arguing with you because I hate this play, but I cannot suggest a different alternative. So I guess that means that all his plays kind of suck, and this is just the best one of them.
He still has 2 swings of the Warglaives. He still has the I-beam as recovery if he needs it. But even now, he's on 18, so he's not like he's going to just die right now. So even if the I-beam isn't played next turn, it probably still comes into play the turn after.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's Skull, and then Ball Control will just wish he played the I-beam on turn 2 or whatever it was earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really the big branching part of this game, right? Is Boar's decision not to tempo out super hard and use the I-beam early on. He's now been stuck with an I-beam for quite some time, but that frenzied Fellwing coming down, surprisingly, could actually be Boar's savior here, actually finally giving him the perfect target for that card.
Just to note, not only could the I-beam could have ended up being stuck in his hand, but also he would have drawn a card from the Sigil runner, wouldn't he? So there would have been, an extra added benefit.
And he would have outcasted his Spectral Sight as well.
Yes, so he would have drawn 2 extra cards.
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, like I said at the time, it looks stupid because Silvername just went Umberwing straight afterwards. If it was just a regular minion, if it was Satyr Overseer that turn, Boar would have looked like a genius with the play that he made.
Yes. Welcome to Hearthstone.
Demons.
A part of me likes getting this Adept down, honestly.
You can't Skull next turn, though, if you don't use the I-beam this turn. That kind of sucks.
On the defensive, do you think he can Skull next turn anyway?
I think you can and should Skull a lot more than a lot of people think you do.
It's a lot of thinking, so I'm not sure if I'm ready for it. The reason I like this is because I don't think Silvername can just take 7 next turn, right?
No, agreed.
So if Silvername's answering you, you kind of heal anyway. You know what I mean? Because he has to remove it in some respect. Oh, 1 mana. Would have made all the difference.
Please buff Gladebound Adept to cost 4.
Yeah. Imagine we're going to bring the attack down to 6, but it's only cost 4 now. You'd be like, what? That doesn't make sense.
I grow impatient.
And now, You know what this is very much like? Like mid-range hunter mirrors. Where there's always a point where one player has to make the choice where they have to decide to say, right, I'm going in and just ignore minions for the rest of the game. And it always happens, and whoever does it and just about survives just always wins. Like, no doubt. Maybe a little bit different here because Demon Hunter has heal. You know, they have access to heal, which is a little bit different, but someone always makes the choice, and it looks like Silverhand making that choice right now.
Or with a huge sigh of relief as he sees the weapon damage go into that Gladebound Adept.
Now, is there a payoff for playing the Adept now? There's I-Beam, but I think he might have to start with that Spectral Sight because he needs more than an I-Beam. It's one of the powerful interactions between the Satyr and the Warglaives is it's every time you attack, so it's not limited to once a turn. And this extra 2/2 is actually a very large problem.
Those without eyes truly see.
Sets up the draw for himself. The only card that would be playable this turn after the Spectral Sight is the Twin Slice there, though, so probably not exactly what he was looking for.
He's going Atras?
No, he takes Slice, yeah. Makes sense.
Time grows short.
So if he I-beams the 4/2, he goes up to 10. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not enough.
Nope. Looks like we got ourselves an even series, Raven.
It really does. I was just going through a few differences there, but not really the case. It's not going to make much difference as the Chaos Strike coming into use here. And honestly, Chaos Strike, a deck I didn't really foresee being overly used in Tempo Demon Hunter. After, you know, like a day or two into the game, I thought it was very much a combo Demon Hunter card. But, you know, every time I see it get played in Tempo Demon Hunter, it puts in the work as sorry, as I hit my microphone, as a draw card and pushing extra damage capabilities. So it has impressed me quite a lot recently.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the most hotly contested cards as well. Like, some players like really love it, swear by it, live and die by it. Like, you have to play Chaos Strike in your deck. And then there's people on the other side as well. It's like, no, the card's trash. Just, you know, play other minions instead. Play a Felfin or whatever else it is in that spot, so you actually have something that develops the board and represents pressure. I personally am a pretty big fan of it. I think it's a pretty solid card to have in there, just because card draw begets card draw in that deck. You know, if you hit one cycle card, that's improving your chances of hitting another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then your Skull of Gul'dan, and then you win the game, right? So I think consistently drawing cards is very, very important with the way the deck functions. So I'm a pretty big fan of the card.
Yeah, and also we've seen a fair few games, even just this weekend on stream, of where Tempo Demon Hunter Reach has actually surprised me a little bit. You know, maybe I'm just I'm not seeing it enough, but the actual just damage from almost nothing is incredible. And, you know, Chaos Strike, as you said, goes a long way to that. Not only is it +2 damage, but it's +2 damage, draw a card that could either be more draw or more damage. So then it does add up very, very quickly. And I think we've seen that a few times already where, you know, Demon Hunter has an opponent on 20 health and you're like, well, that's, what, 3 turns worth of damage just as a random number? Right. And they get there in 1.5/2 and you're like, what? Like, you can't plan around this. It's so much reach just because of the combination of card draw and damage from hand. So impressive overall. I am coming around to that card myself, but let's move on with this series. Ball Control versus Silvername going into game number 3. Ball Control on his Demon Hunter once again, and Silvername on the Spell Mage.
Yeah, reminder, because this is perhaps a little bit earlier than you might have expected if you're just joining the broadcast. We had an absolute lightning bolt of a first series, so we are now all the way through into the finals for the week. So these players are playing for the maximum 6 points between them to end the week, which will affect their seeding going into weeks 4 through 7 in the round robin portion of Grandmasters.
Yep, and it will affect their seeding in a very nice way, as they'll be pretty confident about getting in that Division A. But we can talk about that a little bit later on. For now, Ball Control got an okay hand here. He does have the ability to just throw that Twin Slice effectively over to the other side of his hand and activate that Spectral Sight next turn if he chooses. And honestly, outside of his draw being pretty good, I don't see why not. Yeah. get that draw engine going. So
I see.
Need some help here because his hand is way too slow right now. Ooh, Frenzied Fellwing, that helps a lot. You saw him immediately snap that second slice, and then there you go, 0 mana Fellwing. Boom, jobs are good.
sounds like such a greedy card, doesn't it? Second slice. So you want a second slice of pie? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
You already had one.
I want a second slice of Language Hacker's banana bread. No, wait, I never even got a first slice anyway. Like, who is this guy? He's so BM. He just admits he makes mean banana bread and then doesn't give it to anyone.
Saul, I
Honestly.
effectively lived next door to him for a few weeks, and he didn't make me any banana bread.
Oh!
Yeah.
Need to have words with that boy.
I thought we were mates.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. And again, interestingly enough, it's gonna be cool just to see how Silvername's deck does versus, I think, one of the decks it's got a lot of its build around for, right? It wants to beat Demon Hunter. Not that you really build a deck at the moment to lose to Demon Hunter.
Wow.
But he is going to be saving 3 damage. Wow.
Yeah. Well, he's saving 2 damage, right? Because it means that a 1/1 attacks him instead of a 3/3 to activate the Flame Ward.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Or does it?
Which is... Yeah, right. I mean, it's... Like, that is a really interesting Ray of Frost.
Coin Apexis Blast wouldn't be too shabby here, honestly. And this is the explosive trap mind games of old, isn't it? When do you bite the bullet and remove minions, or when do you attack, or when do you wait? It's tough.
Well, that's kind of why I'm a little bit perplexed by the Ray of Frost, because I think if you Ray of Frost there against a good player, like Boar, we'll just say, okay, fine, I'm just going to wait until I can attack with this 3/3, and then I'll get more damage. Like, what are you going to do? Keep freezing my 3/3 every turn so that I can't proc your Flame Ward? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
There must be a way.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really understand, because he's now just ended up Apexis blasting it anyway. Yeah.
Ooh. Not the best minion to come out as a 5-drop there, but he does activate his Dragon.
It's not that bad. I mean, it has Rush, you know? Like,
true. Yeah.
It may be understated, but it still does have Rush, which is pretty effective.
It's just there was some like pretty good 5-drop, like say Taunts, for example, which would be pretty nice versus Demon Hunter, obviously, but did kill off a 1/1 and still knocking around. And now Silvername has just got all the freeze in the world, but needs to make sure that he can actually progress into this game, because he doesn't have freeze for the face, and Ball Control has about 18,000 damage with dual wielding 2 Warglaves of Azzinoth times 2, so 4.
And again, he does not have freeze for the face really in his deck, because he's not playing the copy of Deep Freeze that a lot of people use for that purpose against Demon Hunter, just to completely lock out the weapon charges when you get to the late game.
Yeah, he's got like a Frostbolt, right? Just
one Frostbolt, yep.
But this might be where, again, kind of what we touched on a little bit earlier, where Evocation can be used to just fish something out to do that turn, and something to just progress a little bit, because frankly, why not? He gets enough goes at it with this small hand size that 1 mana, roll the dice, see what you can get, whether it's a good secret, a summon spell, just some damage. You know, it's worth it, I think. Depending on what he draws this turn, of course.
I think, however, all things considered, he is miles ahead right now with how strong his early game's been. He had the Learn Draconic, he had the Flame Ward. I think those are the 2 key cards that you want to have early on. So, in terms of tempo, he's doing great.
Agree. In terms of he might just die, maybe not so great, because there were just 2 sets of Warglaves, as mentioned earlier, and there's no good answer, and I don't even know what the good answer is from Silvername, and most importantly, he has minion freeze, but he can't generate anything himself, which means the game's not going to end. That Silvername can't kill Ball Control, so these Warglaves will get to go. Yeah, and I like this. Not exactly a, mind-blowing super high-level play, but not worrying about the skull, not worrying about the Satyr or anything like that. It's like, do the thing he can't stop you doing, which is the Warglaves.
I'm just piecing together, by the way, and I don't know if this is the case, but it's possible that Ray of Frost on the 3/3 was like 1 necessary point of mana that he needed to activate an 8/8. The reason I've just realised that is because that's what that Frost Nova was about just then, is doing that exact thing with the Blizzard in order to get a 6/6 into play. So that may have been the case with the Frost Nova on the previous occasion as well.
To be fair, he did Apex's Blast to exactly 8 mana for the quest.
In that case, it all makes perfect sense, and I take all of it back.
You can't, Sol. It's been done.
Okay.
I grow impatient.
So, he's going to see the Adept frozen once again, and now it's a little bit different, where ball control is facing down a 6/6, but honestly, for me, I think I'd like to see ball control continue on path.
The path that's a direct line from his face to his opponent's face. Is that the path you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, I can see, and we can see, that there's Nova, there's Blizzard, so more minions would easily get dealt with, and this dragon might just win the game for Silvername. But I think from ball control's point, if he steps away and tries to kill this dragon, that is quite the committal. And I think it's a little bit too tough, at least for this turn.
He rips the unoutcasted A Skull of Gul'dan, which was a play I did just want to bring up there before he did it, because this second Warglaives isn't getting played anytime soon, right? It wasn't getting played that turn because it'd be a waste of damage. There's a question mark as to whether it gets played the next turn as well. So it's a rare occasion you see this happen, but I think that might have been one of the ones where it was potentially correct.
Yeah, and I don't think I like this play from Silvername.
Go on.
Because I was looking at next turn, he can Apex's Blast Frost Nova. So I think maybe Blizzard this turn, which would have been slow, which is unfortunate, but Blizzard attack, and then next turn Apex's Blast Face Frost Nova attack, and go that way to end the game, and just honestly can hope that's enough. But now, now he's kind of stuck. If he needs to freeze again, well, he's got Blizzard, which means he can't Apex's Blast, and that's a good chunk of damage. It's 5 damage and a minion.
Well, so Silvername's plan is that he doesn't need to freeze again, because by doing it this way, he sets up lethal for himself. So he just has a Apex's Blast to the face plus the 6/6. So his mentality was use the evocation there to just look for extra spells that can potentially be helpful. You can see how important that was, because he had an Arcane Breath, or whatever the card's called, 1 mana, discover a spell, blah blah blah, and he chose to just get 1 extra damage to ping face as opposed to using that to kill a minion in that scenario. That ping to face was really, really vital from his perspective.
Yeah, and to be fair, I guess a 6 health is a lot of health for Demon Hunter to actually deal to a minion.
Yep.
So he's going to be rewarded with this. It looks like that is going to be the game. Remember when I said sometimes Mage burned you down with the dragons and a couple of spells?
Yeah,
it was a little bit different because of the freeze, but this does happen fairly regularly, at least in my experience.
No, I always believed you. I think
the
we were in
first
a
time.
Warlock. We were in a Warlock matchup.
Oh, sure. Okay,
I don't believe it's possible against Warlock with the amount of healing they have available.
I don't believe any win
wait
condition is possible against Warlock, to be fair, right now. But
you have a great point.
and matchups like the Mage, in my experience, like I said, has the capability to do things like that. And again, a little bit of disagreeing from me on how at least I would have gone about it. But as you quite rightly described, he did lead up to just ending it in the same roundabout way anyway. And it's really good in just terms of how different that game would have looked if it was combo Demon Hunter and not tempo. Because you can't really freeze them out, right? If it's combo, the damage just comes and there's nothing you can do about it. But Silvername is going to go 1 game away from taking the series and taking the highest points for this week and putting himself in the best position in the whole of Europe Grandmasters for going into Division A in a couple of weeks' time. So it's looking pretty good for Silvername. And again, I don't think there are that many people that would have put him in with a chance of actually just winning it.
Agreed. And I feel like I have to stick up for him sometimes, because I do make fun of some of his decks some of the time or whatever, but I also sit there and think, well, wow, this guy's playing really well. I think he is a really, really, really smart Hearthstone player. I want to reiterate again, his early game plays in that Mage, now that I've realized about the the mana utilization for the secret, made perfect sense, and he was playing that game incredibly well. And I do think he's a very, very smart, very, very capable Hearthstone player. I think just sometimes his decks let him down. Sometimes his decks are the one that his being willing to do something a little bit different is very much to his benefit.
I feel like you have almost a little brother effect with Silvername, where it's well, you can trash talk him because he's your brother. But if anyone else does, it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. It's actually pretty cool. You know, like, I'm allowed to say bad things about him.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay, well, here we go. Ball control does have that Spectral Sight active, and a turn later it might not be, but he could just go for the Satyr Overseer, just plain and simple, and that is what he goes for. But bees, as ball control just gives a nod, going, oh yeah, Silvername's playing cards like that. Damn. As the bees come down, take down the Satyr, and now ball control is back to square one. He could now actually go for Kane into the Twin Slice and get a Fell Wing in if he really wants. Is that too much, Sol?
It's a lot.
Sets up for Skull soon.
A lot might be necessary, yeah. I mean, those cards have to get played, right? It looks like, you know, all of that stuff turn 4, Spectral Sight turn 5, Skull turn 6. It's a curve.
Mm-hmm. I like it, honestly. I think versus Druid, you put your foot down and keep going. So it seems to add up, and he's not even having to sacrifice both parts of Twin Slice. He still gets hold of one for later if he needs it.
Yeah. I will still find you.
Yeah, looks like he's giddying up.
I like it. You've just seen bees as well, and you've got to imagine that the removal is going to be fairly limited for Silvername. So what is he realistically going to do about a 3/3 and a 3/5 on the board?
Coin Glowfly Swarm. I mean, that's what you're probably most scared of in this matchup as a tempo deck coming up against them. So I think he's just loading up the maximum pressure.
Are you scared of that, or are you scared of Overgrowth more?
They're both bad. You don't want to see either of them, ideally. I think you beat Overgrowth more often, if I had to guess.
Okay.
Especially in Silvername's deck, where he has Anubisath Defenders to go along with his Glowfly Swarm, right?
Yeah, that does actually make the difference. What? Because he can fit it in as well, right? He can make it work. Just because he doesn't fill the board with Glowflies is what I mean, in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to trade. He only gets a 4, right?
For no one.
Looked like he was suiciding a 1/1 to make space. He doesn't need to suicide the 1/1.
So Silvername playing a 0-mana 3/5 without taunt right now.
Yes. Oh, I see. He just wanted to make that attack anyway, just to make it. Yeah, sure. That seems fairly reasonable. When everything on your board is a 2/2, I guess that seems like a reasonable preemptive attack to make. Get the second slice out of the way, rip the Spectral Sight. He's going to need an Altruist very, very, very soon indeed.
He has got the card draw for it, though, hasn't he? You know, he has Skull into Sigil Runner. Skull's going to draw 3. Sigil Runner, not necessarily next turn, but soon will be naturally active for the Outcast slot, which means that's going to draw as well. So this is, I think this one's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to that one turn where one of the players will be able to push the other one off the board, and then the game will probably just end.
Yes. One of the unique benefits of ignoring Taunt, thanks to Kane Sunfury. Making better trades. Believe it or not, that is a thing.
Demons? Demons. Time grows short.
Have you just been sickened into silence by the idea of trading with Kane?
Yeah, I heard ignoring taunt so you can trade, and it sounds like a ridiculous idea. So you ignore taunt so you can smoke more. We all know this.
Alright.
Ball control just looks like he just doesn't really know what to do, and it's not that he doesn't really know what to do, it's that he doesn't enjoy the options he has for him there. It's like nothing he can do feels great. 2 Ironbarks now for Silvername.
And they're free! And they're free! Oh, that's disgusting.
And you might say, well, Ironbarks aren't that good versus Kane. He can kill Kane this turn, so they are good again.
Yep.
Watching Boar's face. There's one.
I think it's going to stay in this vague region of abject misery for the remainder of this game, if I had to predict.
No, there you go.
No, okay, a little bit of salt did come out. Alright, fair enough.
Warlock.
He does have Skull of Gul'dan though, so this is the best answer often to a bad turn against you as Demon Hunter is to Skull of Gul'dan for 3/0 mana cards.
If one of those 0 mana cards is going to be Altruis exactly, then heck yeah, sign me up.
So does Ball Control wait a turn now, so he can potentially cash in on the value of the Spectral Sight, drawing 2 more cards to maybe combo with?
Well, he'd have to... I mean, it's rolling the dice, right? Because you have to Altruis and then play your rightmost Outcast cards. Actually, no, you don't. You could still play Altruis and work from the left in that position as well.
And also with 7 mana, it's pretty likely you're going to be able to get the card off without too much of a trouble, right?
But now, thanks to the overflow, you have to deal 8 to this Anubis Defender, which, you know, it can be done, but it's challenging.
Oh, it can be done. I swear I've been an altruist for 100 before.
I killed an Alexstrasza and 2 Winged Guardians on day 1 with Demon Hunter. It made me so happy.
And made your opponent uninstall the game.
Yes. I'm sorry, Blizzard, but I cost you that guy's packs. He did not buy any more after I beat him in that game because he uninstalled the client.
Ow, I just punched my desk. I don't know what. The Gladebound Adept, one of the obviously the more expensive ones, which means Altruis is definitely significantly worse. That turn, Ball Control goes for the not playing the Altruis instead and just saving it for a bit of a rainier day, which is probably going to come up pretty soon as Silvername is cooking up a storm.
Can you have the read? I think you should have the read, right? From Silvername's position, none of the 0 mana cards have been played.
Right.
Like, does that smell fishy to anyone else? Because it sure does to me.
And also, it's getting to the point where it's the only thing you're going to lose to as well. So not only is there a slight hand read, but there's also a, well, at this point, the only card that beats me, Kane is gone, so there's no skipping taunts. The only thing that really beats me is an Altruis, right? So I think there's just an enforced level of, as long as Altruis doesn't just wipe me out, I win the game. So what do I do to try and beat that, or to negate it at least?
So on that note, was the right thing to do here just to sort of ask your opponent for 4 AoE? Doesn't feel like the right thing to do.
What else could he have done? What were what were the
drawn
other
cards,
options?
like Fungal Fortunes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Just looked for a bigger power play.
Is his worry that if
eventually you force the clear on a smaller board than this, right?
Yes. Is his worry that if he draws and doesn't gain anything, then he misses out on Force of Nature and so on to be able to get it down quick enough, and then he fears that window might be big enough for Ball Control to get the win? I don't know.
Even if you totally whiff there, you can still like have Bog Beam, the minion, and Hero Power as your turn, and then you just have a 4/8 on the board and still just smack him in the face. I don't know, it seems fine.
Well, Ball Control doing Altruis things. And what was his draw? Twin Slice?
Oh my goodness. Oh my double goodness.
Oh, and he got the Warglaives. Okay. What was that? 1 million damage by my count?
Roughly 1 million damage, yeah.
If you round it up a little bit.
I'm also curious with the line that Silvername did end up taking, whether you are even supposed to Bog Beam the 3/2 in that world. Because, again, you were talking in terms of, like, maybe Altruis is the only thing that beats you, in which case you really need to have a Bog Beam in your hand, because you have to kill Altruis when it comes
you
down.
can't live, can you?
Yeah. As it happens, of course, card draw into card draw, he did find the second Bog Beam, so no harm done in the end from Silvername's perspective. This one is going right the way down to the wire, though, Raven.
I agree, and I feel like maybe the Power of the Wild was worth it there, just as maybe another tool to trade.
Oh, you want to Vate it? Vate Power?
Yeah, because although Vate is very powerful, is he really like relying on drawing exactly KT next turn? Maybe.
I think, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's 5 cards left, right? I think playing to it is a reasonable thing.
So Ball Control, not too fussed about his health. The nature of this druid's damage is very visible and pretty straightforward. So on 24 against an empty board, he is not going to die. So he can use the weapon there just to plow through, push as much damage as possible. Next turn, he has Glaive Bound Adept from hand. So as long as he can swing in some way or another, this Gladebound is going to do 4 damage where he chooses. And Silvername does not have a way to heal out of range.
He does have a hero power, but he needs a large amount
He
of
can't
taunts
taunt
in the
as
way
well,
before
yeah,
that
exactly,
can be a real
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
What to do?
Overgrowth does draw him a card, but it's a ton of mana to be spending just to draw a card here.
Yep, and he can't aeroponics into KT, so he kind of has to overgrowth if he needs KT, or if he feels he needs it to do something. That's not it.
Just rip it. Discard your KT for the stream, Silvername. Come on, just play the
It
fun
actually
fortunes.
will as well, won't it?
Yep. Yep. Do it. Do it. He doesn't have a play that stays alive, right? Even from his perspective.
I don't think so, because he can't taunt anything, right? And he can't kill it all. Like I said, this is what happens when druids stop you running swipe. Silvername's just going to play it out, but he knows it's over. As he's going to play fatigue himself with 0-mana aeroponics, which means ball control is going to even it up. It looks like Silvername could have got it there, but ball control with the help of a skull into an Altreus means that he had the AoE to be able to just clear that one big board, and then it all looks good from there.
Yeah, I think that that turn where he got Altruist was the big talking point. Obviously, it's the swing turn of the game. It's the game where Boar took over after being behind for large periods of it. But the reason I call it the big talking point is I don't know if Silvername needed to expose himself to the Altruist as much as he did. I think he was in a position where he just had a 4-8 taunt against a relatively empty board, and he could have maintained that position by just killing the 7-4. It was a lot of damage to take because you do have to hero power it, and then just continue to draw through his deck. Now, what I will say is when I say continue to draw through your deck there, I'm looking to hit the Kael'thas within my next 6-8 cards or so, right? Because then you can just Giga pop off and get your Gift of the Wild and everything done in the same turn. Make a board that's really resistant to Altruist because it's too big. Even in the world that I'm suggesting, if my KT's bottom 2, I wasn't going to win that game, you know? So maybe there was just nothing Silvername could have done about it.
Yeah, and it's one of the questions I think overall that the Druid deck does raise is that if you're running, Gift of the Wild, Forest Aid, the double overflow and everything, if you're in that and you are reliant on KT a lot of the time to even utilize these cards, honestly, then without being able to tutor KT out in some way other than just normal drawing, is it consistent enough? Probably, because a lot of players are bringing it and playing it and having success with it. But I think you really have to sort of reanalyze the deck, and maybe a few players are building it a bit too heavy on the expensive spells to, versus the amount of times you actually get that good KT off. Because without it, Gift of the Wild becomes almost impossible to play, I feel.
Well, either way, that is the past. And now we have a final game in our final series, Ball Control versus Silvername. This is going to decide who is going home with all the marbles, and by all of the marbles, I mean 6 of the marbles, and by marbles, I mean points.
Yeah, one of those ones is like one of the metallic ones as well that's like super cool and heavier.
Yeah.
It's worth more. But yeah, overgrowth there for Silvername on this Druid, which means he is just doing the thing that he needs to do, getting tons of mana, being able to start creating these boards. But as I said before, without double Soul of the Forest, I feel like it's so much harder to take down Warlock.
I think you're very tunneled on that card, Raven.
We'll see, Sol. We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Ball Control, though, currently playing the token deck himself. Just pressuring Silvername, actually, in a significant amount of damage. What's he have? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? That's not bad. Not when Silvername can't really stop it, apart from using these 2 Anubisas along with the Glowfly. But that's a lot of resources, actually. And if this board is cleaned up now from Ball Control, which a single Plague of Flames would do...
wouldn't be so sure about that, Raven.
Oh, the double. See, Soul of the Forest winning games.
Yeah.
No, but I was just okay. If Soul of the Forest wasn't there, Silvername's pretty much gone all in, right?
Yeah. You can tell he's gone all in by the fact that all of his cards are on the board.
But it's just crazy because this, with with ball control already having a 1-to-1 ratio of minions, this isn't an unclearable board.
Yeah.
If ball control had no minions, I would be like, fair play, Silvername, just go. You're running into Gift of the Wild next turn.
What were you going to do? Like, wait and hero power down his minions one by one each turn? Like, no, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Like...
Oh, I'm not saying I had a better plan, Sol. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I'm just saying that because Ball managed to set up this early board, he's actually got not an easy job, but a fairly relaxed job, I would say, of clearing this up. And he knows, unless that card is what exactly Overflow, maybe Fungal Fortunes, that Silvername is almost out of the game if Ball Control can clean this up right now.
Yeah, I mean, the clear isn't straightforward, right? Like, this part is straightforward, but now there are some question marks. You have to coin the Dark Skies.
If we learn anything from yesterday, Dark Skies just randomly doesn't kill the Mohawk. Remember that yesterday? Or was it the day before?
It was yesterday, yeah.
It was crazy that the Mohawk was just like, I'm still 2-4. What?
Only one shot hit the Mohawk, though. That's a pretty good outcome. Worth noting, by the way, just in case anyone's not familiar with the interaction, even if the Mohawk was to die to the very first 2 shots, they still all continue to do 2 after.
Yes. The effect is committed at the point of spell cast, right?
Yes.
Not effect, or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Yes, I will destroy.
And now, good job for Silvername there. Might look a little bit weird, but by tanking the 1 damage on the Moag, he got an extra B, and guess what? Especially with Gift of Wild in hand, you want as many tokens as possible. Ball got the choice between,
smart play.
Yeah, Ball got the choice between Coil and Netherbreath. Netherbreath obviously better at using mana. But Coil would have cycled him a card as well. I don't think I'm overly fussed either one, but there is an overflow. If there's ever a card that's going to pull Silvername back into the driver's seat, it is that one.
He just smacks it, just takes the healing, yeah, sure. Because if he draws a Bog Beam, he draws a Bog Beam anyway, right? No?
It's not the worst card to hold, is it?
You're going to deal with it first and then... Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because he'd heal it back otherwise, right? So.
Yeah. I just said, like, he might just be committing to going face there in that position. Like, he could have overflowed first, then if he'd drawn a Bog Beam, he can kill it afterwards with the Bog Beam and the hero power. Is the other way around that he could have done it, right?
Sure. That's not funny, though, is it? Okay, so... Now, Silvername is kind of... not in the driver's seat, I'd say, but back on track. Of at least having cards to play, which is often a good start in the game of Hearthstone. But Glowfly Swarm can be played out, but again, a good chunk of it just gets traded off to what's already on board.
Yeah.
Which again is just a nightmare. And Silvername halfway through his deck and no KT, as far as I can see.
The good news for Silvername, though, is that, like, super all-in opening has siphoned a lot of removal away from Ball.
Yeah.
He's down a Netherbreath, he's down a Plague of Flames, and he's down a Dark Skies. So now, with Silvername's extra stuff that he has in the deck, the Force of Natures and all that extra business that he has, maybe he just has enough board in a can to be able to outlast the removals one by one if he can get to that stage. But I think you're right, is that he does have to worry a little bit about the fact he's just under pressure right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say on top of that, Silvername has the gas, but Ball Control might just beat him up now, and that's the fear factor, right? He can make a board, but if Ball Control just takes this board down and plays just bigger stuff, forgive me, I'm not 100% sure what the Galakron is on. Can I get a Galakron check,
2.
Sol?
It is on 2 out of 4.
I thought as much, but I just wanted to double check. Do you think this is a matchup where you could Galakron early just to be able to use, say, for example, Krunks as an AoE?
Very possibly, yeah. I think that's a real thing. If your hand is AoE light as well, certainly, which yours is a little bit right now. Just the 1 Plague of Flames, no Netherwing, no second Dark Skies as it stands.
Because I wonder, even now, Galakron gains in 5 armor, so he is fairly safe, would you say?
Yep.
And next turn, you just crunk the board away. He can trade off a 3/3 with the Albatross. You never know. His demons, he might get a taunt. You know, he might get something nice from the demons. He does get 2. But I think it's as good a setup as he's going to get, especially with, as you saying, he is running a little bit dry on removal. Also, it gives him the Galakron hero power, which makes this Plague of Flames a little bit easier to activate. He can also Sacrificial Pact next turn if he needs it to heal, because he can generate the demons.
Right. Yeah, makes sense to me. You create a compelling argument.
Now and again it works. Demon-wise, not great. But again, with only 2 demons popping out, you can't really be reliant on getting something amazing, right? Your chances are significantly decreased. And now, if Gift of the Wild comes out here for Silvername, it's actually a bit of a problem because it does get cleaned up.
It does. Pushes an enormous amount of damage in the meantime, though.
But if he can't do a finisher, which he can't unless he draws more cards, he's in trouble. So I do like this Fungal Fortunes first. Let's just for him to give a quick overview of what's going on. There's KT discarded. Ball control takes a victory swig from his thing there. Because that has got to feel pretty good at this point in the game.
And you see Boar nodding. He will continue to nod. Now, does Silvername... Okay, that's a very smart trade on Silvername's side. Yeah. Sacrificing the damage to send the 5-2 into the 3-3 to make sure his 6-8 is maintained against a Kronk's AoE.
And I think
Boar does still have that covered with the Nether.
Yeah, I think it's really good recognition because it's not rocket science, but Silvername had to sit there and go, why would he Galakron on 2? What is his hand to Galakron on 2, right?
Galakron on 2. Oof. That's a game of Hearthstone I want to play.
You understand what I meant. But yeah, he can...
2, bang!
Imagine! Just 4 evoke Galakron. Let's play the game. Claw to the face. Nether Breath going to come out though. A bit of a nod from Silvername saying, yep, something pretty big needs to happen now, because not only does he need to threaten some damage, but once again, board control is, air quotes, winning on board.
I think Silvername's camera might be slightly ahead of your feed, and what he was reacting to was actually that Force of Nature draw, because it brought his hand to get, because he gets to double aeroponics for free now, which is pretty nutty.
Okay, it probably makes sense. Albatross token, ball control, giving Silvername some gas in. He's just out of stuff.
Very much so, yeah.
Even something as maybe looks a little bit less significant, but this Moarg and Mortal Coil in ball control's hand. Pretty big deal. He can just kill off a token. The hero power with Sacrificial Pacts ×2 means ball control can heal for 10 on demand. He's got Plague. He can activate whenever if he fancies it. And I think even Silvername's list of extra boards in a can, as you like to refer to it, Soto, is just not going to be enough to take down Warlock.
It is very much looking that way indeed.
Oh, look, I don't know what that was, board control. Oh, there we go. The Netherwing. It was just like, oh. That was a good Netherwing draw.
Yeah, he almost got slightly too excited about it and just Netherwinged his own demon away for absolutely no reason. But apart from that, pretty solid turn.
Yep, the Albatross has been to the Demon Gym because that is a big boy.
That is certainly one Albatross you do not want to wear around your neck.
Overgrowth here. Not going to do much. And honestly, as I said before, I think Silvername is just out of things. Especially, Shield Galakron, going to be a taunt in the way. Ball control's just jamming the Alexstrasza.
Oh no, he activated it. He activated it.
Yeah. He's jamming the Alexstrasza because he knows he just can't die. So he doesn't actually need to play the taunt anyway.
And would
there
you look
is the
at
concede.
that? The hometown boys come good, Raven. Our little ball control's all grown up, and he is the Week 1 champion of European Grandmasters.
They grow up so fast, son. And the victory cat.
I want a victory cat. Where's my... Alright, I'm going to get my cat. Be right back.
Are you actually? I wouldn't have been surprised knowing you, Saul. But yeah, congratulations to Ball Control. Great job for Silvername, just a shout out as well. Although, you know, he lost, second place is a very good amount of points for him to, you know, achieve in week number 1 of the Swiss group, so within 3 weeks. So it's looking really good for him. But Ball Control, 1 week. Not only did he win this portion, he also, remember, finished first place in the Swiss. So he actually finished first twice this week, kind of. So he's just had an insane performance this week, and I feel that just bodes even better for him for next week. Is it going to stop, or is Ball Control just going to steamroll Grandmasters?
I would love to see that happen. Like I said, you know, Ball Control, UK player, someone that I've known in and around the scene for quite some time, someone whose stream I very much enjoy watching. So I'd love to see him doing well in Grandmasters. But if anything, we've shown today that the French players are beatable. It can be done. Despite what we've seen in the last few months, it is possible to defeat France at a game of Hearthstone.
Yes, it is. Congratulations, though, to, of course, Felkine and Zim. You see there get 3rd and 4th, which are joint equal points. They both get 4 points. Silvername will be on 5, Ball Control will be on 6, and then blah blah blah, so on for the rest of the for the rest of the players. And then let's be honest, who cares? No, I'm only joking. But yeah, so they put themselves, all 4 of those players have put themselves in a fantastic position there. The 2 new GMs in the form of Felkine and Zim, the 2 French players, done very well. But again, just congratulations to Ball Control. 1 week, 1 win. Got to be looking fantastic for him going forward. But is there anyone you felt like, I mean, obviously there was 8 of them, but who do you feel you've really missed from this top cut, Sottle? Who did you want to see this weekend to cast?
Honestly, RDU. I'm super curious as to where he's at in Constructed, because he has played a ton of Battlegrounds for the past, since Battlegrounds has come out. And I know, like, I watch him play Battlegrounds a lot. I watch his stream because I play a lot of Battlegrounds as well. I like his stream, I like RDU, and he keeps on saying, every day, every week, every second day, whatever, you know, pretty soon I'm going to start playing Constructed because I don't want to get relegated from GM. So I'm going to have to start playing some Constructed.
I promise I'll play it tomorrow.
Exactly. Then a week goes by, he's still not playing Constructed. A week goes by, he's still not playing Constructed. Then it's, well, when the new expansion comes out, then I'll play Constructed, right? So like, I'm personally really want to see where he's at, because he is a very good player, a very smart player, but I do believe he's the kind of player that needs reps under his belt. I don't think he's like, you know, one of those natural Hearthstone savants that can just pick up a deck and be amazing at it straight away.
Right.
I do think he needs to get reps in with stuff to get to the level that he's often at. And I think we saw that in his performance last year, where he got stronger as the seasons went on, essentially, after he was able to get to grip with the metagame. So I'm really hoping that RDU is where we hope and expect him to be for this season.
Yeah, and just on a final note on top of that is, with this new format, you've not got really the time to get stronger as it goes on. You've got 3 weeks to make a splash, and if you don't, you're in trouble for the rest of the season. And even if you do improve, you've got to fight in Group or Division B, to actually be able to stick around in GM, never mind qualify to Worlds potentially.
And also, just if you felt like you were getting comfortable, like you played a week of this, and then, okay, I know what the nerfs are, I can start planning around this all makes sense to me. No, everything's out the window next week. We're playing Last Hero Standing. It's complete nonsense. Everything starts all over again. So just in case anyone viewing thinks, okay, yeah, I've got an idea of what GM's about now. No, you don't. Next week, completely different
you are wrong.
Yes.
But yeah, something else that's going to start all over again is going to be kind of this, but with different casters. It's going to be America's coming up right after us. They're just getting ready now to go live, and they're going to follow straight on right here. You do not need to go anywhere if you want to continue watching tons more Hearthstone, because I know I am. But that is us done from the week. So for Sottle and myself, we will see you next week with some more European Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the day 3 of the first week of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. After 2 days of play, we have our top 4 for our first ever Grandmasters tournament, and today we will crown a winner. So we'll find who is going to be able to get those coveted Grandmasters points and who will fall a little bit short. But it is going to be an exciting top 4 because we have 4 different lineups today and 4 unique stories. My name is Frodian. I'm joined by TJ Osmacutie Sanders, and we're going to be covering all of the Hearthstone Grandmasters season. TJ, how are you doing on this fine Sunday morning for a change?
Yeah, so starting a couple hours earlier than we did. Obviously, shorter Sunday because it's Championship Sunday. I'm excited. Looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top. We saw Asia Pacific and Europe wrap up earlier on in the day. I mean, Rivius came in with like the craziest lineup ever, which was really cool to see. I couldn't even classify his warrior deck with an archetype. And I'm excited to see, all the storylines coming into the top 4 for Americas, with Bloody Face having his insane streak over the past few months, and Panizato, new player to Grandmasters first season. It's going to be good.
That's right. So we're going to see who ends up getting the win today. It's going to be a little bit shorter day. Excuse me. As you have seen from Europe and Asia Pacific, we do have a lot of carryover viewers, watching that really tight last series between Board Control and Silvername. It's going to be very much the same thing. We're going to have 3 games today. But let's go ahead and talk about how we got here to Grandmasters in the first place once more for everybody who is curious on what exactly is happening. You're saying, wait, what? A top 4 of finals? This doesn't make sense. This is not the Grandmasters I saw from last year. And you are correct, because we are going to be doing the entire format again for weeks 2 and 3, because it's all going to be Swiss round tournaments, cutting off to a top 8 and then a top 4. Then from weeks 4 to 7, we're going to be playing round robin group stages based off the seeding and performances from the first 3 weeks. And then week 8 is very much what people know and love about Grandmasters, which is the final chance for them to make the global finals or potentially to avoid relegation. And that's going to be an intense week, to say the least, TJ.
Yeah, it's a lot more games. Players in Grandmasters asked for more games, and they got more games. The Swiss rounds, they actually started on Wednesday this week. The players play off broadcast on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. And then we take the top 8 from those Swiss rounds and put them into 2 groups, and that's what you're seeing on the broadcast this weekend. So players get to play a good chunk of games. They get to feel like all the matches that they're playing matter, and then, if they win, they get broadcast more than they did last year. But if they lose, they don't get broadcast at all. So a lot of incentives in place, and one of the biggest incentives is on your screen you can see the point structure. You get a point value based on where you finish in each Swiss tournament that happens in weeks 1 through 3, and those points are going to seed you into divisions once we get into the next phase, the round robin phase of Grandmasters. So it's a pretty big deal, considering you want to kind of be in that top 8, that upper division, because as we'll see in a moment, that's what sets you up for a better chance to make playoffs, and gives you a better chance to avoid relegation. So a lot of Hearthstone going on, but we say it all the time. The biggest thing is just keep winning, and you'll be fine. Get into Division A, at least be in the middle of the pack in Division A. Just win more, and you'll be okay.
Yeah. Essentially, every single loss puts you within a precarious situation, because you just don't want to be put into Division B, and when you're in Division B, you want to get every single win because you don't want to be automatically relegated. Relegation bracket at least gives you a chance, and only one of those players will get relegated out of the 4. So it's a little bit of a confusing infographic if this is the first time you're seeing it, but the more you watch Grandmasters, the more you kind of read this graphic over and over, you'll start to understand how it seeds into the final few weeks of play. With that, let's go ahead and talk about what the stakes of the day is. We have, once more, we mentioned 4 players playing. It's single elimination at this point, so no more second chances. We do appreciate double elimination brackets, largely because we do recognize that in games of variance, you want to be able to smooth out all of those volatility curves that happen, right? So if Bloodyface and Saiyan and Epinizato and Frozen get really unfortunate, they do have an opportunity in that lower bracket prior to today. But eventually, as most good competitions are, there has to be eventual winner and loser. So today we're going to only have one player grab those 6 points. One player gets 5 points, and everybody else gets 4 points, which is definitely a step up over those who finished 9th through 16th.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things to point out going into today, now that we have the top 4, is the winner of the first week of Swiss almost guarantees that they're going to be in Division A. So effectively, just by winning in week 1, you lock in not being auto relegated. So you can set yourself up for, maybe not success, but to avoid relegation just in this first week of play here, because you get 6 points, and even if you finish 13th to 16th, you get 1 point. The last 2 weeks, that's 8 points, which is going to be above the someone who finishes in the bottom 8 every single time, because they'd only have 6, because they'd only be earning a maximum of 2. So just by winning in this first week, we can safely assume that someone's going to be avoiding automatic relegation. So, kind of down the line thinking, but that's how much impact just winning this Swiss tournament can have.
Yes. I actually hadn't really thought about it that way, but now that you're framing it as, even the first week having such big ramifications, like you are very much guaranteed to be in a spot where you're not going to be put into Division B and get automatically relegated, makes a lot more sense. So getting that win here will make a significant impact. And I'm sure for a newcomer like Empanizado, who yesterday we were talking about his path to Grandmasters, crowdfunding through his Mexican local community to get him to his first Masters Tour, which has since paid for itself and snowballed and resulted in his Grandmasters placing. It's got to feel really good to be the new kid on the block and immediately challenge 3 of the Titans of Americas. I would say these 3 plus the 2 others that just narrowly missed. I would say Eddie and Muzzy joined that conversation as well as some of the best performers in the Americas. It's just cool to see that once more, even though we are in a new year with a new format, very much some of the old storylines continue to prevail along with those new challenges to the throne.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of cool things that are going to be happening in these early weeks to see where players are going to shake out, what players are going to be the front runners. Because, it's kind of hard to tell when you first come into a season. Obviously, you have players that have been performing well. But the thing about Grandmasters is every player has performed well at some point in their careers. That's how they made it to Grandmasters. Maybe not in the past year or year and a half, but, prior to that, at some point in their careers, they were at the tippity top. And they can get back to that level at some point, I'm sure. So is it going to be those veterans? It's going to be the players that performed well last year in Grandmasters. It's going to be the newcomers. That's what's kind of cool, and we kind of have a good mix of that in our first top 4 for the season with the top 4 that you just witnessed, because one from every category that I mentioned. So pretty.
There's
cool.
reasons, TJ. All the reasons
because
you said
Empanizado is the newcomer, right? Saying it is, I guess you can say Frozen is more the historical. Maybe he had a decent year last year because he was one of the highest records, but his World Championship, his big World Championship run was a couple years ago, and then you have Bloodyface, who's kind of the recent player who's done the best because he had the performance at the Global Finals last year. He has a top 8 at Masters Tour, number 1 in Swiss for this first week. So you have one player in every category just represented in that top 4 today. And I'm looking forward to that happening in the coming weeks as well.
That's right. Across Bloodyface, Frozen, and Saiyan, all of those 3 players have at least made it to a top 8 of a World Championship, and then 2 of them made it to the finals of a World Championship, runners-up. Mm-hmm. So they are very good in their own right, and it was all recently within the past 3 years in particular. Saiyan and Bloodyface both landing in the calendar year of the 2019 competitive season. So, really amazing stuff coming out of these 3 players, and I'm sure if Empanizado is looking at the resume alone, he'd probably feel outmatched. But, with a little bit of luck and also the right lineups and the right plays, this could be his day. So definitely a dark horse, as well as 3 favorites that people know and love. Looking forward to that. So with that, we are going to get ready for our first match of the day. It is going to be Bloodyface versus Just Saiyan to start things off, and there are a couple of spicy meatballs, as I tweeted. So I'm going to toss to a little video break, and when we come back, we're going to get ready for our first series here on Championship Sunday. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
마스터.
어떤 아무거나 상관없는 거.
我会选择应该是在炉石上面吧，就是我想炉石玩得更好，就是成为炉石里面最强的人。
That's a new skill.
ハーストーンの話なのかそれ以外の話なのか。
お絵描きの専門家になりたいかなと思います。
English. I choose English. I'm very hope that.
もし何かの専門家になれるとしたら、宇宙飛行士の専門家になってちょっと宇宙に飛んでみたいですね。
那我会选择，我希望我的语言能力能更好一点。就最重要的是英文，就是因为我英文不是练得特别好，所以我希望我可以最少可以跟就是我英语可以变得很好，然后跟世界各地的人沟通，跟那个更多人可以交朋友这样。
我应该会选择游泳吧，因为我不会游泳。
저 행글라이더 같은 거 잘 타보고 싶어요. 예전부터 날아다니는 게 꿈이었는데.
I have an answer, but how to proper say the woman relationship?
Woman.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, to chase many women.
That's great. That's good, Jay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters. We're about to get started for our first semifinals of the day. Bloody Face versus Saiyan. The bans are in, and already a different take on what we know from our current matches here in week 1 of Grandmasters. We have the Demon Hunter banned away from Bloody Face. Very expected from Sam. Although you could also convince me of a few other things, but the Priest ban, another class that has been seeing rise in play, and very much so. I think there were so many questions heading into Grandmaster's first season, particularly around classes that received a lot of new cards, right? Of course, there's Demon Hunter, the new class. Everyone kind of knew how powerful that was. Was the hype justified, or is ladder stats overblown? And it seems like indeed Demon Hunter is the real deal for now, until we'll see the 420 patch tomorrow. Then Priest receiving an entire class rework, TJ, and then now starting to see play and being banned away, being a very consistent class overall for tournament performances. So what do you think now that we see these early lineups and bans?
Makes a lot of sense, right? Because the one, Bloody Face has, shown that he has a good understanding of the combo. Demon Hunter, obviously going 6-1 in Swiss, showed good play on it yesterday. It also is just good, right? Especially if you consider the decks that Saiyan has. It's just kind of the best deck overall as far as win percentage goes. So you're getting that out of the way. And then if you look at the Priest matchups against Bloody Face's lineup, he has the Druid, which Priest has been able to find removal for that pretty consistently. He has the Warrior as well, which Saiyan has been having some trouble with. It feels, but he has been also squeaking out wins when it matters most. That's why he's in the top 4, but it's been close, right? And then a Hunter. So the Hunter deck is the Face Hunter, only Hunter brought to Americas, and we saw it take a pretty quick win in the games I saw it on Friday. So that matchup, there's pretty much no sample size for the specific Priest that Saiyan has versus the Face Hunter that Bloody Face has. But I can imagine that Priest probably does pretty well against it because it's got a lot of taunts and a lot of healing and a lot of AoE. So I like the bans from both sides.
All right, so we're going to see how that ends up panning out there. Even though there's a couple of similar classes here with the Warriors, you do have to keep in mind that Bloody Face with his Warrior is, definitely has some similarities to Saiyan, but ultimately there seems to be a little bit of a difference in philosophy because Bloody Face has more bombs and TJ, and Just Saiyan is a little bit more on the board-centric, building up with eggs and trying to get early tempo. So even though there are similar classes here in this head-to-head, there's actually a lot of differences down to even the same classes shared. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a look at the first deck that Bloodyface will be queuing up today. It is that Druid we've been seeing a lot of. Spell Druid has been so powerful when it works, but sometimes struggling a little bit on broadcast. So I feel like this deck has some high highs and some low lows. And, it really does depend also on the pilot. We've been seeing some turns where it feels like you can optimize even further, and we've seen players instantly regret some of the decisions that they've made because there's almost no point of return once you start committing to things.
Yeah, we've watched a lot of Druid over the past couple days, and this is our T-Mobile deck spotlight for the day, so we want to put some extra emphasis on breaking down this particular Druid from Bloody Face. He does run the double exotic Mount Seller and no Force Aid or Force of Nature, and this has been kind of a point of contention among a lot of players. There have been players that play one exotic Mount Seller, one Force Aid. There's been players that play even Force of Nature plus Aeroponics and Force Aid, and with the Kael'thas, like Silvername, who made it to the finals of Europe Grandmasters Swiss. He had kind of that whole package going on. Bloody Face opting for the double Mount Seller Kael'thas. Some debate there of whether or not all of those are needed because they kind of all three of them eat cheap spells, and the deck only has a certain amount. So is it really worth it? It also means that your Fungal Fortunes are more likely to hit minions since you have 3. So there's some back and forth there, but this has been a pretty consistent list for Bloody Face, and obviously with his record thus far across the Swiss and in the group stage over the course of the last 2 days, hasn't really lost much. So I have a lot of faith in him being able to pilot this Spell Druid or Token Druid. It said there, however you want to call it.
Yeah, so I think this Token Druid has a ton of power, a lot of versatility, and most importantly, it is reliable, very much like a T-Mobile 5G connection all over the world, all over the nation rather. And also, I use T-Mobile. I'm a T-Mobile customer, and all over the world as well. When I was allowed to travel internationally, I got coverage everywhere, and I didn't have to pay for any specific international plan for that travel. It was all covered with unlimited data. So shout out to T-Mobile. Thank you for sponsoring Hearthstone Esports and Hearthstone Grandmasters, helping you stay connected to what matters most, aka minions to the face. That's probably my best line. I think I peaked there in life, TJ. I don't think I can ever outdo that.
Nope.
Now, Bloody Face is coming in with a lot of momentum, as we mentioned. He is the #1 seed from Swiss. He is also undefeated in the group stages, so he is 8-1 on his week of play. And again, this is where it really starts to hone in. Every single win today gives you an additional point and separates you from the pack. And we're going to start things off with this Demon Hunter versus the Druid. Demon Hunter's been given Druid fits. It is one of the classes that feels well outfitted to take down Druid. And it's particularly tricky when they have cards like Altruist and a really fast start, double Battle Fiend right out the gate with a lot of ammo to back it up. Because when the Battle Fiend attacks, Frenzy Felwing will get out for free. Crimson Sigil Runner will also pick up a card.
Oh, jeez.
This is so fast. And you can see Bloodyface, he would love to play things like Fungal Fortunes on curve, but much more important to stave off the aggression early here.
Yeah, this is quite absurd. And he's actually going to play the Blazing Battle Mage. It's just more resilient, and the Crimson Sigil Runner, it's on the far left, so that means it's going to be outcast regardless of when he decides to play it. So just most power on the board every single turn. That's going to be the name of the game. And Bloodyface is just going to have to survive until he can get out the Gold Fly Swarm. Oh, wow. That's disgusting.
That is ridiculous amount of power. The Frenzy Felwing is one of those cards that will be targeted by the 1702 patch coming out tomorrow, at least slotted for tomorrow. And going it down to 2 health does mean that it's more vulnerable, but it's still free if you get the damage into your opponent's health total on your turn. And now Bloodyface has an option to go for this Glowfly Swarm, and it would summon, a reasonable board to try to answer what his opponent's doing.
Yeah, 5 Glowflies. There's just so much power. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 damage right now.
Jeez.
For Saiyan. That's if he Chaos Strikes and Hero Powers. Let's see what the pickup is.
Glayfoot Adept, which is particularly good when you have a weapon equipped on the following turn. I think Saiyan is evaluating, how much he wants to attack with this weapon versus set up even more board presence with Umberwing. Because if he attacks with Umberwing, he could just play another Battlecry and summon 2 1/1s onto the board. But he does lose a little bit of damage, and I think he's trying to calculate if he needs to have that extra damage over the course of a couple turns, or if he wants that board presence.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I'm not mistaken, this does just set up for the attack plus Claybon Adept lethal next turn. So even if his entire board gets removed, as long as Bloodyface doesn't heal as well...
or taunt.
Or taunt, yes. But that'd be very hard to do. Actually, it'd be impossible to do. Because the only taunt he would have is Exotic Mount Seller. He's already used an Innervate.
Well, there is the Iron Bark as a possibility sometimes, but it is particularly tricky if you don't have it in your hand.
Yeah,
so,
if he played Iron Bark, then he would... I'm pretty sure he would still die, because that means he wouldn't be clearing everything off. I don't know. But yeah, Iron Bark for the 2 mana, that would have done it.
Jeez.
But unfortunately...
Game 1 in the books.
Yeah, that was just brutal. That Frenzy Felwing curve... What's funny is that the Frenzy Felwing is going down to 2 health in the balance patch, I believe. But that wouldn't have affected the outcome of that game, I don't think. It still would have gotten the damage.
Right, because the whole point was that Drew didn't have like a Consecration or Holy Nova effect that would kill off the Frenzied Felwing, or even just having those 2/2 Treants or 2/2 Glowfly Swarms would be helping you take it out. That might come into play later on, but for now, the goal isn't to nerf Demon Hunter to the point where it's unplayable as a class. The whole point is to keep it more in line so the other classes can be more competitive, because we don't want to wipe off the new class from the face of the planet on Azeroth, because that would be really sad. I mean, it's a new class, it's shiny, it's cool, it's a really sweet play style. I think Outcast is really fun mechanic. I just think that obviously it needs to be reined in a little bit, and I'm pretty sure the designers agree here twice.
I don't know, Dan. I think we've had our fun. It's been
Tell me you're over DJ.
No, I'm not, but I did play like way too much of it in like the first couple of days. I was addicted to Combo Demon Hunter for a while, and that was before like the list even
got refined.
And so it was like I was playing like a bad version, and I was playing it super poorly. So I was still addicted to it, even with all of that holding me back. So,
yeah. Well, we're going to go into game number 2. No more Demon Hunter for the rest of this series. Saiyan had the Demon Hunter that was allowed to be played, and it won. So here we go. Druid versus the Warrior. Another matchup where I feel like Druid could struggle in, particularly the lower curve version of what Saiyan has. See, a lot of Warrior decks, they have a mid-range curve, and they have bombs, or they play other stuff that goes into Blastmaster Boom. But Saiyan, the most expensive card in his deck is a Blood Boil Brute, and then it's low curve besides that. And we know the Brute's never really played for 7 mana. If it is, it's usually in a desperation move, or that's because they had to do it. So this deck being able to be played very quickly feels like it can keep up with the Druid. And I like that this hold on the Battle Rage might end up paying off massive dividends for Saiyan if he's able to confront early game boards like that.
Yeah, well, I'll have to see. The thing I like the most about these decks is a Warmaw Challenger. And one thing I realized earlier, I was testing out the deck. Warmaw Challenger will still keep attacking something to the death, even if it gets frozen mid-combat by a Water Elemental. So, like, if you play Warmaw Challenger against, let's say, a 3 health Water Elemental, it'll attack it, get frozen, but keep attacking it until it dies. Which I thought was a funny interaction. Like, the card text is literal. It will fight it to the death no matter what happens to it in the interim. Just kind of a funny interaction there. But we saw yesterday that one of the biggest strengths of the Warmaw Challenger is just the ability for you to play it on the board if your opponent has no minions as a 3-mana 1/10. Which is just above average stat lines no matter which way you slice it. Obviously, it's more weighted towards health than attack, but Warriors have a lot of ways to buff attack at the expense of health with Inner Rage and with Cruel Taskmaster, which just saying does play one copy of in the deck. So it ends up being kind of just a net benefit. It's kind of crazy.
That is a real nice net benefit. Speaking of benefits, I kind of wonder if Warmaw Challenger should be played this turn, or if it wants to challenge a 2 health minion. For example, being a 1/10 and a 1/6 that is damaged, and you have things like Battle Rage and potentially ways to combo with it through Bloodsworn Mercenary, doesn't feel that bad. So, I was trying to, weigh Saiyan's plays, but he doesn't really have many other ways to efficiently fill his mana curve. If he wants to play things like the Sky Raiders and Bloodsail Courser, that's much weaker than this Warmaw Challenger.
Yeah. Much.
Yeah. Much. Much. Well said.
Thank you.
Bloody Face doesn't have the Glowfly Swarm. This is actually kind of a tricky turn because he has 10 cards. He needs to get rid of something, and there's nothing to really toss away. He's got cards that buff his cards, and he's got Starfall.
Moonfire himself. So he doesn't damage
maybe
anything.
It is Moonfire, the 1/2 in Hero Power, so there's just fewer opportunities for Saiyan to get things like Battle Rage off. But this Warmaw Challenger is also scary in its own right.
Yeah, or he could have, the coin's too valuable.
Right. Moonfire is a lot more expendable, it feels like.
Yeah. It's like 1 mana or 1 damage. I think I'd take the 1 damage.
Wow.
I'll hold on to 1 damage.
Armor Smith.
All right.
So, Saiyan could go for a Battle Rage for 3, but is he greedier than that? His opponent's clearly biding time, and the way your opponent's been holding coin and a full hand of cards that use Moonfire, that means that Bloody Face doesn't have Wrath, he doesn't have, Bog Beam to toss, like all these other cards that can be thrown away. It might just be combo pieces to set up a huge board with Kael'thas. And I think that's something that has to be on Saiyan's mind. If it is a Kael'thas turn, what's the best way to get ahead of it? Am I just going to take it slow, or am I just going to go a little bit more aggressive? And it looks like he's going to favor a slightly more aggressive approach by Inner Raging the Warmaw Challenger and starting to press in.
This is mana efficient, but he's starting to give up good tools to go for the Battle Rage, but obviously the reason why he's doing this is because it's kind of the only play that gets him on the board well enough while holding on to his risky skippers, because the risky skippers are going to be crucial for just dealing with board states. Not being proactive with risky skippers, cool, yeah, that can draw you cards, but then you may potentially lose your answer for the waves of Glowfly Swarms that may come out. So, still awkward turn again for Bloodyface. Yeah, Rising Winds is the pickup. If he goes for draw there, he'll overdraw because the Twin Spell will stay in hand. He could go for Eagles, but that just seems kind of weak on the board. He could Starfall the Armorsmith to prevent some armor gain.
Would you want to Starfall? Oh wow, Bloodyface hovering over the coin and indicating that he does not value that right now. As he might just go for this Mount Seller.
Okay.
Okay. That's a rough spot to be in. I was kind of thinking about the merits of using Starfall in this position. Whether I'd use this on things like the Armorsmith, whether I'd use it just directly for 5 damage onto the Wormhole Challenger to prevent the punish through a Bloodsworn Mercenary. I think if Saiyan had the Bloodsworn Mercenary, though, he would have played it the previous turn, right? It would have had 2 3/9s on the board.
Yeah, because all he did was play the Livewire Lance and not attack with it with the extra 3 mana. So I think he can have a pretty good read.
All right. And now Saiyan damages himself, so Battle Rage is very much on the table. Finds Ethereal Lackey to find... Ooh. Ho, another Battle Rage.
I don't know if he needs another one. Inner Rage seems... I guess he does want another one.
I mean, it means that he can use this first one a little bit lower value than he normally would like.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. But then he also has another one in his deck.
Another Wormhole Challenger.
This
Fight
is huge.
that Mount Seller to the death.
This is huge. Inner Rage and Rampage on a Wormhole Challenger, and it killed an exotic Mount Seller and is still a 6/6.
Right. Sort of what we were talking about, like if Bloodyface perhaps used Starfall preemptively onto those onto the Wormhole Challenger, perhaps it'd be easier to kill. But then again, you wouldn't have a board presence whatsoever because exotic Mount Seller nor this Jungle Panther would be on board.
Yeah.
So now Bloodyface, he looked like he was dumping part of his hand because he has cards like Rising Wind to card draw.
Yeah.
And he also has... Yeah, he also has a lot of card draw in his deck still, so I think he was anticipating perhaps being in a situation where even if he was able to save cards like Mount Seller, that he'd still have too many cards in hand. Definitely an awkward moment here for Bloodyface, and he needs to find a way to turn it around soon because Saiyan has a full hand and pretty quickly with the Anchor drawing 3 Pirates. I think Bloodyface is recognizing that he might be in a situation where he won't be able to stop the Warrior tempo.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, Starfall to remove here. When he unlocks 7 mana, though, things like Iron Bark will be so much better.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's trying to set up for, right, is just making sure that the board is in as good of a position as it can be before he can go off with the exotic Mount Seller if he doesn't pick up something that would change that play.
Yeah, so Saiyan once more in a position where if he goes for a Battle Rage, he'll have a full hand. He could dump at the end, though, if he'd so desires. At this point, looks like he's just going to go for maximum board presence. The second Armorsmith committed. Okay. That makes sense because I think if he had played the Cruel Taskmaster and the Wormhole Challenger and Battle Rage, he would be at full cards. It'd be at 10 cards, and he would be able to dump anything.
Okay, so...
I supply only the
exotic Mount Seller, Iron Bark.
Yep.
This is going to be somewhat tough to deal with for Saiyan, just because he doesn't have... The Warrior deck doesn't have just straight-up direct removal. He has to attack things into it, and sometimes those big taunts can be tough to get through. All right, so now that is the second natural Battle Rage of the deck, and the Ethereal Lackey Battle Rage. So, just saying, if he wanted to, could draw the rest of his deck this turn. He could deck out.
Yes, ostensibly, Saiyan could hit fatigue this turn if he wanted to. I think his priority will be to evaluate his hand, but like more importantly, I think he wants to pick up his combo pieces here. Yeah,
he doesn't want to draw his whole deck.
Right, and he's going to overdraw if he ends up not trading that minion in. Jeez. Well, he's not fully overdrawn yet, but if he cannot actually afford to play another Battle Rage for quite some time.
Well, the thing here is that he needs to find a way to deal with this exotic Mount Seller.
Yeah, and it looks like he will have to Inner-Rage to kill it. Does end up dealing with the Emperor Cobra, and I think this is, like, in the end, this is a situation that I think Bloodyface is happier with, because he does lose his second Mount Seller, but he did clear off a big portion of the board, including the second Wormhole Challenger. So yeah, a Bloodsworn Mercenary would have potentially ruined a lot of those plans, and Bloodyface finds the Overflow. However, Overflow will heal the Indratovir back to a 2/6 minion, and that is not ideal for his deck.
No, not at all. I mean, that was a decent, I think a decent turn overall from Saiyan, right? He drew a lot of his deck. He was able to clear off the exotic Mount Seller, which is the second one. The one thing is, he did missequence slightly at the end there. He missed 2 armor, but I highly doubt that's going to matter because he attacked with the Armorsmith before. Unless I'm missing something and he had to attack with the Armorsmith before, but I just don't think so.
Right.
Since it was trading in anyway. Terran Gorfine picked up, so with Serpenang on board, that could be some big potential swings here, and I think it's just going to go for it. Just put more power on the board, right?
Oh, absolutely. I was kind of searching for any kind of Inner Rage or Cruel Taskmaster to Bloodsworn Mercenary, because then you get the big combo, the mega combo, if you will. Because then you're able to summon a copy of the egg, then kill it, then
the beast
summon it. Saiyan summons the beast. Glowfly Swarm getting all of these swarms onto the board, and Bloodyface trying to fight back for board presence. Saiyan has 9, 10, 16, 20 damage to the Korokon Elite. If he can damage it...
He has the Risky Skipper. So,
yes. So that should be lethal.
Yeah, should be good. As long as he just makes sure that he attacks first with... it doesn't even matter. He wouldn't even have to attack with the Witchy Lackey because he has enough damage with it.
Right.
Anyway, just a matter of board space, and he has plenty of board space because the Korokon Elite is going to kill off that Witchy Lackey. So, nicely spotted from Saiyan, and that's the benefit of drawing through nearly your entire deck with the Battle Rages.
Yep.
And Bloodyface also had a good amount of draw himself. He was still 4 cards behind.
Poor Bloodyface. Seemed like he had a really awkward pan out that game, and Saiyan had a very good one. Being able to get Anchor early, which is, as you can see, super important for the deck, and picking up multiple copies of Battle Rage in order to keep up that gas. You saw that Spell Druid is one of the best decks at drawing cards right now, and yet Saiyan was the one who reached card 25 before Bloodyface was even able to get his first meaningful board development. I think that the exotic Mount Sellers were just a Hail Mary play and hoping that maybe some of the summons would help bring him back. But, Bloodyface didn't really waste any resources there. I think the one argument you might be able to make was the debate between Overflow and Fungal Fortunes on that turn.
Yep.
And I think that's a tough position to be in because Fungal Fortune obviously draws more, but I think if you don't land something like the Glowfly Swarm, which he did, but we can't know for sure. If he did end up landing that, then he would be okay. But if he didn't, he would have drawn fewer cards and he would have had worse development anyways. So very understandable to go for an Overflow in that position, but at the same time, like Bloodyface was in a really bad spot either way.
Yeah, it's tough to evaluate those types of situations because obviously we can be results oriented and see what he would have picked up with those 3 spells, but alas, I think trying to get the mana out of the way, because if he didn't find anything and didn't find card draw, his play was so much weaker. Or if he discarded Kael'thas. So, but let's get into the next one. Saiyan going for the sweep here over Bloodyface. Again, as Dan mentioned earlier in the broadcast, is single elim now. Semifinals, semifinal, finals. That's it. If you lose now, you're out. And you do go away with the 4 points for making it to the semifinals, but obviously it would be quite bittersweet for any player. And we're going to have Druid versus Warlock.
Yeah, so this is a matchup that I feel a lot more confident as the Druid player. Every time I feel like I say something like, oh, this matchup has been going one direction almost the entire time, it tends to go the other way. So I'm not going to preemptively say,
Curse it, Dan.
My thoughts about the matchup numbers, but it has been Druid favored. And, Warlock has shown that it can compete, but it is tricky. Part of the ability to compete, though, is something reflective of what Saiyan's hand looks like right now. He's got Galakrond in hand. He's got Galakrond activated. He's got Veiled Worshipper, so he could dump cards, and he's got AoE removal through the form of Crazy Netherwing and Plague of Flames, rather. So, really good start here for Saiyan. Also, a pretty solid start for Bloodyface. Overgrowth, while he has Kael'thas in hand and Overflow, this is more like what we expect this Spell Druid to do.
Yeah, this is quite insane. His goal is gonna be to try and make just a massive board that can't be dealt with, which is incredibly possible right now. I just like to sit back and see this. He's going to get the Wrath for one. He's going to be able to follow that up with Overflow, and then from there it's all about picking up the cheap 0- spells. He's got Innervates, he's got the Iron Barks, he's got another Bog Beam, he's got Moonfires, and then he wants to go Glowfly Swarm into more cheap spells, into more draw.
Yep.
But he just picks up the 2 0-mana spells. So his chain will stop after just the Glowfly Swarm, if that's what he opts for.
Right. And I think Glowfly Swarm is more than okay in this position. You summon a full board still. The only thing is that it is somewhat vulnerable to things like Crazed Netherwing, and you'd much rather just Glowfly Swarm Soul the Forest back-to-back turns.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Bloodyface has realized. He's like, you know what? Instead of just dumping the Glowfly Swarm, I have 2 Soul the Forests. If I can just create 2, maybe 3 waves of non-stop threats, Saiyan might buckle under the pressure because he might not have the exact removal tool that he needs.
Computing.
Saiyan has the Dark Skies. Dark Skies is premium removal, though, so I wonder if Saiyan would prefer to use another card to remove this Kael'thas instead.
Saiyan's got the Warlock deck that just has like all the removal. He's got the 2 Plague of Flames, obviously, double Rain of Fire, double Moarg Artificer, obviously double Dark Skies, and then the Crazed Netherwings. So it's about as much like of the, AoE small stuff removal as you can possibly get from Warlock. The only thing he's missing is like the unstable Fellbolt, but that's mostly for dealing with a minion on turn 1, like against Demon Hunter, but he's banning Demon Hunter instead of like the wide board states. So this is like as anti-Druid as it gets, nearly, which seems to be a theme in his lineup.
Does Saiyan even want to dump this coin, by the way? I don't think so. Pretty much the coin opens up options for him to like coin Galakrond or to squeeze in a more mana-efficient play. And his hand honestly has most of the stuff he needs. He picked up 2 other forms of AoE in the Crazed Netherwing and the Rain of Fire. And he loses Sacrificial Pact, but he was at full life, and I don't think that's the pressing card that he needs anyways. So that was actually one of the better outcomes for Saiyan to burn off the top of the deck. And that's a really nice spot there from Saiyan to realize that he might not need that card off the deck, but he does need almost all access to his mana crystals this turn.
Yeah.
That being said, this doesn't look like an opportunity to go for a Galakrond. This looks like you would potentially get run over. So what does Saiyan do in this spot? I'm looking at Crazed Netherwing as one of the primary options, but it doesn't actually do anything in terms of how much power is on the board.
No. He could do that and then like Plague of Flames, but that like gives up his board.
And he doesn't have the Moarg Artificer to combine with Dark Skies.
Nope, or with
Rain of Fire.
Rain of Fire. Everything's kind of awkward.
Oh wow, he is going for the Galakron. Okay.
All right. Well, he could get like Priestess of Fury.
He's really hoping that there isn't
the
the severe punish to potentially end the game here for Bloodyface. Finds pretty reasonably statted demon, but
the imprisoned observer.
How much damage can Bloodyface do here? If he had Gift of the Wild, he had the ability to Gift of the Wild innervate Savage Roar, but he doesn't have a couple of those cards.
The imprisoned observer deals 2 damage when it awakens. So
right.
It's
the
mage AoE card. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
This is... it kind of makes things awkward for Bloodyface. I mean, it's still 2 turns away, and right now it just looks like, you know, he's getting in a ton of damage. But it might open up some opportunities for Saiyan. At least gives him something to plan around. I don't think Bloodyface will play into it by any stretch of the imagination, but... there it is.
Wow.
Okay.
Savage Roar ripped.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's got him covered a couple times over. I understand the risk entirely from Saiyan. If your opponent has Savage Roar, he would still need some change, like Savage Roar plus Power of the Wild, or Savage Roar plus, you know, like we said, Innervate and Gift of the Wild, or something of that sort. Either way, though, you know, that was a tough position for the Warlock to be in, and Druid gets a crucial victory. Obviously, because Bloodyface was on elimination point, but you know, Druid should be beating things like the Warlock in the big picture. So a very important win for Bloodyface.
Yeah, just saying, has been like scraping some wins against Druid with the Warlock deck, but each one has seemed so difficult compared to how easy it seems sometimes for the Druid to beat him. Like he had all of his removal lineup yesterday with Moag Artificer plus Rain of Fire for wave 1, and then a full board with like Plague of Flames plus Moag Artificer Rain of Fire for the second wave. So you have to have that type of pan out in order to deal with each individual wave of threats from the Druid, and even then you can still lose because Kael'thas or Exotic Mount Seller can reload at a time where you're not expecting it or don't have the answers for it. So still behind for Bloodyface, though. He's down 2-1 in the series and has to beat this Warlock twice more if he wants to move on to the finals. So not out of the woods yet, but definitely a solid win. And even though it's expected, even though you should be able to win those, it still feels good to at least get his first win of the day under his belt.
Yep, I'm curious how the Hunter will fare against the Warlock, but for now we're going to go to Warrior versus the Warlock. A dynamic that I actually haven't been able to see too much on the ladder, specifically with the egg approach, but Bloodyface again has like eggs and bombs and a couple of different like variants compared to the more all-in nature of Saiyan's deck, where Saiyan's deck is a lot more damage-oriented or enrage if you are a fan of classic Hearthstone. Bloodyface is a lot more just mid-range approach with a bunch of tempo tools.
Yeah.
As the Warlock, he threw away Crazed Netherwing, and I always thought that was one of the more important cards, but what are you really looking for if you're saying, is it just the same approach of having the Invoke cards early with the Galakron?
I think it's just Invoke. That's pretty much the case in what feels like almost every matchup. It just unlocks so much, right? Unlocks your Veiled Worshippers. It lets you have the option of playing Galakron on curve. It also just unlocks a lot of your other stuff. It can soften things because you're summoned. It's board presence. You can soften things up for Rain of Fire or for Dark Skies. It gives you board for Plague of Flames. So it just gives you options overall. You can try and get fancy, but if you keep a Crazed Netherwing and you don't pick up a dragon, it ends up being not a worthwhile keep. And like Dragonblight Cultist just has such a high win rate across almost every matchup because of its just board presence, Invoke, everything.
Totally.
Oof. This is... Well, Nether Breath is something, but with both Veiled Worshippers in hand and full mulling for Invoke and not picking it up, this is going to be rough.
Not only that, but he has expensive cards, right? It's one thing to mulligan and not get the Invoke cards, but to basically have 2 dead cards in the early game in your hand is kind of rough as a warlock. You can see Sand felt a little stressed from it based off seeing his mulligan.
Destroy.
Yeah.
He does have a way to deal with this Bomb Wrangler through the form of Nether Breath. Does allow him to tap as well, but he starts to enter territory where he doesn't necessarily have even a good follow play on the following turn, because Kray's Netherwing will destroy the egg from what he sees, and I'm not sure if he necessarily wants to do that.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe instead you just, maybe instead you just develop the board a little bit and see if you can fight back that way. Just let your opponent develop the bombs.
Mm-hmm. Try and react with whatever.
Yeah. Oh my. A rampage drawn, but not enough to follow up, it looks like. Well, you just have the Armorsmith.
We also have seen over the past few days just how awkward having like so many weapon swings in your hand can be. We've seen a lot of warrior players run into a situation where they're not playing their weapons early, and because of that, their hand gets bogged down with so many of the weapon swings, especially with, you know, obviously Corsair Cash giving you extras. It's not necessarily like a negative, right? We saw Muzzy do it yesterday and still win in some cases, but it's something to note that it seemed like a negative in some of the circumstances where you just have this hand with, after you've expended all of your cards, you have this hand with 3 weapons and 8 weapon swings, and you just don't have time to use all of them. So that was me arguing for the merit of just equipping a wrench caliber and starting to chop away. But obviously tempo is a big key moving forward, and you can follow up that minion tempo with weapons to protect. So I understand why. Just wanted to throw it out there. Oh.
Yeah, so pretty good outcome here for San. I think he wants to protect his life total as much as he can. I'll be that he's probably sad that he ended up letting this serpent egg be able to trade into his dragon. But Bladeface won't even have to do that if you just wrench caliber and push his face. Kind of like what you're talking about. Develop that board first, then use the weapons afterwards as continuation pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Bladeface, of course, equipping the correct weapon, the one that was buffed.
Yep. Muzzy ran into a situation yesterday where he equipped the unbuffed one.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit sloppy yesterday from Muzzy, but overall still really cool to see him get pretty far into this tournament.
Yeah. I wonder how the night was yesterday for Saiyan and Muzzy, since Saiyan was the one who knocked out Muzzy in the decider match of Group B to make it into the top 4 in a very close series as well. Went all the way to the 5th game. Obviously, we've mentioned it many times on broadcast over the past 2 days seasons of Grandmasters that Saiyan and Muzzy lived together.
Destroy.
I don't think we've mentioned it enough yet. Did you know Saiyan, by the way, is roommates with Muzzy?
Oh, what? Really? Wow, no. That's crazy. And they're both on Radiance?
Yeah. They both play Hearthstone?
Wow. And they're both Grandmasters? That's insane.
And they're both ridiculously handsome?
Wow. This is insane.
And they're both my best men at my wedding? I haven't
That's
asked
insane.
Yet, but yeah, what are the chances? Bloodyface.
They're both the
Bloodyface can be
50% godfathers of my child. Did you know that?
That's great. If something happens to you, God forbid, of course, anything happens to you and Karen, then we can split the baby in half and give one half to Saiyan and one half
to Saiyan, one half to Muzzy. Yeah, that's how a 50% split works.
Yes, I believe that is how custody works.
Yep.
I'm clearly well versed in this. Looks like Saiyan gets the clear with the Dark Skies. Bloodyface had 2 Kor'kon leads, might as well just pressure for it with them. Finds the Bloodsworn Mercenary, so he has a classic combination: Risky Skipper, Bomb Wrangler, and the Bloodsworn Mercenary. And I think that is pretty much the only play that's good here. I think everything else would be a little bit too weak. And he might get the ability to snipe his opponent's minion, Damage to face for 3 isn't bad either.
No. There was the argument of holding on to the Risky Skipper, because if he holds on to it, then he would have had to hold on to everything and just play Bomb Wrangler on the board.
Right.
Risky Skipper, Corkin Elite, and Bloodsworn Mercenary would have been 12 damage.
Right.
So then he could say, oh, well, if I can deal 12 bursts from hand next turn, and you draw a bomb, I win. But that's very wishful thinking.
Oof.
Yikes.
Yeah. Saiyan was really hoping for a more meaningful demon. I think the plan was to get Galakrond to summon a strong minion, perhaps use Rain of Fire and have that minion absorb some boom bot damage, and then Sacrificial Pact it for health. But this is a tough situation. If Saiyan goes for a Rain of Fire, this could obviously just straight up kill his own minion. And from the Sacrificial Pact not being greedy anymore, that looks to be the case. 3 more Boombot damage. These Boombots are absolutely destroying Saiyan. And another weapon being drawn. You kind of mentioned how it feels sometimes hard to get all the weapon charges out of your hand, and we're running into that exact problem here. But if you're Bloody Face, still feels good to get that damage in now. I wonder which weapon he would want to equip here. Is it Anchor or is it Wrench Caliber?
Maybe he can just armor up and then evaluate next turn. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the only thing is that if he like picks up
Blood Boil Brute,
yeah, some other card that he wants to play, or even just like Blastmaster Boom. Oh wow, forget that. Bomb being drawn, Bloody Face gets the win.
Yeah.
And just like that, Bloody Face is at the doorstep of a reverse sweep. 2 games down, 2 games up, and now we are tied going into the final game where the winner gets a spot in the finals.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of fitting that we've come down to game number 5 here. I just think just how the decks line up in general. Because I'm pretty sure the bomb variation of the warrior, I don't want to say that because it seemed kind of the situation we ran into earlier. As soon as you say that it's favored, it just starts going in the opposite direction. It feels like the core of the bomb warrior deck, the bomb tempo battle rage warrior, whatever you want to call it. Warlock has so much trouble beating because they have to deal with boards and also have to worry about weapon damage and bomb damage coming at them at every step of the game. Yeah, you really have to like get a lot of invoke cards early and get Galakrond on the board early, because just having a big board is what counters warrior the most, because they don't have direct removal and it forces them to use those cards defensively. But I of course think it's just fitting. Both these players have had close series the last couple of days. That was game 5.
Yep, so game 5 will be Hunter versus Warlock. This is a matchup that I haven't gotten to see very much, specifically the aggro face burn Hyper Hunter.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Fast and so annoying to play against, because it's just they like toxic reinforcements and they start hero powering, and just like I can just feel my blood pressure rising, TJ.
Yeah, and the Warlock who's just trying to, use their removal to clear minions off the board. Well, if you're just using your first however many turns to clear minions, and those minions are just damaging you, and there's hero powers at the same time, I don't know, that becomes difficult. The one thing about this deck is it packs a lot of healing. It does damage itself a lot, but it also heals itself a lot. You have double Sacrificial Pact, double Nether Breath. Nether Breath can be combined with more Artificer to be double the healing. So you can stave off a lot of the damage and the pressure, but it just comes at you so fast. And that can oftentimes just mean you don't have time to pick up heal. You don't want to life tap because you're, like you said, you can just feel your health disappearing. It's stressful. It's very stressful.
I mean, you can also see it. It's not really an intuition. It's every single turn. It's like every card in this deck is designed to deal damage. The exception might be exactly what Bladeface drew. It's tracking, which draws more damage. The question becomes, how do some of the new cards from the Ashes of Outland expansion fit into Aggro Hunter? One of them is new secret, Pack Tactics. Another one's in the hand. It's Scavenger's Ingenuity, which is draw a beast, give it +3/+3. Which is surprisingly scary because there's not many beasts in this deck. I believe there's Augmented Porcupine, and there is the Phase Stalker. That's what it's called. I think those are the only beasts in the entire deck.
Yep.
And I don't want either of them to get buffed because they're both very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they're both absolute units. Phase Stalker just maybe not as straight up aggressive, but it's hard to remove, which allows you to thin your deck by hero power and getting the secrets out, which provides a ton of value. And Augmented Porcupine, a 5/7 Augmented Porcupine is just the scariest thing ever. Because not only is it just hitting you each turn, you also have to worry about the 5 damage that it's going to deal once it dies.
Right.
And you have to be careful of how you use it if you want to like balance the damage between face and the minion, if you want it all to go into minions and lose your board, and then you lose to something else. I don't know. It just becomes quite difficult to deal with. But Jasayan has, he does have board here, but the damage is starting to pile in.
He has board, but the life total is starting to build up the other way. Dragonblight Cultist and a low curve in general seems to be very good option here for Saiyan. He has Kronk, so if he's even fortunate enough to pick up Galakrond naturally, you can use Kronks as a defensive maneuver to gain life and perhaps even end the game. The one thing about Bloody Face is that he's already conceded board control as early as turn 2. He just went for a card draw source, and obviously he has 2 Toxic Reinforcements, so he'd prefer to go for that, but this Face Stalker, hopefully for Bloody Face, weeds out one of those really important secrets. We're talking about Pack Tactics, but he also has Explosive Trap.
It is Pack Tactics.
Pack Tactics summons a 3/3 copy, so 2 mana 3/3. Pretty solid. Saiyan does have the board clear.
Yep.
With the Devoted Maniac, and really important for him to address that. But now here comes the really annoying part. Bloody Face has the hero power into the Toxic Reinforcements being completed. And then he could even add more pressure with Eaglehorn Bow, and with 6 damage guaranteed in the Leper Gnome, you're already looking at what feels like 11 life.
Oh jeez, this is this is not looking good. He has no healing whatsoever. Crazed Netherwing is not active, but even if it was, you would deal 3 damage to yourself and then 6 damage from the Leper Gnomes. So you'd be at 8.
So like that's the thing about this
5?
deck. It sneaks up on you. You're like, well, he only played 1 minion on turn 1, and then he kind of just hero power the next 2 turns. Or not hero power the next 2 turns, but rather he ramped up the next 2 turns. And you feel like as a hyper aggro deck, if you do that on turns 2 and 3, you theoretically should be just like really far behind. But things like Toxic Reinforcements, it doesn't feel that impressive when you read the card, unless of course you are an expert Hearthstone player or just card game veteran in general, you can recognize that. But when you see it in practice, combining with the Hunter hero power every single turn, you're just like, what on earth is this deck?
Yeah,
and now Bloody Face has an opportunity to drop this Dragonbane and just set up a 2-turn lead.
Yep.
Saiyan is in big trouble. Wow!
Hit face.
Yep.
Well, he can technically pick up Nether Breath from this Failed Worshipper and then survive from what he can see on board, since there'd only be 5 damage. But doesn't even hit that. Doesn't even have a demon.
He has
Morg Artificer is a demon.
Yeah, he does have the Morg Artificer, but that doesn't solve the big problem that he can't remove that Dragonbane. A quick concede from Saiyan, and the gamble known as the Face Aggro Hunter from Bloody Face pays off with a Game 5 victory. Reverse sweep completed. The Warlock drops 3 times. And there's a lot to unpack here, but the first thing I want to say is always great to see someone's risk coming through in the clutch. So definitely hats off to Bloody Face. Second thing I want to say, another finals appearance in a tournament that's super stacked. Bloody Face is beyond consistent. He is showing domination over this region right now. Over the past well, it's extended so past 7-8 months now for Bloodyface. So really, really impressive. Particularly in Grandmasters. And then the third thing is you can see why Saiyan really wanted to win with the Warrior versus the Hunter, because if you got a chance to play Warlock, it looked completely one-sided, to say the least.
Yeah, it really did. And Bloodyface, the only player to bring Hunter in Americas. So you calling it a risk, that's I'd say a pretty big risk considering it wasn't on anybody else's radar, not even like just talking about Face Hunter, but Hunter in general. So I like the kind of capitalizing on maybe a not so refined metagame, which is Face Hunter's mantra, is saying, hey, your deck's not refined, well, I have just completely efficient damage that's going to run you over. So Bloodyface will move on to the Week 1 Swiss Finals. He'll face either Empanizado or Frozen. And yeah, should be fun. I think every time we've seen that Hunter deck from Bloodyface, it just has run over. It seems unstoppable. Obviously, it'll have dead draws eventually, or it'll have times when it gets close but not there. But so far, it's just looked unstoppable.
Mm-hmm. So as we go into series number 2, who will get the right to play Bloodyface in the finals? Empanizado is going to be our challenger for today. He is the dark horse from Mexico, as he is the newcomer to Grandmasters alongside Language Hacker and Papa Jason. Language Hacker made it to the top 8 and did a great job, but was not able to advance through the group stages after some really unfortunate series of events, but also some just really poor panouts. And Empanizado, on the other hand, had some really great panouts and a couple of stumbles here and there, but for the most part, really kept his macro line in check, as he is going to be playing Tempo Demon Hunter, Spell Druid, and Bomb Warrior. That Rogue was banned away, TJ. That wasn't something that I was expecting either. Rogue hasn't really been a candidate of being banned. If you look at the slower lineup from Frozen, as he has combo Demon Hunter, Resurrect Priest, and Galakron Warlock, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it does make more sense. I may be worried about the Priest, I suppose, because I do think that Token Druid and Galakron Warlock both have been doing quite well against Rogue across the board, like in every region. So I guess he's the Priest is the one big one where Priest, as we've seen, we saw it yesterday, I believe, has struggles against Rogue a lot because they can't. It's just so hard for them to stick a board. But interesting ban to say the least. I think that Empanizado also has the pretty interesting Rogue deck. It has the Umbral Stalker plus the Questing Adventurer thrown in there. Just pure Galakron Warlock outside of that. Very lean otherwise. But yeah, Frozen's Resurrect Priest, we saw it banned from Saiyan in the last series, but we're going to get to see it from Frozen. He is playing the Bad Luck Albatross version. We saw the Shadowy Figures come in super clutch yesterday, or the day before in his matchups, as well as the Escape Mana Sabers, which seems like, a weird inclusion for the deck, but it just gives you so many more options to open up things, and even if you put it in the Resurrect pool, it allows you to accelerate and ramp very quickly in many games. And you could get a board full of Escape Mana Sabers and just have what feels like infinite mana every turn.
Yes, and it is a very fun deck to play, and I think that most people who play against it would say that it feels pretty frustrating when Priest gets a lock onto the board and Resurrect and keep healing stuff. I feel like people just don't like playing against Priest, period, because of the nature of what it tries to do, which is stay on the board and stay ahead with healing, versus other class which traditionally struggles more with healing their minions. In a game where you're trying to assign permanent damage to a minion the moment they take it, compared to other card games where a lot of times health is regenerated at the beginning of turns, it does feel as if having that ability to heal for Priest is sometimes game breaking if you get that early lead. And so I think that's why most people, when they see the Resurrect plus the heal, it sometimes feels like overwhelmingly difficult to overcome that.
And this deck from Frozen is designed to pretty much never lose the board once it gains it because of the shadowy figures and grave runes. You can just keep like re-upping. So probably even more frustrating to play against than say Sand's version, which is more focused on just having consistent removal because it has the renew, the extra Holy Nova, more like late game threats instead of trying to get down like the Albatross early or the Escape Mana Saber early and use those for board presence. So this one I think feels even tougher to play against because in the late game they obviously they get on the board faster, but then the late game they have crazy options that can punish you, as we saw yesterday with Shadowy Figure. Frozen was given one, or not yesterday, I keep saying yesterday, but I'm pretty sure he played on Friday. He was given one opening, a 1-3 Conjurer's Calling, and he got a Conjurer's Calling on his own minion with Murazond, and then was able to Shadowy Figure and never lost the board again. So that's all it takes with this deck.
Yeah, that is pretty impactful, to say the least, when you play a Murazond and you swing the board with that priest. So we'll see if the priest ends up coming to play, but for now, the thing that seems to be the center of focus for a lot of the lineups that we've been seeing is Warlock and how Warlock interacts with the lineups. There is that Demon Hunter available for Empanizado, so the Warlock does have a good matchup there, but against the Warrior and the Druid, I do wonder how that Warlock's going to fare. Warlock seems to be just a little bit inconsistent relative to what I want it to be doing if I bring it to a tournament. And we kind of brought it up on the first day of competition, but it seems like players are also divided on whether or not Warlock is legit. They've specifically called out Warlock's inconsistencies and said that it's not worthy of being brought to a tournament. And yet some people, when they bring lineups, are banning Warlock because they feel like that is the deck that best counters them, or they just want to get the best edge that way. So it's pretty fascinating. Whoever you talk to, they seem to be differing in opinion. And again, we're in a pocket meta. This is going to change entirely next week. Not only that, but of course the format going from Conquest to Last Hero Standing.
How dare they talk about Warlock like that, Dan? How dare they?
Yes.
There's even some players that value Zoo Warlock over Galakron Warlock. Most of the time, Warlock in conversation at the moment is Galakron Warlock, just because it's versatility. But Zoo's up there. It's on people's radars. Tom, of course, we had the discussion that Tom's going to bring Warlock until until Grandmasters ends or Grandmasters ends him. And then Felkane also, who had top 4 appearance in the Europe Swiss finals earlier, also had the Zoo Warlock. So wonder if we're going to see more of that moving forward, especially if the metagame changes. A lot of people theorize that it's going to slow things down, but with some of the kind of slower or more combo-oriented decks slowing down themselves, I think it might even speed up.
It might get faster. Who knows? Maybe you just all in a little bit more, so you're less consistent, but you still have equal amounts of power.
Yeah,
so the win rate would fall, but it's still just as scary as ever.
Yeah, that's a conversation for a different day, since it's all theoretical.
Yes.
But what's not theoretical is the game we have in front of us: Empanizado versus Frozen, Priest versus Demon Hunter to start things off.
Yes.
And I see 2 Frenzied Fellwings in the opening hand for Empanizado. That's the key to success.
Right. However, Frozen does have the answer to the Holy Smite. So while the Frenzied Fellwing would normally be a key to success, he can't get both down on the same turn, and that's when it becomes... That's the tipping point, where you can't really keep up with removing the Fellwing and then pushing out damage. But Frozen just has, the raw Holy Smite here, just to shut down this 3-2 and stop anything else. If he chooses not to and he passes, he still has response because he can Penance and Holy Smite right back. So I'm okay with either here.
Yeah,
pretty interesting that Empanizado chose to go for a Metamorphosis here. Part of me was thinking that he should consider Mana Burn to try to see if he can get more damage off the Frenzied Fellwing. And Mana Burn would have been a pretty effective way to stop the counterplay, because you know that Priest is going to hard mulligan for things like Holy Smite and Penance.
Maybe
that's like
he
a
just
massive
wants raw
difference.
damage.
Yeah. No, it's true, but you also get damage by having your minion stick. For a
True.
draw.
But do you get 10 damage?
Fair enough.
But 10 damage at the cost of having a card in your hand that's potentially blocking Outcast. Who knows? Like, it's a dead card for a while, and you never know what the game state's going to be like, whereas you're pretty sure that mana burn to protect your board over the next few turns, the turn that you play Frenzied Fellwing at least, would be enough. So, I don't know. It's a good question.
Oh
Sure.
my goodness.
Oof.
Let's
play that thing.
What a draw here for Frozen. And this is partially what has put Priest back onto the map. Things like Holy Nova becoming cheaper is much more convenient AoE that honestly is entirely reasonable to play for 4 as opposed to 5 where it could deal enemy minion or enemy characters. Now Empanizado trying to keep that aggression going, but Frozen's just stopping. He's got the Escape Mana Saber and that Holy Smite. Appreciate the fast pace of play considering that this feels like Priest is off to a dominant start. Although we've seen Demon Hunters kind of pull things from the depths. Even if it looks like they're kind of behind early, they just somehow rack in that damage. And now maybe we get to that stage of the game where Metamorphosis, that early game scry effect, was really powerful for Empanizado because it doesn't seem all too far-fetched to try to get to 19 here.
Ooh.
Wow, Grave Rune and Shadowy Figure.
That's good. Oh, man.
He wants to play Breath of the Infinite.
Okay, he just wants to clear it off.
Right, yeah.
No, that does make sense, yeah. The Shadowy Figure is a little too wishful thinking. Like, I'm going to take all of this damage. And he should have played Breath of the Infinite first, obviously.
That was 2 damage onto his Mana Sabers. Whoops.
Yeah, actually, that could end up being a pretty big whoops because now all of a sudden, this like Mana Saber that would have been able to value trade over a Satyr Overseer, it doesn't.
Yep.
So...
Oh wow, yeah, that is a really pretty significant. That's a massive deal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you could heal it, but then that's 2 additional health that he could be taking to his face. Yeah.
Well, he still can go for Mass Resurrection and revive the Mana Sabers.
9 mana to essentially have 0 impact on the board because they're not taunts. I mean, it's better than any alternative, right?
Right.
And that was only unlocked because of his misstep last turn. I don't know.
Right.
I guess.
Frozen, because his Mana Saber died, unlocks the ability to revive at least 2 of them.
That's oddly funny.
Yes, that's very
Maybe that was
humorous.
purposeful. I don't know.
If I'm Empanizado, I think I'm using Metamorphosis here. If you use Metamorphosis, Spectral Sight is very high likelihood to shift to the other side of the hand and in time to get the Outcast effect. And yeah, I think that Empanizado going for the kill.
Yeah, and ignoring the Escape Mana Saber, the 1 health here. The health just really doesn't matter. Doesn't find Shadowy Figure, but this is kind of the downside of like this very board-centric version of the deck is that you cut a lot of taunts. Frozen doesn't have the Bone Wraith. He doesn't have additional removal spells or heal in the early game like Renew to kind of get him a tool in a pinch and also gain him some health. His first taunt is Convincing Infiltrator, and then he has Cartoon Defender, but that's it. So those are his defensive tools. Ooh.
Empanizado could fish for a lethal. And again, I think it's something worth considering because if he uses Second Slice and Spectral Sight here, he will end up shifting Skull Gul'dan to the other side of the hand. So I like going for it. There's a couple of draws here that might help him get there. And finds the Chaos Strike. And, the Tempo Demon Hunter finds a way to win despite Frozen having things pan out really well, and that Metamorphosis pickup from Empanizado has paid off in spades. So I stand corrected. It ended up working out beautifully, even though the Frenzy Fellwings went down early. I kind of thought Priest would have a pretty good grip. It had 2 Holy Smites, Pendants, Breath of the Infinite, and it had early game minions to play. So I kind of thought that Priest was going to be ahead in that game, but I guess not.
Yeah, because every turn the Demon Hunter kind of just chips away, and while he was able to clear the board every turn, he wasn't able to like completely swing it back into his favor, and didn't find a taunt, right? Like if he finds Convincing Infiltrator or Card 2 Defender, that Master Resurrection that comes out later on in the game ends up being much more impactful because he can never get any more minion damage out essentially from that point on. But yeah, I think Frozen played that one pretty well. The Escape Mana Saber didn't really matter at the end of the day. He got one back from Master's Resurrection, which was the only play he could have made in that situation anyway, I think. So he just kind of got run over by Demon Hunter. That's the power of it.
Yep, so that's game one in the books here. Frozen now has to go back to the drawing board. I think he still might consider queuing up Priest because against the Warrior and Druid has been doing very well. And Empanizado being able to escape that Demon Hunter and perhaps allow Warlock to stay up still is a big deal because I'm pretty sure Frozen really wanted that Warlock to queue into the Demon Hunter and then maybe use the Druid in a different matchup.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a possibility. But he's going to have to just... I feel like we get into the situation a lot where Demon Hunter just has played queued first and then wins, and then you have to rely on a weakness in the rest of the matchup. Every time Demon Hunter is not banned, that's what ends up being the case. It was a case in the first series of the day, too. And so we'll see if that continues to be the trend throughout the day, but the Temple Demon Hunter just seems like it's picking up wins nonstop.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have Empanizado up 1-0 over Frozen. The conclusion of the series will be answered right after this break.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
De niño solía coleccionar insectos. Pienso que los gatos son mejores que los perros. No sé. Está bueno. Sí.
Empanizado, he looks like a bug collector.
I'm trying to think if I've seen him play, but everyone uses their hand, like their right hand for the mouse, right?
He is left-handed. That's a lie.
I don't know. I think the one that is a lie is that Empanizado is left-handed.
I don't think Empanizado used left hand.
I don't think he's left-handed.
I'm gonna go with I like cats more than dogs is the lie.
You are correct. That is the lie.
I will say that Empanizado didn't like cats more than dogs.
That is correct.
He likes cats more than dogs, as the lie.
Yep, correct.
I'm gonna say he likes cats more than dogs. That seems like a lie. I think he's a dog person. Wow, I got that right? I don't even know him. That just seems like the one you would lie about. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I was just very pulled to that one.
We are back with more Hearthstone Grandmasters action for the Americas. Empanizado is currently up 1-0 over Frozen, as Frozen looked pretty good at the beginning of that pre-game, but as we continue to see Demon Hunter rise up in dominance, it just won't be denied.
No, it's tough. I don't know. I feel like Frozen had a decent hand. The only thing he was missing was the taunts, like the defensive layers. It's one thing to have the early removal, but because of how Demon Hunter works, which they dump their hand, chip away, refill with their insane outcast card draw, you need the removal early on and then the defensive layer of the taunts to close things out and stop it, right, to be able to have time to heal up. And Frozen didn't have the second step of that equation, and that means that Empanizado takes game one. But Demon Hunter's out of the way now. He's got the Druid and Warrior left remaining to fight against Frozen's lineup. So I still think the Priest is going to be in a decent spot for Frozen with, I think, good matchups against both the Warrior and the Druid. So we may end up being even at that point. But the biggest thing for Empanizado is if he's going to be able to find an upset against the Priest in one of those two matchups. Because if he does that, I think he's an overwhelming favorite to take the series.
Yeah, and we've seen some pretty wild matchups in terms of just the volatility of it. Sometimes it feels like the class is ahead, and then we've seen some dramatic swings. Even going back to the Descent of Dragons meta, I think that's when people started calling it the swing meta, where it just felt like no matter how far ahead, you had to stay on your toes because your opponents always had like an opportunity to potentially flip it around. Almost like it was a Final Jeopardy moment, right? Where even in the darkest hour of a deck, if they play like a Galakron and summon or draw like the exact cards that they need, or in this case, if you're playing things like Druid, never really count out the Kael'thas decks because they always feel like they can pull a rabbit out of their hat.
Yeah, at least that's what it feels like.
Right.
By rabbit, yeah, a desert hare that ends up being massively buffed. All right, so overgrowth for both players, but Frozen does pick up the Fungal Fortune, so he's going to be able to fill up his hand and get that ball rolling. Still no minutes. Taking a look at the kind of the differences between both these players' decks. Frozen does have the one copy of Force Aid and a single exotic Mount Seller. Empanizado looks like he's doing the same style. There are a couple differences here where Frozen does have the Starfall for the matchup, which seems fantastic in the mirror because it gives you an answer to swing back a board state that you may have lost.
Right. And I think that's a big difference maker potentially, or even necessarily like answering the board state immediately. Maybe it just helps you get past like an Iron Bark taunt sometimes. I don't know. Like I think that having that one copy of Starfall is pretty much designed for things like the Mirror or potentially Demon Hunter. Either way, Empanizado, he's the one that's going first, and in these mirrors, when you're trying to be proactive onto the board, I always want to go first.
This is pretty awkward for both players. They found the ramp, they've found the card draw, but they haven't found the boards yet. No Glowfly Swarm, no Exotic Mount Seller, no Kael'thas. They're just kind of filling up their hands and waiting.
Yeah, when I said go first, I meant more like he had the first opportunity to truly develop with like significant mana under his belt, but he doesn't really have anything. So now
there's no
Frozen could be the one doing it, but it's exactly what you said. What are these hands?
Yeah. At least he doesn't have to dump a card. Like, at least he's at 9 cards, not 10 cards, because what card would you even dump if you had 10 cards in hand right now? He'd have to like play a Starfall on an empty board.
Yep.
Or Savage Roar, but both of those like seem pretty critical to the game
Frozen's
plan.
trying really hard to think of like what's the best line, but I think it might just be pass.
Hero Power Pass.
And I mean, Empanizado also had a pretty weak turn himself, and Unless he draws Glowfly Swarm, he too might be in a similar position where he's just gonna like do something that doesn't affect the board. He might end up just overgrowth, and then pass it back to Frozen.
Time waits for no one.
So Frozen gonna rope it down one more time, just evaluating if it's ever worth going for overflow and whatnot, but it really can't be, right? There's just no way. He has no hand space. He's gonna burn 3 cards. Oh! He's doing it!
My hand is
DJ! Ah, he lost his Kael'thas! Whoa! Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to think through this. So if he doesn't play a card there, next turn he would play Forest Aid, and if there's, he could play Ironbark to dump the last card because his hand would have been full. He had Forest Aid as a load up next turn. I'm curious what he's looking for. If he was looking specifically for Kael'thas.
Well, okay, so the chances of him burning Kael'thas is less likely to happen because, you know, he had 19 cards in his deck? And so it's, let's just simplify and say that if he draws 5 cards and it was 20 cards, it would have been a 1 out of 4. That's not the worst odds. And Frozen's like, if I just don't burn that card and I draw deeper in my deck, I get close to it. And more importantly, cards like Overflow are just taking up my hand. And, you know, like you said, the Forest Aid keeps his hand size pretty high, so... Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. I'm sure it could be debated, and I'm sure that in hindsight, there's a lot of people who are onlooking and think that Frozen might have made a massive error, considering that Kael'thas is one of the most important cards in the deck. But you know, it's clear that he thought about it for a long time and weighed the pros and cons. And honestly, with the Glowfly Swarm and the Power of the Wild, and if he gets the Ironbark off, it doesn't get answered, he might just win anyways because he has Savage Roar.
Yeah. And I honestly don't think Empanizado even has a way to deal with this.
Right. Unless it was the next card was Kael'thas. Unless his next card was Kael'thas. And Frozen playing that Overflow helped him draw to cards like Glowfly Swarm. This could be one of the more brilliant plays we've seen to set him up for success. I mean, Empanizado can clear off a little bit. He has Wrath and he has Bog Beam. He has the ability to draw cards through Overflow. He's going to Power the Wild first. I guess that makes sense because it doesn't really matter if he has an extra mana or not because he just wants the extra card. I do wonder if he needs that extra mana crystal, though, if he picks up, like, another Wrath, per se.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
Ooh. Okay. Remember how we were, like, saying that Starfall... Well, I guess he has 2 Bog Beams. Savage Roar, though. Savage Roar and the Bog Beam. Wow, I can't believe it. Frozen has found a way to win this game decisively.
It's not lethal.
Oh, it's not?
No.
I thought it was.
No, it's 29 damage.
Oh, you were totally right. For some reason, I thought he had an extra minion on board, so I was doing 5 times 6, but this is only 5 minions.
What to do?
Yeah, I think Empanizado counted. I don't even know if he would have played the Ironbark last turn, unless he knew that it was going to be blocking lethal. From just Savage Roar.
Right.
Because I mean, if he had the Savage Roar and Ironbark wouldn't have blocked lethal through like removal spells, then he probably would have just saved it to go off on a potential Mount Seller or whatever, or Kael'thas next turn. Yeah. But it's close. The problem is that Frozen just doesn't have... The deck doesn't pack direct damage, so for some miracle reason his board gets removed.
Yeah. And I think Frozen froze halfway and thought he was so he acted so fast that it made me think that he might have had it too. Yeah. But you can see the hesitation as he just kind of said like, okay, wait, do I need to cycle something first before I obviously don't want to use Wrath on my own minions. Oof. Still a tough spot for Empanizado, and he does not find the way to fight back. He already had a Glowfly Swarm, Can he perhaps find Kael'thas Wrath for the Kael'thas in this spot?
He needs, I think, exactly Kael'thas in this situation. If he doesn't find it, then I just don't see a way out.
Does not get it.
Crystal power.
Another way. Let's, okay, so there's 10, 16, 17 showing. I don't think there is.
And Power the Wild, taunt, and heal with Crystal Power.
Yep. But Frozen is going to be able to still get there anyways. And I mean, Empezato was dead on board. Frozen wins the Druid Mirror. Quite the back and forth. I wasn't sure what was going to end up happening there, but you know, I think that Frozen, even though he had a couple of sloppy moments so far, overall, like I really like that overflow play now that I see it play out that way, and I think that was really cool. Despite him losing what most people consider to be the most important card of the deck.
Yeah, I still think there's the way it panned out was solid for him. You know, overall, he did discard Kael'thas, but in the end it didn't matter because it got him a card closer to Glowfly. But I do think there is some discussion there to holding on to it, since he did have at least some type of board fill already in hand. If he didn't have like Forest Aid, then obviously I think that play would have been even smarter. I don't know. I'm 96% sold on it. I'm 96% sold that it was a brilliant play, but I have 4% of doubt that it was necessary. And maybe you hold on to it.
It's a healthy amount of skepticism, DJ, I would say.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to say that anything is like 100% correct, but the way the results, I mean, you can't really argue with it. Frozen won that game off of that play, and I think that was really cool.
Yeah.
So with that, we have 4 unique classes remaining. We have Druid, Warrior, Priest, and Warlock. These seem to be 4 of the 5 dominant classes, so to speak. We do have Demon Hunter, of course, leading the pack, and already got that win. And I do kind of wonder if Empezato is going to be prepared for like these slower defensive decks to try and counter things like his Warrior and his Druid. At the same time, though, Druid, while it does struggle against Priest, seems to be doing just fine against Warlock. I do wonder how the Warrior will fare, though, because Empezato's Warrior is a little bit more unusual than the average Warrior. It's got a lot of tech cards to try and win those extended games.
Yeah, the Blade Storm is the big one, and I just can't see it being of much use against Warlock or Priest. It seems like it was specifically in there for Druid. And it seems like I talked about it. He has a lot of like text across the board for Druid in some of his decks, but less in others. Like if he was targeting Druid specifically, obviously he would have put a Starfall for the mirror matchup in his own Druid. That kind of thing. So Blade Storm seems weird in the Warrior, considering that he didn't even tech his other decks fully to corner Druid if that was his strategy.
Right. Well, we'll see how it goes. For now, Empezato off to a pretty good start, relatively speaking. Having that early ramp, has another overgrowth. Finds the Fungal Fortunes, which is just great if he wants to add on top of the mana crystals he has with Overgrowth number 2. Jeez. I mean, Empezato's going to have his 10th crystal as Frozen just finishes up having his turn 5. However, Frozen does have some good stuff. He has the Master Resurrection set up with the Psycho Pop, so he can keep these taunt waves going. He's got AoE and removal. He's got Mass Dispel. He even has Soul Mirror, which I think can surprise people with how effective it can be in this matchup if your opponent does not have Savage Roar ready to go.
He got the Zixer! That's big because it gives Empezato an additional wave,
right,
of threats. Because now he has, another, a wave of 4/4/4s that'll happen at some point in the game. I mean, obviously, it sure it shuts off his second Fungal Fortunes. Not shuts it off, but
makes it riskier.
Makes it riskier. But I think oftentimes you're willing to take that risk because just having the benefit of just getting a free 16/16 worth of stats shuffled into your deck is worth it.
Yeah,
Let's see some Rising Winds card draw here.
Yeah, this seems pretty appetizing for Empezado to try to go for a Soul of the Forest, but I definitely agree with the Rising Winds card draw. Oh wow. I think you gotta rip it, right? You're not likely to draw Kael'thas. It's unlikely you get
the
punished.
Albatross.
Grave Rune.
The Dread Raven synergy.
Because it summons another Dread Raven.
Yeah. Dread Raven has +3 attack for each other Dread Raven you control.
Yeah. One Raven is bad enough.
But 2 Ravens.
Sottle.
Oh,
but 2 Ravens. Whew. Yes, of course, we're just joking. I'm really happy to see Sottle and Raven reunited on Europe. It feels only right to do so.
Must consider.
Raven has paid his time grinding APAC.
Yeah, we sent him to Taiwan for a year.
Yeah, I know. It was hyperbolic time chamber training for Raven. And now he will cast.
If you can handle what APAC's going to throw at you, you can handle everything.
Yeah. Kind of like if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah. APAC is the wrench.
Grave Rune, and it doesn't seem like Frozen has anything really good to deal with the exotic Mount Sellers, so just gonna pass. And this is pretty unfortunate for the way that the Dread Ravens just naturally prey onto the Kartut defenders. And the Albatross. It's so poetic because Priest is the one usually shuffling it into the other people's decks.
Mm-hmm. Frozen pretty obviously signifying a Soul Mirror for the next turn with the preemptive Holy Smite going into turn 7 on the exotic Mount Seller.
Right.
We'll see. I'm sure Empanizado will pick up on this, but one thing's for certain, I think the exotic Mount Seller has already gotten its fair share of value, and right now Empanizado is just looking for more health than attack. If he's, trying to specifically play around that.
Right.
And Soul of the Forest is... Yes,
great.
Frozen will also get Soul of the Forest tokens, but honestly, that could be a detriment to Frozen. Because once those Soul of the Forest tokens die, that goes into the res pool, so Mass Resurrection all of a sudden becomes much weaker. And if he plays Soul Mirror here, he's
most likely dead.
Yeah, so there'd still be 4, 6 plus 10. Yeah, he'd be dead.
Right, and it's not just like Savage Lord's Gift of the Wild. You did see a Power of the Wild just now. Still, though, I think if you're in Frozen's position, do you have much of a choice?
Well, he'd be dead on board if he Soul Mirrors.
Yeah. Wow. Where's like the Psychic Scream or Plague of Death when you need it, right? The Priest has these, historically have had these definitive answers to boards, but Frozen does not have the cards nor the time. Obviously, Psychic Scream is rotated out long ago, but in this case, it'd be Plague of Death. Whew. Is there any way out? Is there like a Master Spell into something? I don't think so.
He can Psychopomp Holy Smite Penance to remove the most power.
Does that even
kill? Well, it removes the 7 power plus an additional 3 power on the side of Empanizado. So that removes the most power, and he banks 6 healing, so he's at 26. Savage Roar plus Iron Bark is a lot.
Savage Roar just looks like it could get there.
It does look like lethal, yes.
Yeah. 6, 10, 20. That's gotta be. Yeah. Even if your opponent's at full life, right?
Yeah, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I mean, he only needs 6 extra damage, and he's getting 10 extra damage, so...
Yeah. So that's going to do it. Empanizato 1 game away. Druid upsetting the Priest. A favorable matchup. One of the most favorable matchups currently in the field. Priest versus Druid has been super one-sided, clocking in slightly over 70% win rate in Grandmasters, and yet we see Druid able to take the win. What a big upset in this series. And, you know, if you're Frozen, you got to feel like even though you turned the tides with that Druid mirror, that was not the way it was supposed to go at all.
No, and Priest actually emerging as a weakness in the lineup for Frozen against Empanizato. Maybe, you know, not so much on paper or based on statistics, but just, you know, how it's panned out for Frozen thus far. We'll see if that's going to be the case, because I think we're probably going to see it again against the Warrior, because that seems like the better matchup on paper. So we talked about a little bit weaker of a Warrior deck for Empanizato, I think, specifically against Priest, just because he does include those 2 Blade Storms, and while, yes, those can maybe allow him to clear off a board state from Frozen, you usually want to be being proactive at this matchup and make things awkward for the Priest and force removal. But Bombs can do some crazy stuff. Maybe he gets there with Bombs in the end. He's got Blastmaster Boom, Clockwork Goblin, Wretch Caliber, Horde Pillager, so just a lot of options for bomb shuffling.
Yeah, or we just might get a bunch of shuffles on both sides. Albatross and all of their little birdies shuffled into the Warrior, and all the bomb shuffled into the Priest. This might be a very humorous game, TJ. I'm kind of feeling some shenanigans. Are you?
It could be.
I'm feeling like Frozen draws 3 bombs in a row while Empanizato draws his 7th Albatross in a row.
The funny thing is, Empanizato has so much card draw that I can see that happening. Like, you just Battle Rage for 7 and just 7 Albatross come into the hand.
Right.
Saucy Captain's one of the a decent pickup from the Sky Raider. Not quite as good as, say, like Captain Greenskin.
Not really the best card in this position, because the Sky Raider only goes up to a 2/3, and it happens to line up really poorly into the Albatross stats. But here we go, the Albatross train, TJ. Although I guess we play the Mana Saver here first, right? Because you get the Mana Crystal ramp in case you need it.
Mm-hmm.
So Empanizato, with his couple of his tech cards coming into hand here, he's got the Kargoth Prime. Well, Kargoth Prime is the shuffled in card, but
the Blade Fist.
Yeah, the Blade Fist is ready to go. However, this is not really a turn where the Blade Fist has an impact. Instead, perhaps he could Battle Rage and drop the Corsair, which is like card draw and tempo.
Yeah.
Not really too many other great options.
No. And you're starting to see already how awkward Bladestorm is going to be this game.
Yeah. What if we just draw first with Anchor and see what happens?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best course of action. Empanizato probably could swing first with the Ankar. Oh my, a risky skipper play. I was anticipating this being safe for a while, but it looks like he wants to just go for full card draw here.
Okay.
I mean, 4 cards is great. And honestly, it develops kind of the same amount of power onto the board anyways as Dread Corsair. It's a little bit fewer attack points, but a little bit more health.
Yeah. Ooh, Shadowy Figure. That's even more potential Albatross shenanigans if he gets the Albatross from the Psychopomp. Because he Psychopomps Albatross and then Shadowy Figures the reborn Albatross. At this point, it's becoming less and less likely because he's playing more minions.
Right.
That Albatross is going to be the minion that's res, but...
Yeah, I think he would much rather prefer having the Convincing Infiltrator be the minion that's that gets cloned by the Shadowy Figure.
Mm-hmm.
Empanizado picks up some other combo cards like the Brute and the Bomb Wrangler, but it still seems kind of awkward.
Yeah, Bomb Wrangler at least lets him get some damage spread across here.
Oh, right, the Brute's still playable.
Yeah, Brute is still playable.
Okay, this does kill the Mana Saber and the Boombot. There's this like very narrow possibility where the Boombot kills a Convincing Infiltrator and kills the Brute. That would be really sad for Empanizado.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Bomb Wrangler dies. I think that is the second best option there for Frozen outside of killing the Brute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually ended up being quite a nice turn. He still got some value out of the bombs. He still has one Boombot left. He gets a 6/5 at the end of it. Ends up being good. All right, is it Albatross? Nah.
Oh! The one minion I think that Frozen didn't want to necessarily see, although does have the ability to use Mana Saber's ramp yet again. But this does feel like the momentum is starting to fully favor Empanizado.
Yeah, one thing we also didn't point out is the double slam in Empanizado's warrior deck.
Right. It's interesting. You know, slam, again, another way to activate damage onto things.
Yep.
While keeping up the cycle. It does feel a little bit inefficient relative to what you want to be doing, because you want to be spending your mana to develop stuff onto the board. So, you know, Inner Rage, for example, or even Cruel Taskmaster seems a little bit better at those activations, but Slam helps you get through taunts and whatnot, because you can just, like, slam to draw.
He's cut the combo completely. No Bloodsworn Mercenaries, no Rampage, no Inner Rage, no Korkan Elite. So it's just, like, all in on bombs and drawing cards.
Also, so interesting that Empanizado has waited this long to develop the Dread Corsair and attack. But, I mean, understandably, he didn't want to attack if he wasn't going to play the Dread Corsair. And now he drew the Horde Pillager, which helps him get the other weapon. Frozen's in a tough spot here. Some very unfortunate outcomes on the revive did not allow him, the Shadowy Figure, to get that taunt back.
He's got to go for Galakrond.
Oh my goodness, Sniperino. Frozen able to kill that Brute and save 6 life. That is big. Is that enough, though? And Empanizado shuffled 1 bomb into the deck, as far as I know.
Yep, just 1. Still hasn't picked up either of those Wrench Calibers.
I mean, 1 bomb still is the classic Dr. Boom, or rather the GVG, the Goblins versus Gnome Dr. Boom, where it's a 7-mana 7/7 that summons 2 boom bots. It's still entirely reasonable.
Yep.
Alternatively, could just play Horde Pillager and the South Sea Captain. Start drawing more cards and just thin his deck even more, so that way every card he's drawing is higher impact. I don't think he wants to waste natural draws on some of the other pirates in his deck right now. Blade Storm!
Oh, yeah.
3 mana Whirlwind.
He just wants that minion off the board.
Well, yeah, because he knows that Frozen's coming up on a potential Mass Resurrect turn.
Yeah, and he wants to not deny him that opportunity. I like that play a lot.
Yeah, that's a good use of it. Oh, boy.
Well, that's the only bomb.
Yeah, and I think Empanizado does not mind. Well,
but it actually there is 9 damage staring at him on board right now.
Yeah, this is scary.
And he has no way to heal. We can see there's actually 10 damage.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think Frozen's dead.
What is even happening? Frozen does not have any defense. Where are all his taunts?
Yeah.
They're not in the deck.
Yeah, that's 10 damage. South Sea Captain coming in hot.
Wow. And after quite the tumultuous start to this series. Empinizado just crushes Frozen in games 3 and 4 and is going to book a finals appearance versus Bloodyface. The newly minted Grandmaster Empinizado, showing hunger for years to try to get to the championship stage, who crowdfunded his way to his first Masters Tour through the local Mexican community, and ever since has been able to pay it off himself from that. Has really made quite the first appearance here at the Hearthstone Grandmaster stage on broadcast. Well done.
Yep. I think he had a lot of clean plays overall, kind of giving himself maximum chances to win. Loved the Blade Storm there. The spot to kill the Mana Saber, knowing that coming up on 9 mana, that was the big turn that Frozen was waiting for. Because if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't make that Blade Storm play, if he just plays Dr. Boom onto the board, or Blastmaster Boom onto the board, Master Resurrection comes out, potentially gets back the taunts, the Convincing Infiltrator, maybe make things a little bit tougher. So very nicely done. And Frozen, the Priest ends up being the weak spot. Not what I expected too much, because it seemed like it had a lot of good matchups, but he was getting all of his disruption tools and none of his defensive tools. His Psychopomp got back his the Escape Mana Saber. He was getting Escape Mana Saber and Albatross instead of the Cartoon Defender Convincing Infiltrators at times when he really needed them. But, that's just what he chose for deck building. He chose to make it stronger against other things and have those pesky minions as opposed to just straight up defense. But he lost all 3 games in this series with the Priest.
Yep. So with the Priest falling, the stage has been set. It is players with some of the more unusual lineups featured in this tournament, making it all the way. You love to see it in terms of the risks paying off. We'll tell you all about it, but in the meantime, we're going to give an opportunity for Empinizado to get some rest. So take a look at this bracket as we get ready for our final break of the day, our final break of the week, TJ, because after that, we're going to be going full steam ahead to try and get ready for the last games of the week heading into week number 2. But Bloodyface versus Empinizado is going to be quite the fun one. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, the finale of week 1 here at the Hearthstone Grandmaster stage will commence.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh. It's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people sub, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the, because we're on the farm. Ball controls Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT.
Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
That's good.
Be French, be good.
Getting rank 1 with Yarla.
You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
It is time to crown our first weekly winner of the Grandmasters Swiss portion here of Season 1 of 2020. In the left side of the bracket, we will call it the west side. We will have Bloody Face, who has trumped Just Saying earlier, and then over from the Eastern Conference, if you will. These are just made up. There doesn't really... is not really applicable to geographic locations, so ignore that part. We have Empanizado, who has just beaten Frozen by a score of 3-1. Two players who have unusual decks and lineups, particularly because they are clashing philosophies. Bloody Face has a very aggressive Face Hunter in his lineup, which has served him well, and Empanizado has unusual techs and maybe even just bring in an old deck that is purely functionally play new cards at all in the form of the Galakrond Rogue. So lots of question marks heading into the series, and I am excited to get underway, TJ.
Yeah, should be a good one. These are the players that I was excited about towards the beginning of the weekend, just because of things that you mentioned, but also because of their stories coming in. Empanizado, a new Grandmaster. He's a player that, I've followed for a long time. I, told a couple stories about it when he played in this group stage. And then Bloody Faces just seems like he's on fire lately. It seems like he can't lose. He can lose, but just not very often. And I think his lineup is highlighted by the Aggro Hunter. It seems like every time we've watched it on stream, it just wrecks.
Yeah.
It just kills people very quickly. And it's the only hunter in Americas. It's found a small pocket of the metagame where it can just capitalize on some of the decks that are being a little bit slower or greedier or more combo-oriented. And it's just making them look silly.
Yeah, the fact that Hunter has 12 cards at 1 mana just tells you what kind of deck this is. And I love it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Hunter has also the highest win rate throughout the entire weekend. The fewest amount of games, but over 25 games, they've won 16, clocking in at over 60% win rate. In America specifically, for Bloody Face, he's won 6 out of 9 games, so it's particularly effective. And we're going to start things off with the 2 unique decks in their lineup, or unique classes, rather. Not many people brought Rogue, and only one person brought Hunter, and they're going to clash to start things off. I gotta say that as the Rogue, when you lose cards like Ziliax at the beginning of rotation, I am much more afraid than Face Hunter than I ever have been before.
Yeah, you get off to a pretty slow start as Rogue nowadays. There's not much going. You don't even play tempo tools like the deck once did with SI7 agent. You do have things like Seal Fate that can buy you some time early on in the game, but we'll see if he can stop some of the aggression that's going to be coming out from Bloody Face, but it's going to come in fast. Dwarven Sharpshooter, Leopard Gnome, Animal Companion. Probably just keep Dwarven Sharpshooter from the side of Bloody Face, and Empanizado has some good stuff. He's got Skyvateer. Keeps the Shadow Step as well.
Oh, that is spicy. I haven't seen Shadow Step being kept in the opening hand in quite some time for Rogue.
So, he must be looking specifically for questing an Edwin to try and race. Because what else are you looking for Shadow Step for?
Right. I mean, so let's think about potential battle cry stuff. I guess if he found Evil Miscreant, but
that's slow.
That's I don't really think slow. He wants to praise Galakrond onto his opponent's minion. But what he can do is he can coin the Skyvateer, then double praise Galakrond and kill whatever minion that gets developed for Bloody Face.
Yeah. Or the Dwarven Sharpshooter, if nothing gets developed.
Yeah, I'm looking at this coin Skyvateer, and it's so unusual because Rogue is one of the few classes that coins anything on turn 1. Oh, is he going to pass? He's going to go for it. He's going for it. He sees. I mean, He obviously saw it. Whether or not he felt it was a good line to take. But here's the thing about the coin Skyvateer. It is extremely committal. You are very much just kind of playing with the top of your deck at that point, or hoping that the lackeys can help you keep the momentum up.
Yeah. So you could tell that Empanizado was a little bit torn about that play, just because he's like, this goes against what I was trying to do by keeping the Shadow Step.
Okay, well, you know, he had the opportunity to go for a Kobold Lackey this turn and then Shadow Step it and play it and have full board dominance.
But they're questing. He wants value. He wants the. He knows that, like, if he just keeps clearing these boards and using all of his resources to clear boards, he's going to lose in a race because Bloodyface is just going to keep dealing damage every turn.
Right.
So I think he wants to just kind of go for something big.
That trade was pretty subtle there. Like, yeah, obviously it looked pretty important maybe for Bloodyface to do at first glance. Like, you know, it's a 3-2 and it's a 2-1, you get a trade up. But I wonder if pushing that extra 2 in the end might end up helping Empanizado. Or sorry, the fact that he didn't push 2 might end up helping Empanizado more as time goes on. But, I mean, Bloodyface really does want to build the board. It looks like he has more of a traditional curve as opposed to just like spamming 1-mana minions or 1-mana plays in the early game. Some really expensive dragons come into the hand. 5 mana I would consider to be pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Porcupine doesn't kill the Lackey. However, Eviscerate being used means that Dragonbane is a lot harder to deal with.
It is a lot harder to deal with, but Empanizado has set this up quite nicely. Next turn, he can go Questing Adventure, Kobold Lackey, or Backstab Kobold Lackey, Shadow Step Kobold Lackey. He can deal with any minion that's played because that's 6 damage from hand. And that Questing Adventure is going to start to get beefed up quite nicely.
What?
Oh, man. That's greedy.
That also works really well. I think I like the Questing Adventure now much better.
He can still play the Questing.
Right, because next turn he still gets the coins. So I think he's totally fine to just play the Backstab, Kobold, and the Questing Adventure. Not in that order. Obviously, you want to play Questing Adventure first.
Yeah. And then next turn, play the Umbral Stalker and just really make this thing big.
What a turn of events. Rogue is stabilizing here and going to start getting really far ahead. And Empanizado says that he wants to make sure that this Questing Adventure can run away with the game because the Face Hunter does not have the ability to handle that Questing Adventure.
Yeah. He wants to specifically get it out of range of Beast plus Kill Command, it seems, which the 6 health does. Because if it doesn't die to that, then it won't die at all. Unless Bloodyface were to sink. He would have to have double Arcane Shot, Dwarven Sharpshooter, Hero Power to kill that, which that's a long shot.
And I think Bloodyface was really hoping to land the other Porcupine with the draw and did not land it. Instead got Phase Stalker. And when the Ingenuity lands on the Phase Stalker, it's still great, but it's off curve right now. And Bloodyface still needs a way to find... He still needs to find a way to stabilize here, and he really isn't going to. I really wonder if Bloodyface is going to be able to do any more damage to Rogue this game. I think this might be over already.
Yeah, this one seems quite over. Umbral Stalker is going to add a huge amount of power to this Questing Adventure. There's a reasonable possibility that Empanizado can set up a 2-turn lethal here.
Yeah, Bloodyface is like, okay, man, you had it, but I mean, that's the whole point of playing things like Questing Adventure. It's a risky setup, but the payoff is huge, and his ability to keep things like, his recognition to keep things like the Skyveteer and utilize Praise Galakron to get early game tempo paid off huge, and game 1 is going to go to Empanizado. There's no way Hunter can come back from this.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You say, oh, we just watched a Rogue versus Face Hunter game, and the game ended on turn 6. You're like, yeah, that happens to me all the time. I usually get run over by the Hunter. You know, Rogue doesn't have many defensive tools, and you follow it up with, no. The Rogue killed the Face Hunter on turn 6.
Yeah, Bloodyface didn't even get the Explosive Trap. Looks like he instead got the secret tactics. Pack tactics.
Yeah. But Empanizado's still going to think this one through. It's not as easy as just attacking in and hoping that it's not explosive. He has lethal with explosive because he just plays Cobalt Spellkin and then plays the other, any of the 1-attack spells. Or the 1-cost spells, excuse me. Or Evil Miscreant Dagger up.
Yep, that works too. Any or. And Empanizado steals a win. This was such a tight game that could have gone the other direction the moment Empanizado broke, but it ended up not being a close game whatsoever. Like, I thought it was going to be like one of those things where if Rogue won, it would barely win and be at, you know, a dozen less. Instead, Bloodyface stopped doing damage entirely. And what looked like it was potentially going to be a tight race ended up just being a complete blowout. You know, and Rogue just can't be underestimated. I think, you know, even in its worst time, Rogue still had a competitive chance to win games through things like the Edwin Van Cleef. And the Questing Adventure in this place was the replacement for Van Cleef. And overall, like, you gotta just tip your cap to Empanizado. Like, Rogue is not a common class here. He also built it unusually, and he found an unusual line. Like, what else do you really want?
Yeah. And it just goes to show that, you know, don't underestimate any class right now, because it feels like Bloodyface on the exact same side with Hunter, with the Face Hunter coming in and having a fantastic performance across the Swiss. And after that, you mentioned highest win rate archetype or deck overall. Even with that loss, he's won 6 out of the 10 games that he's played. So a 60% win rate with the Hunter deck's quite good. A lot of things can still be viable, including the Rogue, which runs 0 new cards from Ashes of Outland. Just the good old-fashioned Galakron Rogue with a couple twists in Umbral Stalker and Questing Adventurer. But getting that Rogue out of the way as a win is a really big deal, I feel, because I think he was susceptible to a couple of the other decks from Bloodyface with the Rogue. So we'll see if that's going to be the difference maker as we move forward here.
All right, so that's just game 1, and we still have a lot more Hearthstone to play, but, you know, I think Bloodyface is pivoting off the Hunter just to kind of give it a little break, and also there are some decks that it might struggle more against. We'll go ahead and pick it up later. For now, we go to a Warrior versus Warrior, a very explosive matchup that can go either way. The Boom, the Blastmaster Boom, used to be really important for a lot of these bomb decks. It was like you would keep Blastmaster Boom and any ways to summon those boom bots through the Bomb Wrangler and also the Clockwork Goblin and Wrench Caliber. But Bloodyface just going to go for that early game curve. I think it's the play style has evolved a lot to try to favor early game pressure and try to get card draw, and then after you set everything up, go for Blastmaster Boom.
Dan.
What's up?
It's a Kobold Sticky Finger. It's not useful right now, obviously.
The tech cards, man. The tech cards here from Empanizado.
The tech card from the Sky Raider.
So we're saying. Horde Pillager and Cobalt Sticky Finger. There's a lot of like interesting weapon support play and counterplay available right now in the neutral set, and it is particularly interesting to see pirate dynamics come into play.
Neutral pirates.
Neutral pirates come into play.
Yeah. Well, that could be a big swing here. You know, Bloodyface ends up investing a good chunk of his turn into developing a weapon, especially if it's a buffed weapon.
Right.
From the Corsair cache, and Empanizado just steals it. Well, this is the perfect turn to play Anchor because it plays around the Cobalt Sticky Finger. I mean, obviously, Bloodyface isn't going to play around that in almost any scenario. Still funny.
Still very funny, yes. Bomb Wrangler versus Anchor. Anchor just helps you get your card draw. And that card draw is super important for the Warrior to get those big combo plays off. I feel like most people, when they hear the term combo, associate it with like trying to go for game-ending damage combos, but Warrior just has a bunch of combos to do all kinds of stuff. Answer the board, push damage, or even just draw their entire deck.
Yeah, I feel like this, maybe even some variations of this should be called Combo Warrior.
Right.
Because if you look at the versions that play the Serpent Egg plus Terran Gorfine, that's a combo.
Yes.
Risky Skipper plus anything with Battle Rage, that's a combo.
Right.
The damage from hand with Bloodsworn Mercenary and Corkin Elite Interrage, that's a combo.
Right.
Risky Skipper with Bomb Wrangler to build a board. That's a combo. It's Combo Warrior.
Milkshake and fries.
That's a combo.
TJ and Frodan.
Also a combo.
Man, this deck has everything.
It does. It really does. You could also call it Everything Warrior.
Everything Warrior. The Supreme Warrior, right? Because it's got all the toppings, the works.
Yeah, that's right. Huh. Okay, so Terran Gorfy, not the best. Played as a 3/4, but doesn't seem particularly strong. He can see what's in the Ankar, but it looks like it's just going to be a Sky Raider. And I guess he could do that, play the Anchor, get the Sky Raider, and then play it and hope for another Pirate. Or he could just go with Risky Skipper and Bomb Wrangler. But this is a pretty liberal use.
Oh, you're talking about TJ? That's a combo.
Yeah. I mean, that's a small combo.
Wow, Buddyface combo warrioring it up.
That's a small combo. That's like a number 13. That's a Happy Meal.
Number 13 is reserved on the menus for like people who have really specific tastes. It's like I would like 3.5 nuggets and like a
they all have to be shaped like the boot.
Like a room temperature soda water. It's like, really, man? It's like, yeah, I'll give you $7 for it. It's like, okay.
Plus tax. Do you sticky fingers this? Attack with the Red Caliber sticky fingers?
Yeah, so that's an interesting series of decisions. You can almost convince me of like anything here.
Yeah.
Except for Bladestorm. I would veto anything that involves Bladestorm.
You kill a bomb and then you summon a bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is one thing.
I mean, in the end, Blood Boil Brute is 5 mana 6/8 on this play. That's a lot. So definitely not an unreasonable play. I think the sticky finger could be timed better, and it's also fewer stats.
Yeah, he also has his own anchor in his hand.
Right.
So like again, that's the problem of how many weapon swings do you really want?
Right. And also another thing to consider, and something that is on the mind of every warrior player, is if my opponent preemptively damages their minion, are they setting up for Battle Rage? And I think that if you are Empanizado Shoes, you remove all the damaged minions. That's got to be a win if you're going to stall Buddyface's ability to draw a ton of cards with Battle Rage.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Buddyface is sitting on that Battle Rage.
Right.
And a Bloodsworn Mercenary. So he basically shut both of those off.
For now.
Empanizado is good.
Yeah, I would say that he is above average. Of course, I say that cheeky, very sarcastically. I think Empanizado has proven that he's an excellent Hearthstone player.
Yeah, he's well above average.
Right. I do understand that some people might not understand that I'm being sarcastic at the moment. I have been told I have a very dry delivery.
I disagree. I think your delivery is incredibly wet.
Thank you. Words plus moisture. That's a combo.
Yep, that's a combo. All right, Anchor here plus Clockwork Goblin just kind of jumps out at me.
What about injured Tolvirs and Battle Rage?
Yeah, that's also, but because he has the Anchor, he's going to be able to pick up Risky Skippers most likely in the next few turns.
Okay, fair enough.
So Battle Rage still has not even reached its full potential.
Oh wow, it's not even its final form.
Nope.
2 mana, draw 3 isn't good enough.
And also, if the Battle Rage draws you Pirates, the Anchor all of a sudden starts to feel worse.
Like an anchor? Like it's anchoring you down?
Yeah, like it's anchoring you down in your hand, which is not a great feeling.
No. Feels pretty heavy, I imagine.
It does. Red Caliber into Dread Corsair. That's a combo.
Well, I mean, he's following it up. He's not just done with it. We're starting to approach the point of the game where Buddyface is trying to actually mount a real offensive here. And Empanizado, has some defensive measures, but once again, Bladestorm not looking too hot. I will say that I've generally been open-minded to Empanizzado's tech choices, and a lot of them have panned out. I think Bladestorm is one of the more controversial ones, though, because it feels like there's a lot of times it's kind of been dead in the hand. But the 1 or 2 times he's been able to play it effectively, it looked great. So I imagine that in practice, that's kind of exactly what Empanizzato was thinking. Like, yeah, I know sometimes it's just going to kind of sit there, but I will wait for the times that it is very good.
Ooh, risky skipper.
Risky skipper. So he can steal the weapon and then play Dread Corsair. That's fun.
Oh, wow, you're right. That's a combo.
That's a combo.
Oof. So hits the Armor Smith. So that's about the max cards he's going to get from Battle Rage if he wants to go for it.
Yeah,
3 cards since the Armor Smith would die.
Oh no! Drew a bomb. Drew a Dread Corsair.
Ah, the injured Tolvir. Something I can't believe I just realized that injured Tolvir, when it damages itself, it gets an Armor Smith armor.
Yeah, it activates the ability of Armor Smith. Also, it activates the ability of Frothing Berserker.
Ah, yes, it does.
What now?
Let's see. What can we do here if you're Bloody Face? Do you want to just draw cards with this Bloodsworn Mercenary? You can go ahead and replicate the Dread Corsair and then Battle Rage. Then you can see what you gets drawn. It's not great.
Your flaws are your strength.
In fact, what makes this extra not great is that there's a risky skipper on the other side of this that he can't get to right now. Oh my goodness, he drew 2 bombs! Oh my goodness, what has happened? And now Bloody Face can't attack into this injured Tolvir.
Empanizzado's just like, wait, what?
What a turn of events. 3 cards.
That's game.
Were drawn, and all he needed to do is not draw like the 3rd bomb.
Oh, it's not quite game because if he
doesn't have a weapon to steal.
Well, he has the Horde Pillager, but he has Anchor and Wrench Caliber.
Wait, what if he just Corsair Cash?
Then he won't have mana to play Bladestorm.
What now?
With the Wrench Caliber.
Bladestorm. Oh, Empanizzato racking his brain. Bloody Face, he's swiveling his chair because I think he assumes he's already dead.
Yeah, so there is the chance at lethal, but I think it's a 50-50.
Treasure? Loot? What more can I ask for?
And it is the Anchor, so he is not dead.
No, I mean, it's at least he gets to... Yeah, so he had a 50-50 for lethal there, or he had like a very powerful on-board play of Corsair Cash, Wrench Caliber, double Dread Corsair.
Right.
So like, both of those things end up being... He still puts Bloody Face... I like the attack to face, because that means he puts Bloody Face down to 1, which means that... Oh, the Armor Smith!
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, TJ, but that's a pretty big moment. And now this Blood Brute can come down too. Although I think he wants to armor up this turn. What's the best way to go about this, actually? Oh, Bloody Face sits up in his chair. He's like, okay. All
right, we got a game.
Is this supposed to... Actually, is it better to... Gore Fiend? No, there's no way, right? Because you end up losing that armor bonus you get. Yeah. But you do get to play Serpent Egg and then the Gore Fiend, as opposed to the Brute. But the Brute's more damage, and you also have to think about how you're going to end this game, because next turn you have the Core Crown Elite from hand.
Yeah,
I definitely like this Brute.
Yeah, I think the Brute and just set up
hero power.
Do you need a hero power? He's at 8.
8. Okay.
And he's going to be at more if he plays the Serpent Egg, right? It's more armor if he doesn't hero power.
Whoa, this would be quite the comeback. Down to 1 HP. Empanizado doesn't have lethal, not anywhere close now.
Well, technically he might.
With the bomb wranglers?
Risky Skipper Bomb Wrangler. There are no bombs left in the deck for Bloody Face. He drew all of them.
Okay, well, we do have Battle Rage as well, so I think the Risky Skipper Battle Rage setup is very valid in this position.
Yeah, he does have bombs in his deck though, also, or he has one.
Oh,
bomb.
you're right. You're right.
He has one bomb. It was just the 2 wrench caliber swings, and he already has drawn one. Ooh.
Okay, so he's going to go for that Risky Skipper play, as we talked about. Try and maximize his card draw. Finds Blastmaster Boom, which is sort of a dud. Kargath Prime. If that card can get to the... can be shuffled into the deck and the armor gain starts chugging along for Empanizado, that might be his comeback.
Yeah. But that's both Risky Skippers gone,
right,
for both players. And while Empanizado still has an Armor Smith left in the deck, and like you mentioned, the Kargath Blade Fist, potentially Kargath Prime, like those bursts of armor are gone. So, and also the ability to clear like those annoying board states are gone as well with Risky Skipper. So
right.
We're kind of back to square one. Now, that's assuming that Bloody Face kills this Risky Skipper, which is not a guarantee.
Well, he can clear off most things. Right?
Yes.
Oh no, the sticky finger. Wait, is this where the sticky finger...
Oh, this is...
puts his hand in the cookie jar?
Was he hoping for a 2-bomb outer? There's 2 bombs in the deck. He needs both of them to hit. And not a single one hit.
Yeah. Bloody
Yes,
Face looks really upset about something in particular. Was it the fact that bombs weren't being drawn?
I guess so. That's the only thing I could think of. I mean, he had 8 cards or 9 cards in his deck, and 2 were bombs.
I mean, that's not super likely.
No. I mean, that's like, what, a 20-something% chance? Sticky finger. There it is.
Oh, man. Oh, that is back-breaking. Bloody Face throwing his arms up in the air, because, I mean, that is painful. And, I mean, that could be the straw that broke the camel's back here. Bloody Face is going to lose the board now. And Empanizado does have momentum on his side. Bloody Face is hoping that he draws a bomb. He's like, no bomb!
Oh, so, Empanizado, I don't know if I agree with the card draw there.
Right.
Because that's the only... From this position, that's the only way he loses.
Whoa.
Oh, he's going for a lethal of his own. That's what he was doing.
He's setting up a 2-turn right back, and Bloody Face doesn't have any more bombs to shuffle.
If this bomb gets drawn, that's like such a fitting end. All right, it wasn't.
He has bombs in the deck. He can Blastmaster Boom and then Terran Gorefiend. Because there's only 2 bombs in the deck, right?
Yeah, there's 2 bombs in the deck.
Minions.
And then he kills his own bombs if the bombs deal 3 damage to the face, or if he gets runner bomb. So there's 2 bombs. So he's got multiple opportunities for lethal here. Obviously, he's not pushing face damage, but Bloody Face can still win. 2 outs. 2 outs.
Yes. And there's no way he's dead on board if he doesn't do that, right? Like, if he Kor'kron leads and trades into the Intertolvir, there's still more than
it's the only,
enough to kill him.
It's the only play.
Yeah, there's a dozen or so showing.
Yeah. He's just trying to think to himself, how did it come to this?
Are there 3 bombs in the deck, TJ, and we're just, like, ignoring something? Discounting it?
There's 2.
Okay. Here we go. 4 boom butts.
Oh, geez.
He might just win right here.
So if he gets 3 to face, he needs 1 bomb. If he doesn't... Oh, okay, he only needs 1.
Oh!
1 bomb.
Oh, no bomb drawn. Oh, wow. What a chaotic game. Number 2, Empanizado hobbles over the finish line, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead.
That's a brutal game for Bloodyface. Because at the end there, he had so many opportunities to set up lethals, and they were blocked by everything. Like, blocked by him not drawing bombs, blocked by Empanizado having the sticky finger. Bloodyface had to make his turns weaker because he drew all 3 of the bombs that were in his deck in 1 battle rage. So... he's got to shake that one off because I would be upset if I was on Bloodyface's side of that game board.
Yeah, really tough to swallow if you're Bloodyface because it was so close. And like, if there were so many, like, if this gone a little bit more his favor, he would have been tied 1 game apiece. But hey, you got to dust yourself off. And Bloodyface was in a similar position earlier today where he was down 2-0 and they went for the reverse sweep, even though he had to, win some tough matchups. So this seems a little bit of a taller ask, though. Demon Hunter is considerably better than most other classes right now. I definitely feel like it's better than Warlock, at least, against the field. So Bloodyface having to take down Demon Hunter 3 times is very difficult.
Especially the tempo Demon Hunter. Because sometimes combo Demon Hunter, even though in some matchups it's better, it does beat itself sometimes more often than the tempo Demon Hunter. Tempo Demon Hunter just seems difficult. I'd say, sure, you could beat it 2 times in a row. I'll believe that. But 3 times in a row? No way. Sottle is more likely to give Raven a hug than Demon Hunter is for being beaten 3 times in a row.
You sure about that? Even in the current climate of what's going on right now in the world?
This ends now!
If there was no global pandemic and Sottle and Raven were sat next to each other on a day-to-day basis for the next 8 weeks of Grandmasters, Sottle would be more likely to give Raven a hug than for someone to beat Tempo Demon Hunter 3 times in a row.
True. Saddle's just not a really touchy person in general, so I've never seen him actually hug Raven.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen him hug anybody. Maybe his cats.
His cats, his computer, his ego. I mean, there's a few things that Saddles probably has wrapped his warm embrace around, but Raven is certainly not one of them. Can't wait to watch Europe next week. Let's go ahead and tune into what's going to happen in Game Number 3. This one is going to be fast and furious. Empanizado, do you mana burn on 1 to stop your opponent developing because you can't develop?
Hell yeah, you do. No, you don't, because they have the coin.
Right, you can't have negative mana crystals, right?
No. Well, you can, but then the coin still gives you 1. I guess.
Here we go. Mana burn on 1! That's awesome. Love to see those out of box plays. Everyone's laughing to himself. He's like, what did I just do?
What if you could have negative mana crystals and Bloodyface didn't know and found out there by coining and nothing happened? It's a mana debt.
I've never been in that scenario. I've never been mana burned on 1, and I was like, well, I could coin out this 1 drop.
Yeah.
So, I don't blame him, and it's an interaction that I am not entirely sure about, to be honest.
Same.
This Dwarven Sharpshooter, by the way, is it the nuts? Is it, like, the best card here for Hunter? Because now all of a sudden their hero power just, like, cleans up half of Empanizado's deck?
Yep. I mean, especially if the deck stays the same when Frenzied Felwing goes down to 2 health. Like, every single card in the deck has 2 health or less.
Right.
Except for Glintbond Adept. Frenzied Felwing, Satyr Overseer, Altruist, Sightless Watcher, Crimson Sigil Runner, Battle Fiend.
Look at the respect being shown. Empanizzado's willing to pass turn 3 because he recognizes the threat of the sharpshooter.
Yep.
I was told, by the way, as a fun fact, that Doran Sharpshooter was originally printed potentially as Hunter Ace's card for winning the 2019 World Championship. Because kind of like the hunter, and he's like the ace in the hole because you get to aim it. No comment from the Blizzard employee. Moving on, we have.
And then they scrapped it. They're like, he doesn't deserve a
No,
card.
I think
I
they
thought
just
there was a
didn't...
follow up to that story. I didn't know you were done.
So okay, sorry. The follow up is that I don't think they got the flavor text in time for the ship, and then they didn't want to change it. So they're, I think that was the story behind that.
Okay.
I don't even think Casper knows himself. I probably should tell him. He'd probably like that.
Well, Lion's already got a card. Hunter Ace doesn't have one.
There are a few lions in Hearthstone, yeah.
Well, the Mochthanol one is the one I was specifically referring to.
Oh, okay. Fun. Well, that's a lot easier than Pavel as a card, I would say.
He did have a card.
The
Polymorph.
Chittering Tunneler.
They just reprinted Polymorph in the form of Malagos Aspect of Dragons for 1 mana.
That's true.
It's Babbling Book It's the combination of Babbling Book Polymorph.
And Empanizado has to deal with this Phase Stalker, which is very big. 2 mana 5/6. Although Bladeface did take his entire turn, so 4 mana 5/6. Empanizado might have to ignore it unless he finds a silence off the top of his deck. He did not. And now I think he has to deal with this fact that the Phase Stalker is going to be able to get that secret out of the deck. And Explosive Trap is very good, as mentioned before, because of the 2 health breakpoints of a lot of these Demon Hunter cards. And he didn't find another card to help get damage, so Frenzied Fellwing doesn't even get to go out. This is looking like Bloodyface can do this. So we're looking at Hero Power for sure this turn, just to get those secrets out and help you fight back onto the board. It's
And then probably an evaluation after that, depending on what secret you get.
Because if you get the Pack Tactics, it is worth evaluating if you want to play the Augmented Porcupine instead. Because then Phase Stalker and Porcupine are both threats that Empanizado wants to trade into, but he is incentivized not to. And it sets up a dynamic that's really tough, because Empanizado doesn't know if it's Explosive Trap or if it's Pack Tactics, and he doesn't want to attack face and lose those minions, so he most likely would trade into a minion first, but then bite off more than he would like to chew. For reference, there is only 1 Pack Tactics and there are 2 Explosive Traps, so it's more likely for Explosive Trap.
Yep. And it is Explosive Trap. I just confirmed. So Empanizado should be able to run the numbers himself and assume that it is Explosive Trap because of the reasons you just mentioned.
Interesting. So is this a bluff by Bloodyface? Huh? No, by Arcane Shouting, you're actually protecting the Phase Stalker.
Yeah.
Now Empanizado's like, well, all the more reason to. Like, it's like, okay, this doesn't look like Explosive Trap to me. And the Questing Adventure, this is an instance where it's not really going to pay off. This card looks very weak in this position.
Yeah. So does the Raging Fellscreamer, to be honest. Empanizado playing Raging Fellscreamer in a deck that does not play Priestess of Fury, which is interesting. It's like the pure tempo demon. It's so you can play the 4/4 plus another demon in like the same turn, or in a similar turn. The next demon you play costs 2 less. You get to play a free Sightless Watcher, I guess, if that's the case, or Frenzied Fellwing. But I think Empanizado really needs to improve his hand. So Sightless Watcher going to be important to try and pick up like Skull of Gul'dan, or did he pick up the Warglaives? He chose so quickly. I didn't see for what he decided to put on the top of his deck. I guess we'll see next turn.
Double the Stalker, double the fun.
Yeah, well, that'll pull the second explosive trap and
yeah, lots of phasing.
The pack tactics.
And Empanizado does not have an easy way to deal with this. He knows that he can't deal with the Phase Stalker. He's just going to go ahead and Skull Gul'dan. Really powerful cards being put into the hand, but Empanizado just might not have enough time. Now, that being said, it's not impossible.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he conceded. He wasn't dead, but it was just very unlikely that he would win.
Yeah, he would need to, if he drew exactly Skull Gul'dan next turn, the second one, he could Ultra Skull Gul'dan and then just runner a bunch of I-beams.
Right. Well, he actually used I think he used his early I-beams. Remember, he used the I-beam on the
he used one I-beam. He had used one I-beam, yeah.
Yeah. So
well.
He was in a tough spot regardless.
Yeah, there was. I don't think there was any way I could have won.
Yeah,
but still got a couple more chances.
Not with that momentum that Bloodyface had, but we're going into game number 4, and it is Warrior or Druid. I feel like Warrior's been performing better versus the Demon Hunter, so I expect a Warrior Q here for Bloodyface, but honestly, it doesn't really matter too much. You just still have to win with both decks to wrap up the series. Mm-hmm. But the Druid does feel a lot more vulnerable to Demon Hunter than the Warrior, largely because the Warrior kind of wants you to damage their minions. There's things like Altruist struggles a lot more against Bomb Wrangler and Armor Smiths, versus the other minions, the Glowfly Swarm and the Treants summoned, get wiped a lot easier by things like Altruist. Not to mention that Druid takes a long time to get set up because they usually pass the first 4 or 5 turns, and usually Demon Hunter gets rolling by them.
Yeah, if they don't pass, they're just kind of trying to fill their hand, which doesn't necessarily help. But we'll see. Questing Adventure, one thing that we've talked about is a weakness of Druid is that they lack card removal. I feel like we've been talking about that forever. So that Questing Adventure from Empanizado, if that can hit the board early enough and, get out of range of all the removal spells that Bloodyface has pre-7 mana, he could run away with the game with just the Questing Adventure alone, just by keep buffing that up turn after turn. So, not surprised to see a keep there. Does need some cheap stuff to make that happen, or at least some tempo for the early game. And I mean, that's something. Doubt he's going to mana burn on turn 1 this game. He could, just to interrupt like a potential Fungal Fortunes, but outside of that, there's really just not much else that could happen on turn 2. There's no ramp, Wild Growth 3, so just hero power.
Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up being the case, but Bloodyface does have the Wild Growth, and Empanizado does not have. He did not play anything on 1. Sightless Watcher is. Actually, this is a pretty interesting.
Yeah. Oh well,
here.
Twin Slice.
Twin Slice is really good with Questing Adventure.
So next turn he can go Questing Adventure, Twin Slice, Second Slice, Coin, Mana Burn.
That
would completely protect his Questing Adventure.
Right.
Because he'd be playing 4 cards, so it'd be a 6/6, and Bloodyface would not have enough mana to do anything. Well, he would actually.
Yeah, because
if he had exactly double Wrath.
If he Wild Growth, he would have available mana to do that.
Yeah, because going into the next turn, he'd be at... Oh no, would he? Because he's going to be at 5 mana going into next turn? He would have to have Wrath, Innervate, Wrath. And he didn't Wild Growth.
Well, Bog Beam is down, so that way he doesn't get wrecked, but he sees the double Twin Slice. The Questing Adventure, again, these are like unusual cards that you don't often see, but I like it. And this 5/5 is going to challenge Druid. And the Mana Burn! Ooh. Bloodyface is in trouble, and you can see him shaking his head. Bloodyface is looking at a potential second again. He has been the king of silver. He's been struggling to get that one decisive victory. And it looked like he might be in that similar position.
Oh, innervate Wild Growth. Oh,
right.
Jeez.
And Epinizado, if he picks up another cheap card, Crimson Sigil Runner is going to ruin his day. Oh, boy.
I mean, that's good, too.
That's amazing. And I think Epinizado was, with seeing how the Questing Adventure plays in practice, is really just trying to punish the decks that take a long time to ramp up. Sure, Druid can pull off some amazing stuff, but you do have this window of opportunity to pressure them, and the Questing Adventure seems particularly impressive both in the Rogue and Demon Hunter this tournament. And Bloodyface drawing Bog Beam number 2. Doesn't look like he can do much here.
Yeah, he can Bog Beam the Overseer and Crystal Power the 2/2. Or he can just hope that his very next draw... See, even if his very next draw is Kael'thas, it doesn't matter. Because he would Kael'thas, Bog Beam, Ironbark, and then play a Gift of the Wild on Kael'thas alone.
I think his next card specifically would have to be... he would have to... Okay, so he has to kill these minions.
Yep.
He has to draw Overflow next turn.
Yep.
He has to hope Epinizado whiffs on 5, and then he draws Kael'thas. I think that's the specific way it pans out, and I think that's the only line that I can spot for Bloodyface. And that is like... I mean, that's got to be a single-digit % outcome. Like, I don't think that happens double digits % of the time out of 100. That is so rare. And you can see Bloodyface already kind of resigned to the fact that he is a massive underdog in this position. And that's helpful. Okay, that's definitely like a whiff turn here, so to speak, but still really, really painful here.
Yeah, so the play that Bloodyface made last turn was to play in case Exotic Mount Seller is the next draw of the deck, because he held on to what the spells that would be 0 mana.
True.
And use the Savage Roar, because you know what have time. Is that Exotic Mount Seller?
Okay.
So he played to his out. Let's see if he's rewarded.
Yes.
Because he needs the juice right now.
Okay, so you Iron Bark the Mount Seller.
Yes, because you need to block as much damage as possible.
I guess you can Bog Beam first, though. See what you end up getting.
Yeah, unless what you would get changes the outcome. Like if you get Diving Griffin from Ironbark, wouldn't you want to Bog Beam the Questing to try and get another rush? But if you don't hit a rush, then you'd Bog Beam the Crimson Sigil Runner.
Right. At this point, he's just hoping for like Silverback Patriarch. Silverback Patriarch, is that what it's come down to for Bloodyface to survive just one more turn? And the answer is yes. I mean, that's also not assuming Epinizado just has Silence in his hand ready to go. Or just Metamorphosis to end this game.
Okay, gonna Bog Beam the Questing Adventure just to try and weaken
Silverback
it a little bit. Okay, Silverback Patriarch! Okay, you got a taunt,
But the Skull of Gul'dan
jeez,
is not what Bloodyface wants to see, and Epinizado just gonna hesitate to think real quick if there's something that he's not seeing, but Skull of Gul'dan's gotta be it. Altruis with all free cards, that's gotta be the game.
Yeah, well, he can't push through the Mount Seller without attacking with the Questing, right?
So Altruis deals 2 damage, you put down your opponent to 6. Questing... yeah, I think he's 1
4,
damage
5, 6.
off.
No, it's exact lethal. Oh, no, because the Silverback Patriarch kept him alive!
Well, he plays the Sated Overseer here.
Yeah.
He can trade in, but it does look like he's 1 damage off in my book.
I mean, Bloodyface is dead. I don't think there's a single draw in Bloodyface's deck that gets him through this.
Yeah, precisely.
Even if he draws Overflow into Bog Beam, Moonfire, Innervate, Wrath. he's still dead. So Soul of the Forest. And that's it.
That's it. Empanizado is your Week 1 Hearthstone Grandmasters America's winner. And he is going to take home 6 points. And as we mentioned, with the 6 points that you get, there's only 3 weeks where you can get these points. So you separate yourselves from the rest of the pack. Everyone who didn't even make top 8 got 2 points. You put yourself in a really good position. 2 points or fewer, excuse me. You put yourself in a really good position to guarantee that you're not going to get relegated. It's not 100% guaranteed, because if he bombs out twice and dead last, I think there's a chance that he still lands in a lower division. But what a case Empanizado has made for his welcome party at Hearthstone Grandmasters for Americas. That is what you want to see. That's what we want, new blood, because as much as things change, things do remain the same for some players like Bloodyface, who ends second. But Empanizado takes home the W for the day. And Bloodyface and Empanizado both should be proud. Those were some unusual games, unusual decks. And I think that was a really fun finals that we had.
Yeah, really fun finals. Bloodyface, a very upsetting finals for him, I'm sure. But there was a couple of key plays from Empanizado that allowed him to lock things up. Or, at least against Frozen, he really showed, just how, next level player he is. And that is a big statement from him coming in first season. And like we talked about and you just mentioned, all but protects him from relegation, automatic relegation at least.
Right.
In his first season. Even getting in Division A, you can still get it down to the relegation bracket, but it even seeds you further up into the relegation bracket, which means you have more chances. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about that, and I'm just impressed overall. Impressed by him, but also just impressed by Bloodyface's continued consistency. Obviously, he didn't win here, but that's just another finals appearance. That's just another above average performance for him across the tournament, which just seems to be the case ever since we moved back to Conquest, right? It was just Specialist that was his downfall. That's where his lull in results came from. He had all these championship performances, World Championship, and then a gap for Specialist. And then we switched for Conquest in Season 2. He qualifies to Global Finals, makes it to the Finals, and now he's back again. So crazy to see.
Yeah, so really good job by Empanizado. But this is just the first week of 3. And next week we're going to be having a new meta because the format will be changing. We're playing last hero standing, best of 5. So it's going to be the same Swiss into the top 8. So that we get to see that. But the patch coming out in 24 hours plus change, give or take. It's going to make it exciting to see what ends up happening and what classes stay on top, what new challengers rise up, and who maybe gets knocked down a peg or two. I'm very excited to see, TJ, because I would say almost all the top classes lose something here.
Yeah, they do. The top classes lose something, and it's the debate between if the metagame's going to slow down or speed up is still there. Whether or not Demon Hunter will actually be nerfed, or one of the strongest counters to it in the metagame, Warlock, getting also a nerf with Sacrificial Pact is going to make it just be in the same spot. A lot of crazy stuff to come in the next week with Last Hero Standing, and plus that. I don't even know what's going to happen. Dan, we have to practice Last Hero Standing again because I have no idea. My brain hasn't thought about it for so long. It's been well over a year and a half or 2 years before since the last time I've cast Last Hero Standing.
Right. And I think I've played Last Hero Standing more recently than I've cast it. So I'm looking forward to it as well. And that's going to be starting this Friday, beginning with Asia Pacific again. And then we're going to restart it all. But, with week 2 in, I think now that with 1 week of practice, everyone's going to be leveling up and have the right expectations. So if you've missed any part of this broadcast, we are done, so go ahead and check the recaps out and all the standings and schedules, VODs, deck lists, and all the results over at playhearthstone.com/esports. And of course, the VOD pretty much just goes live right after this on the youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports channel. Big shout out to T-Mobile for supporting Hearthstone Esports, helping us stay connected during these tough times. And with this, week 1 of Hearthstone Grandmasters in the year 2020 is done. So we're going to sign off here. And from TJ, Frodan, and everyone else here as part of Hearthstone Esports, thank you for watching. And we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.